Chapter 1. Transmigrating into Cannon Fodder. Master, Master, the fragrance emanating from you is utterly delightful. I find myself quite enamored. Your heart is impure. How can you cultivate the righteous path? Release me, Master. I am aware of your affections for me. Yet we are teacher and disciple. Such bonds should not be entwined. However, if we were to engage in such activities, would it truly be so unacceptable? The room flickered with dim light as Zhang Yinian scowled, letting out a sigh in front of his computer. Zhang Yinian was a novel editor. Over the years, due to the demands of his profession, he had perused countless poorly written works. Yet if he were to select the most atrocious among them, none could surpass I Want to Become Immortal, dominating the celestial path with explosive power. A masterpiece of mediocrity. This was Zhang Yinian's conclusion after painstakingly reading every word. This abysmal book chronicles the exploits of the male protagonist, Si Miao, as he treads upon celestial demons and triumphs over the three realms. It is a textbook example of mindless power-up narratives, where every character attempting to thwart the protagonist meets their demise as mere cannon fodder, while he continuously ascends, wielding an array of fortuitous abilities. In the end, when facing the tribulations of ascension, although the protagonist fails to achieve immortality, he fortuitously acquires the power to annihilate the three realms, establishing his own fourth realm. Even more ludicrously, the protagonist is an irresistible charmer, his allure transcending all boundaries, captivating both genders and every race. There is nothing the protagonist desires that he cannot attain. From his master sacrificing herself to shield him from heavenly tribulations, to antagonists willingly severing their own meridians. Any character with more than 3 lines of dialogue exhibits signs of infatuation with the protagonist. Among all the characters, Zhang Yinian felt the most sympathy for the master and the antagonist. The former falls in love with the protagonist at the outset and then perishes. The latter, after being drained of his utility, meets a similar fate. Of course, these cannon fodder characters are merely glossed over. It matters little, for the protagonist is surrounded by many companions, and a disagreement leads to dual cultivation. What genuine cultivator would be so fixated on dual cultivation? Zhang Yinian found it most terrifying that the protagonist's master shared his own name. Each time he encountered the master's appearance in the narrative, a chill would run down his spine, as if he were witnessing a fan fiction featuring himself and the protagonist. Utterly deranged. In summary, I Want to Become Immortal. Dominating the celestial path with explosive power is a repugnant, illogical tale of a quintessential overpowered protagonist. Zhang Yinian had no doubt that the author perhaps envisioned Si Miao as a reflection of themselves. Yet, the author remained obstinate despite countless rejections of their verification application. The weekly application emails consistently appeared in Zhang Yinian's inbox. Just a moment ago, yet another arrived. Zhang Yinian rubbed his temples at this rate. He might just develop feelings for this abysmal tale. He yawned, preparing to toss the email into the recycle bin. Just as he clicked the mouse, a piercing noise erupted in his ears, a splitting headache enveloping him as if he were being drawn into a vortex. Suddenly, Zhang Yinian felt a jolt throughout his body, his head growing heavier and heavier. In the next moment, he slumped over his desk, losing consciousness. Yinian. Urgent calls pierced through Zhang Yinian's chaotic thoughts, akin to sharp arrows. He felt dizzy, his eyelids seemingly weighed down by an invisible force, making it difficult to open them. Someone was anxiously calling his name nearby. What has happened to me? Have I suddenly fallen ill and been taken to the hospital? I wonder which kind-hearted soul called for an ambulance. No wonder I've often felt weak. If it weren't for work, my health would surely be robust. I must take a long vacation to recuperate after this. Who is shouting my name in the hospital? This is rather inappropriate. Dazed, Zhang Yinian struggled to open his aching eyes, eager to see who was beside him. His sense of smell awakened faster than his sight. A faint scent of bamboo wafted through the air, refreshing and pleasant. He found himself staring at a ceiling constructed of finely woven bamboo strips. Is this a wooden room? A bamboo hut? An ancient style inn? But none of that was the crux of the matter. What truly horrified Zhang Yinian was the presence of several individuals clad in peculiar attire gathered around him, watching with concern. One man and two women. The two women sat by his bedside while the man leaned against the door. Their aura was otherworldly, as if they had just stepped out of a theatrical production. Jiang Yinian's scalp prickled. This was no hospital. Could this be part of some bizarre, work-related fortune? Am I still trapped in a nightmare? Yinian, how do you feel? The woman in azure, closest to the bedside, suddenly spoke up, her brow furrowed and her expression laced with worry. Simultaneously, she reached out to lay her hand on Jiang Yinian's forehead. A rush of coolness enveloped him. The touch felt real, unlike a mere dream. Were it not for the absurdity of the situation, Jiang Yinian would have genuinely considered slapping himself to test the reality of it all. I feel quite well, Jiang Yinian replied, forcing himself to maintain composure despite the turmoil within. What is happening? Have I truly transmigrated? The thought sent his heart racing to alarming levels, his heart pounding within his chest. Junior brother, how could you suddenly feign in the main hall? The disciples were all terrified. Could it be that you've overexerted yourself with the celestial examination recently? The woman in white leaned in, inquiring immediately. The white-clad woman appeared petite and youthful, drawing close with a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Her words were laden with implications that Jiang Yinian struggled to comprehend. Fainted? Disciple? Celestial examination? She know. Yinian has just awakened. The woman in azure softly interjected, gently stopping Shi from getting too close. Jiang Yinian silently sat up, his hands clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. His hands were exceptionally beautiful, with long, fair fingers and a thin layer of calluses at the base. I fainted earlier? Suppressing the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he feigned calmness. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered. What was the situation? Rebirth? Transmigration? Or a prank show? Jiang Yinian doubted that a prank show would select an ordinary worker like himself. He was more inclined to believe that he had indeed transmigrated. Wait, what did they just call me? Yinian? Yes, you fainted for about 2 hours, but Jingzhou has already treated you. And you are unharmed, Shi replied, propping up her chin. Huh. The young man in black, who had been standing at a distance, suddenly chuckled. I said long ago that he was fine. How exhausting could it be to direct others? I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yinian, his expression one of genuine aversion, leaving Jiang Yinian utterly confounded. Junior brother, do not mind him. Xianyan may seem harsh, but he is soft-hearted. When you were unconscious, he was the first to rush forward to check on you, Shi said, lightly covering her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped and radiant. With her doll-like face, her smile was enchanting. Is that truly the case? Jiang Yinian chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, but I still feel a bit dizzy. May I rest a while longer? Jiang Yinian feigned dizziness, gently cradling his forehead. Then let us allow Yinian to rest, the woman in azure said, her demeanor calm and profound. She felt Jiang Yinian's pulse, noting no irregularities, and proceeded to put away her acupuncture needles before preparing to leave. Shi followed Jingzhou out, her demeanor light-hearted as they exited. The two departed, leaving Jiang Yinian alone in a daze. Had he truly transmigrated? Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Jiang Yinian's mind. Host, welcome to the world of I Want to Become Immortal, dominating the celestial path with explosive power. I am your exclusive system, currently confirming your character binding. Name, Jiang Yinian. Height, 180 centimeters. Identity, 4th Celestial Venerable of Qinghuan Sect. Title, Compassionate Song Celestial Venerable. Cultivation level, Mid-stage God Transformation. Aptitude, Ice Elemental Supreme. Single Spiritual Root. Initial Weapon, Falling Bright Sword. Initial Life Value, 50. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, sending chills down Jiang Yinian's spine. What system? I want to become immortal? At that moment, Jiang Yinian began to suspect he had entered a psychiatric hospital. Even if he had truly transmigrated into a novel, how could the system possess such poor taste as to select this abominable work? Jiang Yinian felt despair. He had transmigrated. Yet why did it have to be into the very story he loathed the most? The system has been activated. Please remain vigilant regarding your life value. Farewell. Wait. What is life value? Explain yourself before leaving. Jiang Yinian exclaimed in a flurry. Moreover, why does my life value only stand at 50? That sounds exceedingly low and utterly ominous. Life value is the fundamental measure of the host's survival in this world. Should the life value reach zero, the host shall be annihilated by the heavenly path and can never return to the real world. Life value may increase or decrease based on task completion upon reaching a certain threshold. The host may unlock additional special features. The system concluded its announcement and vanished, utterly indifferent to Jiang Yinian's feelings as the host. Ultimately, Jiang Yinian was left to rely on his own recollections of the original plot. In the original story, the Qinghuan sect's narrative featured the protagonist's master as a mere background character with scant presence. Though highly skilled, this character had a minimal role and met an untimely demise, serving solely as a sacrifice to aid the protagonist's breakthrough in cultivation. A shiver ran down Jiang Yinian's spine. He had forewarned himself about the perils of sharing a name, and here he waste transmigrated. The scene wherein the protagonist enters the sect was the first major thrill in the narrative, as the compassionate Song, Celestial Venerable, was renowned for never taking on disciples. Yet, during the celestial examination, he unexpectedly set his sights on the protagonist, Si Miao, and accepted him as an inner disciple, inciting envy across the realms. The esteemed Lien Song, revered as a celestial master, found herself unwittingly enamored with the male protagonist as they spent countless days together within the confines of their sect. She had intended to silently swallow her profound affections, yet her feelings were inadvertently uncovered by the protagonist, Si Miao. Consequently, the two exchanged glances laden with unspoken sentiments, indulging in a series of clandestine encounters. However, during the protagonist's ascension to the Golden Core stage, Lien Song selflessly shielded him from the descending heavenly tribulation, ultimately sacrificing her life in the process. Leaving the third chapter abruptly concluded, Lien Song had yet to attain a fulfilling relationship with the main character before her untimely demise, rendering their love a poignant tale of tragic devotion. Yet, in the aftermath of her sacrifice, the protagonist swiftly found affection anew with another. How utterly melodramatic, indeed! It is astonishing that the author could conceive such a narrative. In essence, the role of the master merely serves to amplify the protagonist's boundless charm and his prowess in captivating both genders alike. Wait a moment. After all this, have I merely transmigrated into a mere cannon fodder character? Not even a supporting role? Jiang Yinyan was instantly engulfed in panic if the original plot were to unfold. Would she not be facing imminent demise? Moreover, she would still have to engage in flirtatious exchanges with the protagonist. Jiang Yinyan considered herself a person of considerable experience, having weathered many storms. She reassured herself. In her previous life, she had been a solitary figure, and this unencumbered journey through the narrative was rather appealing. More importantly, she would no longer have to endure the drudgery of work. A liberation indeed. Furthermore, she had fortuitously acquired a celestial master. All she needed to do was survive and avoid entanglement with the protagonist, and she could comfortably enjoy her twilight years. Primary objective: sustain her vitality and endure. Current task: accept a disciple. Just as Jiang Yinyan was mapping out her future, a detached electronic voice echoed in her mind, shattering her blissful reverie. System, are you still there? In pursuit of her leisurely aspirations, Jiang Yinyan resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with her sole advantage in this world. What would happen if I failed to complete the disciple acceptance task you mentioned? All vitality points would be deducted. What does that imply? It would lead to death. Wait, what did they just mention about the celestial examination? Does that mean her days of reprieve are numbered, and she is on the verge of encountering the protagonist? Jiang Yinyan abruptly rose, surveying her surroundings, only to be beset by a splitting headache, clutching her head in despair. How could it be that she had just been reborn, yet already felt as though her demise loomed ominously near? Chapter 2. As powerful as this, the master and disciple were enveloped in an overwhelming heat. The disciple, aware of the master's deep concern, implored, "You are made of ice. Please assist me, you wretched disciple. Release me at once." The waist ribbon was undone, and the hands were bound. A beguiling atmosphere permeated the air. The figure before him resembled a parched soul in a desert, desperately seeking water, incessantly rubbing against him. Jiang Yinian gazed at the looming shadow above, yearning to escape but unable to break free from the restraints, forced to succumb to the intoxicating presence of the one before him. In the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. Thunderous roars descended upon him, akin to the wrath of the heavens, cascading from the ninth sky. He felt the fatigue seeping through his body, yet his hands wove intricate formations, striving to ward off the impending lightning strike. Everything around him seemed to freeze in time, an atmosphere of urgency filling the air. Beside him, Sima Yao had tightly closed his eyes, undergoing a tribulation. Jiang Yinian abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing, breath quickening. The nightmare loomed large, rendering sleep impossible. The dream had been hauntingly vivid, a relentless reminder of what was to come. Now was not the time for leisurely slumber. Jiang Yinian rose and stepped outside, greeted by a breathtaking vista that slowed his pace. The celestial mountain gate offered a picturesque landscape. The small courtyard outside was tranquil and unadorned, with surrounding decorations intricately woven from bamboo and rattan. Simple yet elegant, the wooden tea table bore a delicate set of teaware. The aroma wafting gently. In the corner stood a row of verdant bamboo, flourishing and stretching its leaves in harmonious beauty. Nearby, a stone bridge arched over a babbling stream, while the entire courtyard nestled against a towering peak, enveloped in ethereal clouds that danced like gossamer, sometimes converging, sometimes dispersing. For a modern man like him, everything felt novel. Unfortunately, the vast courtyard was devoid of life, the expansive mountain appearing somewhat desolate and bare. Jiang Yinian couldn't help but grimace. It was evident that the original owner's character was predictably aloof, a solitary cultivator disinclined to interact with others. How could such a mighty celestial being handle everything personally? Yet Jiang Yinian was different. He had toiled diligently in his previous life, and now that he had traversed into the realm of cultivation, he ought to indulge in the luxury of being served by others. With a serious demeanor, he began to daydream, arranging for someone to serve tea, another to gather firewood and cook, ensuring 10 individuals stood at the mountain gate daily to formally welcome the celestial master home. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. His survival was already precarious, and the question of whether he would live was still uncertain. Should he deviate too much from the original character's disposition, he could be mistaken for an encroaching spirit, leading to an abrupt end to his journey. Moreover, these matters were not the crux of the issue. The pressing concern was that his life could be in jeopardy. Vanity was but an external burden. He felt as though he had returned to his first day on the job, anxious and constrained. This task was a matter of life and death, requiring careful consideration of the next steps. According to the original narrative, the 3 individuals who had just visited him were likely the remaining 3 esteemed disciples of Qinghuan sect, his elder brothers and sisters. The eldest sister, Shu Yi, a half-blood of human and demon descent, was one of the male protagonist consorts in the original work, but tragically, she was the first to be executed as a public display during the male protagonist's purge of hybrids. The second sister, Shui Jingzhou, a healer, harbored jealousy towards Jiang Yinian for taking the male protagonist as a disciple, leading her to poison him in secret, only to be discovered and meet a tragic end on the trial platform. The third brother, Xian Yun, harbored an intense disdain for his younger brother Jiang Yinian and held contempt for the male protagonist's abilities, mysteriously vanishing before the great battle, leaving his fate unknown. Not to mention himself, the youngest disciple of the sect, powerful yet ineffective, a mere cannon fodder character who perished early on. Observing this, it became evident that each character in the original sect had met unfortunate ends, and the once envied Qinghuan sect ultimately faced annihilation. Wherever the misfortune star lands, calamity follows. Yet, despite his limited interactions with his brothers and sisters, Jiang Yinian sensed a harmonious atmosphere among them, unlike the tension depicted in the original narrative. Perhaps the plot could be altered. If he wished to survive, he must safeguard the Qinghuan sect, ensuring it does not fall. With this resolve, Jiang Yinian decided to test the capabilities of the original body. Luoming, he silently chanted the name of his weapon, attempting to summon it in an instant. The air seemed to fracture under an invisible force, the temperature around him dropping several degrees, as a long sword emerged gracefully from the light. His Luoming sword. The blade of Luoming was elongated, radiating a faint silver sheen. Suddenly, the sword began to bend, becoming as supple as if it were devoid of bones, seemingly alive, coiling around Jiang Yinian's arm like a silver ribbon. The blade quivered slightly, as if playfully seeking its master's affection. A realization dawned upon Jiang Yinian. Most divine artifacts possessed consciousness, and Luoming was likely no exception. In the original work, the Luoming sword of the compassionate Zongxian had two forms, capable of transforming into both a sword and a whip. At this moment, as it wrapped gently around Jiang Yinian's arm, it sensed its master's command and morphed into its sword form. With eyes wide open, Jiang Yinian focused his mind, extending his hand to lightly wave at the Luoming sword. The sword responded to the summons, transforming into a streak of light that sped towards the distant peak with tremendous momentum. Boom! With a deafening crash, the distant cliff appeared to be cleaved by an invisible blade, debris and dust soaring into the air, creating a cloud that obscured the sun. Jiang Yinian stood frozen, astonished. Was this truly his power? Meanwhile, many low-ranking disciples at the foot of the mountain heard the resounding blast and looked up in awe, unaware of what Zongxian was up to, yet undeniably impressed. Jiang Yinian mused, since my power is so formidable, perhaps I should first eliminate the male protagonist, then deal with the antagonist, and this world would know peace, freeing me from survival worries. Warning: any life-threatening actions against the protagonist Simiao are prohibited. All life points will be deducted. Jiang Yinian rolled his eyes, nearly forgetting about the bothersome system. It appeared he could not lay a finger on the male protagonist. The system offered alarmingly little freedom. At this moment, Luoming had completed its task and returned, transforming into its whip form, joyfully darting around Jiang Yinian like an eager child awaiting praise. Jiang Yinian, the voice of his third brother Xian Yun roared like a lion, shaking the very foundations of Qingyuan sect. Jiang Yinian hadn't anticipated that his casual display of power would yield such a tremendous impact, and a hint of helplessness and embarrassment crept over his face. He scratched his head, offering a wry smile through his thoughts. Brother, my apologies. Qingyuan sect consisted of 4 peaks: Bailu Peak, Qingjun Peak, Shiming Mountain, and Liansong Mountain, corresponding to Shu Yi, Shui Jingzhou, Xian Yun, and Jiang Yinian respectively. Disciples accepted into the inner sect could move into their master's separate residence, while the primary activities of the remaining disciples took place at the main hall at the foot of the mountain. The main hall served as the heart of Qingyuan sect, where a massive jade platform in the center was inscribed with the sect's rules and principles. This jade platform also functioned as the teleportation stone of Qingyuan sect, with each peak possessing one for swift movement. However, only cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above could utilize the teleportation stones, while most disciples traveled via riding celestial cranes or flying swords. The training platform outside the main hall was where disciples practiced daily. The surface was broad and level, adorned with intricate runes capable of gathering spiritual energy from heaven and earth, assisting disciples in their cultivation. At dawn and dusk, one could often see disciples meditating or practicing sword techniques on the platform. At this moment, Jiang Yinian arrived at the main hall through the teleportation stone, steeling himself to oversee the celestial examination. Every endeavor necessitates a first step. Each new year, Qingyuan sect would absorb new talents from various realms, and internal discussions would determine the related matters. Though termed as overseeing, it hardly required much effort, as the examination and processes remained consistent year after year. The actual tasks were delegated to the disciples, leaving Jiang Yinian primarily in a supervisory role. Look, that est Zongxian. He has actually descended the mountain. 2 days in a row. Hush, hush, hush. Speak softly. The Celestial Master is not someone you can casually discuss. Didn't you hear? The Celestial Master suddenly fainted, frightening all of us disciples. We don't even know if he has recovered. Fainted? What robust physique does the Celestial Master possess? Yesterday's incident must have been an accident. Is Zongxian not taking disciples this year? How unfortunate. I came here specifically to join his sect, but alas, no opportunity arose. Enough. Even if there were an opportunity, it wouldn't be your turn. Get back to sweeping, work efficiently. Stop the idle chatter. Through the disciples' conversation, Jiang Yinian gleaned much about the original owner's reputation. Causing his mouth to twitch, could it be that he had been overly diligent? Was it unnecessary for him to personally descend the mountain to supervise? In truth, his descent was not solely to oversee the celestial examination. Having arrived alone in this unfamiliar world, he also wished to gather more intelligence. He resolved to adopt a friendlier approach, starting with the outer sect disciples. "You there? Halt!" The disciple, who had been engaged in conversation, trembled in fear at being called out. "Celestial Master, how may I serve you? When will the celestial examination take place?" He arrogantly posed his question, believing himself to be both polite and elegant. The disciple, named Zheng Fan, appeared somewhat plump, perhaps due to the sumptuous fare of the sect. At this moment, upon being addressed by Jiang Yinian, he trembled like a ball struck by a bat. From Zheng Fan's perspective, Jiang Yinian's gaze was sharp, piercing through him like the cold depths of an abyss. Zheng Fan was oblivious to his missteps. He only sensed that the esteemed Lien Tsang Xinzuan was assessing his disposition, and the Venerable One's intentions were undoubtedly to remind him never to forget his Tao heart. Returning to Xinzuan, "The celestial examination is to be held tomorrow." Zheng Fan suddenly straightened his back. "Indeed, do not forget the important matters." The disciple takes heed. Jiang Yinian nodded and turned away, hands clasped behind him. Zheng Fan, left behind, wore a look of admiration. It was better to maintain a frosty demeanor. As the saying goes, silence is a man's greatest virtue. For someone like him, who had traversed realms, speaking too much could lead to blunders. Only by remaining taciturn could he avoid being unmasked as a fraud. Zheng Fan felt doomed. The Xinzuan certainly intended to impose punishment upon him. The gaze of Lien Tsang Xinzuan was so icy that it seemed to lower the ambient temperature. "Enough chatter. Get back to work. Be cautious not to end up like Zheng Fan." The cultivators of the transformation stage possessed hearing far superior to ordinary folk. Despite the disciples' efforts to lower their voices, their discussions inevitably reached Jiang Yinian's ears. Some remarks grew increasingly off-key, making him feel as if he were a heinous overseer, inadvertently diminishing the disciples' efficiency. Perhaps it would be better for him to retire elsewhere. Jiang Yinian felt helpless. In truth, he had no intention of threatening his disciples. Chapter 3. Little Wolf, Run! Qin Liu ran desperately. The wind howled past his ears, and his heart pounded as if it might burst from his chest. The wounds on his 4 legs oozed blood, dripping onto the earth and forming a ghastly trail of crimson. Each step brought searing pain, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. He had to see that person. The dappled sunlight filtered through the intertwined branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A small black wolf, sleek and agile, raced forward, each footfall seeming capable of shattering solid rock. Stirring up clouds of dust, he had only just learned to transform. His control over this new form was still precarious, and he worried that he might not be able to maintain his human shape during the celestial examination tomorrow. He feared that person might disdain him, unwilling to accept him as a disciple. Ahead lay Luoxia town, the destination tantalizingly close. Qin Liu involuntarily quickened his pace, as if trying to leave the past behind. At that moment, Jiang Yinian was grappling with the first challenge of his journey, sword flight. What a jest! He was no native of Qinghuan's sect. Although he possessed spiritual power, he had not inherited the original owner's memories and had never learned the art of flying on a sword. Thus, he found himself staring blankly at the Luoming sword, which was equally perplexed. Though the sword had no eyes, it had grown larger and broader, hovering steadily at Jiang Yinian's side, its blade glinting with a dazzling white light. As if urging him, "Come on, let us fly." Jiang Yinian hesitated. On one hand, he harbored a fear of heights, and on the other, he lacked experience. What if he fell during the flight? Losing face was trivial. Losing one's life was grave. His gaze drifted, and in the distance, several graceful cranes preened their feathers, their elegant forms and pristine white plumage shimmering under the sunlight. Lien Tsang Mountain was seldom visited, and these cranes had been well fed, their bodies glossy and their expressions replete with lethargy. Should we just hail a bird instead? The Luoming sword seemed to read Jiang Yinian's thoughts, flitting around him in a fit of temper. Refusing to allow him to approach the cranes, Jiang Yinian sighed. "Let us give it a try." The next moment, he wobbled onto the Luoming sword, which, sensing its master's presence, surged forward in a flash of golden light. Slow down. Thankfully, Lien Tsang Mountain was usually deserted. Otherwise, the sight of Lien Tsang Xinzuan flying on a sword would surely astonish the entire sect. The Luoming sword whisked him around, allowing him to survey the expanse of Qinghuan sect. The artifact was unyielding, almost forcibly instructing him in the art of sword flight. After some adjustment, he compelled himself to stand upright, gradually growing accustomed to the sensation. Qinghuan sect was built atop towering mountains, overlooking all beneath. Surrounding the sect was a powerful and mysterious barrier, akin to an invisible shield, simultaneously safeguarding a small village called Luoxia Town nestled at the mountain's base. The disciples often descended the mountain for training, fostering a cordial relationship with the villagers of Luoxia Town. Jiang Yinian halted his sword flight near Luoxia Town and walked towards the village in the bustling marketplace. The shouts of vendors rang out in a lively chorus. Passing by a copper mirror, Jiang Yinian gazed at his reflection. Though he was a sword master, his visage was not particularly imposing. His features were soft and handsome, akin to finely sculpted jade, with only his eyes, deep and inscrutable, betraying a glacial chill. Apart from his gaze, this face bore a striking resemblance to his own in reality, leaving him momentarily dazed. Thankfully, he still looked like himself. Cultivators exuded an extraordinary aura, even when suppressing their cultivation and altering their demeanor. They inevitably drew attention while walking the streets. Go evade prying eyes. Jiang Yinian turned into a narrow alley. How should I avoid the male lead, that harbinger of misfortune? Tomorrow, bold wild dog, how dare you drink from my well? Fear not, fifth miss, I shall bash this wild dog to death with a single blow. Tonight, we feast on dog stew together. From within the alley, a cacophony of angry shouts erupted, sharp and grating, punctuated by unsettling thuds, sounds reminiscent of heavy objects hitting the ground, or fists striking flesh with a dull thud. A woo. Accompanying the sound of sticks striking, there were anguished howls akin to those of a canine. Jiang Yinian frowned, slightly turning to peer into the narrow alley. At the corner, the previously fierce shouts and strikes abruptly ceased, replaced by a rushing wind. Jiang Yinian attempted to channel his spiritual energy. With a deft pinch of his fingers, an invisible force shot forth. Striking the wooden club from the man's grasp, the club flew through the air, tracing an arc before landing on the ground some distance away. The rice laid out to dry nearby was caught in the gust. Scattering like startled birds, the two assailants, startled, abandoned their small dog and hurried after the drifting grains. The rice scattered further away, and soon, the two figures vanished into the depths of the alley. Emerging from the alley, Jiang Yinian surveyed the ground, where a small black dog lay quietly, its body smeared with blood. Though its breath was weak, it had not yet faded. Its mouth was slightly ajar, struggling to breathe, a sight so pitiful that it stirred a sense of compassion within him. Jiang Yinian knelt down, scrutinizing the creature. He noticed its wounds were healing at a slow pace. It possessed spiritual energy, indicating it was a dog demon. In a state of confusion, Qin Liu felt enveloped by a warm, spiritual force. The exertion from his frantic run had nearly drained his strength. Upon reaching the human village, he had transformed into a human form, intending to fetch a bowl of water for himself at the well. However, due to excessive depletion of spiritual energy, he could not maintain his human shape and uncontrollably reverted to his wolf form. In the next moment, pain surged through his entire body. He struggled to rise but found himself devoid of control. He turned his head, attempting to see the face of his assailant, but all he could perceive was a blur. He felt a powerful force dragging him backward, striving to pull him away from the well. Qin Liu could not accept such an outcome, yet he lacked the strength to resist. The sounds around him and the pain began to fade, but he remained unwilling to yield. Just before his consciousness faded, the pain dissipated, replaced by a cool and gentle spiritual energy. Qin Liu wished to open his eyes and discern the identity of the person before him, but he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinian was troubled, pondering how to deal with the small, furry dog. Although it was undeniably adorable and innocent, he certainly could not bring it back to Qinghuan sect, could he? Jiang Yinian worried that tomorrow's headline in the Qinghuan Daily might read, Lian Song Xinzuan travels to the mortal realm, achieves great success, captures a dog demon. Having just traversed into this world, it was best to avoid drawing undue attention. He moved the small dog demon to an inconspicuous thicket nearby and cast a spell to conceal it from view. The little dog demon sensed the gentle treatment. Although it did not open its eyes, it instinctively nuzzled Jiang Yinian's hand in its sleep. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yinian hesitated, turned back, and retrieved a thin blanket from his bag, draping it over the small dog demon. Upon returning to Qinghuan sect, Jiang Yinian received a message from his second senior sister, Shui Jingzhou. Yinian, please come to Qingjun Peak. I have something important to discuss with you. Shui Jingzhou, residing at Qingjun Peak, specialized in medicine and alchemy. As far as the eye can see, the spiritual herbs and flowers form terraced fields, layered like a celestial paradise, where various rare spiritual herbs compete in splendor, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. This place is rich in spiritual energy, with numerous disciples meditating nearby to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Beside the spiritual fields, an array of alchemical furnaces stands in neat rows. The furnaces flicker with intense or peculiar glows, while disciples clad in the garb of novice alchemists busily tend to the flames and prepare medicinal ingredients. Jiang Yinian watched in fascination. Compared to the cold and desolate atmosphere of Liansong Mountain, Qingjun Peak appeared to embody the very essence of a proper cultivation sect. Lost in thought as he walked, he arrived at the courtyard where Shui Jingzhou resided. The disciple on guard outside, initially idly plucking leaves, immediately lowered his head in deference upon recognizing the approaching figure of the celestial master. Standing straight with a nervous expression, Jiang Yinian felt a twinge of sympathy. He understood the plight of someone slacking off at work. At that moment, a young man, gentle as flowing water, approached with a calm stride and a warm smile. His long hair was elegantly tied back with a jade-green ribbon, lending him an ethereal art. As he drew near, Jiang Yinian caught the fragrance of herbs. Celestial Master Lian Song invites you. Master is waiting in the inner courtyard. Based on characters mentioned in the original work, this must be Shui Jingzhou's direct disciple, Li Jiangxing. Jiang Yinian followed Li Jiangxing deeper into the courtyard, maintaining an outward demeanor of seriousness while his mind wandered. He wondered what Shui Jingzhou sought him for, how Celestial Master Lian Song interacted with fellow disciples, whether the lush greenery tended by the second senior sister attracted many insects, and if cultivators could be bothered by mosquitoes, though it seemed unlikely. The dwelling of Shui Jingzhou lacked a courtyard, featuring only a few plots of spiritual fields. The flowers and grasses within grew particularly lush, nurtured by spiritual energy over the years, swaying gently in the verdant waves of power. Jiang Yinian mused, why was even the front yard filled with spiritual fields? The second senior sister seemed overly dedicated to her medical pursuits. Upon entering Shui Jingzhou's abode, which resembled a grand study, he was immediately enveloped by the rich scent of ink. The walls were lined with bookshelves, pristine and orderly, each tome resting quietly in its rightful place. Noticing Jiang Yinian's arrival, Shui Jingzhou set down his brush and warmly gestured for him to take a seat. Shui Jingzhou possessed a unique aura, akin to a tranquil orchid. Jiang Yinian inadvertently noticed the red adornment on Shui Jingzhou's left earlobe, a tassel earring. Yinian, how is your recovery? It is well, thank you for your concern. Senior sister. Shui Jingzhou indeed showed genuine care for his junior brother, contrasting sharply with descriptions in the original narrative. I sought you out concerning tomorrow's celestial examination. Shui Jingzhou handed Jiang Yinian a letter from the table, marked with the unique seal of the Tianzhao sect. News from Tianzhao indicates that several sects have recently captured spies from the demon clan. Tomorrow's ceremony may very well harbor infiltrators among them. Shui Jingzhou continued, a hint of worry evident in her gaze. Jiang Yinian took the letter, pondering the infiltration of demon spies. This detail had been absent from the original plot. According to the timeline, the current demon clan leader was extraordinarily beautiful yet ruthlessly brutal, a quintessential careerist. Later, inexplicably charmed by the protagonist, she surrendered and became part of his powerful harem. Such a romantic distraction is truly detrimental. Why not focus on one's career instead of getting entangled with the protagonist? Yinian, the matter of the demon spies is of great significance, though it remains uncertain if it is true. I hope you can oversee the barrier's surveillance tomorrow to prevent any suspicious individuals from disrupting the celestial examination's order. It was merely a security detail. Why not assign this task to Brother Xianyun? Jiang Yinian politely declined. Xianyun's temperament is too volatile. I fear it may stir up trouble. If we do encounter any suspicious persons, it would be best to handle them discreetly, minimizing the impact on the new disciples. Moreover, with tomorrow's initiation ceremony for new disciples, everyone will be quite busy, and you seem the most available. Shui Jingzhou's expression seemed to convey this. It wasn't that Jiang Yinian was unwilling to work. He simply doubted his capability to perform the task well. Coupled with the impending encounter with the protagonist, who represented a significant calamity in his fate, he feared that a moment of chaos could lead to disaster. The very thought of the unreliable tasks issued by the system made Jiang Yinyan's head throb. Take on a disciple. It's akin to adopting a ticking time bomb that could obliterate me. At that moment, the system inconveniently chimed in. Please note, failure to follow the narrative trajectory of tasks may affect your remaining life value. Jiang Yinyan felt an urge to complain to customer service for a more amiable system. Observing Jiang Yinyan's prolonged silence, Shui Jingzhou gently said, Tomorrow, I entrust this to you, junior brother. Though her tone was soft, her demeanor was resolute. What choice did Jiang Yinyan have but to acquiesce? Jiang Yinyan was smilingly escorted out of Qingjun Peak by Li Jiangxing. The two of them shared a similar aura, easily captivating those around them. With the sect leader in seclusion, Shui's exuberance was a stark contrast, while Xianyun was solely focused on cultivation. And Jiang Yinyan had always been indifferent to sect affairs, leaving the important matters to Shui Jingzhou, the only reliable second senior sister. Touching the teleportation stone, he returned from the bustling Qingjun Peak to the chilly solitude of Lian Cong Mountain. How lonely it is to be invincible, Jiang Yinyan consoled himself. Advanced cultivators no longer required sleep, so Jiang Yinyan sat in meditation on his bed, contemplating how to face the following day. According to the original plot, Si Miao would stand out with the top score in tomorrow's celestial examination, achieving remarkable results. Particularly in the final assessment of spiritual roots, his exceptional fire spiritual root would become the focal point, prompting Celestial Master Lian Cong to personally endorse him into the inner sect. This marked the first pivotal step in Si Miao's journey through the celestial realm, a crucial plot point. To be honest, if it weren't for his abysmal personality that left little room for critique, the male protagonist, hailing from such a prestigious background, would indeed be worthy of being Celestial Master Lian Cong's disciple. Taking on disciples and so forth. The system had only mentioned taking on a disciple, without specifying whom. Jiang Yinyan jolted awake, his eyes wide open, as long as he did not accept the male protagonist as his disciple. He could avoid the death flag. Hey, system, this surely doesn't count as a violation, right? Jiang Yinyan mentally pounded on the system. The system remained unresponsive, and Jiang Yinyan continued to prod this recalcitrant entity. Eventually, the system reluctantly responded. Not a violation. Jiang Yinyan's excitement surged. Such fortuitous circumstances. It turned out he had previously been ensnared in a trap. Who said the answer to a problem could only be chosen between A and B? He could propose an alternative solution. The celestial examination at Qing Wan Sect would undoubtedly attract countless new talents. All he needed to do was replace the male protagonist with someone else as his disciple. Jiang Yinyan's heart, once burdened, finally found solace. So much had transpired today, and he had finally grasped a point of stability. Chapter 4. The Dragon's Pride. Luoxia Town. Whenever the sun sets, the sky above Luoxia Town is painted with a brilliant hue of evening clouds. As if a gift from the heavens. Innkeeper, please provide me with a room. As the door of the inn swung open, a refreshing evening breeze accompanied a young boy's arrival. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. With a tall stature and handsome features, his polite smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, warming the hearts of those around him. At the corner of his brow, there was a flame-like mark. The innkeeper set aside his abacus, taking a moment to evaluate the boy, recognizing his spirited demeanor and exceptional bearing. Clearly someone intending to participate in tomorrow's celestial examination at Qing Wan Sect. How enviable! All right, Xiao Yu. Please take this young celestial master upstairs. This inn was the most expensive in Luoxia Town, catering to distinguished guests. Thank you, young lady. His voice possessed the freshness of youth, yet bore a hint of mature magnetism. As the young girl led Si Miao to his room, she couldn't help but steal glances at his handsome face, her cheeks flushing. Upon entering the guest room, Si Miao's expression instantly shifted. He couldn't fathom that he had returned to this very day. Awakening, his past memories remained intact, yet his body had reverted to that of his 14-year-old self. Si Miao had always been exceptionally lucky. In his previous life, he shone like a star, effortlessly acquiring everything. Wealth, status, rare treasures. All within easy reach. He had even established a world of his own, with every decision resonating across the heavens. He never doubted that he was the child of destiny, meant to stand atop the three realms, gazing down upon all beings. Si Miao's expression darkened, as he recalled the last moments of his former life. To his astonishment, he had failed the celestial tribulation, and fate had granted him a second chance. The heavens favor me. This time, he would undoubtedly overcome the tribulation and ascend to immortality. Though memories were somewhat hazy, he still recalled that this was Luoxia village, where he had originally come to participate in the celestial examination at Qingyuan sect. Soon, he would meet his master. The thought of his master stirred a sense of regret within Sima Yao. In his previous life, though the man was not one for many words, he was fiercely protective. Sima Yao understood that his master cared for him, the affection evident even to the most oblivious observer. Those icy, clear eyes, once infused with love, would be profoundly captivating at that time. Sima Yao was still youthful and rather naive regarding matters of the heart. In his youthful ignorance, he engaged in numerous indiscreet actions with his master. Yet he had never truly experienced the pangs of love. Had it not been for his own insistence that the individual should shield him from the heavenly thunder, perhaps his master would not have met his demise so swiftly. The devastation wrought by the heavenly thunder is magnified 100-fold for others. Only after his master perished in a catastrophic explosion did he come to the startling realization that there is no distinction between men and women in matters of affection. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, he vowed not to allow his master to perish so easily. Such a beautiful and remarkable master is far too precious to lose. With this thought, he contemplated that this second chance at life would be infinitely more entertaining. Perhaps the heavens, fearing his ennui, granted him another opportunity to create brilliance. After all, this world is his to command. How should he play this time? A peculiar smile crept across Sima Yao's face at that moment. Jiang Yinian was dozing off when he suddenly sneezed, feeling inexplicably unsettled. During the period of the immortal examination, the village of Luoxia at the foot of the mountain buzzed with excitement. As dawn broke, the foot of the mountain was already teeming with talented youths arriving from all directions. Some rode spirit beasts, while others soared through the air on swords, their figures lithe and their spirits high. Among these youths were not a few scions of prestigious families and elite disciples from various sections. Some hailed from well-established families of cultivators, having been nurtured since childhood with a solid foundation and profound lineage. Others were outstanding individuals selected through rigorous competition from their respective sections. Young master, do take these magical artifacts. They will only benefit you. I refuse. I wish to enter the Qingyuan sect through my own merit. The crowd bustled as a magnificent celestial vessel floated in midair, drawing many curious glances. The vessel, resplendent in gold and jade, exuded an air of opulence and was unmistakably from a distinguished family. From the celestial vessel, a girl rushed down clumsily, followed closely by an elderly man with snow-white hair. Despite his advanced age, the old man possessed a physique even more robust than that of a youth. Walking with steady and powerful steps, the profound aura of spiritual power he radiated instilled a sense of reverence in those who beheld him. The Jinyu Immortal sect certainly makes a grand entrance. I've never seen such a magnificent celestial vessel before, remarked the cultivators gathered for the immortal examination. That's a prestigious sect. We common folk can hardly compare. Just being an outer disciple of the Qingyuan sect would be a blessing. That is Shan Linlin, the only daughter of sect master Xinyu. She actually chose not to inherit the Jinyu Immortal sect, but instead came to the Qingyuan sect to seek a master. While the Jinyu Immortal sect is wealthy, it is primarily a sect focused on magical artifacts, and thus its path of cultivation cannot rival that of the Qingyuan sect. What do you mean? Do you look down on the magical artifact sect? If you have the guts, don't use magical artifacts. Quiet, quiet. The immortal examination is about to begin. Ignoring the elderly man chasing after her, Shan Linlin ran while shedding her cumbersome luxurious gown, revealing a simple white outfit beneath. Grasping the jade pendant hanging from her chest, her long hair danced in the wind. The old man, seeing Shan Linlin distance herself, sighed and came to a halt. Sima Yao observed this scene from the crowd, noting its striking similarity to his previous life. Shan Linlin, his junior apprentice, Sima Yao candidly acknowledged that Shan Linlin had been significant in his past life. The vast resources and exquisite magical artifacts she possessed played a crucial role in paving the way for him in the early stages. Now, in her youth, she was exceptionally beautiful, but her temperament would later become increasingly volatile. Relishing her role as a spoiled young lady, completely averse to mingling amicably with her suitors. With her frequent jealousy, Si Miao grew weary and gradually distanced himself from her. In this lifetime, she would surely fall for him as well. Si Miao brimmed with confidence, and he found himself somewhat nostalgic for Shen Linlin's charm. Alas, the only drawback of this second chance was that he could not act as he had in his previous life. At the end of Luoxia village, a towering stone gate stood resolutely against the heavens, seemingly weathered by the passage of millennia, yet remaining unyielding. In the distance, mist swirled around the mountain peaks, as if immortal beings resided within, igniting a sense of longing in the hearts of onlookers. As the immortal examination drew near, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn and austere. At this moment, the area around the stone gate was filled with individuals, cultivators who had registered for the examination. Li Jiangxing stood near the stone gate, still wearing a cheerful smile, as he was responsible for tallying the number of participants this year. Beside him stood a girl named Huaiju, her arms tightly clutching the hilt of her sword. She wore her hair in a high bun, exuding an air of vitality and sharpness, standing tall and upright like a pine, though her bright eyes simmered with barely contained fury, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Seeing her in such a state, Li Jiangxing sighed. As a healer, his combat abilities were not as formidable as those of sword cultivators. His master had instructed him the day prior to be cautious, as this year's immortal examination might attract nefarious individuals. Therefore, he had hurried to Xianin Mountain early in the morning, bribing Huaiju with several bottles of premium elixirs to secure her assistance. The master of Xianin Mountain, Huaiju, preferred solitude and thus had a notoriously fiery temperament. Li Jiangxing glanced toward the crowd. It was nearly time for the examination to commence. In the distance, Qin Liu, having exerted immense effort, finally squeezed his way through the throng, his face etched with urgency. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage to approach a passerby and inquire, "Excuse me, is this the entrance to the Qinghuan sect's immortal examination?" His voice trembled slightly. He had not conversed with anyone for so long that he felt a twinge of anxiety. While the passerby appeared puzzled, they still responded. However, when Qin Liu mentioned Lian Song, the passerby regarded him with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corners of their mouth. Others in the vicinity caught wind of his words. Although they did not join in the ridicule, they could not help but cast him sidelong glances. Qin Liu had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. All he desired was an answer. What a pitiful little beggar! To think he aspires to become a disciple of Lian Song. Laughter erupted, sharp and derisive, from the crowd. Lian Song doesn't take disciples, didn't he, you know? Who dares to come to the Qinghuan sect to seek a master? Bah! Several tall youths encircled a small, slender boy, their malice evident as they laughed openly. So he doesn't take disciples, and I have no chance to approach him. Are those dreams not real? Qin Liu stood amidst the crowd, momentarily stunned. The days and nights spent in confinement surged to the forefront of his mind, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him, his emotions ballooning with nowhere to escape, like a balloon leaking air from all sides. Yet at that moment, the pain in his body suddenly intensified. As if mocking his naive aspirations, Qin Liu appeared dazed, his already pale complexion growing even more ashen. Quick, quick! The stone gate is opening. The immortal examination is commencing. The boy's foolish inquiries were drowned out by the crowd. And with the sound of the stone gate creaking open, excitement surged through the throng as they rushed forward. In the chaos, Qin Liu lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The tide of humanity surged, and no one noticed the fallen youth. They either ignored him or hurried past. However, when he rose once more, he seemed transformed. His head hung low, dark hair cascading messily over his forehead. But when he lifted his gaze, his eyes gleamed with a sharp, wolf-like intensity. He had long since grown accustomed to disappointment. There was no time for sorrow. He would not retreat from this place. The immortal examination. If he secured first place, perhaps that person would finally notice him. What if he doesn't take disciples? As long as he could draw a little closer, Qin Liu would already be immensely satisfied. Chapter 5. Do not be impatient. Within the main hall of the sect, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. At the center of the grand hall sat 4 immortal sovereigns. At this moment, the immortal examination was officially underway. Beneath the main hall was a row of neatly arranged elder seats, occupied by various elders of the sect. Although these elders were advanced in age, they remained spirited. either meditating with closed eyes or engaging in quiet conversation, indicating their serious regard for the examination. In the center of the hall stood a colossal teleportation stone, silently towering. This teleportation stone not only possessed the ability to transport, but could also project images from afar in real time. Currently, it was vividly displaying the proceedings of the immortal examination to all present. Among the seated audience, Lien Song's eyes were closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. He pondered the historical significance of elders in cultivation novels, who have always played a pivotal role akin to stirring the pot. The so-called observation of the immortal examination, in essence, was merely a gathering of several immortal sovereigns and a group of elders watching the youth charge forward on the screen. The winds of destiny had indeed reached the realm of cultivation. Jiang Enian, facing such a grand spectacle for the first time, felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, to the point where he did not dare to swallow. Yet, he had a task that must be completed. The responsibility loomed over him like a sword, constantly reminding him of the need to take on disciples. Taking disciples. The candidate for a disciple must be a perfect substitute for the protagonist, yet not so lacking in talent as to raise suspicions. After all, this would be someone with whom he would spend every day. And Jiang Enian wished to select carefully. The immortal examination of the Qinghuan sect has always been conducted with rigor and solemnity. Disciples of previous generations have been fairly selected through this examination. The so-called immortal examination is not merely a means of selecting outstanding disciples, but also a test of the participants' will and potential. The assessment is divided into 3 parts: ascending the spirit ladder, engaging in the path of the heart, and testing the spiritual roots. It's all a routine, a mere formula. Can't cultivation literature have some novel settings? Jiang Enian pondered. At this moment, the assessment was in the midst of its first challenge, the celestial ladder. Before him, the ladder towered into the clouds, resembling a path to the heavens, evoking a sense of awe. Qin Leo squinted, his pupils constricted into fine slits under the intense brightness. The cultivators could hardly contain their eagerness as they surged through the stone gate, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force, hastily stepping onto the ladder. Among the crowd, some moved with the swiftness of the wind, striving to gain an advantage. Others proceeded with caution, taking deliberate steps as figures on the ladder danced and intertwined, creating a cacophony of activity. Although this ladder comprised merely 1,000 steps, it was unlike an ordinary staircase. It generated spiritual pressure based on the climber's own spiritual energy. The lower one's spiritual energy, the more arduous the ascent became. Those with feeble spiritual power found themselves struggling by the time they reached the 50th step. Only a handful lingered at the starting point, failing to keep pace with the hurried throng. Hey, aren't you going up? Are you planning to forfeit your eligibility for the exam? Qin Leo was taken aback by someone addressing him. Turning his head, he noticed 2 strikingly similar youths standing beside him. One of them grinned widely and nudged him with his shoulder. Qin Leo brushed his hand over the shoulder that had been touched, feeling uncomfortable with such proximity. He gazed at the youth and replied softly, "I'm observing the flow of spiritual energy on the ladder." The similar-looking youths exchanged a glance, astonishment flickering in one of their eyes. "Have you also discovered the ladder's mysteries?" The 2 boys stood side by side, their appearances mirroring each other, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. Qin Leo could only discern subtle differences in their expressions. One bore an air of calmness and depth, while the other appeared more lively and spirited. "I am Chu Ling, and he is Chu Yi. What is your name?" Chu Ling, unfazed by the scrutiny, jovially draped an arm around Qin Leo, showing no concern for the lack of response to his inquiry. "I am Qin Leo," he said, pressing his lips together, disliking such closeness and feeling uncomfortable with being embraced. Chu Ling blinked his big eyes and exclaimed, "Qin Leo, such a melodious name, yet you wear such a somber expression." The other boy, Chu Yi, remained silent throughout. "I've already perceived it. The spiritual pressure on this ladder breathes. The trial has no time constraints. Blindly climbing will only deplete one's spiritual energy," Chu Ling continued. Chattering away as he finished, he mischievously winked at Qin Leo. "Am I right?" Qin Leo couldn't help but cast another glance at Chu Ling. He was indeed correct. The ladder's release of spiritual pressure was not constant, fluctuating like a breathing rhythm, sometimes slow, sometimes rapid. One only needed to ascend when the pressure was gentle. "Let us go. It's about time." Chu Ling clasped his hands behind his back and stepped onto the ladder first. Followed closely by Chu Yi, Qin Liu trailed after them, beginning his ascent. This cohort of disciples had also begun to grasp the ladder's intricacies. Xu Yi, seated nearby, had almost melted into Shui Jingzhou's side. Utterly unconcerned by the elder's reproachful gazes, Shui Jingzhou, likewise indifferent, casually handed Jiang Yinian a cup of tea, saying, "The challenge of the ladder does not test one's ability to withstand spiritual pressure, but rather evaluates whether the disciples possess the perceptiveness to observe spiritual energy." Jiang Yinian, whose tension had been palpable, finally found an opportunity to relax, taking a gentle sip from the teacup. The disparity between his rich inner thoughts and his sparse physical expressions was stark. He parted his thin lips and remarked, "Those who cultivate immortality should not be impatient." Upon hearing Jiang Yinian's words, the elders privately admired him, acknowledging him as a true exemplar of the immortal sect. Little did they know that Jiang Yinian was merely reciting lines from a memory of the original text. By this time, numerous gifted disciples had already reached the 500th step. Beyond the 500th, the spiritual pressure only intensified. A new disciple who reached the 400th step would pass the assessment. Even if they collapsed on the steps, they would be carried away for treatment by the medical cultivators. The trial was intended for newcomers not yet admitted to the immortal sect and was not overly harsh. As long as participants had average aptitude, they could pass. Unfortunately, the participants were a mixed bag, and only a scant few disciples managed to ascend to the 400th step, with the number of those undergoing the assessment dwindling to around 50. Qin Liu ascended slowly, having long lost sight of Chu Ling ahead. By the time he reached the 540th step, sweat had already soaked through his garments. At this moment, the competitors before him were scarce, yet the spiritual pressure weighed down upon him like a mountain. Nearly rendering him breathless, he could distinctly feel waves of spiritual pressure battering against his dantian, as if attempting to wring out the spiritual energy within him. Faced with such formidable pressure, Qin Liu chose not to resist it head-on. Instead, he sat down on the spot and began to meditate. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he immersed his spirit into his dantian. This retreating action drew the attention of Xu Yi and the others. "This kid intends to absorb the spiritual pressure?" Xu Yi remarked, astonished. The usually silent Xian Yun spoke up, "He has quite the audacity." While the spiritual pressure was formidable, it contained highly pure spiritual energy. If he could successfully absorb it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. However, absorbing spiritual pressure was accompanied by significant risks. A moment of carelessness could lead to backlash. As the voices of the older disciples echoed. Jiang Yinian also took notice of the youth for the first time, his gaze sweeping over the slender, plainly dressed boy. Qin Liu sat in meditation, seemingly lost in the enveloping spiritual pressure. His breathing gradually synchronized with the surrounding spiritual energy. Although his form remained still, the airflow around him seemed to be drawn to him, gently swirling in circles. As time passed, his aura grew increasingly potent. Soon, he exhaled a breath, slowly rising to his feet. As if an invisible force surged around him, bright light glimmered in his eyes, and he began to ascend step by step. Not only has he absorbed the spiritual pressure, but he has also directly advanced. Xu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Tio's progress during the trial was truly unprecedented. Even Jiang Yinian and the others had never attempted to absorb the spiritual pressure to facilitate their advancement. The elders collectively sighed in admiration. The student surpasses the master. Jiang Yinian naturally witnessed this scene, his eyes sparkling, thinking, "That's the one. 550 steps, 560 steps, 570 steps." Qin Liu encountered Chu Ling at the 600th step. "Liu, you've made it too." Chu Ling appeared quite relaxed, sitting on Chu Yi's shoulder as he greeted Qin Liu. The onlookers, including Jiang Yinian, were momentarily taken aback. What was this? How could this youth carry another person up the ladder under such overwhelming spiritual pressure? A puppeteer, Shui Jingzhou smiled, clearly fond of such disciples. The elders exhibited satisfied expressions. Puppets and magical artifacts, while both wondrous creations in the realm of cultivation, were fundamentally different. Magical artifacts relied heavily on the rarity of materials and the cultivator's skill, whereas puppetry represented a more advanced form of mechanism. High-quality puppets not only resembled real people, but also moved with remarkable agility, as if imbued with their own life. Meanwhile, Qin Liu wore an astonished expression. clearly taken aback by the twins' appearance. Noticing this, Chu Ling laughed heartily and explained, Chu Yi is my puppet. I control his movements with spiritual energy and mechanisms. After all, the cultivation world is filled with wonders. This is not so unusual. In contrast, Jiang Yinyan's attention was drawn to another individual. Since the trial began, this youth had not paused for a moment, ascending the ladder with remarkable speed, as though strolling leisurely through his own backyard. A flame-like mark adorned the brow of this individual, the protagonist, Si Miao. Indeed, the protagonist has made an appearance. Jiang Yinyan felt a mental alarm ringing in his mind. Instinctively, he wished to avert his gaze, only to be called back by Shui Jingzhou. Si Miao's performance is noteworthy and inevitably attracts attention. Yinyan, he is a talent worth nurturing. This statement passed through one ear and out the other for Jiang Yinyan, who chose to ignore it. You all seem to be in good spirits, still have time for idle chatter, a sweet voice chimed from below. Both Qin Liu and Chu Ling looked down simultaneously. A girl clad in white was gazing up at them, a delicate jade pendant hanging from her neck, swaying gently with her movements. She possessed a beautiful visage, though she appeared somewhat weary. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Upon spotting Qin Liu, her demeanor brightened, almost appearing a bit miffed. Just now, this young master greeted you. Why did you pretend not to hear? Suddenly confronted, Qin Liu furrowed his brow, realizing he had no recollection of this girl. Apologies, I truly did not hear you. What? I have been walking beside you since earlier. Shin Linlin nearly rolled her eyes, having noticed this meditative youth since the 500th step. Earlier, when you were meditating, I inquired about your condition, but you did not respond. As she passed by, she observed him in meditation, his breath unsteady, and his expression appeared pained. She had intended to call for a medical cultivator. When she tentatively inquired, Qin Liu had ignored her completely, and she had lost interest, leaving after a few glances. Chu Ling quickly intervened. It's normal not to be able to focus when the spiritual pressure is overwhelming. Though Qin Liu appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore an innocent demeanor that suggested he was not one to deliberately deceive. Shen Linlin let out a huff through her nose, acknowledging their shared lineage as fellow disciples, and decided that the esteemed young Master Shun would be magnanimous and not hold grudges. So, are you all right after what just happened? Shen Linlin nudged her nose closer to scrutinize Qin Liu. Aware that he was not presenting his best self at the moment, Qin Liu instinctively sought to evade her gaze. After all, he had been running here without a moment to check his reflection, and having sustained injuries, he must have appeared quite unkempt. However, both Chu Ling and Shen Linlin regarded him without any discernible judgment, seemingly indifferent to his condition. Thus, Qin Liu earnestly began to explain, I am fine. Earlier, I was meditating to absorb spiritual pressure, which has not harmed me but has instead enhanced my cultivation somewhat. Young men are often uncomplicated, following their hearts, and without having engaged in an equal conversation with others for quite some time. He found himself surprisingly at ease with these two, who regarded him as an ordinary person, prompting him to take their interactions seriously. Absorbing spiritual pressure? Chu Ling exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if you both wish to give it a try, I could assist you, Qin Liu replied earnestly, as though this were a perfectly ordinary matter. Oh no. I think I'll pass. Chu Ling waved his hand, contemplating that this youth was indeed extraordinary, daring to engage in such a perilous endeavor. What if he faced backlash? Fortunately, he seemed unharmed. Qin Liu then turned his head, quietly observing Shen Linlin. Shen Linlin, too, had no intention of attempting it. Yet, seeing the genuine desire to help in the youth's eyes, she reluctantly replied, No, I don't need it. All three were inherently kind-hearted youths, and a few casual exchanges were sufficient to draw them closer together, leading to the natural decision to journey onward as a trio. Chapter 6. The Child of Destiny. At this very moment, Si Miao had ascended the cloud ladder to the 700th step with remarkable speed, glancing around to find no trace of others. Much like in his previous life, spiritual pressure posed little challenge to him, not hindering his progress. Elders observing from beyond the veil cast their admiring gazes upon him, recognizing his remarkable potential in years past. Only Jiang Yinyan had managed to ascend to the 718th step among the four great immortal sovereigns, while Shu Yi, Shui Jingzhou, and Xin Yun had all paused around the 700th step. This disciple moved with ease, surely on track to seize the top position. A promising omen had already manifested at the onset of the assessment. As he continued his ascent, Si Miao let out a light hum. This was not his first challenge of the cloud ladder, and he had become even more adept at controlling his spiritual energy than in his past life. He recalled having climbed to the 719th step previously, breaking the highest record set by his master. Thus, in this life, he merely needed to reach that same height, no need to surpass it, just to equal it. After all, no one else would surpass him again. Si Miao waved to the distance, signaling the conclusion of his assessment. Outside, aside from Jiang Yinian, the others were already in an uproar. The record set by Jiang Yinian had remained unchallenged for many years, and now this new talent had shattered it. Such terrifying aptitude. Such remarkable potential. Many cast furtive glances at Jiang Yinian, speculating what thoughts occupied the mind of the immortal sovereign at this moment. This young man had boundless prospects. If only Jiang Yinian could personally take him under his wing. Jiang Yinian's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was tumultuous. Why heavens, the pretense is tiresome. The male lead is far too ostentatious, his face seemingly emblazoned with the word confidence. Someone beside him inquired, "What is the name of this youth?" At that moment, Li Jiangxing had just finished tallying the number of participants and was returning to the main hall to report. He smiled and replied, "His name is Si Miao. It is likely that he will be this year's most gifted disciple." Indeed, that seems plausible. Even Xian Yun displayed a look of approval. Jiang Yinian scoffed. Tio abandoned the challenge midway, is rather overconfident. Upon hearing this, the entire hall turned to gaze at Jiang Yinian. He wished he could slap himself. Why could he not restrain his tongue? Yet, he felt justified in his statement. Si Miao truly was overly self-assured. It was their first time participating in the immortal examination. What gave him the right to believe no one could surpass him and choose to end his assessment? From Si Miao's demeanor, he appeared to have ample reserves left. Could it be? A thought flickered through Jiang Yinian's mind, but he dismissed it immediately. It should be impossible. As Jiang Yinian fell silent. Others felt it inappropriate to continue staring and assumed that the immortal sovereign was strict and intolerant of failure. As the assessment reached its final stages, only a handful of participants remained on the spiritual ladder. Qin Leo's body had reached its limit, his vision becoming increasingly blurred, each breath a monumental effort. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and he could only silently count the steps in his mind to maintain his consciousness. Uncertain how many others remained on the spiritual ladder, he wondered if that person was watching him. After encountering Chu Ling and Shen Linlin, the three maintained a similar pace as they ascended. But as they neared the summit, the spiritual pressure intensified, nearly suffocating them. They had started with laughter and chatter, but soon words failed them. Upon reaching the 687th step, Chu Ling suddenly shouted, "Brothers, I can't go on." He then collapsed onto the spiritual ladder, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse him, and was subsequently taken away by a passing medical practitioner. Qin Leo and Shen Linlin could only watch him depart. Dizziness clouded his mind, and he struggled to remain upright. Just then, he felt a firm tug, which jolted him completely awake. The one who had pulled him was Shen Linlin, and upon surveying their surroundings, he realized he was now alone with her. "Are you all right? If you can't continue, I want to wait for you. I'm going ahead." Qin Leo shook his head, forcing himself to regain his focus. "I can still go on." As the two reached the 701st step, Shen Linlin collapsed. In that moment, a faint green light suddenly emanated from the jade pendant around her neck, gently encircling her and forming an invisible protective barrier that cradled her body. Qin Leo intended to support Shen Linlin as she fell, but the green light moved more swiftly. Shen Linlin was taken away, leaving only Qin Leo behind. "Look, it's that slowpoke. He is still going," one disciple exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the figure in the image. "I remember him. At the beginning of the trial, he stood there like a fool, yet he has managed to endure until the end. Truly remarkable. He is about to surpass Si Miao, breaking the record. Today has truly opened my eyes. Who would have thought that the record set by the immortal sovereign would be broken twice in a single day? Yet, he is pushing himself a bit too hard. This is merely an assessment, no need for such exertion." The disciples who completed the assessment were ushered to a resting area, and through the image, they witnessed the unfolding scene on the cloud ladder. They discussed animatedly, their attention focused on the youth depicted in the image, Si Miao. Originally at the back of the crowd, was aware of the outcome of the assessment. He was already first, thus uninterested in the process. However, upon hearing the chatter, he pushed through the crowd to the forefront. Hey, 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 don't push. Si Miao paid no heed to the complaints of others, his eyes locked on the image. And indeed, it was true. The figure was about to surpass him. The youth appeared utterly exhausted, his expression numb, yet his feet continued to move, even resorting to using his hands and feet in tandem. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over Si Miao, and he gritted his teeth, his expression darkening ominously. What is happening? Could it be that some unforeseen change has occurred in this life? Impossible. He was the child of destiny, and everything would remain under his control. There could be no deviation. He struggled to calm his emotions, yet events did not unfold as he had envisioned. As the assessment concluded, the results were announced. First place, Qin Liao, 731 steps. Second place, Si Miao, 719 steps. Third place, Shun Linlin, 701 steps. As the announcement rang out, Qin Liao felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing softly against the cloud ladder. Unconscious. Just then, a white figure darted through like lightning, securely catching the fallen youth and stirring a cool breeze. Before losing consciousness, Qin Liao caught a whiff of a delicate bamboo fragrance, a tea that moment. As Jiang Yinian pondered how to take the youth as his disciple, the system suddenly announced a task. Temporary mission. Personally escort the unconscious youth to the resting area for treatment within 10 minutes. Or face a penalty in life force. Jiang Yinian felt his scalp tingle. How could there be a temporary mission? Why did it have to come now? The system is truly merciless. With a single step, he exited the main hall, and before anyone could react, they saw the immortal sovereign dash away like the wind. Jiang Yinian initially intended to be somewhat composed in taking the youth, displaying the demeanor of a master. Yet for reasons unknown, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. The moment Qin Liao collapsed, he instinctively rushed forward, firmly catching the frail young boy. Qin Liao felt incredibly light, akin to a delicate piece of paper resting in his hands. The protagonist's imposing aura was diminished, and Jiang Yinian felt an overwhelming sense of delight. The task had been accomplished. A disciple had come to him on a silver platter. Although the original text made no mention of this individual, he remained unconcerned. Among the current disciples, taking Qin Liao as a student was undoubtedly the most sensible choice. Just then, Jiang Yinian suddenly recalled that this was a live broadcast for the entire sect. What on earth was he doing? This was utterly inconsistent with the original character's persona. It was all this wretched task's fault. Friends who frequently commit errors know that when one has made a mistake, the best course of action is to brazen it out and treat it as if it never occurred. Given the circumstances, he could only grit his teeth and take the boy away. Jiang Yinian escorted the youth to the disciples' resting area. The newly admitted disciples, having never witnessed such a scene, were fortunate enough to behold the true form of the revered Lien Congxian Zun, and each was nearly overcome with excitement. They clamored and rushed forward, yet dared not come too close. After all, this was the immortal master himself, not someone they, as mere neophytes, could dare to offend. They harbored genuine admiration mixed with envy for Qin Liao. Who could blame them for not ascending the 731 steps? If they could have climbed that high, wouldn't they be the one in Lien Congxian Zun's embrace at that very moment? Contrary to the rumors, Lien Congxian Zun did not seem aloof and unapproachable. He was surprisingly considerate even towards the uninitiated disciples. Jiang Yinian was unaware that he had inadvertently garnered a wave of goodwill within the sect. He gently laid Qin Liao down, and nearby disciples skilled in healing rushed forward to tend to him. Jiang Yinian remained silent throughout, channeling a continuous stream of verdant spiritual energy into Qin Liao's body. Sensing that the situation had stabilized, Lien Congxian Zun turned to leave, departing without a trace. Amidst the crowd, Si Miao's expression darkened abruptly. This was his first encounter with the master in this lifetime. He hadn't anticipated it would occur under such circumstances, and at a moment when he was hardly conspicuous. Throughout the entire encounter, the master had not even spared him a glance, treating him as if he were invisible. As if he were mere weeds. The master had never behaved thus towards anyone. Si Miao stared at the figure on the platform for a while before suddenly letting out a light laugh. Well, perhaps a little disruption was welcome. Both lifetimes had been identical. How utterly dull. The more chaotic the situation, the more he relished it. This sensation of having everything firmly in hand, effortlessly manipulated, was something he could indulge in for many lifetimes without growing weary. Chapter 7. Supreme Narcissism. When Qin Liu awoke, he did not feel fatigued. Instead, a faint scent reminiscent of bamboo leaves lingered at the tip of his nose, almost imperceptible. Liu, you're awake. A large face loomed closer. Quick, quick, tell your brother. How did you come to know Lien Songxianzun? What is your relationship with him? You truly are a hidden gem, breaking the record of the Cloud Ladder. I thought Shun Linlin would be the one to go the farthest among the three of us. Yet it turned out to be you. Wait, how come I've never heard of your extraordinary talents before? Which sect do you hail from? Chu Ling, who had been vigilantly watching over Qin Liu, was the first to notice his awakening. He was brimming with excitement, bombarding Qin Liu with a barrage of questions, akin to cannonballs striking him. Just as Qin Liu was propping himself up, rubbing his aching temples, he was abruptly patted on the shoulder by Chu Ling, the sound echoing, and once more pushed back onto the grass mat. Beside them, Shun Linlin observed this scene, utterly speechless. The talent had just regained consciousness, yet was already on the verge of being knocked out again. Noticing that Qin Liu appeared dazed, Chu Ling sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying, Sorry, Liu, I got a bit too carried away just now. Qin Liu felt a wave of dizziness. He had not caught a single word of Chu Ling's earlier torrent of questions. Rubbing his shoulder, he finally recognized the two figures before him as Chu Ling and Shun Linlin. Blinking in confusion, Could you please speak more slowly? I didn't quite catch that. Just as Chu Ling was about to reply, he caught a glare from Shun Linlin, who was not in the best of moods, compelling him to shut his mouth and sit quietly beside her, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Chu Ling's incessant chatter, Shun Linlin directly posed a question. Do you know Lien Songxianzun? Qin Liu was momentarily taken aback. Did he know him? Not really. He had merely encountered the figure in a dream. Why were they suddenly bringing this up? You collapsed during the trial, and Lien Songxianzun appeared in a flash. Majestic and gallant, he caught you in a perfect arc, rescuing you from peril. He protected you throughout and personally brought you here for treatment. Chu Ling, unable to contain his excitement, elaborated animatedly. Qin Liu listened in a daze. As if he were hearing a tale of someone else's adventures, he found it hard to believe that this was occurring in his own life, though there was a flicker of joy within him. That person did not recognize him. He had only seen him in a dream. Their paths had never crossed. Was it possible that the person truly would save him? Was everything in that dream indeed not mere fantasy? No wonder he had seemed to recall the scent of that individual so vividly. Everything had indeed existed. With that thought, Qin Liu could not help but smile slightly. Chu Ling and Shun Linlin were puzzled. Just moments ago, Qin Liu had looked more shocked than they were, and now he seemed equally lost. But when Qin Liu suddenly smiled, their confusion deepened. So, do you know the immortal master or not? Not really. This is our first meeting. The smile lingered at the corners of Qin Liu's mouth, but I am certain he is a wonderful person. This was what Qin Liu silently affirmed in his heart. Task completed. Reward, life value 1. Please continue your efforts. Damn. After all the hard work to complete the task, I only receive 1 measly point of life value. This is undoubtedly the stingiest system in history. Upon returning to the main hall, Jiang Yinian was met with a multitude of peculiar gazes directed at him. The scrutiny made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to a celebrity baboon in a zoo. If the realm of cultivation had cameras, at that moment he would surely be the subject of countless simultaneous photographs. The first to speak was Xu Yi, who nudged Jiang Yinian with her arm, saying, Junior brother, are you unwell? Xu Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, resembling a gossip reporter who had just unearthed a sensational scoop. Although others did not express their intrigue as overtly, they regarded Jiang Yinian as if he were a stranger. Oh no, could they suspect he had been possessed? Jiang Yinian felt a wave of panic and tapped at the system, but the response was as indifferent as ever, implying he should resolve it himself. It seemed he had no choice but to face this predicament head-on. He needed to spin this situation into something reasonable and plausible. Just now, Senior Sister Jingzhou asked me to inspect the boundaries surrounding the sect. That young lad was merely someone I happened to save while passing by. Xin Yunus' expression turned peculiar as he spoke. He wasn't sick. He simply fainted. Was it really necessary to save him and send him for treatment? Are there not other disciples skilled in healing? I sensed a trace of demonic energy near that boy, hence I went to investigate. Demonic energy? 3 of them frowned. Could there really be a traitor from the demon clan infiltrating the trial? That boy possesses demonic energy? Shui Jingzhou's expression grew serious. The boy is young, with pure spiritual energy. He is not of the demon clan. Perhaps I misinterpreted the signs. Jiang Inian spoke earnestly, as if he were making a grave declaration. That makes sense. It's prudent to remain vigilant. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. Shui Jingzhou relaxed somewhat, his expression returning to its usual amiable demeanor. They placed immense trust in Jiang Inian's words. After all, he was a meticulous individual, unlikely to err concerning matters regarding the demon clan. Shui felt a twinge of boredom. She had initially thought her junior brother had changed, that he was acting this way due to an interest in taking on a disciple. I thought Inian had taken a liking to that young lad. Shui twirled a small braid at her temples. Jiang Inian felt a surge of embarrassment. It was true that he had taken a liking to the boy and wished to accept him as a disciple. But Shu Yi's words sounded rather peculiar. As Jiang Inian contemplated. He realized he might leverage this task to lay the groundwork for accepting a disciple. Thus he remarked, "Indeed, it warrants attention." Upon hearing this, the 3 turned to look at him in unison, wondering if their junior brother had finally awakened to his potential. Meanwhile, Qin Liu had commenced the second trial, which was quite straightforward. Participants merely needed to line up and face the Heart Query Mirror. The Heart Query Mirror, a treasured artifact of the Qingyuan sect for millennia, was said to reveal nothing when a purely virtuous individual stood before it, signifying a heart unwavering and devoid of impurities. However, if an individual harbored excessive obsessions, regardless of whether they were benevolent or malevolent, standing before the mirror would unveil all that in truth, being revealed was not overly concerning. Humans naturally possess desires and distractions. It would be odd to be devoid of all wants. The assessment was not overly stringent. As long as the displayed desires were not wicked, passing was sufficient. Thus far, everyone had breezed through the trial with ease. When it was Si Miao's turn, he hesitated to step forward, uncertain whether his reincarnation would affect the Heart Query Mirror's readings. In his previous life, he had passed the mirror effortlessly, as he had been genuinely innocent at that time, untainted by the trials to come, and thus had no excessive obsessions. Yet, now he had weathered countless storms and was no longer the Na'vi youth he once was. Moreover, the memories of his past life lingered in his mind. What if chaotic thoughts were revealed? Si Miao, it's your turn. Hurry up, urged the people behind him. Upon hearing the call, Si Miao felt a strong urge to strike back. He detested being rushed. Once, he frequently treated others in such a manner. But now the situation had changed, and his patience was nearing its limit. Si Miao maintained a stoic expression as he approached the Heart Query Mirror. The mirror's surface gleamed like water, initially reflecting Si Miao's silhouette. Then, a cloud of mist emerged only to dissipate swiftly, revealing Si Miao's visage once more. Subsequently, the Heart Query Mirror remained motionless, showing no further changes. Outside the reflection, Jiang Inian nearly burst into laughter, biting down on his own tongue in an effort to suppress it. The male protagonist was perhaps the most narcissistic individual in the world. His obsession was solely with himself, and he cared for nothing but his own interests. The Heart Query Mirror, to put it plainly, merely unveiled the innermost thoughts, and Si Miao's heart contained only himself, naturally revealing nothing else. However, the plot here diverged from the original text. Jiang Inian remembered that in the original story, Si Miao had not displayed anything at all and was praised for his purity and goodness. My, Si Miao, how egotistical you are. Next, the other disciples present all laughed. The mockery from those around him left Si Miao in a foul mood, yet he could not afford to explode in anger. He simply turned away, silently memorizing their faces. Once he became a disciple under his master, he would find an opportunity to avenge himself. The subsequent trials progressed smoothly. Shun Linlin first revealed a plethora of indulgent scenes, ultimately halting on a withered divine tree. Chu Ling only showcased a bed, where he lay sleeping, with the puppet Chui expressionless, fanning him with a large fan. When it was Qin Liu's turn, the mirror initially displayed a pitch-black void, swiftly flashing past indistinct scenes, then clearing to reveal a hazy figure. The figure was dressed in pure white garments, as pristine as the first snow atop a mountain, untainted and refreshingly ethereal. The hem of his robes fluttered gently in the breeze, akin to clouds drifting through the mountains, light and agile, exuding an otherworldly grace. His silhouette shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a mountain obscured by mist, vague and mysterious. A deep blue headband adorned his hair, and he wielded a long sword that glimmered with a chilling light. Many practitioners in the realm of cultivation donned such attire, and no one paid much attention, merely assuming it to be someone significant to Qin Liu. Jiang Yinyan also took no heed. It seemed that Qin Liu had passed this trial without revealing anything peculiar. Chu Ling even playfully nudged Qin Liu's arm, asking, "Who is that? A family member of yours? Or perhaps your idol?" Upon witnessing the scene in the mirror, Qin Liu felt inexplicably flustered. He had not anticipated such a sight. Facing Chu Ling's teasing, he awkwardly replied, "Just someone important." Chu Ling had not thought much of it, merely jesting with Qin Liu, but was taken aback when he noticed the young man's complexion had changed. "Important person?" Chu Ling echoed Qin Liu's words, his tone tinged with curiosity. Qin Liu's face flushed slightly, and just as he was about to explain, he noticed someone approaching them with a hostile gaze. The individual was strikingly handsome yet wore a stern expression, his eyes brimming with animosity, and a fiery mark burned at the edge of his brow. While others did not recognize the figure, Sima Yao certainly did. That was his master, the venerable Lin Song, with whom he had spent countless days and nights. Important person? This phrase had been repeated for the third time. Yet this time, Sima Yao uttered it through gritted teeth. "Are you saying that person is someone important to you?" Sima Yao advanced step by step toward Qin Liu, his gaze a swirling vortex of darkness, thick with malice. How could this filthy beggar know his master? Was he not the only one who had been reborn? Yet he had no recollection of this beggar. There had been no such person in Qingluan's sect during his previous life. Qin Liu did not recognize Sima Yao, but he instinctively sensed danger and instinctively sidestepped away. Hey, brother, did we speak to you? Why are you so fierce?" Chu Ling interposed protectively in front of Qin Liu, subconsciously widening the distance between them. Sima Yao's gaze pierced past Chu Ling, locking onto Qin Liu. "Do you know that person?" Possessing a naturally sharp intuition, Qin Liu felt the pressure from Sima Yao and gently pushed Chu Ling aside. His pupils narrowing like a wolf's, he replied word by word. "I do." Sima Yao smiled. "Do you know who he is?" The atmosphere became tense, yet Qin Liu suddenly smiled innocently. "What does it matter to you?" The words were blunt, and after saying this, he took Chu Ling's hand and turned to leave. At this, Sima Yao's expression shifted. He had intended to probe further but had not anticipated Qin Liu's brusque dismissal. "What does it matter to you?" Sima Yao's chest heaved violently, a raging inferno ignited within him. Ignored, once again ignored. He despised nothing more than being overlooked. Since arriving at Qingluan's sect, he had lost count of how many times he had been disregarded. Each one was utterly irredeemable, completely oblivious to whom they had offended. Naively laughable. In truth, he cared little for Jiang Yinyan. What he truly valued was his reputation, his future, and whether it harbored any uncertainties. That beggar, Qin Liu, seemed to be named Qin Liu. Where had this beggar come from to inexplicably overshadow him? It was utterly detestable. Sima Yao repeated the name in his mind, feeling as though he had heard it somewhere before. It was not entirely unfamiliar to him. After pondering for a while, he could not connect it to any memories from his past life. Perhaps he was just overthinking. Never mind, in the third round of assessments, he would undoubtedly stand out. In the realm of cultivation, single spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, let alone an exceptional single spiritual root like his own. He was confident that Jiang Yinyan would not reject him. Huaijue had unknowingly arrived at the venue, standing atop a massive green pine stone, looking down upon the crowd, sword cradled in her arms. Yawning as she surveyed the disciples who had passed the second assessment. The crowd, previously in uproar, suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. The spiritual pressure released by a golden core stage cultivator was enough to keep the uninitiated disciples from standing upright. The disciples focused their gazes on the source of the pressure, glancing up at the stone. "Come over, I will lead you to the third assessment." Huaijue leaped down gracefully from the stone. Noticing that the disciples had quieted, she retracted her pressure, allowing the air around them to circulate once more, and Qin Liu's tense body finally relaxed. Huaijue moved with lightning speed, drawing her spiritual sword without warning. The blade seemed to contain boundless sharpness. and as it was unsheathed, it instantly carved a dazzling trajectory in the air, resembling a colossal dragon dancing in the daylight. As the sword array unfolded, the surrounding air felt as though it was being drawn in by this sword aura, becoming heavy and sluggish. Under this force, the space before her began to exhibit subtle distortions, as if cleaved by an invisible giant blade. In that instant of spatial rupture, a mysterious and solemn aura surged forth. Through the crack, one could vaguely glimpse the scene beyond, the hall of the sect, where Jiang Yinyan and the others were situated. This senior sister is truly formidable. It's actually a beginner-level spatial teleportation sword array. Shun Linlin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Spatial teleportation was an exceptionally difficult spell, a domain that ordinary cultivators might never touch in their lifetimes. The classification of such spells was generally based on the distance of the teleportation. These spells consumed immense amounts of spiritual energy and were rarely seen. It was said that some powerful beings could even achieve long-distance teleportation, but reaching such a level was almost mythical. Though Huijue's spatial teleportation sword array was merely beginner level, its range was sufficient for seamless movement within the sect. After activating the sword array, she stepped back, raising an eyebrow, signaling the dazed crowd to enter. Among those present were disciples with profound expertise in spells, yet at that moment, they resembled novices entering the martial world, utterly stunned by the beginner-level spatial teleportation sword array. Qingyuan sect is indeed impressive. I am fortunate to witness a beginner-level spatial teleportation sword array. Indeed, I wonder what this senior sister's name is. How come I have never heard of her before? Another disciple chimed in. What a lack of insight. It's just a beginner-level teleportation sword array. Xi Miao scoffed internally. Back in the day, he had received a heavenly-grade teleportation stone from Shun Linlin's sect, and that was truly a treasure beyond compare. There was no need to draw arrays like a fool for teleportation. The more he thought about it, the more disdainful he grew toward Qingyuan sect. He had never found his own sect to be so unremarkable before. The last time he had seen Huijue's teleportation sword array, he had been just as excited as everyone else, but now, having returned to life, he realized it was merely mediocre. No wonder Qingyuan sect met its downfall. The quality of the sect was likely subpar. Among the disciples, Qin Leio's gaze burned with intensity. He fixated on Huijue's figure, his heart brimming with endless possibilities. Is this the outside world? Would he also have the opportunity to learn such formidable spells in the future? Huijue urged the crowd with her eyes, indicating they should not dawdle and enter quickly, appearing rather irritable. Were it not for the sake of convenience, she would not wish to employ such grand arrangements. She would rather return to Qingjun Peak and thoroughly exploit that group of medical cultivators. The disciples, upon seeing this, hurriedly complied, stepping into the beginner-level spatial teleportation sword array. Upon their entrance into the sword formation, they found themselves swiftly transported to the hall of the sect. Qin Leio came to a halt, realizing that the scene before him was markedly different from others. They had indeed arrived within the inner sanctum of the Qingyuan sect. Above him stood the 4 celestial venerables of the sect. To his side were several elders, and before him loomed a stone platform, upon which floated a lustrous green testing stone. The final assessment took place in the main hall of the sect, where the evaluation of spiritual roots and talents would determine the disciples' destinies. At this juncture, the examination was essentially concluded, and the anxiety of elimination had dissipated, leaving the assembly in a considerably more relaxed state. Qin Leio's gaze eventually settled upon a singular figure, a surge of excitement bubbling within him. The individual was clad in garments as pure as snow, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, and beneath those tresses, a faint blue ribbon could be discerned. His attention, however, was not directed at Qin Leio or anyone else around. He sat serenely at a height, akin to a flower blossoming on a lofty peak. Exuding an ethereal grace, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Leio's mind. Was it truly accurate to describe Jiang Yinyan with such floral imagery? The sword master appeared formidable and aloof, traits seemingly incongruous with that of a flower. Yet, inexplicably, the term high mountain flower felt remarkably fitting. The previously muddled thoughts within him gradually began to clarify. Noticing Qin Leio lost in reverie, Chu Ling waved his hand swiftly before Qin Leio's eyes. Hey? Are you daydreaming? The next round of evaluations is commencing. Observing Qin Leio's somewhat disheveled appearance, he queried with a tone dripping with malice, Have you never beheld such opulent halls before? Are you truly that awestruck? It appeared that the tall figure from the lower mountain, who had mocked Qin Liu and his companions, was reveling in his moment of triumph, for among them, he seemed to be the only one who had passed the assessment. Before Chu Ling could retort, Qin Liu shot back. And what of you? You've approached me multiple times. Could it be you've never encountered a beggar before? Or perhaps you've never met a beggar who surpasses you in ability? The tall figure's expression froze, well aware that Qin Liu had achieved the top score in the first round of assessments. In truth, he had struggled to accept this fact from the beginning, harboring a deep-seated disdain for this seemingly ignorant little beggar, who had daydreamed of becoming a disciple of the venerable Lien Tsong while appearing utterly daft, unable to restrain his derision. Qin Liu's retort left Chu Ling momentarily stunned. After all, since their acquaintance, the youth had been taciturn and unlikely to engage in disputes, yet now he resembled a feisty little wolf cub. You are merely resorting to tricks. What is so impressive about climbing a cloud ladder? The true measure of talent will be revealed in the upcoming evaluation of spiritual roots. What sort of exceptional roots could a beggar like you possibly possess? The tall figure, unable to counter Qin Liu's comeback, resorted to personal attacks. And what sort of exceptional roots could someone like you have? Chu Ling promptly countered. I, for one, possess both water and fire spiritual roots. Do not underestimate me. To be fair, this qualification was indeed commendable. Yet Chu Ling held a certain disdain for the tall figure. They had all come to seek mentorship, and since no one had provoked him, it was unwarranted for him to instigate trouble. Was he not asking for a beating? Look, everyone! A dual-element genius with both water and fire roots. How impressive! Chu Ling exclaimed sarcastically, prancing about with exaggerated flair. Upon witnessing Chu Ling's antics, Shan Linlin could not contain herself and burst into laughter. The commotion, though not overly loud, attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. The tall figure, unable to voice his indignation, merely sought an easy target to belittle and had no desire to confront the heir of the Jinyu sect, nor to escalate the situation. Observing the ruckus, Si Miao could only scoff in disdain. He had long harbored a dislike for Qin Liu and his companions, especially Shan Linlin. The fact that she was not fawning over him this lifetime but was instead orbiting around Qin Liu was utterly ludicrous. His sister's taste had evidently declined. He had initially intended to treat her with greater kindness in this life, but it seemed unnecessary now. Such unruly behavior would be properly corrected once he entered the tutelage of the venerable Lien Tsong. Si Miao strode toward the testing stone, unwilling to prolong the wait. Once his exceptional fire spiritual root was revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish all in attendance. A few pitiful clowns had failed to grasp who the true protagonist of this assessment was. Esteemed guests, please allow me to take the first test, Si Miao proclaimed, cupping his fists in greeting. The testing stone hovered in midair, emanating a soft green glow. Si Miao inhaled deeply and placed his hand above the stone, grasping it in a phantom hold at the instant of contact. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The previously tranquil testing stone erupted into a dazzling display of multicolored light, akin to a resplendent rainbow slicing through the heavens, enveloping the entire hall in a radiant brilliance. The flame insignia upon Si Miao's brow ignited, resembling a searing flame in full blaze. The young man, brimming with vitality, had the wind tousling his hair, amplifying the extraordinary nature of the scene. As he gazed upon the brilliant luminescence before him, a genuine smile of confidence blossomed upon his face. Single spiritual root, and it's an exceptional fire root. An elder exclaimed, rising in excitement. The hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. An elder stroked his beard with a smile, admiration glimmering in his eyes. This child possesses extraordinary talent. He shall undoubtedly soar to great heights, becoming a pride of our Qinghuan sect. Indeed, with such talent, he requires only a modicum of nurturing to reveal immense capabilities. Another elder concurred, nodding in approval. Given time, he may even surpass us, reaching heights unseen by our predecessors. Truly a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a rarity in this world. Even the disciples within the sect could not help but exclaim their admiration. Si Miao became the focal point of attention, his exceptional fire spiritual root laid bare under the scrutiny of the testing stone, warranting awe and reverence. Bathed in the astonishment and admiration of the crowd, Si Miao felt as though he had reclaimed the sensation of looking down upon the world from his previous life. Standing in the center of the hall, he reveled in the envious and awed gazes directed at him, a surge of unprecedented exhilaration swelling within him. Indeed, he was the favored child of destiny, gifted beyond compare, unmatched by any. His prior concerns and suspicions had proven to be unfounded. There was no potential for upheaval. Sima Yao fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Yinian. Surely his master had noticed him by now. As Jiang Yinian felt the intensity of a burning gaze, he raised his head to meet Sima Yao's eyes, akin to the clash of ancient ice with searing flame. At that moment, none in the hall could penetrate Sima Yao's focus. Only his master held his attention. With Jiang Yinian came status, connections, and identity, everything he needed to begin his ascent. Jiang Yinian felt as if he were being scorched by Sima Yao's gaze. What is the meaning of this? You are impressive, but why do you gaze at me so intensely? In the original narrative, Sima Yao had shown little regard for the venerable Yin Song. It was perplexing how he now appeared to yearn for his attention. Jiang Yinian had previously believed the venerable Yin Song was pursuing Sima Yao unilaterally, yet it seemed this young man had long coveted this position, even harboring the audacity to believe it was within his grasp. Jiang Yinian averted his gaze. Sima Yao displayed himself like a peacock flaunting its feathers, dazzling to the point of blinding. Alas, he would not take him as a disciple again. Compared to birds, he had always favored fluffy little dogs. After Sima Yao's display, several others followed to undergo testing. They were mostly disciples possessing 3 or 2 spiritual roots. Overall, this cohort exhibited commendable qualifications. While they lacked the dazzling brilliance of Sima Yao, they were nonetheless promising candidates for cultivation. Ultimately, spiritual roots merely served as a standard for entry and did not encompass all potential. Perhaps due to the overwhelming impact of Sima Yao's earlier demonstration, the subsequent evaluations felt considerably more subdued. The testing of spiritual roots was not merely an assessment of their attributes and qualities. It also unveiled the unique talents of the testers. Throughout the generations, some disciples had manifested extraordinary gifts, such as being innately suited for water-based spiritual energy or possessing exceptional speed in cultivation. Such talents were rare and sought after. For instance, Shui Jingzhou had revealed his pure wood-based spiritual energy, demonstrating a talent for harmony with plants, enabling him to communicate with spirit flora and exchange spiritual energy in a symbiotic manner. A number of disciples descended from the stone platform. Each bore expressions of satisfaction. When it was Qin Leo's turn, the crowd's curiosity was piqued, their gazes converging upon him in eager anticipation of his qualifications. Qin Leo faced the testing stone, exhaling gently as he endeavored to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Suddenly, the stone illuminated brilliantly, as if infused with some unseen power. Beams of light erupted from within the stone, flickering and transforming. Qin Leo sensed a faint energy emanating from the stone, gradually flowing toward his palm. The hall fell into a profound silence, so still it seemed as if the very air had solidified. Previously, Sima Yao's remarkable performance had left the audience astounded. Thus, when Qin Leo stepped forward, an unspoken expectation lingered that he might reveal an even greater surprise. Ultimately, the beams of light began to converge, leaving only gold and blue hues swirling upon the surface of the testing stone. Dual spiritual roots of gold and water. Indeed, a commendable achievement in its own right. The speaker of these words, while seemingly offering praise, is imbued with an unmistakable tone of regret. Given Qin Leo's assessment results, one might ponder how extraordinary it would have been if he had possessed a peerless single spiritual root. Even a mere ordinary single spiritual root would suffice. However, possessing a dual spiritual root is already indicative of remarkable talent, and should another single spiritual root emerge, it could only be deemed a prodigious gift. Sima Yao exhaled in relief, realizing that his concerns were indeed unfounded. It was improbable for 2 exceptional single spiritual roots to manifest in a single trial. Such an occurrence had never transpired in his previous life. The results of the first assessment were merely a stroke of luck for Qin Leo, undoubtedly a mere accident. Conversely, Qin Leo remained remarkably composed. He had never harbored expectations of extraordinary talent and was quite content with the outcome. He intended to step aside for the next disciple to take the stage when, unexpectedly, he heard a commotion behind him. Something felt amiss. Why was the appraisal stone still fluctuating? Wait, what is this? As Qin Leo turned to look, he beheld the appraisal stone flickering between brightness and dimness, as if it were communicating with some unseen force. The golden and blue beams that had previously danced upon the stone had vanished, replaced by a dazzling red light. This red light was not blinding. Rather, it radiated a comforting warmth. Illuminated by this glow, Qin Liu was astonished to discover a transparent blade slowly rotating above the appraisal stone. This blade was entirely transparent, seemingly forged from pure spiritual energy, a natural blade bone. This was indeed a rare and exceptional talent. Those endowed with a natural blade bone possess skeletal structures akin to tempered steel. Resilient and sharp, harboring boundless potential. It is said that, under proper cultivation, those with a natural blade bone can truly achieve the unity of man and blade, wielding unimaginable power. With such a remarkable gift, what could possibly be the significance of the minor flaw of possessing a dual spiritual root? Si Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, and his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground. The unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations, and at that moment, an ominous premonition enveloped him. He dared not contemplate what might transpire next. Qin Liu, equally astonished, did not fully grasp the implications of what was unfolding before him. Yet he could glean fragments of understanding from the expressions of those around him. This was likely a rather commendable talent. Jiang Yinian sensed an opportunity arising. He and Xian Yun rose almost in unison. And in the next instant, two figures, one white and one black, appeared before Qin Liu. Shiming Xinzuan and Liansong Xinzuan had both set their sights on this young man. Qin Liu was momentarily taken aback as he observed the two standing before him. One to his left and the other to his right. One was clad in dark robes, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding a faint aura of sword energy, with sharply defined features and piercing eyes. The other donned white garments, his figure reminiscent of snow and frost, his countenance radiant like the sun and moon, leaving an indelible impression. The junior disciples seemed overly eager. The assessment had not yet concluded. And they were already vying for his attention? Shui remarked coolly from behind the crowd. She too desired Qin Liu as her disciple, envisioning the convenience of bringing him along to capture contract beasts, swiftly incapacitating a spirit beast with a single strike. Shui Jingzhou found the scene rather amusing. Her disciples were predominantly focused on healing, and she had no intention of intervening. However, now both Xian Yun and Yin Yan were in the fray. Never mind, she would simply observe the spectacle. Xian Yun raised an eyebrow, his gaze laden with evident impatience as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yinian. His expression conveyed skepticism and dissatisfaction, as if questioning, "What do you mean by this?" His face was taut, the corners of his mouth turned downward, signifying his displeasure. With the emergence of the natural blade bone, Xian Yun was determined to claim this individual for himself. This young man was the perfect fit for his Shimming Mountain. With just a bit of guidance, he might even surpass the most gifted disciple of the sect. Why was Jiang Yinian here interfering? His junior brother rarely accepted disciples and often presented himself with an air of superiority. Why was he now putting on a show? Jiang Yinian maintained his stoic demeanor, ignoring Xian Yun's gaze and Shu Yi's presence, thoroughly assessing the young man before him. Qin Liu felt the weight of Jiang Yinian's scrutiny, his body trembling involuntarily, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursing through him. That icy gaze lingered on Qin Liu for but a few fleeting seconds, yet for him, it felt as though he had endured several long seasons. Liansong Xinzuan? The elders were incredulous, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Qin Liu, Jiang Yinian spoke, his voice deep and resonant, echoing throughout the grand hall. Qin Liu looked up in astonishment, meeting Jiang Yinian's gaze. The youth's hair was tousled, his face somewhat grimy, yet beneath the disheveled locks lay a pair of extraordinarily beautiful black eyes, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, profound and resplendent, twinkling like black diamonds. Qin Liu tilted his head upward, striving to catch a better glimpse, his demeanor evoking the image of a forlorn puppy desperately seeking its master's approval. Jiang Yinian felt a stir within him. Meeting those eyes, he felt a twinge of guilt. Though Qin Liu was undeniably gifted, his desire to take him as a disciple was tinged with selfish motives, merely a means of ensuring his own survival. Yet, faced with such a young man, those expectant eyes appeared as pure and innocent as a newborn creature, brimming with hope and unwavering belief. "Would you be willing to be my disciple? He wishes for me to become his disciple." The words left Qin Liu in disbelief, the speaker's tone frigid, yet the sentiment flowed into his heart like a warm current, sending ripples across the surface of his emotional lake. He had never considered himself deserving of fortune. Having relinquished the notion of joining that individual, yet here they were, overwhelmed with excitement, his mind momentarily dulled, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Join me in Liansong Mountain, henceforth dedicating yourself to vanquishing evil and safeguarding the righteous, striving for the well-being of all living beings. Qin Liao, do you consent? Noticing the youth's stunned silence, Jiang Yinian reiterated his inquiry. Qin Liao remained in a daze. Sensing the boy's hesitation, Jiang Yinian felt a twinge of awkwardness. Could it be that he had misread the situation? Perhaps the boy preferred to align himself with Xian Yun. If he were to outright reject him now, how would he navigate this predicament? If you are unwilling, before Jiang Yinian could finish, Qin Liao regained his composure, wide-eyed as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yinian, promptly declaring, I am willing. Shinzuan, no, Shizuan, I am willing. His heart raced like a drum within his chest, each beat echoing his exhilaration and joy. Chapter 10. I shall not accept you. Meanwhile, Xian Yun stood off to the side, feeling utterly dejected. The two were enveloped in a barrier beyond which no one else could intrude. Oblivious to the world around them, just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yinian preemptively claimed the youth. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yinian would genuinely compete with him for the boy. Astonishment overshadowed his irritation. He had always believed he understood Jiang Yinian well, yet now he found himself taken aback by this unpredictable turn of events. One was daring enough to claim the boy, the other bold enough to accept. Yet here stood Xian Yun, the esteemed Xinming Xianzuan, in a most awkward predicament. He could neither depart nor remain. The disciples of Qingluan sect were equally shaken. Witnessing Qin Liao being pursued by two esteemed Xianzans left them speechless in astonishment. They could not have misheard. Liansong Xianzuan was indeed accepting a disciple, and he had approached Qin Liao directly, his tone remarkably gentle. Liansong Xianzuan, you cannot accept him. The voice rang out forcefully, reverberating throughout the grand hall. Jiang Yinian frowned, directing his gaze to the source of the outburst. He is a demon. Si Miao exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Qin Liao. His expression was frantic, rage causing his voice to tremble, his fingers trembling with fury. At this moment, he finally recalled who Qin Liao truly was. In a wonder that name seemed so familiar. Indeed, in his past life, there existed such a person, more commonly referred to as the Demon Lord. In his previous life, Si Miao's existence had mostly flowed smoothly, sailing without turbulence. Only one individual had obstructed his path. After the former demon clan leader, Qilua, abdicated, he willingly followed Si Miao, no longer overseeing the affairs of the demon realm. Qilua's departure had not ushered in peace for the demon realm. Rather, it had descended into further chaos. The demon race, inherently unruly, preferred a state of lawlessness to submission under Si Miao's rule. Soon after, another was elevated to the position of demon lord, the wolf demon, Qin Liao. Initially, Si Miao had admired Qin Liao. He had made numerous visits to the demon realm to pay his respects. This individual was unlike the others of his kind. He was not inherently cruel and even possessed a sense of reason. He was highly skilled and formidable, yet he did not abuse his power to oppress the weak. Qin Liao had no interest in invading other races, voluntarily surrendering the demon race's ferocious beasts to the celestial realm, which resulted in a century of peace for the demon realm. Following the failure of the celestial tribulation, Si Miao sought to create a world of his own, preparing to instigate a war among the three realms. Just before the onset of this war, Si Miao had intended to invite Qin Liao to join him in attacking the celestial realms, only to be met with a firm refusal from Qin Liao. He did not support this war and had no desire to annihilate the three realms. Faced with such obstinacy, Si Miao, under the pretext of upholding righteousness, launched the initial assault on the demon realm. However, when they arrived, they discovered that, under Qin Liao's leadership, the demon realm had transformed. The demon people were no longer clamoring for violence. Instead, they led lives akin to those in the human realm, peaceful and prosperous. As the celestial realm invaded, the demon race was forced to confront the threat. Yet, what defenses did the demon realm possess? Only the frail and elderly remained. Although Qin Liao was undeniably powerful, no amount of strength could shift the tides alone. In a bid to compel Qin Liao to submit, Si Miao spared not the lives of the demon kin, plunging the demon realm into a veritable sea of blood. To safeguard his people, Qin Liao had no choice but to publicly sever his own meridians, rendering himself devoid of all cultivation, with the demon lord eradicated. Sima Yao emerged victorious, celebrated as a great hero of the celestial realm. Yet this brutal massacre, marked by a stark imbalance of power, was extolled by the world. Qin Liu is a demon? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, igniting a tempest of unrest among the onlookers. The disciples exchanged glances, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. Throughout the trials, they had never sensed a hint of demonic aura emanating from Qin Liu. A demon? How could a demon be worthy of joining the Qinghuan sect? After all this time, we were competing against a demon. I refuse to accept this. Qin Liu's achievements cannot be considered valid. If he is indeed a demon, then what fairness remains in this trial? The tall individuals, who had long harbored disdain for Qin Liu, seethed with jealousy as they witnessed him being courted by two celestial lords. Hearing that he was a demon only fueled their contempt. The demon race possesses an innate understanding of spiritual energy, granting them a higher aptitude for cultivation than that of humans. A chorus of voices arose from the lower-ranking disciples, emboldened to cause a ruckus. If Qin Liu's accomplishments were annulled, their own standings would naturally rise. How utterly ignorant you all are. Chu Ling shook his head in disdain at the instigators. What's wrong with being a demon? Can a demon not cultivate? What a fuss over nothing. After a fleeting moment of shock, Chu Ling regained his composure. Having spent time with Qin Liu, he found no distinction between human and demon to be of consequence. But a demon is not one of us humans, retorted another. And what of it? Are we not all here based on our abilities? If you cannot match him, cease your clamoring. Shen Linlin had long been irked by these individuals, who seemed intent on traversing a crooked path. Moreover, you have no proof. On what grounds do you assert such claims? Besides, who among you has witnessed Qin Liu wielding demonic powers? In the absence of evidence, do not jump to conclusions. She surveyed the crowd, continuing, you are in a frenzy over trivial matters, narrow-minded and envious of others. To dismiss Qin Liu's achievements solely based on his being a demon is truly laughable. The instigators clung to their desperate arguments, their reasons slipping away as they sought to trample Qin Liu underfoot. Miss Shun, do not speak from a place of ignorance. The elders and celestial lords have yet to voice their opinions. Yet you seem the most agitated. It's so apparent whether he is human or demon. Qin Liu concealed his identity to join the Qinghuan sect. Do you wish to shield him? You? Shen Linlin was infuriated by their audacity. An elder stepped forward, his gait steady and his expression grave. He closed his eyes, reciting incantations, and formed a spell with his fingertips. As the divination technique took shape, the elder abruptly opened his eyes, directing the spell towards Qin Liu. Indeed, he is a demon. Though the elder's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. With this declaration, Qin Liu's identity as a wolf demon was solidified, and the tall individuals basked in satisfaction. Their tone considerably more assured, as though someone had come to their defense. Celestial Lord Liansong, do you truly intend to take a demon as your disciple? Suddenly named, Jiang Yinian was utterly speechless. Taken aback by the severity of the discrimination within the cultivation world, he had only recently learned of Qin Liu's demon heritage, yet found him to possess pure spiritual energy, devoid of any malevolent aura. To Jiang Yinian, an outsider, all beings across the three realms were fundamentally similar, differing only in their races. As long as one did not commit evil, race held little significance. Thus, he regarded the revelation of Qin Liu as merely a minor surprise. Moreover, Qinghuan sect's by Lu Celestial Lord Shu Yi was a half-demon. She was his senior sister, and if his master held no prejudice, why should others? Qinghuan sect did not impose excessively stringent requirements on its disciples' backgrounds, only demanding a steadfast heart on the path to cultivation, granting opportunities to both humans and demons alike. Did you not see the change in Shu Yi's expression? Why do you not use your heads? What perplexed him further was how Long Outyin had become so impulsive, as if he were certain he would accept Qin Liu as a disciple. While the protagonist in the original narrative was indeed overbearing, he was merely a naive youth, not prone to such brazen arrogance. How did Sima Yao ascertain that Qin Liu was a demon? With his cultivation level, he should have sensed the demonic aura upon approaching Qin Liu. Yet, even Shu Yi, with her half-demon bloodline, had not detected it could only be attributed to Si Miao's exceptional talent in perceiving demonic energy. Jiang Yinian speculated that his alterations to the storyline had led to an automatic adjustment in the narrative, perhaps to challenge him, preventing him from easily acquiring a disciple. Amidst the chaos, Si Miao reveled in his triumph, a smirk gracing his lips. How could Qin Liu, a demon of dubious lineage, be worthy of entering his master's tutelage? Furthermore, he was aware that Qin Liu would eventually succumb to demonic transformation, inevitably becoming part of the demon race. Jiang Yinian cast his gaze downward, observing his newly acquired disciple standing obediently behind him. Despite being the subject of such scrutiny, Qin Liu maintained a demeanor of humility, his head bowed and desires quelled, remaining silent despite the onslaught of accusations. Upon being identified, Qin Liu offered no rebuttal. For there was nothing to contest. He had always known his nature and had never intended to conceal it. His sole concern lay with Jiang Yinian, fearing that the latter might come to disdain him. Despite his resolve to face the situation with composure, he could not quell the tumult within his heart. He dared not lift his head. Who says demons cannot join my Qinghuan sect? Within our sect, there exists no such regulation. The voice rang out like a shard of ice, silencing the hall instantaneously. The speaker was Jiang Yinian, who stood devoid of any abnormal demonic aura. Xian Yundao, feeling somewhat dejected by being sidelined, grew increasingly agitated at the commotion that had erupted in the hall. Are you all intending to apprehend me for interrogation by the Celestial Alliance? Shu Yi's expression had darkened significantly, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a serious countenance. As a half-demon, she found the remarks of those around her displeasing. Jiang Yinian sensed the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and with a slight nod, he began to emanate a powerful aura of ice-based spiritual energy. This pressure swept through the hall like a biting winter wind, instantly transforming the previously warm space into one of frigid discomfort. The unruly disciples felt an icy chill wash over them, as if they had been cast into a frozen wasteland, involuntarily shivering as if their legs had turned to ice in the center of the hall. Jiang Yinian stood resolutely, a thin layer of frost forming beneath his feet. The frost glimmered and sparkled, exuding a gentle chill, with the occasional sound of cracking ice resonating like a clear, melodious chime. I am here to take a disciple. What business is it of yours? The icy pressure continued to surge forth, causing the lower-ranked disciples to turn pale, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Was the master protecting himself? The spiritual pressure encircled Qin Liu, drawing a circle around him, allowing him to stand at the center without feeling the oppressive weight of the aura. Yinian, cease this. It is sufficient. Sensing the situation had escalated, Shui Jingzhou interjected. In an instant, the oppressive energy dissipated, and Lien Song's expression remained unchanged, as though the earlier turmoil had never transpired. Several disciples trembled, their legs quaking, too intimidated to utter another word. Si Miao's intentions remained unfulfilled, and he found himself impacted by the lingering pressure, coupled with being referred to as idle company by Jiang Yinian. His complexion shifted to a mottled hue of blue and purple. He had envisioned a grand entrance as the sole disciple of Lien Song, yet now, the very person he had once relied upon in his past life. Jiang Yinian seemed to dismiss him entirely. Not only was he not accepted, but Jiang Yinian had chosen that demon instead. A sense of profound imbalance consumed Si Miao. This was undoubtedly his master, the one who had once been willing to sacrifice everything for him. It had to be Qin Liu's machinations. What had he done to deserve this? Amidst the crowd, a figure surged forth like a tempest. It was Si Miao. Lien Song, Celestial Lord. My name is Si Miao. 14 years old, mid-stage Qi refinement, possessing a top-tier fire element single spiritual root. I request to join the Lien Song sect. Please accept me as your disciple. He bowed deeply, hands clasped tightly, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Each word forced through gritted teeth. Si Miao buried his head low, his expression twisted in distress. He had never endured such humiliation, yet he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. However, Jiang Yinian's response struck him like a chilling blade, piercing through his heart. The Lien Song sect already has a direct disciple, Qin Liu. Seek another path. Jiang Yinian's tone was calm and indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. Si Miao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, lifting his gaze to Jiang Yinian, lost and dejected. What was it that made him inferior to Qin Liao? Blaming Qin Liao for his predicament. Sima Yao thought, if only this person had not appeared, if only he had not interfered, how could I have ended up in this situation? Thank you, Celestial Lord, for your guidance, Sima Yao managed to say. Understanding that he must force himself to endure in this moment, he lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, nearly drawing blood. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The reaction of Sima Yao was exceedingly intense, was it not? Was it merely because he failed to become a disciple of the revered Lien Song? With his remarkable talents, he could thrive in any sect, effortlessly securing a position as a personal disciple. Moreover, Lien Song is not particularly known for taking on apprentices. The acceptance of Qin Liao was clearly an unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, Sima Yao has shown himself to be adaptable. For in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. It is natural for the youth to aspire to align themselves with the powerful. Sima Yao has consistently exhibited poise and grace, earning considerable goodwill. Coupled with his impressive endowment, many disciples sought to befriend him. I possess an exquisite fire spirit root, with my future brimming with potential. Lien Song, might you truly not consider accepting me as your disciple? As Jiang Yinian turned to depart, Sima Yao felt a profound sense of regret and could not suppress his voice. Yet, the individual seemed oblivious, leaving without a backward glance. Jiang Yinian abandoned the gathered crowd, taking his new disciple with him. Chapter 11. Not a canine demon. Jiang Yinian waved his sleeve and departed, leaving the onlookers exchanging glances, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Lien Song showed an utter disregard for face, and the elders wiped beads of sweat from their brows. The recent events had been exceedingly jarring. While Qin Liao's innate prowess is commendable, Sima Yao's exceptional single spirit root is equally impressive. Both possess remarkable gifts. Surely, it would have been beneficial to accept them both into the sect. Yet, Lien Song appears rather obstinate. Having already made an exception for Qin Liao, would it not be fortuitous to accept Sima Yao as well? Ultimately, Sima Yao was taken under the wing of Xian Yun as a swordsman. Joining Xian Ming Mountain was indeed an admirable opportunity. However, the verbal humiliation had been particularly stinging. After Jiang Yinian's departure, Sima Yao stood rooted in place, his fists trembling slightly. Xian Yun did not take Sima Yao as a disciple out of pity. Even without Jiang Yinian's interference, he had intended to accept Sima Yao into his fold. An exceptional single fire spirit root, reaching the mid-stage of Qi refining at merely 14, coupled with a somewhat impulsive disposition, made him a promising candidate by any standard. Following this, the celestial examination was officially concluded, and the remaining disciples were assigned their respective places. Shui Jingzhou, already pleased with Chu Ling, found a rare puppet master in the realm of cultivation and was eager to recruit him. Thus, one could see Chu Ling exuberantly leading Chu Yao towards Shui Jingzhou, both rushing to their new beginnings. Shun Linlin entered Shuyi's White Egret Island, as she was a talisman practitioner, and this alignment was mutually beneficial. The tall troublemaking disciple disrupted the order. For now, he could only remain an outer disciple, with the formal apprenticeship deferred until he demonstrated better conduct. The group regretted their earlier choices. Had they waited quietly for their assignments, they would have avoided this predicament. Now, relegated to outer discipleship, while Sima Yao caught the discerning eye of Xian Ming, they were left to ponder their fate. Resentment brewed towards Sima Yao, for had he not instigated the chaos, they would not have been swept up in it. The tall disciple's ire burned fiercely, casting daggers of hatred at Sima Yao, as if attempting to bore a hole through him with his glare. At that moment, Sima Yao was engaged in the apprentice ceremony. His earlier emotional outburst, seemingly a fleeting moment, quickly replaced by a demeanor of calm composure. Upon raising his head, the depths of his eyes reflected no trace of turmoil, but rather clarity and determination. He adjusted his attire to ensure his appearance was dignified and appropriate before slowly approaching Xian Yun. With a slight bow and hands clasped together, he respectfully performed the bow of apprenticeship. His movements were fluid and graceful, each gesture appearing effortless, as though he had internalized the etiquette long ago. His voice resonated with tranquility and strength, clearly articulating each word. Disciple Sima Yao, paying respects to my esteemed master. In the aftermath of regaining his composure, Sima Yao reflected on his previous impulsiveness, feeling as though he had regressed to a juvenile mindset. Sensing the heated gazes behind him, he frowned, deeply displeased. His rash behavior had not only failed to achieve its objective, but had instead led to unwelcome consequences. Given that this lifetime's path diverged from the norm, he resolved to go with the flow. Rebirth itself was an act of defiance against fate. If the heavens sought to challenge him, he would accept it. Embracing the current circumstances seemed wiser than resisting. He was curious to see how far Qin Liu could progress. Once a demonic lord in his past life, now a disciple of the righteous path. It was indeed laughable. Perhaps it would be more fitting for Jiang Yinian to uncover the inherent flaws of the demonic lineage, ultimately leading to regret, on Lian Song Mountain. Congratulations, host, you have completed the current task. Reward, 50 life points. Current life points, 101. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations, host, the exchange shop function has been activated, allowing you to trade life points for special items. Please note, a new task has been issued. Demonstrate a profound master-disciple bond, allowing your disciple to feel the warmth of the sect. Jiang Yinian was taken aback by the barrage of system notifications, his head throbbing, yet his eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing the reward of 50 life points. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for completing a task. 50 points. His life points surged to overflowing levels. In that moment, he felt euphoric. Even the previously annoying system appeared rather endearing. Simultaneously, he noticed a new feature labeled Exchange Shop had been unlocked. Goodness, was it possible that all these systems were crafted by the same programmer? Such predictability was amusing. However, he welcomed the Exchange Shop with open arms. After all, it was a blatant cheat. Eagerly, he entered the Exchange Shop to see what treasures awaited him. Inside the shop, there were only two categories, Item Mall and Gift Mall. The Item Mall contained only a Spirit Energy Replenishment Talisman and a book titled How to Cultivate Your Master. Jiang Yinian couldn't help but scoff at the limited offerings. Meanwhile, the Gift Mall was overflowing with an array of eclectic items, rare spirit plant seeds, blazing sword oil, and swift travel cloaks, to name a few, overwhelming him with choices. Each gift was accompanied by a price tag, presumably indicating their cost. Jiang Yinian sighed in exasperation. The system might lack conversational flair, but its commercialization was impeccable. As he perused, he noticed a distinctly unique item among the gifts, a weapon. This weapon exuded an imposing aura, adorned with a multitude of swirling visual effects reminiscent of those enticing players to make in-game purchases. Divine Artifact. Moonlit Blade. This divine artifact required 10 life points for exchange, and beneath its name, a line clearly stated, exclusive to Qin Liu. Jiang Yinian's brows twitched. Could the implication be any more blatant? It was as if a tutorial popped up to compel him to purchase this divine artifact as a gift for Qin Liu. However, 10 life points was a significant expenditure. He hesitated, reluctant to part with such a sum, for life points determined his survival probability. Even with the recent windfall of 50 points, life points were perpetually insufficient. Without them, he felt vulnerable. Yet, in light of the system's task, it was evident that it was subtly urging him to acquire this weapon for Qin Liu. After all, having just accepted a disciple, it was only fitting to present a token of their new relationship. Otherwise, how could he exhibit the depth of their master-disciple bond and ensure his apprentice felt the warmth of the sect? Since his arrival in this world, he had barely managed to care for himself, let alone prepare a gift for his newly acquired apprentice. Realizing this, Jiang Yinian felt somewhat remiss. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to purchase the Moonlit Blade. After all, one must sacrifice to gain, and perhaps upon completing the task, he would be rewarded with additional life points, allowing him to recoup his expenditure. Purchase successful. You have acquired the divine artifact, Moonlit Blade, which has automatically entered your Chinkoan pouch. Please check. Buy. Everything is available for purchase. Meanwhile, after being whisked away by Jiang Yinian, Qin Liu found himself unceremoniously dropped at the entrance of Lian Song Mountain. One moment, he was spinning in the Grand Hall, and the next he was unceremoniously set down at the mountain's gate. The person who had brought him there merely said, "Make yourself at home," before departing with a flick of their sleeve. Both exited the Grand Hall in haste, having yet to complete their formal apprenticeship rituals. Qin Liu, unfamiliar with these customs, felt an overwhelming sense of excitement, as everything about Lian Song Mountain was novel to him. He eagerly explored his surroundings, inhaling the unique scent of the mountain, which belonged solely to his master. Devoid of any other presence, the little wolf felt no sense of loss from being set free. He now had a place to belong and was nearly bursting to revert to his original form and roll about in delight. After all, his master was not present, and a little indulgence wouldn't hurt. Just a bit of exploration and sniffing around. Nothing more. As Jiang Enian contemplated returning to check on his little disciple, he was met with a sight that left him both amused and bewildered. A fluffy, rotund puppy rolled around in the courtyard, playfully pouncing on the sparse grass, then leaping onto the table, only to dart into the bamboo grove, frolicking amidst the rustling leaves. Its tail wagged like a windmill in perpetual motion, excitement sparkling in its eyes, as if the entire courtyard were its playground. The puppy was an inky black, save for a ring of dark gray fur around its neck, and each of its 2 ears bore a tuft of clever fur. Fluffy and soft to the touch, its pinkish nose was undeniably adorable. Most striking were its golden eyes, which Jiang Enian felt he had seen before. Of course, he had, just a couple of days ago. Wait, wasn't this the dog spirit he had accidentally rescued in Luoxia town? This dog spirit was his convenient disciple, Qin Liu? What on earth was happening? Jiang Enian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though he had fallen into the plot of some novel. Was this a manifestation of gratitude from the dog spirit? The corners of Jiang Enian's mouth twitched. It seemed he had brought the puppy home in a rather unconventional manner. He approached Qin Liu from behind, crouching down and asking softly, "Disciple, are you truly a dog spirit or a wolf spirit?" Qin Liu, too excited to notice anyone behind him, jolted at the sound of Jiang Enian's voice. With a thud, Qin Liu, startled, reverted to his human form, oblivious to the fact that he had forgotten to retract his tail. The youth appeared awkward and anxious, his fluffy tail swaying slightly behind him. "Master, I have overstepped my bounds. Please punish me," Qin Liu blurted out, his nerves palpable. The expression on Jiang Enian's face remained unchanged. Was he seething with internal fury? Qin Liu stole a glance at Jiang Enian, who still bore an impassive visage, his icy demeanor betraying no emotion. Surely, he had lost his mind. How could he act so casually in his master's courtyard? Coughing softly, Jiang Enian decided against punishing Qin Liu. After all, they had a task at hand, and it was paramount to foster a harmonious relationship, showcasing the depth of their master-disciple bond. "Fear not, the desolate Songshan is quite bare. Your presence brings much-needed liveliness. However, do strive to maintain your human form when outside to avoid causing a stir." Jiang Enian endeavored to adopt a benevolent expression, though it appeared rather forced in Qin Liu's eyes. "Oh dear. Master must not like my true form, nor the fact that I am a dog spirit. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall remember it," Qin Liu replied, as Jiang Enian observed his tail, which had shifted from a gentle sway to a dispirited droop. This little disciple seemed to be in a worse mood despite the reassurance. "And Master, I am not a dog spirit. I am a wolf spirit, and my lineage is being questioned," Qin Liu added. A hint of grievance in his tone, Jiang Enian mused. Aren't wolves supposed to refrain from wagging their tails? Just moments ago, Qin Liu had clearly displayed the behavior of a tail-wagging puppy. "Follow me," Jiang Enian said, shifting the conversation as he turned to lead the way, with Qin Liu hastily trailing behind. His master's long strides and tall stature forced him to quicken his pace to keep up. Songshan was indeed expansive, and though there were designated residences for disciples, they had fallen into disrepair over the years, laden with neglect. The two stood at the entrance to the disciples' quarters, one tall and the other petite. As Jiang Enian's brow furrowed deeply, the scene before him starkly contrasted with his imagined vision of the disciples' abode. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, untamed and uneven, obscuring the once tidy ground. Occasionally, a few wilted wildflowers peeked through, lacking vitality. Inside, cobwebs adorned the windows and doors, swaying gently with the breeze, emitting a faint rustling sound that added to the desolation. The ground, which should have been level, was now riddled with holes and scattered debris. Fragments of broken tiles and splintered wood lay strewn about, creating a disheveled sight. The original owner had declared he would not take on disciples. And indeed, the disciples' quarters had become mere decoration. As he contemplated the dismal sight, Jiang Enian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of his new disciple witnessing it. Just as he was about to say something to mitigate the awkwardness, the little puppy exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, Master. I really like this place." Qin Liu, entirely unfazed, had never experienced a true home, and this humble courtyard was a vast improvement compared to where he had previously resided. More importantly, he would embark on a new life here. He surveyed his surroundings, displaying no signs of disappointment. It seemed he was not picky. Since the resident did not mind, Jiang Yinian opted not to interfere. Given the original owner's aloof nature, showing excessive concern would be somewhat out of character, and at worst, he could leave the tidying up to Qin Liao. Task complete. Life value 5. Please continue your efforts. The system's notification chimed in opportunely, causing Jiang Yinian's pupils to constrict. Had the task already been accomplished? He had exchanged for a divine artifact, intending to present it as a gift. It was astonishing that a dilapidated house had sufficed to please Qin Liao, leaving him in a rather precarious position. System, I want a refund. Give me back my life value. Chapter 12. The moon reflected in the brightness. Jiang Yinian regretted his impulsive expenditure. A mere 5 points of life value as a reward was hardly sufficient to recoup his losses. Perhaps it was fitting, considering he had acquired this convenient disciple. If he did not treat him well, who else would he? This gift would ultimately need to be bestowed, and as a master, he could not appear miserly. Thus, this divine artifact would serve as an introductory gift for his disciple. The artifact emerged, radiating brilliant light. The moon-reflecting blade had a slender, upright blade, resembling a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, exuding a soft silver glow. Intricate lunar patterns adorned the blade, while the hilt was carved from a rare jade, smooth to the touch, also inlaid with silver moon motifs that harmonized with the blade. The moon-reflecting blade is too potent. You are still young and cannot fully wield it yet. From now on, you must diligently cultivate until you can master this weapon. The voice, as solid as stone, resonated within Qin Liao's heart, stirring great waves of emotion. Not wishing to be remiss, Qin Liao accepted the moon-reflecting blade, and as his hands touched the hilt, the blade itself levitated gracefully. Jiang Yinian noticed some movement beside him and glanced down to see the brightness sword had emerged on its own, quietly floating next to the moon-reflecting blade. The two weapons lightly clashed against one another, as though exchanging greetings. Moon-reflecting, brightness, he mused, the names rolling off the tongue effortlessly. Could it be that artifacts had acquaintance with one another? His weapon and his master's weapon appeared to share a close bond. Watching the two artifacts interact, Qin Liao felt a sense of wonder, but more so, he was touched. His master not only provided him with a place to stay but treated him with such kindness. Being accepted as a disciple was already a blessing, and yet his master had gone to the trouble of preparing a welcoming gift. He found himself at a loss for how to repay his master adequately. Please note, a new task has been issued. Exhibit the demeanor expected of a strict master. Offer a sweep before striking with a rod. The cold, electronic voice interrupted at an inopportune moment, provoking Jiang Yinian's frustration. What nonsense was this task? One moment, he was to be kind to Qin Liao, and the next, he was to act harshly. Was he suffering from a split personality? Having just gifted him a divine artifact, now he was expected to scold his disciple. Was there no consideration for his dignity? You must be weary. If there is nothing else, rest for now. Remember to attend the new disciple's initiation ceremony in 7 days. I prefer tranquility. Do not disturb me unless necessary, Jiang Yinian commanded, recalling the brightness sword and casting a cold glance at Qin Liao. Qin Liao stood obediently, watching Jiang Yinian depart, nodding earnestly like a chick pecking at grains. I will not disturb master. Jiang Yinian did not look back but offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. He then turned and left, his figure gradually fading into the depths of the courtyard. Was this truly acceptable? Jiang Yinian's sense of responsibility nagged at him. He did not wish to be so cold toward his disciple. Task complete. Life value 1. Please continue your efforts. Damn it, what paltry rewards. Was he being treated like a dog? In the ensuing days, Jiang Yinian remained reclusive. Avoiding encounters with Qin Liao, he secluded himself in the courtyard like a hermit, not out of intent to evade Qin Liao, but simply because he found himself at a loss for how to instruct his disciple effectively. Despite inheriting the original owner's prowess, he was utterly clueless when it came to the principles of respecting one's teacher. Thus, he reluctantly spent 5 points of life value to exchange for a manual titled How to Become a Master. However, the book proved worthwhile, detailing not only the Qingyuan sect's techniques and history, but also covering many common knowledge and curiosities within the realm of cultivation. touched upon deities and spirits, fierce beasts and spiritual creatures, divine artifacts and weapons. It served as a guide for newcomers to this world. Jiang Yinian, a book lover by nature, immersed himself in its pages, absorbing the knowledge of this world until several days had slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the system had not assigned any new tasks, leading Jiang Yinian to suspect it had gone offline. Perhaps that was for the best. Over the course of these days, Jiang Yinian organized his thoughts. Now that he had traversed into this new existence, uncertain of when, or if, he would return to his original world, it was imperative that he firmly secure his position as the Tsongshan Immortal Lord. The esteemed Liansong Xianzuan possesses a demeanor of cool detachment, yet he is also a person of considerable verbosity and discretion, necessitating a gradual and methodical alteration of the impressions held by others regarding him. Currently distanced from Long Outyin, the figure of Si Miao remains within the Qinghuan sect, a presence both seen and unseen, leaving one to ponder what unexpected developments may arise in the future. Furthermore, with the system's penchant for stirring up trouble, it would be prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance towards Si Miao, ensuring to accumulate sufficient vitality points for oneself. Additionally, there exists a formidable antagonist in this world. Jiang Yinian has recently altered Si Miao's fate, yet this does not imply the absence of the malevolent demon lord. Although the antagonist is a character that emerges later in the narrative, the original text merely refers to him as the demon lord, without disclosing his name. Notably, the antagonist in the original work is depicted as rather pitiable, even more so than Long Outyin, yet he is ultimately the demon lord. And one must consider the possibility of a drastic personality shift in this lifetime. In summary, it is always wise to make preparations when the identity of the enemy remains shrouded in uncertainty. While contemplating these matters, Jiang Yinian cast a cleansing heart spell upon himself. The slightly disheveled azure headband returned to its proper position, restoring Liansong Xianzuan to his meticulous appearance. After days of neglecting his own needs in favor of studying, he realized that today marked the initiation ceremony for new disciples. Stepping out of his courtyard, the morning sun bathed him in warmth and brilliance. He squinted, acclimating to the sudden brightness. However, upon opening his eyes once more, the scene before him was astonishingly transformed. The yard, once barren, was now adorned with a multitude of spiritual flowers and plants, each vying for attention and exuding delightful fragrances. Amongst the greenery, spiritual insects and small creatures flitted about, emitting glimmers of green light. The bamboo grove appeared revitalized, seemingly well-tended, with fresh bamboo shoots peeking out. The stream beneath the stone bridge continued its gentle flow, but now the surface sparkled, with lotus leaves swaying gracefully and several spirit fish frolicking in the water, occasionally leaping to create ripples. Even more astonishing was the disciples' courtyard on the distant hillside. The previously dilapidated walls had been meticulously restored, the bricks tightly fitted together. The area was impeccably clean, revealing the original structure of the buildings. The rooftops were covered with green tiles, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding nature. The doors and windows were intricately carved, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Cobwebs and debris had vanished, and the once overgrown weeds were nowhere to be seen. Even the neglected training platform had been revitalized, its smooth stone surface gleaming in the light. "Oh, Master, good morning." As Jiang Yinian observed the surroundings with wide eyes, he suddenly heard a lively greeting from beside him. It was Qin Leo, standing nearby and looking towards him. The young man had undergone a remarkable transformation, clad in a light blue disciple's robe that accentuated his tall and refreshing figure. His once messy black hair was now neatly tied back with an azure headband. His fair and well-defined face displayed smooth contours, particularly highlighted by his bright, expressive eyes. Having never closely examined his disciple before, Jiang Yinian was taken aback by Qin Leo's good looks. It seemed his humble apprentice was indeed quite capable. Had he been diligently managing the mountain gate during these days of his seclusion? The transformation was so impressive that Jiang Yinian wondered if he had truly been rewarded by the little dog's gratitude. It seemed that Qin Leo had taken it upon himself to revitalize the entire Liansong mountain in the short time Jiang Yinian had been away. While other areas were satisfactory, the disciples' courtyard was a sight Jiang Yinian had witnessed in its previous state of disrepair. The difference was nothing short of miraculous. The renovation capabilities were indeed formidable. Noticing Jiang Yinian's momentary astonishment, Qin Leo felt a tinge of anxiety. Had he perhaps overstepped? Did his master not require such efforts? His intentions were never to seek praise. When he first began cleaning the courtyard, he had discovered many usable facilities and decided to clear them out. Upon finding numerous seeds of spiritual plants in the storage boxes, he recalled having destroyed several plants upon his arrival at Liansong Mountain and thus decided to sow the seeds as a form of compensation. Gradually, he realized the mountain's ecological environment was exceptionally good, likely due to its seclusion, as many small animals were willing to visit. With the increase of spiritual plants, the number of spiritual insects and other small creatures naturally flourished. In the course of his endeavors, he had accomplished much without even noticing. "You, Jiang Enian, are speaking." He finally broke the silence. The anticipated ire did not materialize. "Liao, you have done splendidly," Jiang Enian praised, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though it was understated, yet Qin Liao keenly noticed. Had he truly received a compliment? Jiang Enian felt an overwhelming desire to express his admiration, to circle around Qin Liao in sheer delight, perhaps even to jump and give a thumbs up. Indeed, the presence of an additional person had breathed life into Liansong Mountain, though he himself had contributed nothing. Yet, he restrained his exuberance, opting for a calm commendation instead. His disciple clearly surpassed the male protagonist Simiao by leaps and bounds. Jiang Enian couldn't help but revel in his own discernment. In the original narrative, Simiao had joined Liansong Mountain only to flit about the Qingyuan sect like a social butterfly, rarely remaining home, only returning when Liansong Xianzuan personally imparted teachings. Once he mastered the techniques, he would again vanish into the sect's social whirl. For Qin Liao, even the slightest praise was a tremendous encouragement. His bright eyes sparkled with delight, as if they might burst with little stars. If he had a wolf tail, it would surely be wagging with fervor. Compliments aside, Jiang Enian remained mindful of the day's important event. "Let us proceed. It is getting late. I shall take you to the initiation ceremony." "Certainly, Master." Chapter 13. Hand in hand, Jiang Enian halted near the teleportation stone, adhering to the principle of respecting elders and caring for the young. He gestured for Qin Liao to go ahead. However, upon turning around, he found Qin Liao rooted in place, hesitating awkwardly. In truth, since Qin Liao's arrival at Liansong Mountain, he had not stepped beyond its gates for a full 7 days. The reason was simple. He was unable to leave. Currently, there were only 3 viable methods for exiting Liansong Mountain. 1. Teleportation stone. 2. Riding a celestial crane. 3. Sword flight. Firstly, the teleportation stone was immediately ruled out, as its usage required one to attain the golden core stage. A threshold Qin Liao had yet to reach. As for sword flight, it was unnecessary to elaborate. A cultivator must at least reach the foundation establishment stage to master this skill. Moreover, as a newly initiated disciple, he had not yet studied this subject, and even though he possessed the enchanted Inues sword, he was too apprehensive to attempt it. The only remaining option was to ride a celestial crane. While there were no restrictions to mount a celestial crane, it applied only to typical celestial cranes. The ones at Liansong Mountain were a different story altogether. Indeed, Liansong Mountain's celestial cranes were both lazy and plump. Having rarely ventured beyond the mountain gates over the years, they lacked any work to do, indulging in a life of leisure and comfort. If there were a competition for the laziest celestial crane, Liansong Mountain's cranes would undoubtedly claim the top prize. During his few days on the mountain, Qin Liao had indeed attempted to ride a celestial crane, but these old tricksters would twist and turn the moment he approached, taking to the skies in an instant. Even if he managed to mount one by chance, they would employ every tactic to dislodge him, refusing to let him ride. They seemed to perceive the newcomer, Qin Liao, as easy prey, engaging in passive resistance. How could a little wolf, only a few years old, contend with these celestial cranes that had lived for centuries? Reflecting on this, Qin Liao gazed at Jiang Enian with a hint of pitifulness. "Master, I am unable to use the teleportation stone," he said, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Jiang Enian, momentarily taken aback, had forgotten that the teleportation stone was beyond Qin Liao's reach due to his cultivation level. After a brief silence, Jiang Enian suggested, "Shall we try the celestial crane?" Qin Liao longed to ride a celestial crane, yet they were unwilling, leading him to respond helplessly. "The celestial cranes have already flown to the mountaintop to rest. They likely won't descend until noon to seek food." This left them indeed at an impasse. Sensing his disciple's embarrassment, Jiang Yinian sighed, "Then I shall teach you to fly with the sword." However, he was essentially an unlicensed driver. Could he manage to carry someone while flying? Doubts clouded Jiang Yinian's mind. Luo Ming seemed to hear its master's call. Without waiting for Jiang Yinian to summon it, it scampered out eagerly, landing beside Qin Liu and swaying gently, exuding friendliness. Jiang Yinian stepped onto the sword's surface, extending his hand towards Qin Liu, intending to help him aboard. Qin Liu blinked at his master's slender, bony hand, then cautiously reached out to grasp it. Master's hand is so cold. Is it due to the ice attribute spirit root? Qin Liu pondered. Luo Ming soared into the air, with Qin Liu standing behind Jiang Yinian. This was his first time overlooking the entire Qingluan sect from such a height, watching as Liansong Mountain shrank beneath them, the beautiful scenery of the sect unfolding before his eyes, stirring a wave of exhilaration within him. It was truly wonderful to be here. It was truly wonderful to have met Master. If you feel unsteady, you may hold onto my sleeve, Jiang Yinian warned in a deep voice. It's all right? Master, I can steady myself. The silhouette of the Master is broad and sturdy, shielding him from the winds that sweep through the mountains. While the outside world whispers of the cold and unfeeling demeanor of the Liansong Immortal, Qin Liu holds a different perspective. Though their time together has been brief, he feels that his master has treated him with exceptional kindness. He even went so far as to prepare such a splendid gift for him upon becoming his disciple. Qin Liu's thoughts wandered. When he grows up, will he also be able to soar through the skies on a sword alongside his master, shielding him from the mountain winds? However, he soon chastised himself for such fanciful notions. His master is so powerful, surely he does not require his assistance in flying. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinian mused. This child is far too earnest. Has he really not descended the mountain in the past 7 days? Even though he has shut himself away, Qin Liu has not knocked on his door for help. What has this child been eating and drinking these past several days? It truly is a grave oversight. Yet, he had indeed become so engrossed in the book detailing how his master was forged that he had forgotten he had warned Qin Liu not to disturb him unless necessary. If Jiang Yinian were to learn of Qin Liu's current thoughts, he would likely be left speechless. Treating Qin Liu with such casualness, providing him with a filthy dwelling, and ignoring him for 7 days. Yet Qin Liu still harbors gratitude and feels well treated by his master. Under the azure sky, the two soared on a sword, neither uttering a word until they gently landed near the martial arts platform. It was only then that Jiang Yinian spoke to send him off. Go on, head south from here, and you shall reach the venue. Qin Liu nimbly dismounted from the sword, turning back with deep respect, saying, "Thank you, master." Though he did not show it outwardly, his heart brimmed with delight. Not only had he ridden on his master's sword, but he had also exchanged several words with him. However, he realized he must diligently learn to fly on a sword himself. After all, his master is quite busy and cannot always be expected to assist him. The venue for the new disciples' initiation ceremony was bustling with excitement, a cacophony of voices reminiscent of a surging ocean. Sunlight filtered through the intricately painted eaves, casting dappled shadows upon the flagstone square. At the center of the gathering stood a towering altar, around which several older disciples busied themselves. Chu Ling's gaze darted through the crowd until, suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. He immediately dashed forward and seized Qin Liu's shoulder, excitement bubbling over. "Brother, you finally showed up. Where have you been these past few days? Ever since you joined Liansong Mountain, you've been nowhere to be seen. I was worried sick." Chu Ling chattered away. "The Liansong Immortal hasn't given you any trouble, has he? Let me see if you're missing any limbs." He then exaggeratedly scanned Qin Liu from head to toe, inspecting him with a seriousness that was almost comical. Qin Liu chuckled and pushed him away gently, replying, "My master has treated me very well." Chu Ling regarded him with skepticism. He had witnessed Qin Liu being whisked away like a chick by such a formidable and ruthless figure. Could it be true that such a person would show kindness to others? Yet, if Qin Liu said it was so, then it must be true. Well, that's a relief, Liu. I'm truly happy for you. Having become the personal disciple of the Liansong Immortal. Chu Ling grinned, patting the back of his own head. "But seriously, where have you been these past days? I wanted to invite you to share a meal and explore the mountain gate together. Surely, your master didn't start intense training with you right after your initiation?" Qinliu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "No, no. It's just that," he then recounted his recent experiences in detail. Ha 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 ha. So you can't ride a crane? Upon hearing Qinliu's explanation, Chu Ling burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. He vigorously patted Qinliu's shoulder, chuckling, "I thought it was something serious. Riding a crane is just about getting used to it. Once the event is over, I'll take you to ride one." Qinliu smiled gently, accepting this with grace. He did not feel ashamed about his inability to ride a crane. Chu Ling treated him with such warmth, and he cherished the feeling of being cared for. However, Chu Ling continued to ramble. "It's just the two of you in the entire mountain gate. I can't help but feel tremendous pressure thinking about it." Just then, a flock of cranes swept across the sky, landing at the edge of the venue. A group of disciples clad in red and white robes leapt down from the cranes, laughing and chatting as they made their way into the gathering. Among the crowd, one figure stood out, resembling a beauty straight from an ink wash painting. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, her features exquisitely delicate, and her skin as pale as jade, accentuated by the green jade pendant at her neck that lent her an ethereal grace. Shen Lin, come here, quickly," Chu Ling called out immediately. Shen Lin was engaged in conversation with several female disciples nearby and turned her head upon hearing her name. Upon recognizing Qinliu and Chu Ling, a joyful smile spread across her face, and she hurried over to them. At that moment, Qinliu noticed that Shen Lin was accompanied by another female disciple. This girl seemed somewhat unfamiliar, likely a newcomer to their ranks. She appeared shy, tightly clutching Shen Lin's arm. "Qinliu, it's been a while," Shen Lin greeted with a bright smile, her voice melodious and refreshing, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "And what about me? Why doesn't the esteemed young lady greet me?" Chu Ling teased. Shen Lin shot him a playful glare. During Qinliu's absence, she had often encountered the wandering Chu Ling, and they had grown more familiar. The girl beside her, however, did not know Qinliu, merely biting her lip and saying nothing. "This is Bai Su, a fellow disciple I met at Bailu Island," Shen Lin introduced. "She's a year younger than us, only 12 years old." The girl named Bai Su was also dressed in red and white robes, yet she appeared quite bashful. She greeted the group softly. Hello, everyone, my name is Bai Su." Her youthful visage was delicate, resembling a peach blossom just beginning to bloom, tinged with a hint of pink. Her hair was styled in 2 ringlet buns, tied with rosy ribbons, adding to her charm. Bai Su was petite, appearing shorter than the others. At that moment, Bai Su tightly grasped Shen Lin's sleeve, clearly uncomfortable speaking with strangers. Bai Su is a bit shy around boys. She comes from the Xingqiu sect, where she rarely sees any men, so please don't frighten her, Shen Lin half-joked. The Xingqiu sect, located in the land of Shu, is unique in that it only accepts female disciples. Besides martial arts training, the disciples of Xingqiu sect excel in medicine and poison arts, using flowers as their guide to concoct various miraculous elixirs and poisons, capable of saving lives in times of peril or vanquishing foes stealthily. Chu Ling's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "Is it true that your sect has particularly strong tastes in cuisine, always favoring spicy dishes and serving the most exquisite spicy delicacies to esteemed guests?" There exists a rumor in the martial world that the land of Shu is renowned for its culinary delights, hosting a grand spirit food festival every year. Among the activities, one particularly draws crowds, the spicy eating contest, which consistently sees disciples from the Xingqiu sect emerge victorious. Upon hearing Chu Ling mention her sect, Bai Su immediately tightened her grip on her sleeve, her cheeks flushing slightly as she whispered, "There are indeed a few senior sisters in our sect who enjoy spicy food, but I'm not too familiar with the rest." As they chatted and joked, Chu Ling noticed Bai Su's gaze lingering on the figure of Chu Yi behind him. As if she wanted to say something, Bai Su timidly pointed at Chu Yi beside Chu Ling and asked, "Is that a puppet technique?" A look of surprise flickered in Chu Ling's eyes. "You recognize it? The Xingqiu sect has senior sisters who study puppet techniques. I've learned a bit about it, but I've never seen such a lifelike puppet, of course. Chu Yi is one of a kind." Chu Ling said with pride, "I didn't expect the Xingqiu sect to have someone proficient in this art. I'd love to visit your sect if I ever get the chance. The Xingqiu sect does not receive male guests, so you likely won't have that opportunity," Shen Lin chimed in. Just as Shen Lin arrived, she mirrored Chu Ling's earlier actions, scrutinizing Qinliu from head to toe. Having not seen him for several days, she noted the significant changes in him, hardly resembling the person he was during the immortal examination. The disciple robes of Lian Song Mountain suit Qin Liu remarkably well. The pale blue sash complements the youth's upright figure, imbuing him with an invigorated spirit. Particularly striking are his eyes. During the assessment, Shan Linlin had noted a hint of gloom in Qin Liu's gaze. Yet now he appears radiant and cheerful, showing no trace of that earlier melancholy. Bai Su sees this hue of disciple robes for the first time within Qinghuan's sect and curiously steals glances at Qin Liu. Eventually, feeling a bit embarrassed from being scrutinized, Qin Liu's friends relent. Shan Linlin then poses a question similar to one she had asked Chu Ling, to which Qin Liu, with good humor, patiently reiterates his explanation, only to be met with Shan Linlin's relentless teasing until he can no longer withstand it, prompting the group to finally cease. The group lingers briefly, and before long, disciples from various other sects begin to arrive at the venue. Bailu Island, Qingjun Peak, Xianming Mountain, and Liansong Mountain each showcase their unique disciple attire. The disciples of Bailu Island are garbed similarly to Shan Linlin, and as they ride their immortal cranes, they resemble white herons dancing gracefully in the morning glow. The disciples of Qingjun Peak don refreshing green garments reminiscent of bamboo, embodying the verdant essence of the mountains. Meanwhile, the disciples of Xianming Mountain wear dark garments adorned with faint golden patterns on their shoulders, exuding an aura of mystery and depth. Scanning the crowd, it is evident that only Qin Liu is clad in pale blue robes. Brother, I feel a tremendous pressure standing beside you, Chu Ling remarks with a shrug. Playfully teasing, indeed, Qin Liu is a sight to behold. His disciple attire stands out uniquely, unmatched by any other in attendance. This sentiment is echoed by nearly everyone present. Disciples in various colorful garments pass by in pairs and threes, and each one cannot help but steal a glance at the pale blue robes, followed by a lingering look at Qin Liu's face. After 7 days without descending the mountain, today Qin Liu finds himself the center of attention. In the distance, a group of Xianming Mountain disciples surrounds a tall figure, chattering animatedly. The youth at the center, with clear brows and refined features, emanates a gentle charm. His face beams with a smile akin to the warmth of spring, evoking an involuntary fondness in those who behold him. Most striking is the flame-like pattern near his brow, which enhances his already captivating appearance. Shortly after, Si Miao seems to sense something amiss. He apologetically waves goodbye to those around him and strides toward Qin Liu. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ling and Shan Linlin feel a tightening in their chests. Recalling Si Miao's previous disdainful attitude towards Qin Liu during the assessment, even going so far as to openly label him a monster, they instinctively assume he is seeking confrontation. As Si Miao approaches, he halts before the group, takes a deep breath, and in a tone filled with contrition, states, "I was too reckless before, jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation. I apologize, Qin Liu." This unexpected apology leaves Qin Liu, Chu Ling, and Shen Linlin utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Si Miao would take the initiative to apologize, especially with such frankness. Momentarily, the three of them are left speechless. Unsure of how to respond, Si Miao does not wait for Qin Liu to speak before continuing. "I genuinely regret that incident. I've reflected a lot over the past few days. I tend to be overly competitive and often act on impulse." After saying this, a faint blush rises to Si Miao's face, making him appear quite embarrassed. "Dio, you still wish to be friends with me? I sincerely want to apologize." Si Miao extends a hand, which trembles slightly, betraying his unease. The series of apologies from Si Miao catches everyone off guard. They never expected him to humble himself in such a manner. Witnessing Si Miao's sincerity, Qin Liu feels all anger dissipate and, with a calm demeanor, accepts Si Miao's outstretched hand, responding with a smile, "Let bygones be bygones." As their hands clasp tightly, the barriers between them seem to dissolve. Qin Liu senses Si Miao's grip tighten for a brief moment before he gently releases it. Their conversation is not lengthy, but soon the disciples of Xianming Mountain begin calling Si Miao back. It appears he is quite popular within Xianming Mountain. "I shall not intrude any longer. My fellow disciples are beckoning me. Liu, let us find an opportunity to spar next time," Si Miao remarks with a smile, gesturing toward his companions before politely nodding to Qin Liu and his friends as he turns to depart. Qin Liu gazes down at the hand that had just clasped Si Miao's, still warm from their contact. Miao's body temperature was higher than his own, and that brief moment of contact had felt almost scorching. Perhaps it is due to Miao being a fire spirit root. Qin Liu muses. Chapter 14. Friendly sparring. The new disciple initiation ceremony of Qingyuan sect has always been rather dull. In previous years, the sect leader would deliver a speech, providing ideological education and setting forth expectations for the newcomers. This year, however, the sect leader is in seclusion, so the task of delivering the speech falls to Shui Jingzhou. The most reliable member of the sect. At this moment, Jiang Yinian is on the verge of dozing off when he is jolted awake by the system's explosive notification. Attention, host. A new task has been issued. Current task. Arrange a public sparring match between Miao and Qin Liu during the initiation ceremony. Publicly praise the winner and criticize the loser. Jiang Yinian nearly spits out a mouthful of blood at this ludicrous task. It is obvious that given Qin Liu's current cultivation level, facing off against Miao would be exceedingly challenging. What happens if I fail to complete the task? Jiang Yinian grits his teeth. Inwardly questioning this malicious system. 50 points of life will be deducted for task failure? Is there any way in the exchange shop to bypass this task? Upon checking, Jiang Yinian discovers that no such items are available. He feels dizzy, as if the entire world is conspiring against him. The most infuriating aspect of this task is that while minor skirmishes among children may be inconsequential, why must he serve as the public judge? That is precisely the Dragon Outyin male lead he has always wished to avoid. What if he sets his sights on me again? It seems there is no way to escape or evade this. However, the direct deduction of 50 life points is a blow he cannot endure. There is no alternative. Apprentice, I must ask you to bear this burden for my sake. This task, seemingly simple, proves quite complex in execution. Lien Song Shinzuan's personality does not allow for arbitrary praise or disparagement. Thus, Jiang Yinian must ensure the task is completed in a reasonable manner. At this moment, Shui Jingzhou is discussing friendly sparring among disciples. And an idea suddenly strikes Jiang Yinian. If he arranges a friendly sparring match between the top 2 ranked disciples from the assessment, Qin Liu and Miao, under the pretext of inspiring the new disciples, it would provide a reasonable context for the performance. This way, regardless of who wins or loses, he can offer commentary on both before the entire sect. Not only would this fulfill the task, but it would also spare his apprentice undue hardship. However, considering that Dragon Outyin is exceedingly forceful and possesses a higher cultivation level than Qin Liu, his brash nature could lead to him taking out his frustrations on Jiang Yinian's apprentice during the sparring. Yet, the task must be completed, so be it. If the situation turns dire, I can always step in. This is a golden opportunity. The disciples below are attentively listening when suddenly, Lien Song Shinzuan strides to the front of the stage and whispers something to Shui Jingzhou. Upon hearing Jiang Yinian's proposal, Shui Jingzhou furrows her brow, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes as she casts a questioning glance at Jiang Yinian. Junior brother wishes for the new disciples to spar? Senior sister, seeing is believing. It seems the current batch of disciples is overly fiery. They require some motivation to guide their cultivation, Jiang Yinian responds. Ever since Jiang Yinian unexpectedly took on a disciple during the assessment, Shui Jingzhou has not seen him for 7 days. Although his fellow disciples find his actions puzzling, they are accustomed to his unconventional approach, and they merely express mild surprise at his decision to take on a disciple. Moreover, they had intended for Jiang Yinian to take on a disciple to help alleviate the sect's teacher-student resources, so they naturally support him now that he has come to his senses. Now that his junior brother is willing to take charge, Shui Jingzhou is delighted, though she wonders if arranging a sparring match right away is a bit too aggressive. Noticing Shui Jingzhou's concern, Jiang Yinian quickly reassures her, Senior sister, rest assured, I will maintain order during the sparring. Should any unforeseen events arise, I will take responsibility. Hearing this, Shui Jingzhou's worries are somewhat alleviated. She knows that while Jiang Yinian's methods are unique, he is always measured in his actions. Since he has made this assurance, things should not spiral out of control. Which disciples does junior brother wish to have participate? Seeing that his proposal is accepted, Jiang Yinian responds promptly, the number of participants need not be large. Quality is more important than quantity. His gaze sweeps over the gathered disciples before settling on Qin Liu. How about Qin Liu and Miao? Among this batch, their talents are unmatched. This suggestion is rather agreeable. Shui Jingzhou ponders for a moment before consenting. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing the decision regarding the sparring, Shu Yi and Xian Yuan both expressed their unwavering support. Shu Yi's heart secretly rejoiced. She had long found such gatherings exceedingly dull and had been yearning for an excuse to escape the lengthy proceedings. Now, hearing that the recitation had transformed into a display of combat, she wholeheartedly endorsed the change. Meanwhile, Xian Yun harbored different intentions. Being a master swordsman, he believed that no amount of theoretical knowledge could compare to the experience of actual combat. Moreover, he had been preoccupied with the blunder during the celestial examination. Harboring reservations about Jiang Yinyan's abrupt abduction of a fellow disciple, as the initiation ceremony reached its midpoint, it was abruptly interrupted. The disciples below, puzzled, suddenly heard a clear bell toll. They looked up to see Shui Jingzhou descending from the high platform, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Today, we have decided to hold an impromptu competition among our sect members to showcase the talents of our disciples." Upon finishing, Shui Jingzhou formed a hand gesture, and in an instant, a vast array unfolded 5 meters above the ground. This array appeared to be composed of countless minute spiritual lights, which swirled rapidly around its edges. These lights shimmered in a myriad of hues. At times bright as stars, at others dim like fireflies, interweaving and colliding in their whirl, as the lights spun. The edges of the array gradually solidified into clearly defined lines, ultimately forming a complete circle. Soon after, the circular array solidified further, transforming into a substantial stone platform suspended in midair. This platform emitted a faint glow, harmonizing with the surrounding spiritual lights, and its emergence immediately captivated everyone's attention. Drawing their gazes toward the floating stone stage, the disciples buzzed with excitement upon learning of the impromptu competition, finding it far more engaging than mere lectures. "Wow, we can finally witness a genuine contest. I wonder which 2 fellow disciples will take the stage. Why the sudden competition within the sect? It's rather peculiar. Who would have thought they would even prepare the platform? I wonder who will be chosen to participate. I truly wish I could try my hand at it. But who among us will take the stage? I have no idea. It certainly won't be me, as I am a healer." Jiang Yinyan stepped forward and ascended the platform. His strides were resolute and powerful, his countenance fierce and determined, with eyes like the profound night, glimmering with sharp intensity. His high nose and clearly defined lips exuded an undeniable air of authority. As he approached, the murmuring disciples instinctively fell silent. The imposing presence of Lien Songxianzun swept over them like a tempest, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Halting his steps, Jiang Yinyan clasped his hands behind his back, surveying everyone present. His voice, deep and commanding, seemed to possess an almost magical quality that instantly captured the attention of all. Qin Liu, Si Miao, stepped forward. Lien Songxianzun's gaze was piercing, fixed upon the 2 individuals before him as he solemnly stated, "Both of you have excelled in the celestial examination, demonstrating extraordinary strength. Today, I wish for you to engage in a sect competition, serving as a model for your fellow disciples." In the next moment, the 2 appeared upon the floating stone platform. Jiang Yinyan provided no time for them to react. Having announced the competition, he merely tossed Qin Liu and Si Miao onto the duel stage. The 2 stood on either side of the platform, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Just as they had exchanged pleasantries, they were now compelled to fight, with no room for refusal. "I have heard that Si Miao and Qin Liu are both top contenders in the celestial examination. This duel will surely be remarkable. Yet Qin Liu's spiritual roots and cultivation are vastly inferior to Si Miao's. I wonder how he was chosen by Lien Songxianzun. I recall they almost quarreled during the celestial examination. Now that they are on the competition stage together, will Si Miao seek revenge on Qin Liu? We disciples of Xian Ming Mountain are not so petty. Let us not slander others. Indeed, should we not be cautious of Qin Liu? He is a wolf demon. What if he transforms and bites if he cannot win? Liu, go for it, Liu. Go for it." A loud and inopportune cheer pierced the sky, surging like a tidal wave. Qin Liu looked down to see Chu Ling, having produced a mechanical trumpet from somewhere, its sound overwhelming the chatter of the disciples. Those around him were stunned by the sudden cacophony. Clutching their ears and attempting to distance themselves, as Chu Ling shouted, while provocatively glancing at the disciples of Xian Ming Mountain, Qin Liu couldn't help but chuckle. He understood that Chu Ling was merely trying to cheer him on, albeit in an exaggerated manner. Meanwhile, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Not far off, his master stood with hands behind his back, giving a slight nod. "All right,
since it is my master's wish? He must have his reasons. Seeing Qin Liu remain silent, Sima Yao spoke first. Liu, my cultivation surpasses yours slightly. I shall only use 80% of my strength in our duel. How does that sound? Sima Yao said gently. He hadn't anticipated that fate would grant him such an opportunity. Should he incapacitate Qin Liu during this duel, he would eliminate a significant threat. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could this boy, who had barely begun his path, possibly match him? After all, it was merely a playful contest among new disciples. Even if he did something extreme, it should not lead to any dire consequences. Merely being regarded as an accident due to their youth and inexperience. Qin Liu sensed Sima Yao's intention to go easy on him and replied, "There's no need for that. Feel free to perform at your best. Let us just keep it friendly." Upon hearing his response, Sima Yao scoffed internally, considering Qin Liu's naivety. Just a feigned apology, and Qin Liu was gullible enough to believe it. Since you insist on not holding back, then I shall be merciless. The duel begins. With the referee disciple's command, the competition commenced. Qin Liu's expression sharpened as he gently waved his hand. Seemingly tracing an invisible arc in the AI in an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and a massive blade shadow coalesced before him. The renowned Ying Yu Dao. With the appearance of the Ying Yu Dao, the atmosphere in the arena became charged with tension. A dense aura of thunderous spiritual energy manifested above the venue. The blade shimmered with electric sparks, emitting a crackling sound. That's an artifact. Qin Liu actually wields an artifact, the disciples below exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Qin Liu brandish the Ying Yu Dao, Shui Jingzhou and the others were equally taken aback, turning to Jiang Yinyan. That is the gift I bestowed upon him upon accepting him as my disciple. Jiang Yinyan replied solemnly, an artifact, as a treasure within the realm of cultivation, typically harbored boundless power and mysteries. Incomparable to ordinary items. Jiang Yinyan's generosity towards Qin Liu underscored his exceptional regard for this singular disciple. Shui felt a pang of jealousy and leaped in front of Jiang Yinyan, exclaiming, "Junior brother, why haven't you gifted sister a precious artifact? Treating your disciples with such generosity, shouldn't you be equally devoted to your sister?" Jiang Yinyan thought to himself that he didn't wish to be so generous. Considering it a matter of 10 points of life valued, he replied, "What if I give you the Luo Ming instead?" Upon hearing Jiang Yinyan's suggestion, the Luo Ming sword flew out, expressing its dissatisfaction by flitting about wildly. Fearing that Jiang Yinyan might truly gift it away. "Absolutely not. That Luo Ming sword has recognized you as its master. It will only follow you." Shui rolled her eyes internally at that moment. Shui Jingzhou interjected, "This Ying Yu Dao possesses a thunder attribute. If I recall correctly, Qin Liu has dual spiritual roots of gold and water. Can this weapon truly unleash its potential in his hands? It won't hinder its use. However, this artifact will yield greater power in the hands of a thunder root practitioner. Nevertheless, thunder roots are exceedingly rare, and very few practitioners of the thunder root are renowned in the realm of cultivation." Xin Yun replied matter-of-factly. Just as Jiang Yinyan caught the flailing Luo Ming and prepared to twist it into a bow as punishment, he noticed movement on the competition stage. The moment Qin Liu summoned the Ying Yu Dao, Sima Yao's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. His gaze was fixed on the shimmering artifact, a complex swirl of emotions surging within him. How generous his master was, in his previous life, when he joined Jiang Yinyan's sect. He had not received any gifts. A surge of unnamable anger welled within him, and without hesitation, Sima Yao propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Qin Liu. His speed was blinding, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, conjuring a tempest in his wake. Chapter 15. The outcome is decided upon witnessing this. Qin Liu's expression sharpened. He understood that Sima Yao's strength was formidable. He gripped the Ying Yu Dao tightly, channeling his internal spiritual energy in preparation for this intense duel. Their figures danced through the air, the spiritual sword clashing with the Ying Yu Dao, igniting brilliant sparks with each encounter. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar, as if the very arena itself might shatter from the force. Qin Liu's Ying Yu Dao, imbued with the might of thunder, crackled with electric brilliance with every swing, accompanied by the sound of sizzling energy. The ethereal sword of Sima Yao resembled a silver serpent, agile and swift, weaving through the relentless onslaught of Qin Liu. Seeking a chink in his armor, Sima Yao's combat finesse was so remarkably proficient. It was as though he had braved countless battlefields. In stark contrast, Qin Liu appeared rather inexperienced, akin to a novice with scant experience in combat. As the duel intensified, their figures left behind fleeting shadows in the air, their speed so extraordinary it was almost overwhelming to behold. The surrounding disciples were captivated by this display of skill. Holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing any exhilarating moment, Sima Yao's swordsmanship not only boasted remarkable speed but also tremendous power. Each strike exerted immense pressure upon Qin Liu. As the conflict progressed, Qin Liu found himself increasingly unable to fend off Sima Yao's relentless attacks. Sima Yao's sword energy grew ever more fierce, targeting Qin Liu's most vulnerable points with precision. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, astonished by Sima Yao's formidable strength, which so effortlessly subdued Qin Liu. With a resounding clash, their weapons collided once more, sending sparks flying. Leveraging the force of the impact, Qin Liu swiftly retreated, his Yingyue blade carving an arc in the air, infused with the might of thunder as it struck towards Sima Yao. Sima Yao's gaze turned cold. His spiritual sword transformed into a streak of silver light. Deftly evading Qin Liu's blade while gliding perilously close, aiming a precise thrust at his flank, in a fierce exchange, Sima Yao suddenly lunged towards Qin Liu's chest. Though Qin Liu reacted swiftly, he still felt the blade tear through his garment, blood seeping forth. Sima Yao did not grant Qin Liu a moment to recover, following up with another strike. Qin Liu barely managed to parry this blow, yet found himself already overwhelmed, ultimately being felled by Sima Yao's decisive thrust. Sima Yao prepared to continue his assault and claim victory over Qin Liu. An abrupt surge of bone-chilling ice spiritual energy cascaded from above, sweeping across the arena like a winter gale. This formidable power instantaneously quelled Sima Yao's offensive, compelling him to retract his spiritual sword and halt his assault. A thin layer of frost seemed to crystallize in the surrounding air, while a fine mist began to envelop the stone platform, rendering the scene otherworldly. Under the influence of this ice energy, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. At that moment, a figure descended gracefully from the heights. It was Jiang Yinyan. His expression was stern, his eyes glinting with an icy light. Enough, he uttered softly. This. The disciples below awakened from their stupor, realizing that the fierce contest had come to an end. Their astonished gazes turned towards Sima Yao atop the stage. Sima Yao has triumphed. A cry pierced the air, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers from the spectators. The disciples rejoiced, thunderous applause echoing as they celebrated Sima Yao's outstanding performance. Good heavens, was that truly a contest among Qi cultivation stage practitioners? I thought I was witnessing a clash of titans. Speak not in ignorance. The power of true titans would shake the very mountains. Yet, how impressive indeed. Sima Yao is remarkably strong. I wager that Ling Zongxianzuan now regrets his refusal to accept him. I think Qin Liu performed admirably as well. The Yingyue blade looks magnificent in his hands, but I noticed Qin Liu seemed injured. I wonder how severe it is. As Jiang Yinyan approached to intervene, Sima Yao flashed a smile, dispersing his spiritual sword and reaching out to Qin Liu. Liu, you are quite formidable. Qin Liu had not anticipated the vast disparity in strength between them, realizing he had been entirely overwhelmed by Sima Yao. However, a deeper sense of regret filled him. He felt he had shamed his master, who had intervened on his behalf. He dared not meet his master's gaze, allowing Sima Yao to assist him to his feet. Yet he accepted his defeat with grace. I concede. This contest has been immensely enlightening. Thank you. Qin Liu expressed sincerely. Observing his disciple's pallor, Jiang Yinyan sensed that the blow had been significant. Even if Long Ao Tian had not yet utilized many external aids, his innate strength was formidable, and he had already surpassed Qin Liu in cultivation. The matchup between the exceptionally gifted Sima Yao and the young wolf had clearly been too much for his disciple to bear. Nevertheless, the task at hand must be fulfilled. Otherwise, the beating his disciple had endured would have been in vain. Sighing internally, Jiang Yinyan reflected, Sima Yao's swordsmanship is indeed sharp. He exemplifies the current generation of disciples from Qinghuan sect, and the future holds great promise. Surprised by Jiang Yinyan's praise, Sima Yao's eyes flickered. Thank you for your guidance, Ling Zongxianzuan. Qin Liu, Your performance today was passable. Unfortunately, your impatience and chaotic tactics led to reckless flailing. Jiang Yinyan's voice was cold. Upon hearing such stern criticism, Qin Liyu's countenance turned ashen. He lowered his head, biting his lip. Yes, master, that I will bear this in mind. Jiang Yinyan's words were so harsh that the observing disciples trembled, as though they too were being reprimanded. Being a disciple of Ling Cong Shenzuan is no easy feat. Though Qin Liyu did not emerge victorious, he performed admirably, holding his own against Sima Yao. Surely, he should not be chastised so publicly. If it were me up there, I would surely weep from the scolding. I believe Qin Liyu is indeed impressive, especially considering his cultivation level is an entire tier below Sima Yao's. Sima Yao clearly did not hold back. If I were to face him, I would not withstand a single strike. In truth, Jiang Yinyan felt uneasy. He was not inherently a harsh or unkind individual. Watching Qin Liyu sustain injuries earlier had left him anxious. Sima Yao had exhibited a lack of restraint. What if his disciple had suffered a serious injury? In the preceding week, he had not provided Qin Liyu with adequate guidance. The fact that Qin Liyu had managed to perform so well was a testament to his innate talent. Moreover, the young wolf was already feeling downcast from his defeat. As his master, Jiang Yinyan should have offered comfort and guidance rather than adding to his distress. Had Qin Liyu been in his original state, his ears would likely have drooped in despair at this moment. Jiang Yinyan was exceedingly vexed, wishing he could reprimand the system for its insensitivity. Task completed. Reward: life value 13. Please continue your efforts. The infuriating system had a knack for appearing at the most inconvenient times. Jiang Yinyan calculated silently. Given the current density and difficulty of the tasks, the rate of accumulating life value was not too slow. Perhaps in the future, tasks that might upset his disciple could be declined based on the circumstances? The contest ultimately concluded with Sima Yao securing a resounding victory. He descended from the stage unscathed, immediately surrounded by the disciples of Shiming Mountain, departing the scene amid cheers and laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Liyu, despite his valiant efforts to persevere, ultimately succumbed. Though the wound inflicted upon him by Sima Yao was not deep, Jiang Yinyan personally escorted him to the sect's medical facilities. Thus, the ceremony for the new disciples concluded rather abruptly. Yet the impact of this contest was extraordinary. The disciples were eager and impatient to commence their cultivation lessons. On the path to the medical pavilion, the two walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken thoughts. The corridor leading to the medical pavilion was lengthy, encircled by dense bamboo groves that seemed to stretch into infinity. The surrounding clamor gradually faded, leaving only the rustling of bamboo leaves and the occasional birdsong. The air was rich with the earthy scent of damp soil and the refreshing fragrance of bamboo, invoking a profound sense of tranquility and serenity. Jiang Yinyan had intended to offer words of comfort to Qin Liyu, to enlighten his disciple, but unexpectedly, Qin Liyu spoke first. Master, I understand now. Jiang Yinyan was taken aback, puzzled by what Qin Liyu had grasped. Taking a deep breath, Qin Liyu turned to Jiang Yinyan. Speaking earnestly, Master, I comprehend your intent in arranging this contest. You wish to convey to me that there are always greater talents beyond our own, and to seize the opportunities before me. During these past 7 days, you remained secluded, likely hoping to observe my initiative in cultivating and improving myself. Yet I was preoccupied with worldly concerns, failing to focus on my own advancement, instead becoming enamored with the flora of Ling Cong Mountain. The disciples of Shiming Mountain have already embarked on their cultivation journey, while I have yet to establish a solid foundation. Surely, you intended for this contest to awaken me. Qin Liyu's relentless self-reflection left Jiang Yinyan momentarily speechless. He had yet to process his own thoughts, and here was his disciple contemplating so deeply. Was this what they called self-pua? Qin Liyu had not considered that he himself bore no fault. Rather, it was Jiang Yinyan who had neglected to teach him, casting him adrift, and now he was beginning to introspect. Since you have come to this realization, let us embrace the error, Jiang Yinyan thought to himself. Relieved that his disciple had found clarity, as long as you understand, Jiang Yinyan replied nonchalantly. Following this, he extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly in hesitation. However, this hesitation lasted but a moment before his palm rested gently atop the young wolf's head, his touch soft and warm, akin to petting a small dog. Qin Liyu felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze lifting to Jiang Yinyan. Master, what is this? Yet, the moment of contact was fleeting. As though it had never occurred, in the next instant, Jiang Yinyan withdrew his hand, resuming his aloof demeanor as Ling Tsang Xinzuan, cool and distant. His face bore no expression, as if the recent occurrence had merely been an illusion experienced by Qin Liu. Yet, deep down, Qin Liu was acutely aware that everything had indeed transpired. He could distinctly feel the chilling touch of that icy hand resting upon his crown, a sensation that seemed to linger there still. Unable to resist, he reached up to touch his head, as if he could still perceive that faint coolness. Jiang Yinyan vowed that he had simply succumbed for a fleeting moment for the sight of Qin Liu's large, innocent eyes, promising to strive diligently, was simply too endearing. At just 14 years of age, he retained a youthful appearance, still quite tender and naive. Furthermore, given that he was a dog demon, no, a wolf demon, essentially a creature of soft fur, Jiang Yinyan had inadvertently given in to temptation. As his master, he reasoned that such actions were perhaps acceptable. At least it would convey to Qin Liu that he bore no resentment and understood him. Yes, indeed, it was merely an act of consolation for the young wolf. At this moment, the two had arrived at the entrance of the medical hall. Jiang Yinyan halted his steps and, with an impassive expression, stated, "The medical hall lies ahead. You may proceed." "Master, please take care," Qin Liu promptly replied. Fully aware that Jiang Yinyan was preparing to return to Liansong Mountain, his master was quite busy, yet still took the time to accompany him to the medical hall, demonstrating his concern. The busy Jiang Yinyan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, realizing that he had not actually imparted any teachings just now. This child, truly, was everything all right? Today, it was Li Jiangxing's turn to be on duty at the sect's medical hall, as Qin Liu entered. He found Li Jiangxing organizing the drawers filled with medicinal herbs, diligently noting something in a small notebook. Sunlight streamed through the half-open window, casting a serene and harmonious glow upon the tidy desk. Clad in emerald green, with long hair tied back with a jade-hued ribbon, Li Jiangxing's forehead band stood out strikingly in the sunlight. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Qin Liu, his eyes curved into crescent moons as he warmly greeted, "Liu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Let me examine your injuries." This was Qin Liu's first encounter with Li Jiangxing, yet the man before him seemed to know him intimately. Effortlessly calling out his name, as he spoke, Li Jiangxing gestured for Qin Liu to sit, while he moved aside to retrieve a few slender silver needles, indicating for Qin Liu to extend his hand. The latter complied obediently. With practiced finesse, Li Jiangxing gently inserted the needles into several of Qin Liu's acupoints, attentively observing the changes in the silver needles. "Ah, the flow of spiritual energy within you appears normal. It seems you have not sustained any internal injuries. Merely some superficial wounds," Li Jiangxing remarked. Hearing this, Qin Liu finally noticed the several small cuts that had unexpectedly appeared on his body. "Thank you, senior brother. May I inquire how to address you?" he asked, a touch of shyness in his voice. Li Jiangxing replied kindly, "I am Li Jiangxing. You may simply call me by my name or refer to me as Senior Brother Li." After this, he examined the injury on Qin Liu's chest and clicked his tongue. "TSK. The people from Shining Mountain are rather ruthless." Qin Liu was entirely compliant, allowing Li Jiangxing to tend to his wounds, and curiously asked, "Senior Brother Li, do you know me?" The man before him pointed to his attire, saying, "Your master is the revered Liansong Xinzuan. Currently, everyone in the sect recognizes you, especially after your impressive performance on the sparring platform just now." Though Li Jiangxing's words bore no malice, they left Qin Liu feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that he had drawn attention to himself, thus causing his master some shame, as the wooden spiritual energy made contact with his wounds. Qin Liu felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, alleviating the previously searing pain immensely. He gazed in astonishment at the spiritual energy, which seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, gently enveloping the wounds before gradually initiating their repair. "All right, there remains some sword chi on you. Take this medicinal pill, consume it once daily, and within 3 days, you shall be cured." Li Jiangxing cheerfully handed him a packet of medicinal pills. Qin Liu received the pills, formally expressing his gratitude to Senior Brother Li. The latter waved his hand dismissively, displaying a good-natured demeanor, no need for formalities. "This is but a trivial matter. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out." Chapter 16. The relentless pursuit of knowledge, according to the regulations of the Qinghuan sect, newly admitted disciples, whether inner or outer sect members, must undergo 3 years of collective academic training. These 3 years serve not only as a refinement of skills, but also as a tempering of one's character. During this period, disciples are primarily guided by the elders, learning various fundamental techniques and mental disciplines. With each movement striving for precision, all in an effort to solidify foundational knowledge and cultivate inner composure. In addition to their daily collective studies, the esteemed masters from various mountain gates also come periodically to provide insights and enlightenment. Laying a solid groundwork for the disciples' future cultivation. It was during this time that Qin Liu truly emerged as the embodiment of diligence. In the initial days, Jiang Yinian would still encounter Qin Liu in the mornings, silently watching his disciple descend the mountain. However, soon Qin Liu's rising time shifted to the dead of night, while Jiang Yinian often slumbered until the sun was well up. Their encounters dwindled, and on the rare occasions they crossed paths, Qin Liu would only pause briefly to earnestly greet his master before hastily rushing off to class. Nevertheless, Jiang Yinian could occasionally gauge Qin Liu's return by the lights in the disciples' dormitory. As time passed, it seemed Qin Liu had absorbed a plethora of new knowledge in his classes, for each morning, Jiang Yinian would find various small items adorning his doorstep. Sometimes, it was a bundle of spiritual herbs. Other times, a paper crane floating magically in the air. Yet one morning, Jiang Yinian found himself both amused and exasperated when he opened his door to discover a stack of poorly drawn beginner talismans. Although the talismans were not executed with precision, they clearly reflected Qin Liu's earnest effort and dedication in crafting them. He was reminded of a small dog he had as a child, which would always bring its owner what it perceived to be the finest toy. Qin Liu was much like that little dog, even though they had yet to meet face to face. Jiang Yinian felt that Qin Liu was wagging his tail with joy, eager to present his offerings. On another morning, Jiang Yinian opened his door to find a plate of cloud pastry perfectly arranged on the tea table. For the first time, he immediately indulged in the gift, leaving only an empty white jade plate in its wake. He had to admit that his disciples' culinary skills were quite commendable. From that day forth, Jiang Yinian's doorstep was graced with an assortment of peculiar items, accompanied by a steady supply of exquisite little delicacies in various flavors: cloud pastries, jade lotus pastries, creamy cloud cakes, spiritual herb dumplings, and more. Qin Liu seemed to delight in concocting an array of delicious treats each day. Were it not for his knowledge of Qin Liu's hectic schedule, Jiang Yinian might have suspected that his disciple had taken refuge in the kitchen rather than attending classes. Jiang Yinian found himself puzzled. Surely, no class would teach disciples the art of cooking? Though curious, he continued to graciously accept his disciples' offerings each day. Meanwhile, Qin Liu had thoroughly overwhelmed Chu Ling and Shen Linlin. His daily studies were exceedingly fruitful. Not only did he partake in the collective curriculum, but he also attended lessons taught by the esteemed masters from various mountain gates. These masters had no restrictions on attendance. Any disciple, regardless of their sect status, could freely join their classes. Initially, Chu Ling and Shen Linlin supported this rigorous approach, intending to keep pace with Qin Liu's diligence. However, soon they found themselves unable to keep up and surrendered in defeat. Chu Ling declared that he could not endure the high-intensity physical training. After all, he was focused on the study of mechanisms, not on the battlefield. He could not withstand such rigorous practices and withdrew after only a few days. As for Shen Linlin, she simply could not rise early enough. If she were to follow Qin Liu's schedule, she would likely ascend to the heavens prematurely. In the end, only Qin Liu remained steadfast in his pursuit. Jiang Yinian learned of his disciples' recent activities through Shui Jingzhou. Qin Liu has been very diligent lately. He possesses a natural talent for cultivating spiritual plants, he reported calmly. My disciple is working hard. That's quite good. Not long after, Shui stormed up to Liansong Mountain, demanding to speak with Jiang Yinian. Yinian, do you know your disciple comes to me every day to draw talismans? Quickly, share some of that talisman paper with me. My disciple is developing comprehensively. Such endeavors should be encouraged. A few days later, Xian Yuan unexpectedly paid Jiang Yinian a visit for tea. During their conversation, hinting at Qin Liu's recent altercations with several disciples from Shining Mountain. Oh, your disciple has been injuring others. How could he be so reckless? Jiang Yinian found himself increasingly restless. He began to worry about his disciple's mental well-being. After all, the child was still quite young. If he continued down this path of relentless striving, what would become of him? With the vastness of Liansong Mountain and his own formidable strength, there was no need for Qin Laiyo to exert himself so fiercely. Had he inadvertently placed undue pressure on the child? Why had the disciple of Liansong Xinzuan embarked on such a chaotic path? Unlike Simiao, who had pursued attention, Qin Laiyo was genuinely eager to learn. Jiang Yinian was beset by concern. After 2 days of brooding, he decided to take action. Within the disciples' courtyard, the emerald bamboo stood tall and verdant, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. As if whispering tenderly upon the verdant expanse of the lawn, the tender green grass flourished abundantly and softly, resembling a vast emerald carpet unfurled upon the ground, exuding a vibrant vitality. Outside a quaint wooden cabin in the courtyard, wisps of white smoke ascended vertically, emanating a rich ambience of domestic life. When he finally located Qin Laiyo, the latter was engrossed in bustling activity within the disciples' courtyard. Recently, he had constructed a modest kitchen there, having inexplicably gathered some culinary utensils from an unknown source. Though the kitchen was not particularly spacious, it possessed a delightful air of homeliness. With his back turned to Jiang Yinian, Qin Laiyo remained oblivious to the presence of his master at the doorway. He was half leaning over the stove, poring over a hefty tome titled The Gourmet Compendium of the Three Realms, Collector's Edition. This book had fortuitously come into his possession from Baisu, and a few days prior, he had stumbled upon an abandoned kitchen in the disciples' courtyard. A sudden spark of inspiration led him to prepare a meal for his master, despite the latter having abstained from food for quite some time. Yet, he could not suppress the urge to present something exquisite to his master. What if his master would appreciate it? Qin Laiyo mused. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, he had nearly given up when Baisu extended a helping hand. Through their recent interactions, Baisu had come to recognize Qin Laiyo as a commendable individual, and their communication had flourished, alleviating the initial tension that had marked their acquaintance. Laiyo-gu, perhaps you should give this a try, suggested Baisu, the youngest among them, addressing Qin Laiyo with the honorifics reserved for elders. Gratefully accepting the Gourmet Compendium of the Three Realms, Collector's Edition, Qin Laiyo was not disappointed. The thoroughness of the instructions lived up to its reputation. Within 3 days, he had mastered the culinary arts. After presenting his creations to his friends for their tasting, he received unanimous accolades. From the following day onward, Jiang Yinian found himself being pampered by his apprentice's culinary offerings. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinian pondered how best to address this matter with his disciple Ahim. Jiang Yinian politely yet awkwardly interrupted Qin Laiyo's thoughts. Startled, Qin Laiyo turned around to find his master standing before him. Having not seen him for several days, his master remained as formidable as ever, akin to a solitary pine standing atop a mountain, proud and aloof, untouched by the world. Jiang Yinian's stature was as erect as a pine tree, his garments billowing, seemingly imbued with an ethereal aura. Even in the kitchen, he emanated an undeniable air of authority that demanded respect. Indeed, Qin Laiyo's admiration for his master was profound. "Laiyo, have you been overly fatigued of late?" Jiang Yinian inquired earnestly. Touched by his master's concern after such a long absence, Qin Laiyo quickly replied, "Disciple is not weary. I have been traversing various sects, gaining much knowledge and insights into my cultivation." Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual energy, eager to demonstrate his progress to Jiang Yinian. After sensing it, Jiang Yinian realized that Qin Laiyo spoke the truth. In but a few days, his disciple had approached the brink of advancement, seemingly grasping a hint of mid-stage qi cultivation. "Your progress is indeed remarkable," Jiang Yinian commended candidly. "From today onward, remain at Liansong Mountain every evening. I shall personally guide your cultivation." Theo curbed Qin Laiyo's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Jiang Yinian devised a plan. Having recently immersed himself in the study of how my master was formed, he had gained some insights into the responsibilities of imparting knowledge. Since taking on an apprentice, he had not closely monitored Qin Laiyo's cultivation, allowing him the freedom to learn as he pleased. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of sympathy for his young disciple, who had been left to his own devices without guidance. Moreover, with various sects expressing discontent, it was incumbent upon him, as a master, to shoulder some teaching responsibilities. Thus, Jiang Yinian resolved to dedicate some time each day to oversee Qin Laiyo's progress, ensuring he did not wander aimlessly. Upon hearing that his master would personally instruct him, Qin Laiyo's eyes widened with excitement, and he instantly set aside his tasks, hastening to Jiang Yinyan's side. Could it truly be that his master would guide him each evening? As a wolf demon, Qin Liu had a somewhat pronounced flaw. Excessive excitement often led him to revert to his original form. Historically, many demon clans faced this challenge, typically observed in immature demons whose shape-shifting abilities remained unstable. At that moment, Qin Liu found himself in such a predicament. With a sudden puff of mist, as Qin Liu approached, he was obscured from view. The next instant, the fog dissipated, revealing a small black wolf standing before Jiang Yinyan. Jiang Yinyan paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the diminutive wolf. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, he scrutinized the fluffy little creature, noting its sleek fur and lively gaze. With a rounded head and perked ears that occasionally twitched, its large, watery eyes shimmered with a hint of confusion and nervousness. The little wolf's mouth was slightly agape, exposing a few sharp milk teeth, evoking no sense of threat but rather enhancing its adorability. Qin Liu felt exceedingly embarrassed, perceiving his transformation in front of his master as a source of shame. It appears you have yet to fully master the art of transformation. Jiang Yinyan remarked softly. The little wolf gazed up at him with its big, watery eyes, its tail drooping limply. Jiang Yinyan extended his hand, conjuring a strand of spiritual energy that morphed into a gentle rope, wrapping around the little wolf and placing it tenderly within his sleeve. Jiang Yinyan's movements were gentle, and Qin Liu allowed himself to be carried out of the kitchen without resistance. It seemed that his master favored his original form. As Jiang Yinyan's gaze softened considerably whenever he appeared as a wolf, Qin Liu thought to himself, not merely a preference, Jiang Yinyan was utterly enamored, consciously suppressing the urge to pet the adorable creature before him. He lamented the fact that this fluffy being was so close yet out of reach. He resolved to make amends later when he and his apprentice grew closer. Jiang Yinyan set the little wolf down gently on the grass, and as the mist cleared, Qin Liu reverted to his human form. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Yinyan's face, feeling a sense of emptiness as he imparted a few key points regarding cultivation to his disciple before departing to attend his lessons. From that day forth, each evening, Qin Liu returned punctually to Liansong Mountain before nightfall. His daily agenda now featured a highlighted priority: to cultivate alongside his master. However, Chu Ling harbored some grievances regarding this arrangement. He had previously made plans with Chu Ling and Shen Linlin to gather at the sect's dining hall for dinner each evening. Yet he had recently been frequently absent, appearing and disappearing at will. Liu, where have you been disappearing to every evening? Chu Ling managed to corner Qin Liu today, adamantly insisting on dragging him to the dining hall. He lamented, when you're not around, even the rice demons refuse to give me an extra scoop of meat. Without your presence, my meals are tasteless. The Qingwan sect's dining hall was managed by a group of rice demons, harmless little creatures in the cultivation world, who primarily delighted in the mundane necessities of life. These small demons, which typically lived in communal groups, were provided with stable housing and food by the Qingwan sect in exchange for their services in catering to the disciples' daily needs. Demons possess an innate ability to sense one another, and thus the rice demons held Qin Liu in high regard, often offering him and his friends additional servings during meals. Not long ago, Qin Liu had sought culinary advice from this group of rice demons. Not to mention, Qin Liu's handsome appearance and amiable demeanor allowed him to engage in respectful conversations with even the lowest-ranking demons, rendering him beloved in the small demon community. Chu Ling and the others had benefited from Qin Liu's charm, consistently enjoying more lavish meals than their peers. Bai Su covered her mouth in amusement. Chu Ling go, don't you think you've been eating too much lately? Chu Ling clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. The quantity of food is not the issue. What matters is that I miss my brother. It was already difficult to see him, and now I can't even share a meal. Qin Liu was unimpressed by his antics, coolly retorting, oh? Then you could join me at the training grounds. Chu Ling shuddered at the suggestion, hastily declining, no, no. The bond between brothers should be savored in moderation. A daily glimpse in the dining hall suffices. Seeing him in such a state, Bai Su couldn't help but chuckle, her shoulders trembling with mirth. Shen Linlin, uninterested in banter with Chu Ling, set down her bowl and chopsticks, directing her inquiry at Qin Liu. So, what have you been busy with every evening? Qin Liu's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, feeling as if a little secret had been uncovered. Actually, my master has been personally guiding my cultivation each night. Cultivation? Shen Linlin raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What kind of training requires nightly sessions? Qin Liu found himself puzzled. As time did not seem to be the crux of the matter, he patiently explained. My master noticed that I have classes during the day, so he shifted our teachings to the evening, allowing me to absorb the moonlight's energy to enhance my cultivation. A sense of astonishment washed over the group, for it became apparent that the esteemed Lien Zhongxianzuan exhibited such meticulous care towards his disciples. They had assumed that a practitioner of Lien Zhongxianzuan's caliber would act with unrestrained spontaneity, seldom considering the feelings of others. After a brief period of casual conversation, the sky darkened, and Qin Liu hurriedly bid farewell to his companions. Departing in haste. Chapter 17. The hour of nightmares. At times, Qin Liu found himself reflecting upon certain dreams, recollections from his days spent in that former home. Initially, these dreams were vague, offering merely fleeting glimpses of scenes, fragmented like shards that failed to coalesce into a coherent image. However, as time progressed, the once nebulous dreams gradually crystallized, each detail appearing as if meticulously chiseled. What unsettled Qin Liu further was the notion that these dreams seemed to herald something ominous, akin to a shattered mirror reflecting the tribulations that might lie ahead. In the beginning, he would foresee snippets of the following day within his dreams. Occasionally, he would feel the chill of a blade piercing his skin, blood trickling into a vessel, the profound sense of helplessness from having his blood drawn leaving him haunted upon waking. Other times, he would sense his spiritual energy being forcefully siphoned away by an overpowering force, his body feeling as though it were being drained, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. There were moments when he found himself violently pinned to the ground, compelled to ingest unknown pills. The bitterness and despair experienced in these dreams were so acute that they rendered him nearly lifeless. In the final moments of his dreams, he was invariably cast aside like a tattered rag, discarded back into that dark, damp prison. Surrounding him were cold stone walls, with only a faint beam of light filtering through the iron bars, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. There he lay, utterly exhausted, his heart heavy with an unending sense of despair. Were these dreams harbingers or curses? Most distressing to Qin Liu was the indifference of those he called family, who passed him by as if he were invisible. Whether in dreams or reality, he had witnessed countless cold faces gliding past him, as if he were merely a transparent specter. Their gazes never lingered upon him, not even for a fleeting second. The sensation of being overlooked and forgotten was far more brutal than any physical torment. The dichotomy of dreams and reality sliced through Qin Liu's heart like a sharp blade. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind such dreams, nor could he decipher the meaning they held. Until one day, other figures began to materialize within his dreams. A man of frosty demeanor, as if descended from the snowy peaks, clad in garments as white as snow and devoid of any speck of dust, appeared before him like a deity. The dream remained fragmented and incomplete, compelling Qin Liu to piece together bits and pieces. This individual treated him with utmost gentleness, knew his name, and was referred to as Lien Zhongxianzuan. The man proclaimed that he would manifest in Qin Liu's future, but who exactly was he? Why did he invade his dreams? Ultimately, the dream spoke to him in a voice as ancient as a tolling bell. Muddled yet imbued with clarity, "Child of the spirit wolf, seek him out, become his disciple." This was the first and last time such a voice graced his dreams. The following day, he dreamt of a raging inferno. Houses collapsing, bricks shattering. Within the dream, Qin Liu found himself engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire roared like a furious beast, voraciously consuming all in its vicinity. The flames danced in the night, casting an eerie and dazzling glow that transformed the once tranquil evening into a scene reminiscent of daylight. The heat was suffocating, nearly rendering him breathless. He could feel the searing heat of the flames, as if they sought to scorch his very skin. In terror, he surveyed his surroundings, witnessing structures teetering perilously amidst the flames, bricks cracking and crumbling under the intense heat, producing sharp, piercing sounds within the blaze. Figures appeared, frantic and indistinct, their cries echoing as they raced to escape this calamity. Yet the flames seemed omnipresent. No matter where they fled, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of the fire. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood, fabric, and lives reduced to ash. Qin Liu's heart swelled with fear and helplessness. He had no inkling of how to escape this inferno. Nor did he know when this disaster would cease. Upon awakening, Qin Liu was struck by the realization that this was not merely a dream. It had transpired in reality. Everyone around him was in a frenzy, fleeing in terror, oblivious to his confinement within the cage. The cacophony of screams and the sound of hurried footsteps created a tumultuous din, however. Amid this chaos, Qin Liu found an unexpected opportunity. The iron gate of the cage had become hot to the touch from the flames. Yet the lock had warped under the heat, loosening considerably. The bindings that had restrained him vanished without a trace. Channeling his spiritual energy, Qin Liu dismantled the cage effortlessly and made his escape. At last, after a protracted flight, Qin Liu arrived at a relatively safe haven. He glanced back to see the inferno still wreaking havoc, yet he had successfully evaded the confines of his prison. The world beyond was utterly alien, every blade of grass and tree unfamiliar to him. He treaded cautiously upon this strange land, each step taken with utmost care, though his heart brimmed with confusion and trepidation. He possessed a purpose. He was determined to reach that destination. The scenery along the way was breathtaking. Towering mountains reached for the heavens, layers of verdant foliage unfurling before his eyes, as though vibrant paintings came to life. Occasionally, he encountered peculiar spiritual herbs and plants, their bizarre forms and vivid colors evoking awe within him. Nestled between the mountains lay a serene lake, its crystalline waters reflecting the azure sky and majestic peaks like a flawless mirror. The trees along the shore stood lush and verdant, with the occasional waterfowl frolicking upon the surface, sending ripples cascading outward. During moments of respite, he would quietly admire this exquisite vista, etching the beauty into his memory. As he continued onward, he encountered a majestic snow-capped mountain, its summit cloaked in a thick layer of snow, shimmering under the sun's brilliant rays, a sight too dazzling to behold directly. This scene stirred memories of a certain individual, and he felt an urgency to soon reunite with that person. There were moments when he faced arduous challenges. The marshes were muddy and saturated, the sludge thick and treacherous, posing dire consequences should he become ensnared. He carefully navigated the stones within the mire, wary of the possibility of sinking. Thus, he pressed on, traversing through Luoxia Town, Xinkao, and Qingwan Sect, each scene unfolding before Qin Liu's eyes. And then there was his master. Qin Liu, your spiritual energy is unstable. Awaken. Upon awakening, Qin Liu found himself gazing into the concerned expression of Jiang Yinian, who wore a slight frown in his dazed state. Still not fully cognizant, he realized that the figure from his dreams stood before him. Master, Master, Qin Liu murmured. This night was intended for guiding his disciple in cultivation. However, upon returning, he discovered Qin Liu seated in a meditative state. Jiang Yinian had initially considered not interrupting Qin Liu's tranquility and instead stealthily ventured out for a brief stroll. Yet, he was taken aback to see that, in the brief moment he diverted his gaze, the boy's face was contorted in anguish, as though he were enduring a nightmarish ordeal. Alarmed, Jiang Yinian quickly recognized that Qin Liu might be grappling with an issue in his cultivation. I am here. Jiang Yinian formed a calming gesture, swiftly applying a few incantations upon Qin Liu. Your mental state is unstable. If left unchecked, it could lead to demonic deviation. Qin Liu remained still, allowing Jiang Yinian to cast the calming spell upon him. Gradually, clarity returned to his mind. Master, I apologize. It is my instability that has caused this. Thank you for your concern. Qin Liu gasped, puzzled as to why. Despite still being in a meditative state, he was reminded of past events. Noting Qin Liu's intense reaction, Jiang Yinian found it peculiar. After all, it was natural for someone of Qin Liu's age to experience fluctuations in their mental state. There is no need for such concern. Observing the boy's startled demeanor, Jiang Yinian extended his palm, gently placing it atop Qin Liu's head, intending to channel some spiritual energy into his disciple. The moment their palms made contact. A gentle force flowed seamlessly, feeling as cool as ice. Yet, in Qin Liu's perception, it resembled the warmth of the sun penetrating through his crown, radiating throughout his limbs. His master was offering him comfort. An inexplicable impulse surged within Qin Liu. He longed to take Jiang Yinian's hand and tenderly graze it against his cheek. Once this thought took root, it proliferated within his mind like wild grass, rendering him unable to resist. Thus, he acted upon this desire. Gathering his courage, he gently pulled Jiang Yinyan's hand towards his face, softly rubbing against it. The instant their skin made contact, Qin Liu felt a shiver run through him. In that moment, his heart raced with the fervor of a drum, his gaze filled with reverence and warmth, as if he had discovered an unprecedented source of comfort and solace within that hand. He closed his eyes, gently caressing Jiang Yinyan's palm. A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Yinyan's eyes, yet he did not deter the ACTIN that instant. A vision of a puppy nuzzling against a person surfaced in his mind. He thought to himself, indeed, this disciple is akin to a little dog. On the serene Songshan Mountain, the master and disciple maintained this posture, neither uttering a word. After allowing Qin Liu to bask in his warmth for a moment, Jiang Yinyan slowly withdrew his hand. His fingers glided softly across Qin Liu's cheek, eliciting a slight tickling sensation, still retaining the warmth of the youth's face, warm and genuine. Qin Liu slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of reluctance and longing shimmering within them. His current life, his friends, and all that he could learn and gain were gifts bestowed upon him by his master. The master had rescued him twice, once in a dream, and once in reality. His master would always be the person he revered the most. Before long, their interaction returned to its usual state. After their lesson concluded, Qin Liu had just returned to his quarters when he received a message from Shun Linlin. Her voice, brimming with vitality, excitedly informed him that Chu Ling and Bai Su were present, urging him to hasten his cultivation and join them. Thus, with a heavy heart, Qin Liu bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to seek his friends. Jiang Yinyan expressionlessly watched his disciple depart, and once the youth had left, he collapsed onto the bed, truly exhausted. Ever since he agreed to teach Qin Liu daily, the child had never missed a lesson, faithfully reporting to the mountain every evening. He himself had not taken a single day off. Initially, he had boasted about guiding his disciple every day, not anticipating that while the disciple could endure it, he himself could not. Jiang Yinyan found himself somewhat speechless, yet there was nothing to be done. The moment he gazed into Qin Liu's puppy-like eyes, he could not bear to refuse this earnest child who genuinely wished to cultivate. However, amidst the recent busyness of teaching, he had completely forgotten about Long Outyan. To his surprise, Long Outyan seemed to have refrained from causing any trouble, quietly residing on Shiming Mountain. According to the original storyline, since Long Outyan joined Qinghuan sect, the sect should have been rife with turmoil. Could it be that in this life, without him to rein him in, he had instead been influenced by Xianyun? Jiang Yinyan rolled around on the bed. Even the system had ceased to engage him in banter lately, and life had become excessively serene, devoid of any sense of urgency. Host, please be advised that new items have been added to the exchange store. You may consider purchasing at your discretion. Just as he mentioned the system, it promptly materialized. With nothing else to occupy him, Jiang Yinyan entered the system, intending to explore the newly listed items in the exchange store. What he discovered was quite astonishing. The store had listed a new book, I Shall Become an Immortal. Dominating the path to immortality, Jiang Yinyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It seemed the exchange store had directly brought forth the original work, perhaps fearing that he would grow bored in the realm of cultivation, and had provided him with such a wretched novel for amusement. At that moment, Jiang Yinyan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the countless times he had seen that novel in his email. Yet, this book now held some utility, for having traversed into this world. There were certain plot points he could not recall. Its appearance might assist him in remembering many forgotten fragments. The price was modest, only 5 points of life energy. Just as Jiang Yinyan was about to exchange for a copy to peruse, he was interrupted by a sudden disturbance. An unfamiliar surge of spiritual energy appeared atop Songshan Mountain. Typically, it was only he and Qin Liu on this mountain, making this foreign energy extremely conspicuous. Jiang Yinyan's gaze sharpened. He swiftly rose from the bed, silently reciting a spell to tidy himself, and fixed his eyes intently on the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The person halted at the entrance of the courtyard. At that moment, an ominous premonition washed over Jiang Yinyan. Good evening, Songshan Xianzuan. Under the orders of my master, I have come to invite you to Shiming Mountain. Oh, heavens! Jiang Yinyan felt an overwhelming urge to flee. He had no desire to respond to that individual at the door. Indeed, the very thing he feared seemed to be approaching him. The voice from outside was unmistakably familiar. it was Si Miao, the very embodiment of Long Outyin, the male protagonist. Chapter 18. To meet or not to meet, Si Miao stood quietly outside the door, his gaze penetrating through the half-open courtyard gate, clearly observing the scene within. However, the door to the house remained tightly shut, enveloped in silence, as if even the air had solidified, yielding not a single sound. After a prolonged wait, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Jiang Yinyan's profound and powerful ice element, spiritual energy, formed an invisible barrier. Indicating to Si Miao that Jiang Yinyan was indeed inside, Si Miao furrowed his brow, perplexed. With Jiang Yinyan's cultivation, how could he possibly be unaware of the commotion outside? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and respectful. Songshan Shinzuan, may I inquire if you're present? Yet, the interior remained unresponsive. Si Miao's frown deepened, and he began to suspect that Jiang Yinyan was intentionally avoiding him. Indeed, Jiang Yinyan was deliberately evading Si Miao. He had no intention of meeting Si Miao, fully aware that the once exalted figure atop Songshan Mountain was now merely an ordinary disciple at Shiming Mountain. For him, the choice to meet or not meet Si Miao lay entirely within his own volition. He owed Si Miao nothing and had no obligation to accommodate anyone. Whether Si Miao wished to see him was solely Si Miao's concern. He could choose to meet or ignore him at will. After all, the original character was precisely of this disposition. After a while, Si Miao seemed to truly give up. He stood in place, casting a complex glance at the courtyard where Jiang Yinyan resided. He inhaled deeply. Persisting further would yield no results. His master had always possessed such a temperament. Those who did not wish to meet could not be compelled, especially given that their relationship now differed significantly from their past lives. Si Miao took a step back, shifting to observe the current state of Songshan Mountain. It had been far too long since he had last visited. This place, where he had once cultivated, held memories in every inch of earth and every whisper of wind, all bearing witness to the days and nights he had spent with Jiang Yinyan. Those moments felt as if they had occurred only yesterday, vivid and almost within reach. The scenery of Songshan Mountain was deeply etched in Si Miao's memory. Even though he had witnessed many breathtaking sights in his past life, this place remained irreplaceable in his heart. Each time he closed his eyes, the towering peaks, verdant trees, babbling streams, and his master would come to mind. Suddenly, Si Miao furrowed his brow. Songshan Mountain appeared different from his recollections. Something was amiss. This was not the Songshan he once knew, nor did it harbor his memories. The flowers, birds, trees, and meandering streams were not as he had once seen them. In the next moment, as if to affirm something, Si Miao dashed toward the disciples' courtyard, the place he had once called home, the first abode he had at Qingluan's sect. Yet the scene that greeted him felt foreign. The entire courtyard was meticulously cleaned, the once dilapidated walls now carefully restored to pristine condition. The remnants of cobwebs, debris, and overgrown weeds had vanished, replaced by an air of cleanliness and tranquility, evoking an unprecedented sense of comfort and harmony. Yet, this was not the most difficult aspect for Si Miao to accept. What truly unsettled him was the presence of a kitchen constructed within the disciples' courtyard. This was something he had never encountered in his past life. Did not his master despise the mundane aspects of life? His master had no need for real food. How could it be that in a place like Songshan Mountain, untouched by worldly affairs, his master had acquiesced to Qin Liu in all these matters? Si Miao, what brings you here? Si Miao turned to find his gaze meeting Qin Liu's. In that moment, the turmoil within him ignited like a wildfire. Rapidly spreading, he struggled to suppress his emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. The Shiming Shinzuan instructed me to attend to some matters. I noticed that Songshan Shinzuan seems to be absent, so I thought I would take a look around. Si Miao explained awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Qin Liu frowned slightly, puzzled. He had distinctly sensed his master's presence. Why then would Si Miao claim he was not there? Would you like me to check for you? Qin Liu offered warmly. No need. The sky is growing late. I shall return another time. Si Miao replied, turning to leave. Although Qin Liu felt somewhat confused, he did not press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. For some reason, Si Miao's steps were hurried, as if something were pursuing him. It was at that moment that Si Miao realized Songshan Mountain had indeed changed, and his master had changed as well. Yet these transformations were not due to him. In this life, all things were no longer intertwined with him. Behind him, Qin Liu watched Si Miao's receding figure, Feeling a sense of bewilderment and confusion, Sima Miao claimed he was sent by Shiming Shinzuan to search for his master at Songshan Mountain. Yet he departed without finding anyone. By all accounts, his master should not have retired at this hour. Earlier, Sima Miao's expression had also seemed off, as if he had suffered some setback. Qin Liu entered the kitchen. Recalling the new dish he had learned from Bai Su, 4 happiness meatballs, said to be delightful and likely to suit his master's taste. Thus, he hurriedly returned to prepare a special meal for his master. Considering the time, it was indeed the hour for a midnight snack. Qin Liu, no longer dwelling on his thoughts, turned and made his way to the kitchen. He resolved to first make 4 happiness meatballs. And once they were ready, he would seek out his master. Perhaps by then, his master would have awakened. In the kitchen, Qin Liu skillfully handled the ingredients, yet his mind could not help but wander back to their recent encounter. Though his interactions with Sima Miao were scarce, he recalled that Sima Miao had once clashed with his master during the celestial examination. Was it possible that his master deliberately wished to avoid him? Alas, he found himself overly concerned. He would inquire about Sima Miao with his master later. Qin Liu mused. Jiang Yinian heard the commotion outside gradually dissipate, and the serene Songshan once again returned to its usual tranquility. Only when the faint traces of fire elemental energy vanished entirely did he let out a long sigh. Long out yin, O long out yin. In this life, let us keep our waters separate and seek peace. Sima Miao's absence was a relief, but upon his arrival, Jiang Yinian felt an undeniable surge of anxiety. He began to pace restlessly around the room, and it was then that he suddenly remembered he had been interrupted earlier and had yet to purchase the original novel I Want to Become an Immortal, Domineering the Path to Immortality in the exchange shop. Thus, he entered the exchange shop and, gritting his teeth, acquired the book. The storyline of the book was not far removed from his memories, and Jiang Yinian flipped through the pages in boredom until he came across his own name. The text stated that after the celestial sovereign Ling Tsang accepted Sima Miao as a disciple, time flew by, and before long, 4 years had passed. The Celestial Alliance hosted a grand tournament every decade. And this event was particularly magnificent, with generous rewards that attracted cultivators from far and wide. Everyone gathered at a place known as Xiaoling Island. Xiaoling Island was already the most prosperous region in the cultivation world, serving as a stronghold for both the Celestial Alliance and the Tianzhou sect. The tournament lasted a full 3 months, during which the Celestial Sovereigns of Qinghuan sect brought their disciples to participate. The competition was divided into 3 phases. The first phase consisted of group battles, where sects organized teams of 4 to compete for points to determine who would advance to the next round. The top 20 teams with the highest scores would enter the third phase. The second phase involved individual battles. Any participants who had not earned sufficient points in the group stage could still qualify through the individual matches. To ensure fairness, those who had already secured a team qualification in the first phase could not continue to participate in the second phase. The third phase was a secret realm challenge. During the tournament, the Duyo Forest secret realm would be unlocked, which was of utmost importance to the newly initiated generation of cultivators. Within the Duyo Forest secret realm resided numerous mysterious spirit beasts. And should one have the fortune to tame a spirit beast within, regardless of its rank, it would greatly aid their path to immortality. Sima Miao shone brightly during the tournament, successfully securing a spot in the Duyo Forest secret realm. However, shortly thereafter, he suffered severe injuries from an attack by the Demon Clan, which inadvertently stimulated his cultivation, allowing him to break through from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage within the secret realm. In the original text, Jiang Yinian, too, perished in the process of shielding Sima Miao from the heavenly tribulation. At this point, Jiang Yinian felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, the original host, being at the God transformation stage, should not have succumbed to mere heavenly lightning, right? He had previously heard of younger cultivators seeking help from powerful beings to withstand tribulations, suggesting that shielding another from heavenly lightning was not unheard of. Moreover, this was merely the Golden Core stage's tribulation. Could there be more to the story? Jiang Yinian pondered and found himself unable to grasp the situation, as the book failed to clarify, hastily summarizing the host's demise while emphasizing the protagonist's prowess before concluding abruptly. Truly a shoddy book. Jiang Yinian felt utterly vexed. Nevertheless, his fate in this life had already been altered, and he could only wonder how the subsequent events would unfold. Jiang Yinian continued to flip through the book, which had now progressed to the section concerning the Demon Clan. At this juncture, The Demon Clan's matriarch was still the ambitious Qilihua, a character Jiang Yinian particularly favored. Despite the Demon Clan's numerous transgressions, Qilihua was deeply invested in the expansion of the demon realm, to the point of being a workaholic. Historically, the Demon Clan had been unruly and tempestuous, unrestrained by authority. Upon Qilua's rise to power, she implemented significant reforms to curb the rampant behavior of the demon army. She first organized a formal demon army, selecting the most exceptional demons from various families to serve as legion commanders, instilling self-discipline and leading by example. Additionally, she trained a large number of spies, each imbued with powerful concealment spells, making it nearly impossible to detect them within the cultivation world unless one deliberately used a formation to identify them. The lower-tier spies primarily focused on gathering intelligence, creating disturbances, and occasionally inciting discord. The higher-tier spies were more enigmatic, infiltrating the upper echelons of the Celestial Alliance to undermine the order of the cultivation world from within. Regrettably, the book did not specify who these spies were, as the later plot had long been thrown into chaos by Si Miao. Ever since Qilihua joined Si Miao's harem, she had ceased to concern herself with the affairs of the demon realm. At this moment, a new demon clan leader was elevated, referred to as the Demon Sovereign. Jiang Yinian had long been intrigued by the matter of this demon sovereign, and he held his breath, meticulously reading this segment of the narrative. After Qilua's departure, the demon clan fell into utter disarray, prompting the clan elders to conduct a blood sacrifice ceremony to determine the next demon clan leader through ancestral omens. Shortly thereafter, another individual was proclaimed the new demon sovereign. Unlike any previous rulers, this new demon sovereign seemed entirely disinterested in the invasion of the three realms. Shortly after assuming power, he disbanded the army and redirected efforts toward researching how to suppress the demon clan's violent nature and improve their quality of life. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Yinian's lips twitched. This was indeed a most unconventional approach. The demon clan, having once followed Qilihua, was naturally unwilling to accept such changes, causing unrest that disturbed the three realms. The new demon sovereign remained unmoved, entirely ignoring the turmoil caused by the rebellious demons. Eventually, one day, the agitated demons stormed into the demon sovereign's palace, witnessing an unbelievable sight. Although the demon clan's violent nature could enhance their strength, it came at the cost of their lifespan and even impaired their physical recovery abilities. They beheld the severely injured soldiers, who, after suppressing their violent instincts, began to recover on their own. The crowd pledged allegiance to the new demon sovereign, complying with his orders to surrender ferocious beasts to the cultivation world, thus securing 100 years of peace for the demon clan. For the cultivation world, while the existence of the demon clan was loathsome, it nonetheless maintained a certain balance of power. The demons willingly surrendered ferocious beasts to the jurisdiction of the cultivation world, which was gladly accepted, as the most significant threat was now contained. Leaving the demons unable to stir any further trouble, ferocious beasts had historically been the greatest hazard to the three realms. Regardless of whether they were spirit beasts or ferocious beasts, they were initially formed from the gathering of celestial and earthly spiritual energy. Ferocious beasts were originally spirit beasts, and their transformation into ferocious beasts was typically due to external factors. Perhaps it was a failed advancement, an unforeseen mishap, or unstable emotions. The reasons for becoming a ferocious beast varied greatly, yet their eventual fate invariably led them to the demon realm. Yet, when Jiang Yinian saw a particular name, his thoughts went blank. It felt as though his head had been struck by a muffled hammer wrapped in cotton, rendering his entire being frozen. What was happening? Surely he had not misread. This was impossible. The demon sovereign, Qin Liu. The demon sovereign, with the body of a Xian wolf, radiant in inky hues, deep eyes reminiscent of night, exuding an innate majesty befitting a powerful being. In his youth, he had wandered the mortal realm for many years, and during that time, he bore the name Qin Liu. Qin Liu, his disciple, Qin Liu. The book in his hands suddenly felt unbearably hot. As if a raging fire were scorching Jiang Yinian's palm. In a frenzy, he quickly closed the pages, attempting to quell the turmoil and anxiety within. No, this cannot be. There must be some misunderstanding. His disciple, the obedient little wolf of Ling Tsongshan, the ever-dutiful Qin Liu, could not possibly be the demon sovereign. How could this be? Jiang Yinian sat there, dazed, his mind swirling in confusion. He struggled to regain his composure. convincing himself that there had to be some error. This revelation was too absurd, too shocking for Jiang Yinian to accept. He wished to strike himself for forgetting such crucial information, blaming his habit of skimming through books without retaining details or names. System, hey, system. In his panic, Jiang Yinian suddenly remembered the system, as if grasping a lifeline. Was this demon sovereign Qin Liu the same as his disciple? Deep down, Jiang Yinian already knew the answer. What were the odds of such a coincidence as sharing the same name? Especially within the confines of a fictional world. Upon verification, it was confirmed to be the same individual. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yinian's mind, like a bolt from the blue, shattering his understanding. His discernment truly was remarkable. Just as he had managed to avoid the protagonist, now he was confronted with a formidable antagonist. Heavenly Dao, do you find amusement in tormenting me? As Jiang Yinian was lost in a myriad of thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. The voice was gentle and soothing, instantly calming Jiang Yinian's turbulent mind. Master, have you rested? At that moment, Qin Liu stood at the entrance, holding a plate of fragrant, delightful for-happiness meatballs, their enticing colors and plumpness making him wonder if the master would enjoy them. Just as he was about to knock, an unusual sound from within the courtyard caught his attention. As if something had fallen to the ground, Qin Liu lightly tapped on the door, his voice tinged with concern. Master, it's me. I made some late-night snacks. Would you like to try some? At that instant, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Yinian's figure before him. Jiang Yinian gazed at Qin Liu, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He endeavored to steady his feelings, yet his voice betrayed a hint of peculiarity. Liu, you've come. Unbeknownst to Qin Liu, who had grown familiar with Jiang Yinian's demeanor over time, he perceived the master not as a cold individual, but rather as one of few words. With uncontainable joy, he presented the plate, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and eagerness, adorned with an innocent smile, awaiting Jiang Yinian's response. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Yinian suddenly regained clarity. What of humans? What of demons? What of devils? The youth before him was merely his disciple, neither a demon nor a devil. The fate of Qin Liu in this lifetime had already been altered by him. Since he had initiated this change, he must bear the responsibility until the end. Moreover, he had faith that he could protect this child. Could it be that demons would come to the realm of cultivation to snatch him away? Jiang Yinian inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within, allowing his expression to return to normal. He accepted the plate from Qin Liu, his gaze softening upon him. Subsequently, a faint smile graced his lips, a delicate curve that radiated warmth. The celestial master's brows arched slightly, his eyes reflecting a gentle mirth, akin to ice melting and streams flowing. Such a sight was undeniably captivating in that fleeting moment. Qin Liu's heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly by an invisible hand, only to be released gently thereafter. He had never realized how enchanting his master's smile could be. Did Master truly have such a fondness for happiness meatballs? Chapter 19. The Twin Wonders of Qingwan. Master, it's time to rise. As Jiang Yinian opened his eyes, he was met with a handsome face alarmingly close, accompanied by those strikingly captivating eyes. At 18, Qin Liu had transformed from a soft and endearing pup into a young wolf. A stray lock of hair fell by his ear, while a blue jade crown elevated his lustrous black hair, the silky ends cascading down neatly. His gaze was profound as a deep pool yet sparkled like the stars. With a prominent nose and slightly pursed lips, he embodied a flawless profile. Observing further, one noted his tall and well-proportioned figure, seemingly sculpted by divine hands, adorned with a blue sash intricately woven, signifying his affiliation with the Lian Song Mountain. With a striking appearance and exceptional talent, his character was impeccable, humble, and courteous, showcasing extraordinary cultivation. Such talent and virtue rendered him a dazzling star among the younger generation in the realm of cultivation. The world buzzed with tales of the prodigious talents emerging from the Qingwan sect, each more remarkable than the last, especially the duo known as the Twin Wonders of Qingwan. One like dark ink, the other like clear spring water, unmatched in prowess. Jiang Yinian couldn't help but marvel at how the handsome figures depicted in the novels of his past paled in comparison to the young Qin Liu before him. The youth had just reached adulthood. Jiang Yinian could hardly imagine the illustrious figure he would become in the future. However, The only source of dissatisfaction for Jiang Yinian was how Qin Leo had grown increasingly concerned as he matured. Despite the full schedule of cultivation and studies, he always found time to check on his master. Initially, he merely came to greet him each morning and prepare breakfast. Yet, it soon escalated to him taking charge of lunch and dinner, justifying it by claiming that he was still young and needed to grow, insisting that his master must supervise his meals, even if he didn't eat. Now, it had inexplicably turned into a daily routine of the two dining together. Over 4 years, Qin Lio had grown more comfortable around Jiang Yinian, almost as if he had come to understand his master's habits thoroughly. Though slightly reluctant, having a disciple to cater to him was undeniably convenient. Qin Lio swiftly drew back the curtains, allowing the morning sunlight and gentle breeze to fill the room. He arranged several spiritual flowers and herbs in a porcelain vase, wiped away the dust from the table, lit some incense, and quickly retrieved Jiang Yinian's outer garment from the wardrobe, executing the entire sequence of actions as if he had performed them countless times before. Once he finished, he pulled up a small stool and sat expectantly at the edge of Jiang Yinian's bed. Jiang Yinian felt a shiver under that gaze and quickly sat up, pondering how long his disciple could maintain such a silent, penetrating stare if he didn't rise, having just awoken from slumber. He felt a bit dizzy as soon as Jiang Yinian sat up. Qin Lio expertly draped the outer garment over him and secured his sash, then guided him to the table, producing a comb from seemingly nowhere to commence the morning grooming. Didn't I say a spell would suffice? Jiang Yinian thought helplessly. No, master is far too reliant on the cleansing heart technique, Qin Lio firmly responded. Jiang Yinian silently mocked, what else should a cultivator rely on if not spells? He had no intention of arguing with Qin Lio, who was stubbornly fixated on peculiar matters. He certainly didn't want to expend his energy discussing the cleansing heart technique so early in the morning. The wooden comb felt pleasantly cool against his scalp, yet Qin Lio's touch was gentle, and Jiang Yinian found himself utterly comfortable, his eyes involuntarily drifting shut. Master, you really can't fall asleep. We have important matters today. We must attend the Immortal Gate Conference, and everyone is waiting at the mountain gate. The Immortal Gate Conference. Ah, the Immortal Gate Conference. Previously, Jiang Yinian, as the celestial master of Liansong, would not have needed to attend, as it was exclusively for newcomers to the realm of cultivation. Those who did not take on disciples, like him, had no reason to partake in such festivities. However, as Jiang Yinian glanced at Qin Lio, the latter, puzzled, touched his nose and inquired, Master, is there something on my face? Nothing, Jiang Yinian replied lightly. Having finished grooming, Qin Lio surveyed Jiang Yinian's appearance with satisfaction. Putting down the comb and nodding, Master looks as handsome as ever, he murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yinian found him somewhat verbose, yet he had grown accustomed to it, allowing his endearing disciple to fuss over him. I've already had breakfast, Master. Please notify me when you're done, and we shall set off, Qin Lio cheerfully stated. The pair's delay had caused the crowd below to grow impatient. Shu Yi had reached the point of restlessness. Stomping her feet in agitation, devoid of any semblance of a cultivator, Jiang Yinian, Qin Lio, if you don't hurry, we shall leave without you. Shu Yi finally could not contain herself, projecting her voice toward Liansong Mountain. At that moment, the entrance of the Qinghuan sect was abuzz with activity. Several enormous immortal ships hovered in the air, their unique shapes shimmering with radiant hues, adorned with exquisite carvings that showcased the artisan's unparalleled craftsmanship. Ethereal energy enveloped the ships, as if they were poised to ride the winds at any moment. Nearby, numerous disciples clustered in groups, clad in various colors of sect attire, their faces alight with excitement as they chattered animatedly, reminiscent of a group of schoolchildren on an outing. Some curiously examined the immortal ships, while others eagerly discussed the impending journey, and a few nervously arranged their garments and belongings. Many new disciples, embarking on their first journey, brimmed with anticipation for the Immortal Gate Conference. Oh, here they come, Chu Ling exclaimed, pointing toward the distant blue lights. From afar, 2 blue streaks gradually expanded, transforming into 2 figures gliding through the clouds on their swords. It was Jiang Yinian and Qin Lio. Both stood tall and poised, like verdant pines atop a mountain, their sword lights flowing gracefully, akin to water in motion. Soon after, they landed lightly, approaching the crowd with an air of nonchalance. If you don't hurry, we shall truly depart, You can fly to Xiaoling Island on your swords then, Shui exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she launched a verbal assault at the duo. Apologies, Uncle Shui, I overslept this morning. Qin Liu replied softly, his demeanor radiating sincerity and abundant apology. Shui was well aware that Qin Liu was merely covering for Jiang Yinian. The boy rose before dawn daily to cultivate, and it was implausible that he would delay due to oversleeping. Concern often leads to misjudgment, and his lies lacked even a rough draft. Humph, Shui scoffed. Is it you who can't rise? Or your master? Qin Liu, with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, replied, naturally, it is I. Master would never be unable to rise. Jiang Yinian stood behind his disciple, his expression impassive, as the words flowed in one ear and out the other, his demeanor radiating an air of tranquility that seemed to challenge anyone to provoke him. Shui could hardly be bothered with the pair of master and disciple, united in their thoughts, speaking words that even a ghost would find hard to believe. Wow, it's senior brother Qin Liu. He is truly so gentle and handsome. My heart is racing. Isn't that the truth? Not long ago, senior brother Qin came to our mountain gate to instruct us in swordsmanship, and he managed to defeat us all with merely 2/10 of his strength. Afterward, he even used healing spells to restore everyone's condition. Oh, he is indeed very gentle. Really? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Wait, the one behind senior brother Qin is the real focus. How could you miss it? That is the revered Lien Songxianzuan. Oh my goodness, he truly has descended from the mountain. Stop staring at Lien Songxianzuan. He is the foremost sword master, an existence that we can only look up to from afar. Be careful not to offend the immortal. I envy senior brother Qin for receiving personal guidance from Lien Songxianzuan. He is the only one in the entire sect who enjoys such a privilege. The arrival of the two sparked fervent discussions among the disciples in the distance, though they failed to keep their voices down, allowing Jiang Yinian and his disciple to overhear everything. Jiang Yinian was puzzled. His disciple had gone to other mountain gates to provide instruction in swordplay, yet he was unaware of it. Qin Liu felt a bit awkward and turned to Jiang Yinian, who was regarding him with a skeptical gaze. Master, previously you damaged the divine tree of Bailu Island, and Shui Shirshu asked me to go there and offer some guidance to atone for my actions. Qin Liu explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinian immediately reverted to his emotionless state. Previously, Xian Yun had insisted on challenging him, and during their heated exchange, the divine tree had unexpectedly collided with Jiang Yinian's sword, losing a branch in the process. The tree had struck the sword on its own. How was that Jiang Yinian's fault? He abandoned Qin Liu and walked into the immortal vessel, seeing his master leave him behind. Qin Liu merely smiled wryly, unperturbed. After Jiang Yinian departed, another figure approached Qin Liu, dressed in black, tall and imposing, with a broad shoulder and narrow waist, exuding powerful and fluid muscle lines. His face was chiseled and striking, with a fiery red mark between his brows that added an air of wildness and mystery. Liu, thank you for covering my shift last time, the newcomer said, his voice smooth and warm, reminiscent of a rich wine that intoxicated the senses. Recognizing the newcomer as Si Miao, Qin Liu grinned and replied, it was but a trivial matter. You often lend me a hand as well. The rotation of disciples for duty within the sect was a critical task. This system not only helped identify potential crises within the sect in a timely manner, but also ensured the safety and stability of the establishment. The disciples on duty bore significant responsibilities, required to remain vigilant and attentive to every nook and cranny of the sect. They must observe any anomalies in their surroundings and monitor the behavior of fellow disciples to swiftly detect any suspicious circumstances. The two stood side by side, resembling a beautiful painting that one could not help but admire longer. Wow, it's the Qingwan dual talents. They are stunning together. Can someone pinch me? I think I'm going to faint. A female disciple clasped her hands in reverence, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Qingwan dual talents referred to Si Miao and Qin Liu. According to rumors circulating in the outside world, these were undoubtedly the two most illustrious disciples of the Qingwan sect. Their talents and prowess had already become legendary both within and beyond the sect. Qin Liu excelled with the blade, possessing innate talent for it, while Si Miao was a master of the sword, with a singularly outstanding fire spirit root that left others envious and summary. They were both prodigies, and it was rare to witness two such talents emerging from the same sect. Just as the atmosphere was growing congenial, a green figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing towards the two. The onlookers saw Li Jiangxing, who caught Qin Liu with one arm while steadying Si Miao with the other, emerging between them. Li Jiangxing wore a cheerful smile, albeit one that felt somewhat ominous, as he spoke. Aren't you boarding the ship? Is there anything that cannot wait until we are on the immortal vessel? Or do you truly wish to fly your swords to Xiaoling Island? Li Jiangxing was the eldest disciple of the Qingjun Peak and also a healer, often responsible for managing the affairs of all disciples, hence many were familiar with him. Quickly, Li Shixiang has arrived. Haha, let us get on board. As soon as Li Jiangxing appeared, the surrounding disciples scattered, hastily boarding the ship. Li Jiangxing looked somewhat distressed, propping his chin on one finger. What is going on? Am I that terrifying? Why does everyone seem so afraid of me? Qin Liu did not share that sentiment, responding earnestly, Li Shixiang treats us very well. This statement was genuine. Having known Li Jiangxing for many years, Qin Liu found him occasionally analytical in his healing methods, but generally harmless. Nothing else about him was truly concerning. Liu only speaks the truth. I naturally trust him. Li Jiangxing reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. Si Miao remained silent, smiling. The immortal vessel ascended gracefully into the azure sky, seamlessly blending into the vast expanse above. From the deck, the view below gradually diminished, with mountains, rivers, towns, and villages transforming into a splendid tapestry that slowly unfurled. As the immortal vessel sailed on, the surrounding scenery continued to shift. Qin Liu leaned against the railing of the deck, feeling somewhat restless since he was not aboard the same vessel as his master, master eating properly alone. At that moment, Chu Ling, having searched for his good brother for quite some time, finally spotted him on the deck and immediately leaped out. Hey, what are you thinking about? Thinking about master, Qin Liu mumbled. Chu Ling clicked his tongue. Come on, brother. How long has it been since you parted from master? We still have at least half a month's journey ahead. Hearing this, Qin Liu grew even more melancholic. I am just worried about master. Lian Songxianzuan is perfectly capable. Why do you need to worry? Chu Ling shivered, feeling somewhat exasperated with his brother. Qin Liu was admirable in many ways, but his excessive concern for his master was a bit much. Chu Ling understood that this concern stemmed entirely from respect. For Qin Liu, his master was akin to a deity, and whatever the master said was gospel, never to be questioned. Faced with his brother's fervent idolization, Chu Ling opted to change the subject. What are your plans for the upcoming Immortal Gate Conference? I will team up with you, Shen Linlin, and Si Miao for the group matches. There will be many participants this year. We must prepare in advance. Once the serious topic was broached, Qin Liu returned to his usual self. I think the same. The individual matches are too exhausting. Group matches suit me better, Chu Ling agreed. At this point, Qin Liu noticed that Shen Linlin was absent. Where is Shen Linlin? Young Master Shen is in the VIP room. After all, this voyage to Xiaoling Island is courtesy of the Jinyu Xinzong, and they have been exceedingly courteous to our Qinghuan sect, with several elders eager to curry favor with young Master Shen. Chu Ling raised his eyebrows, teasingly. The Jinyu Xinzong is the largest sect for magical artifacts in the cultivation world, with its disciples primarily being artifact cultivators. The sect's leader, Shen Yu, is a legendary figure renowned for his exceptional artifact refinement skills and shrewd business acumen. He single-handedly established a commercial enterprise that spans the cultivation world, controlling a significant portion of its economic lifeblood. Shen Yu's wealth ensures that Jinyu Xinzong's status remains unassailable, and no one dares to provoke them lightly. Shen Linlin, the only daughter of Shen Yu, is the young master of Jinyu Xinzong and the next sect leader. What are you doing sneaking around and plotting against me? The two turned to see Shen Linlin gracefully approaching, adorned with various decorative magical artifacts that clinked and chimed as she walked. Shen Linlin playfully pinched Chu Ling's fair face. You get a free ride on the ship, and yet you are disrespectful. Chu Ling quickly begged for mercy, retreating several steps to escape Shen Linlin's grasp. Rubbing his face, you are too forceful. If my face gets swollen, how will I dazzle everyone at the Immortal Gate Conference? Shen Linlin rolled her eyes at Chu Ling, who was indeed quite handsome, but she mused that he would be even better if he were more refined. Qin Liu smiled as he watched their playful banter. Oh, by the way, there is something important I forgot to mention to you both. Shen Linlin beckoned for them to follow. Come with me. Let us go to that VIP room. Chapter 20. The three-headed Shen snake. Upon arriving at a door, They found Simiao already seated within. The group exchanged casual greetings before settling into their seats. Before Qinleo could speak, Simiao interjected, "For the group matches in the Immortal Gate Conference. Let us team up." Qinleo nodded. This was precisely what he intended to propose. Simiao smiled and continued, "Let me share what I currently know about the Immortal Gate Conference. I have investigated the prominent teams for this year's conference. First among them are the sword cultivators of Zhongyang sect, whose sword techniques are incredibly fierce and swift, excelling in winning through speed. While engaging in combat, we must remain vigilant to their sword techniques and not be deceived by their swiftness. Furthermore, the disciples of the Guihai faction excel in taming spirit beasts, harnessing their powers in battle. Their array of spirit beasts is diverse, each possessing unique abilities, necessitating tailored strategies based on specific circumstances. The spirit beasts possess an uncanny gaze. One of the paramount aspects of the Immortal Sect Conference is securing qualification to enter the Duyo Forest. It is said that numerous rare spirit beasts dwell in the depths of this secret realm, drawing many participants to the conference with the allure of capturing these creatures. Additionally, the disciples of the Xingqiu sect are renowned for their mastery of toxins. Their attacks often carry potent venom, requiring our utmost caution to avoid poisoning. Xingqiu sect? Isn't that where Baisu hails from? Speaking of which, what will become of her? Shen Linlin inquired. Baisu, originating from the Xingqiu sect, though the reason for her discipleship at Qinghuan sect remains unclear, has always been adept in the arts of toxins and medicine. Furthermore, her 4 years of study under Shu Yi have significantly enhanced her skills. Did Baisu not inform you? She will not be participating in this Immortal Sect Conference. She merely intends to cheer us on, Chu Ling replied, blinking. Just as they were speaking, Baisu entered through the door. The young maiden appeared as she always had, youthful and innocent, yet now adorned with added vibrancy. Even more captivating than 4 years prior. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her delicate face was exceptionally beautiful. Baisu's hair was artfully styled into 2 circular buns, each embellished with 2 exquisite peach blossoms. The blossoms, tender and radiant, harmonized with her cheeks, enhancing her charming appeal. Whenever she gently swayed her head, the peach blossoms danced in tandem. Her figure was slender and graceful, clad in an elegant dress whose hem swayed gently with her movements. As she walked, she spoke, "Sister Linlin, what did you summon me for?" The others proceeded to explain everything to Baisu, who nodded repeatedly, her large eyes blinking in astonishment as she expressed her intention not to compete in the Immortal Sect Conference, but rather to support them from the sidelines. Shen Linlin, puzzled, began to inquire about Baisu's reasons. However, before she could articulate her question, a resounding crash erupted from outside the room. Suddenly, a cacophony of shrieks pierced the air. "There are ferocious beasts! Help! The beasts are attacking the ship." "Impossible! How could we encounter ferocious beasts here? We are on the main road of the cultivation realm, not in the demon realm. Help! I do not wish to die." Chaos ensued outside the door, accompanied by screams and cries of alarm. A palpable sense of panic rapidly spread throughout the celestial vessel, as disciples, in a state of utter fright, scattered in all directions. Qinleo and Simiao burst from the cabin, their eyes widening in horror at the scene before them. A 3-headed serpent materialized on the deck, its massive form nearly engulfing the entire surface. Each head bore a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Its scales shimmered with a cold, eerie glow, and waves of demonic energy radiated from its body. The serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, unleashing a deafening roar that instilled terror in all who heard it. The 3 heads seemed capable of independent action, alternately spewing flames or launching coordinated attacks, rendering defense nearly impossible. The protective formation aboard the celestial vessel activated immediately, weaving a net of light in an attempt to ensnare the 3-headed serpent. Yet, the creature's immense strength effortlessly tore through the barrier, charging relentlessly towards the panicked crowd. Disciples were gripped by terror, fleeing in all directions. The timid sought refuge in corners, trembling in fear, while others attempted to strike the serpent with their weapons. Alas, the serpent's scales were impervious, rendering their attacks futile. Most passengers aboard the celestial vessel were newly initiated disciples of Qinghuan Mountain, with only a handful of elders present to maintain order. Faced with the dire situation, the elders joined forces to cast spells, striving to subdue the serpent. However, the creature's power far exceeded their expectations, effortlessly countering each assault. The celestial vessel rocked violently under the serpent's onslaught, on the verge of disintegration. As the disciples' panic reached a fever pitched, a three-headed serpent, a beast of the earth rank. How could it appear here? Sima Yao's gaze sharpened, and his spirit sword materialized in his hand. This is not an opponent we can confront. Do not act rashly. We must buy time. Qin Liu recovered from his shock, stating urgently, send a message for help to the immortal lords immediately. There are too many new disciples here, and the elders cannot hold out for long. Qin Liu closed his eyes, attempting to send a message, but moments later he opened them again, frowning. The distance between the celestial vessels was too great. Their masters could not receive the transmission. No, sending a message is futile. We must find another way. Shun Linlin released a spirit paper crane, a magical artifact capable of swiftly conveying messages. The crane soared into the sky, flying towards the front. At that moment, several elders were already exerting their utmost strength. Yet they still struggled to contain the ferocious three-headed serpent. Its roars echoed like thunder, and each thrash sent the celestial vessel's barrier teetering on collapse. Under the serpent's overwhelming force, the once mighty barrier began to crack, its brilliance dimming. Simultaneously, the ship's deck could no longer withstand the serpent's brutal strikes, fissures appearing that were alarming to behold. These cracks spread like a spider's web, threatening to rupture at any moment. The passengers aboard the celestial vessel felt the vessel swaying, as if it might disintegrate at any second. That serpent is poisonous. Everyone, be cautious. A disciple cried out in terror, his voice echoing in the spacious area, inciting an uproar. All eyes turned towards the massive three-headed serpent, where one of its heads lifted slightly, its mouth opening to unleash a thick stream of venom. The color of the venom was ominous, a deep black that seemed capable of devouring all light. The venom traced a sinister arc through the air, heading directly towards the gathered crowd. In an instant, the air was filled with a nauseating stench, suffocating those nearby. The disciples recoiled, their faces betraying their fear. They understood that should this venom make contact, the consequences would be dire. Qin Liu and the others rushed forward to assist the elders in reinforcing the barrier. In the face of imminent danger, Qin Liu shouted, "Do not panic. The immortal lords will arrive shortly. We must work together to suppress the three-headed serpent, or the deck will split apart." The disciples rallied, channeling their spirit energy into the barrier. Suddenly, the three-headed serpent pivoted, its tail sweeping with ferocious force, targeting Baisu. Unbeknownst to her, as she focused on maintaining the barrier, the serpent's sudden aggression caught her off guard. A gust of wind surged towards her, and in a moment of shock, she attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Just then, a figure lunged in front of her. Qin Liu's eyes glimmered with determination as he swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a surge of powerful spirit energy that manifested as a solid barrier. With a resounding crash, the serpent's tail collided violently with the protective barrier Qin Liu had erected. The immense force sent him staggering back several paces, blood spilling from his mouth. This sudden commotion seemed to enrage the three-headed serpent further. Having previously targeted the surrounding disciples and the celestial vessel, its wrath now fixated on Qin Liu. The blood-red eyes of the serpent locked onto him, as if intent on devouring him whole. The next strike of the three-headed serpent bore down on Qin Liu. Sima Yao wasted no time, wielding his spirit sword with precision. A fierce streak of sword energy sliced through the air, intercepting the beast's attack. The clash of the spirit sword and the serpent's assault echoed like thunder. The powerful shockwave sent disciples tumbling in every direction. Yet Sima Yao stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the ferocious creature. Although this strike did not severely injure the three-headed serpent, it successfully bought Qin Liu a moment to catch his breath and prepare for another assault. Sima Yao remained poised, gripping his spirit sword, ready to strike again. "Do not engage it directly? Our priority is to buy time," Sima Yao shouted. Meanwhile, in another part of the vessel, Jiang Yinian was fighting off drowsiness, feeling the effects of seasickness. Though the celestial vessel sailed smoothly, it did little to alleviate his nausea. He retrieved a porcelain bottle from his Qinkuan pouch, one that Qin Liu had given him earlier, claiming it contained a spirit medicine effective against dizziness. "Procured from Qingjun Peak. Hmph, when did you become so delicate? Just a boat ride and you need spirit medicine?" Xian Yun scoffed. that was given to him by his disciple. Shui Jingzhou chuckled. Yesterday, Qin Liu visited Qingjun Peak and exchanged some spirit herbs for elixirs. This type of medicine is rarely needed, but my eldest disciple finds it amusing to concoct some tea this moment. Shui appeared pale, her brows furrowed, clearly suffering from the symptoms of seasickness. She weakly laid her head on the table beside Jiang Yinian. Her voice tinged with fatigue. Junior brother, could you pass me one as well? Jiang Yinian handed her the medicine, understanding that only those who experienced seasickness could truly empathize with its torment. After Shui swallowed the spirit medicine, her complexion visibly improved, and she seemed to regain some vitality, knowing that this journey would last a full fortnight, which was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle with apprehension. Just then, a paper crane fluttered unsteadily into the cabin, eventually landing before Shui. She looked up in surprise, her eyes reflecting curiosity. She recognized this paper crane as a creation of the Jinyu immortal sect. Could it be Shen Linlin? Shui extended her hand, cautiously touching the paper crane. Who sent this? A sense of doubt lingered in Shuyi's heart. Gently pinching the paper crane, she sought to uncover its mystery. Suddenly, the paper crane stirred slightly, as if animated by some unseen force. Then, its body gradually unfolded, transforming into a slip of paper. As Shui unfolded the note, she read a neatly pinned line. Master, save us. Our celestial vessel is besieged by a formidable beast of the earth rank. The situation is dire. Come quickly. Shuyi's spirit instantly surged. This is bad. Something has happened to Shen Linlin and the other ship. She sprang to her feet, eager to rush out, but the next moment, she halted abruptly, leaning against the wall as nausea overcame her. Not again. The motion sickness is back. Shui Jingzhou hurried forward to support Shui, her brow furrowed with concern. What happened? I'm not sure. My disciple said there's a beast on their ship. A beast? The group gasped. Even Xian Yuan rose to his feet. In the next instant, a blue figure darted past the crowd like lightning, conjuring a chilling gust of wind. Jiang Yinian had already surged out of the cabin, racing towards the direction where the beast had appeared. I'm going too. Xian Yuan followed closely behind. Jiang Yinian flew on his sword, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing for his disciple's safety against the earth-ranked beast. He sensed Qin Liu's location through their master-disciple bond. Fortunately, his disciple was not too far away. Jiang Yinian urged the falling light sword, reaching unprecedented speeds, and soon located the celestial vessel where Qin Liu was, from a distance. The scene aboard the celestial vessel was utterly chaotic. 3 colossal Xian snakes rampaged across the ship, each thrash seeming capable of tearing the vessel apart. Their 3 heads opened wide, unleashing torrents of flames that blackened the ship's hull. The defensive array's glow dimmed under the Xian snake's assault, appearing on the verge of collapse. Scanning the vessel hastily, Jiang Yinian spotted Qin Liu standing beside an elder, assisting in reinforcing the barrier. He seemed to be in good condition, unscathed. Beside him stood Simiao, Shen Linlin, and others, their expressions grim, clearly pushed to their limits. Qin Liu seemed to sense something, looking up towards the sky as a chilling aura suddenly descended. There, the Ice Tsang celestial sovereign descended upon his sword, donned in white robes, his demeanor austere. Jiang Yinian wielded the falling light sword, its blade emanating a faint cold light, seemingly capable of freezing all. Like an ice spirit from a frigid realm, Jiang Yinian released his spiritual pressure, compelling the 3-headed Xian snake to divert its attention towards him. The pressure from a transformation stage cultivator stunned the creature, its heads darting around in search of the foe. With Jiang Yinian's arrival, the air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. He fixed his gaze upon the enemy ahead, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. How could the beast come here? What is the Celestial Alliance doing? Liu, your master has arrived, Chu Ling shouted. He had exhausted too much spiritual energy and was now ashen-faced. Qin Liu looked up sharply. Seeing Jiang Yinian soaring above, his heart finally at ease, as if a great weight had been lifted off him. His master was here. The Ice Tsang celestial sovereign is formidable. Is this what a transformation stage cultivator is like? His spiritual power seems to surpass us all. Oh, what a reassuring feeling. I thought we were doomed this time. Thanks to senior brother Qin for helping us remain calm and buy time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived until the Ice Tsang celestial sovereign arrived to save us. The disciples, previously terrified by the Xian snake's might, were now soothed by Jiang Yinyan's timely intervention, a sense of stability beginning to return to their hearts. Jiang Yinyan took a deep breath, channeling his ice-type spiritual power. He felt a bone-chilling coldness rise from his dantian, flowing through his meridians and converging upon the falling light sword. With a glacial glare, Jiang Yinyan surveyed the Xian snake, then swung his sword. The falling light sword carved a frosty arc through the air, imbued with endless chill, aiming straight for the Xian snake. Though the earth-ranked three-headed Xian snake was fierce, it appeared utterly vulnerable beneath the falling light sword. The creature let out a deafening roar, its three heads simultaneously spewing flames in an attempt to counter Jiang Yinyan's assault, only to find its body gradually encased in ice, its movements slowing. With a mere thought, Jiang Yinyan summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, coalescing it into countless ice spikes that rained down upon the Xian snake like a torrential storm. The ice spikes glimmered with cold light as they pierced the creature's flesh. Despite the Xian snake's resilient hide, it could not suppress its anguished cries under such relentless assault. The overwhelming ice-type spiritual energy caused a sudden snowfall aboard the celestial vessel, the flurries descending as though from another realm. The snowflakes, crystalline and exquisite, resembled finely crafted artworks, yet bore an aura of lethal intent. The Xian snake emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body trembling beneath the sword's radiance. Jiang Yinyan offered no respite. The Xian snake seemed unable to withstand further harm, gradually collapsing. Yet, in the next moment, the seemingly immobile three-headed Xian snake suddenly erupted with astonishing power. Its body writhed violently, as if striving to break free from some invisible restraint. All three heads opened their gaping maws, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light, burning with unbridled fury, fixated on Jiang Yinyan and the gathered disciples. A palpable pressure radiated from it, suffocating those nearby. The disciples, witnessing this, recoiled in terror, their hearts filled with despair. They had believed that under Jiang Yinyan's control, the three-headed Xian snake was powerless to retaliate. Yet it had managed to unleash such formidable strength it attempting self-detonation. Jiang Yinyan cursed inwardly and immediately executed a sword technique. Ultimately, under Jiang Yinyan's fierce onslaught, the three-headed Xian snake crashed to the ground. Utterly incapacitated, that moment, Xian Yun and the others had also arrived. They raced in, and upon seeing the defeated three-headed Xian snake, their eyes gleamed with icy resolve. Had Shun Linlin's timely warning not come, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Why did this ferocious beast choose to attack the celestial vessel occupied by the new disciples? Jiang Yinyan dared not ponder too deeply. The original story did not include this attack, leaving him uncertain of the beast's motives. Could it be that it had targeted both Qin Liu and Si Miao? After all, these two had already made a name for themselves as rising stars, and with the demonic clan's elusive maneuvers, it was not out of the question. The celestial vessel lay in ruin, its hull battered in multiple places. The three-headed Xian snake sprawled in the center of the cabin. Oozing foul blood on the deck, blood splattered everywhere. Many disciples lay injured, pallid and battered. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Master! Jiang Yinyan looked up to see Qin Liu anxiously approaching, concern etched on his face. Are you hurt? Jiang Yinyan asked, catching the scent of blood and frowning. Qin Liu nodded, showing Jiang Yinyan his condition, smiling. I'm fine. What about you, Master? Were you injured by the three-headed Xian snake? Jiang Yinyan calmly nodded. For him, the earth-ranked three-headed Xian snake posed little threat, yet for these new disciples, it was indeed perilous. However, before Qin Liu could smile for long, he suddenly bent over, coughing violently. Are you injured? The disciples are weak. I was hit by its tail, but I'm fine, Master. Qin Liu straightened up, trying to emphasize his well-being. No, you are injured, Jiang Yinyan stated firmly, examining Qin Liu's condition. The three-headed Xian snake was venomous. It was prudent to be cautious. Ice-type spiritual energy seeped into Qin Liu's body, and as Jiang Yinyan's energy gradually permeated, he sensed the flow of spiritual energy within Qin Liu. It seemed to have caused no harm. Nor were there signs of poisoning. That moment, Bai Su stepped forward, timidly addressing the two. I'm sorry, Liu Gu. It's all my fault for being weak, causing you to get injured. Bai Su felt overwhelming guilt. Had it not been for her, Qin Liu would not have been hurt by the three-headed Xian snake. Qin Liu merely smiled gently. Bai Su did not intend any harm, and he did not wish to blame her. After examining for some time, Jiang Yinian found no significant issues. It seemed to be a mere superficial injury that Qin Liu could manage himself. Thus, Jiang Yinian decided not to linger further and turned to inspect the corpse of the three-headed Xian snake. He crouched down, meticulously examining the creature's body, his brow furrowed. The emergence of this three-headed Xian snake was indeed suspicious. Under normal circumstances, ferocious beasts would not appear in the cultivation world without reason. Unless orchestrated by someone with intent, the wave of unease surged within Jiang Yinian. Could it be that the demonic clan was about to emerge and stir trouble? The timing seemed off, however, within the cultivation realm. Some factions would go to great lengths to use fierce beasts to attack other sects or disciples for their own gain, aiming to weaken rivals or seize resources. Could this be related to the Celestial Gate Conference? The Immortal Gate Conference is merely a trial ground for new disciples. It hardly warrants such a malevolent approach to harm them. Regardless, there's no point in dwelling on it now. I shall take note and ponder it later. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Jiang Yinian's abrupt departure, Qin Liu gazed at his master's retreating figure, feeling a sense of emptiness within. Had he known, he would have claimed to be preoccupied. If he had feigned illness, his master would surely have shown him more concern. Yet, how could he entertain such thoughts that might cause his master worry? Qin Liu startled at his own line of thinking. Shortly thereafter, the medical disciples rushed to the immortal vessel upon hearing the news. Upon learning of the situation aboard, the healers swiftly took action, making their way to the cabin to tend to the injured disciples. Inside the cabin, the wounded disciples lay on the deck, some pallid. Others with tightly shut eyes, their wounds had been hastily bandaged, yet blood continued to seep through, staining the bandages crimson. A rich flow of wood element, spiritual energy coursed through the cabin, soothing the tumultuous minds of the injured disciples. Xian Yun carefully stowed away the corpse of the three-headed serpent into his bag of holding, a grave expression settling on his face. The strength of this three-headed serpent was formidable. To slay it was no simple feat. The presence of such ferocious beasts holds significant implications for the realm of cultivation and immense value for the Immortal Alliance. The Alliance has tirelessly sought to investigate matters concerning these beasts, for their existence remains a considerable threat to the cultivation world. These ferocious beasts often possess great power and bizarre abilities, posing substantial dangers to cultivators. Consequently, the Immortal Alliance takes the movements of these beasts very seriously, constantly monitoring their activities. If this incident is linked to the demonic clan, it warrants further investigation. The extent of the damage to the immortal vessel was far more severe than anticipated. Its internal structure had sustained serious cracks and looseness, rendering it incapable of supporting the remaining 15 days of the journey. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Shui Jingzhou decisively opted to replace the vessel to ensure the safety of all disciples. Thus, everyone transferred to the ship where Jiang Yinian resided, akin to ants relocating their home, hastily boarding a new vessel. Shun Linlin wore a scowl, lamenting that her own ship had been wrecked by the ferocious beast. And now that the culprit was dead, she had no recourse for compensation. Bai Su offered quiet consolation by her side. Smoothing Shun Linlin's ruffled feathers, Sai Miao stood nearby, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. In contrast, Qin Liu appeared quite pleased. Despite the numerous unforeseen events, he and his master were aboard the same ship, alleviating his worries about his master neglecting his meals in his absence. He pondered whether the cabin housed a kitchen. It would be delightful to prepare meals for his master during their 15-day journey. Chu Ling noticed Qin Liu lost in thought and gently patted his shoulder, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Qin Liu turned to her, replying, "I was considering a snake meat stew." Chapter 21. In a huff aboard the immortal vessel within the bedroom, Jiang Yinian reclined by the window, holding a book and idly flipping through its pages. Ever since arriving in the realm of cultivation, he had developed a fondness for various books and scrolls, especially mythological illustrations. However, he found himself particularly drawn to novels. He felt somewhat helpless. Cultivators have long lifespans and lack leisure and entertainment. Devoid of smartphones or computers, IT was stifling for a modern individual. 15 days had passed since the incident with the ferocious beast, and the journey had proceeded smoothly without further attacks. Calculating the days, he noted that they would soon reach Xiaoling Island. Jiang Yinian closed the book with a sigh to his side. A fluffy tail swept back and forth, gently brushing against his hand, causing him mild annoyance. Following the tail's path, he observed a massive black wolf lying peacefully beside him, its eyes closed in repose. The creature's imposing size belied its gentle demeanor, as if it were entirely unperturbed by the surrounding clamor. Its fur was both plush and soft, resembling a mass of black cotton, subtly quivering with each breath. Liu, has your tail's fur grown more luxurious? I don't know. Why not feel for yourself, master? The wolf's tail, which had previously brushed against Jiang Yinian with delicate subtlety, now boldly thrust itself into Jiang Yinian's hand. He hesitated, intending to politely decline, yet his yearning for the soft fur overpowered his rationality. In his original form, Qin Liu's tail was exceedingly fluffy and soft, akin to a thick layer of cotton. Perhaps as they neared their destination, the temperature would drop, prompting the wolf demon clan to grow more fur to shield against the cold. For demons, reverting to their original form is the most comfortable state. However, adult demons typically only transform in the presence of those closest to them, as their abdomens are vulnerable and human form provides a greater sense of security. At 18, Qin Liu was considered an adult by human standards. He reveled in Jiang Yinian's caress, instinctively inching closer to his master's feet, nuzzling against Jiang Yinian's calf, hoping for a scratch under his chin. Stop that, you'll shed fur, Jiang Yinian admonished sternly. Ugh, Qin Liu felt somewhat aggrieved. Ever since he matured, his master had seldom drawn near to him in his original form. It was a stark contrast to his childhood when his master would light up at the sight of his true self. Unfortunately, Qin Liu was a wolf of indecisive will. Suddenly inspired, a pair of innocent-looking wolf eyes appeared before Jiang Yinian. Instantly captivated, Jiang Yinian remarked, "You truly resemble a little dog." Demons possess three forms: juvenile, normal, and demonized. The juvenile form, as its name suggests, is a return to a younger, smaller version. This form is suitable for conserving energy or concealing oneself. The normal form, like Qin Liu's current state, is determined by species and age, generally stabilizing after maturity. The demonized form varies significantly based on species and individual, typically being 3 to 4 times larger than the normal form, with corresponding changes in fur color and appearance. Generally, the demonized form allows for the fullest expression of a demon's strength. However, over the years, Jiang Yinian had yet to witness Qin Liu's demonized form. Reverting to his juvenile form, Qin Liu leaped onto the wooden table beside Jiang Yinian, stretching widely before taking a few steps, fixating his gaze on Jiang Yinian. Next, he gently snatched the book from Jiang Yinian's hands, replacing it with his own head nestled against him. The sensation of softness washed over Jiang Yinian. "Qingsong Xianzuan?" Jiang Yinian could only respond with resignation. "You have already grown up." Who could have anticipated that one of the dual prodigies of Qingyuan would exhibit such a demeanor in private? Everyone knew that the senior disciple of Qingsong Mountain, Qin Liu, was exceptionally gifted, possessing a character of humility and kindness. He approached matters with utmost seriousness, often appearing somewhat stiff. The identity of Qin Liu as a wolf demon had nearly been forgotten among the new disciples of the sect, who were in awe of him, trailing behind him daily with eager inquiries, akin to chicks following their mother. Qin Liu never displayed impatience, tirelessly assisting every junior disciple to alleviate their troubles, in everyday life. He could be regarded as a model disciple of the sect. Jiang Yinian felt he had excelled as a master, raising such an outstanding disciple. However, it seemed that when reverting to his demon form, Qin Liu exhibited a touch of childishness. Although his transformation abilities had become quite stable, he occasionally reverted to his demon form. Jiang Yinian held no objections to this. After all, he enjoyed the delightful sensation of the fluffy fur. Yet, Qin Liu seemed to have a knack for sensing his preferences, transforming into a naive, unintelligent little dog, demanding attention and affection without fail. Nevertheless, despite their close bond, they remained master and disciple, and their presence in the same bedroom was for a reason. 15 days prior, a ferocious beast had attacked the immortal vessel, resulting in its destruction and injuries to numerous disciples. The remaining vessels could barely accommodate all the disciples, but housing became a pressing issue, especially since the injured required separate quarters for recuperation. Thus, others had to endure some inconvenience. Shui Jingzhou proposed a solution. Disciples from each sect should squeeze together and share rooms. While no one objected, This suggestion proved awkward for the two from Qingsong Mountain. With only Qin Liu as his disciple, Zhang Yinian found himself in a unique predicament. As everyone scrambled to make accommodations, it was implausible for Qin Liu to demand a room to himself. So he immediately turned to his master for guidance. Zhang Yinian sensed a pitiful gaze directed at him and pretended not to notice. He certainly did not want to share a room with his disciple, lest he be subjected to Qin Liu's oversight. With many friends, Qin Liu could easily share a room with disciples from other sections. Liu, how do you plan to arrange your accommodations? Perhaps you could share with us from Qingjun Peak? As everyone sought roommates, Chu Ling approached Qin Liu, who stood alone, extending an invitation. Sai Miao overheard and turned back to add, "You're welcome to join us at Xianin Mountain." Qin Liu wore a gentle smile, leisurely declining their suggestion. "My master will make the arrangements for me." Zhang Yinian inquired, "What arrangements?" Despite his reluctance, Zhang Yinian could not resist the wishes of his disciple. Thus, they each made concessions. Zhang Yinian stipulated that when Qin Liu shared a room with him, he must revert to his demon form and sleep on the floor or a stool at night. Expecting Qin Liu to abandon the idea, he was taken aback when his disciple's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. "Very well, master. Your disciple shall obey." Observing the excitement on his face, Zhang Yinian felt a twinge of displeasure. During the days they cohabited, Zhang Yinian would leave at dawn to seek out Shui Jingzhou, and Xin Yun, only returning at night to meditate and rest. Qin Liu was also absent during the day, seemingly engaged in discussions with Si Miao and others regarding the upcoming Immortal Gate conference. Returning later than Zhang Yinian each evening, yet he never forgot to prepare a late-night snack for his master. Each day, Zhang Yinian would sneak into the rooms of his senior brothers and sisters. 3 take 1. No, that's too much. Royal flush. Recently, the 4 great immortal lords of Qingwan Mountain had become infatuated with a card game known as Domozhen. Zhang Yinian had first learned of this game from his own lips, claiming that he had once received guidance from a master and had acquired a highly strategic card tactic, which, if practiced and exchanged over time, would greatly benefit their cultivation. His senior brothers and sisters were skeptical. Yet Zhang Yinian's serious demeanor and solemn tone suggested he was not fabricating the tale. He even dramatically produced a stack of immortal cards inscribed with unfamiliar characters, explaining they were written in an ancient language, of which he had only a rudimentary understanding but could manage to interpret somewhat. In the ensuing days, the 4 immortal lords gathered with grave expressions in their quarters. Many disciples noticed this and began to inquire about the unusual activity. "What are our masters doing in there every day? It seems they are researching Domozhen." Domozhen? No wonder the 4 great immortal lords of Qingwan Mountain are so concerned about the world. They wondered about the progress of the discussions, as the masters only emerged long after nightfall. It was said that Xinming Immortal Lord appeared particularly solemn every day. Could something significant be on the horizon? Occasionally passing by, one could overhear heated arguments and hoped the immortal lords would not become too agitated. As Zhang Yinian reflected on the events of the past few days, his thoughts drifted far away. Qin Liu felt somewhat neglected. His master was exceedingly busy during the day, often in closed-door discussions with his uncles. Though they shared a room, the time they spent together was even less than when they were at the sect. At this moment, Zhang Yinian was absent-mindedly petting Qin Liu, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Feeling slighted, Qin Liu retreated a few steps, transforming into a young man with ink-black hair before Zhang Yinian. "What has master been busy with these past few days?" Unbeknownst to him, a hint of grievance tinged his tone. Zhang Yinian, oblivious to the emotions in Qin Liu's voice, glanced at him before returning to his book, casually replying, "Discussing matters with your uncles." "Domozhen?" Qin Liu asked, his voice low and contemplative. Zhang Yinian's heart skipped a beat. How did his disciple know about it? They had been quite discreet. He awkwardly diverted his gaze, fiddling with a strand of hair, and replied, "Yes." "How did you find out?" "The disciples have been talking. They say the 4 immortal lords are studying Domozhen every day, often becoming so heated they argue. Many are quite concerned." Zhang Yinian raised his book to shield his face. Internally exasperated, if it weren't for Shu Yi's frequent inability to accept defeat and his tendency to shout, their discussions would hardly escalate to such intensity. Just then, the immortal vessel trembled slightly, and excited voices erupted from outside. "Look, we're approaching Xiaoling Island. Xiaoling Island is actually floating in the sky. The sight is breathtaking." Someone exclaimed, "Is this your first time here?" a nearby person asked with a smile. You may not know, but Xiaoling Island has always been a mysterious floating island. It is said to have been blessed by a celestial being, allowing it to hover in the heavens, isolated from the world. Xiaoling Island is home to the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance and the Tianjiao sect, surrounded by countless protective barriers and formations, making it one of the safest islands. The island floats above a sea of clouds. Resembling a celestial paradise, it is enveloped in swirling mists, sometimes thick as silk, sometimes light as gauze. Sunlight filters through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the island's majestic structures, creating an illusion of a divine island bathed in radiance. The immortal vessel descended steadily, approaching its destination. However, it abruptly halted mid-landing. Qin Liu stepped out of the cabin and inquired softly, "What happened? Is there an issue?" The disciple, hearing the voice, turned to find it was Qin Liu and respectfully replied, "Senior brother Qin, it should be nothing serious. It seems that during the Immortal Gate tournament, the number of vessels docking at Xiaoling Island's port has increased, so they are conducting inspections to ensure safety." Qin Liu nodded in acknowledgement. Standing still, he gazed into the distance, observing the bustling port filled with ships and people, while several individuals in brown robes meticulously inspected each vessel. "Those are from the Tianjiao sect," Xi Miao remarked, having approached Qin Liu unawares. Recently, rumors have circulated about an exquisite Xian iron mine being discovered on Xiaoling Island, attracting many to try their luck, coinciding perfectly with the Immortal Gate conference. However, the Tianjiao sect guards the Xian iron closely, forbidding outsiders from approaching, Xi Miao added, his tone laced with disdain. He knew from his previous life that shortly after the discovery of the Xian iron mine, the Tianjiao sect had swiftly concealed the news, ensuring outsiders remained unaware of its location. It was rather amusing. The mine bore no indication of being under Tianjiao sect's jurisdiction, in his past life. He had lacked the ability to intervene, but this time he was determined to locate the Xian iron early and forge a weapon rivaling the Yingyue blade in the cultivation world. There exists an immortal alliance. 3 sects, 3 schools, and 3 factions. The majority of the high-ranking members in the Immortal Alliance were from the Tianjiao sect. Thus, their actions left others powerless to retaliate. How domineering! The Xian iron does not belong to the Tianjiao sect. Shun Linlin exclaimed in discontent. Chapter 22. Dual cultivation techniques. After passing the inspection at the Immortal Vessel Port, the Qingwan sect successfully arrived at Xiaoling Island. The Immortal Gate Conference was set to occur in 3 days, allowing the disciples to explore freely beforehand. Shui Jingzhou reminded everyone to avoid trouble, to return to the inn for rest at night, and then dismissed the group. The scene before them was striking. The island was bustling with cultivators, a lively atmosphere abounding. People donned an array of garments. Some wielded long swords that glimmered with light, while others bore peculiar artifacts that shimmered with golden radiance. There were those reciting incantations while holding talismans, and some shrouded in black robes, their appearances and strengths shrouded in mystery. Various figures traversed the streets and alleys, creating a vibrant spectacle, the immortal vessel connected to the bustling trading establishments. With Xiaoling Island's markets teeming with an abundance of goods, stalls displayed rare herbs and spiritual grasses, exuding enticing aromas. Others sold various artifacts and spiritual tools that sparkled brilliantly. Yet more showcased talismans and manuals, drawing numerous cultivators to pause and observe. Not far away, a crowd gathered around a small vendor, seemingly clamoring for something. Chu Ling, ever the curious soul, pushed his way through the throng. After much effort, he finally reached the front, where he spotted a woman veiled in sheer fabric seated among the wares. Dressed in simple white, her presence exuded an extraordinary poise that could be felt even behind the veil, though his surprise. The vendor's table was laden with books and scrolls. It was a book stall. Disinterested in reading, Chu Ling quickly lost interest and maneuvered back to rejoin the group. It was nothing special, just a book vendor. He shrugged upon returning. Qin Liu, however, was intrigued. Knowing his master had a penchant for reading, often immersing himself in a book for hours, he approached the vendor and politely joined the queue. Yet, as he waited, he sensed something amiss. The books did not seem to be what he had anticipated. Why were all the eager buyers men? Flipping through a few pages hastily, they paid quickly and departed, as if in a hurry. Miss Shuang's books are quite sought after. Young hero, are you also a fellow practitioner? A man clapped Qin Liu on the shoulder from behind. Why? Qin Liu asked, confusion etched on his face. You don't know. Why are you in line then? I thought you were young and fortunate, the man replied, his tone conspiratorial. This stall sells dual cultivation techniques, as she caught sight of the man winking at her. Qinliu's face flushed instantly and an understanding dawned upon her. Are you still planning to buy? If not, kindly refrain from taking up space. Miss Shuang's books are in high demand and sell out swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Chu Ling and the others observed Qin Liu emerging from the crowd with a darkened expression. Shen Linlin curiously inquired, What's the matter? Did you fail to procure suitable books for your master? Qin Liu moved slowly, appearing burdened by thoughts, and the atmosphere around her grew noticeably tense. Those books? My master does not require them, Qin Liu replied sullenly. The group dismissed her words, assuming Jiang Yinian had already perused those texts and had no need for duplicates. However, as they passed the stall again, Qin Liu cast a lingering glance in that direction. My master does not need them. Indeed, does not need them. In the grand hall of the Jinyu Tavern, a meticulously dressed steward frowned at the woman before him. Esteemed cultivator without an affiliation, I regret to inform you that we cannot accommodate you. The woman stood tall, her hair casually tied back, exuding a sense of cleanliness and nonchalance. Her attire, somewhat worn, bore patches at the cuffs. Though her skin was not particularly fair, it radiated a healthy glow, embodying a natural and pure beauty. Her features were well-defined, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence. While she was not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed an undeniable charm. Yet, there was an inexplicable fierceness in her brow, and small bolts of lightning crackled around her. She bore a black gold massive blade on her back, its weight and sharpness hinting at unfathomable spiritual power. I have already stated that I possess wealth. Are you looking down upon me? The woman gritted her teeth. The steward surveyed her from head to toe, noting her tattered clothing and unkempt hair, which seemed to have gone days without grooming. It was evident that she bore no semblance of affluence. This woman had no sect, and when asked about her affiliations, she merely claimed to be a lone cultivator. Dismissing all further inquiries with indifference, in truth, the Jinyu Tavern did not reject itinerant cultivators, but this particular woman did not appear to be one who could afford their services. Thus, the steward sought a reason to decline her request, not anticipating her relentless persistence, which even hinted at a potential altercation. What do you mean? Why are you staring at me? Shall we have a duel? As the woman spoke, the crackling of lightning intensified, and she slammed her palm onto the wooden table before the steward. A resounding crash accompanied the sound of splintering wood as the table shattered. The steward stood agape, bewildered by the prospect of a ruckus instead of hospitality. Sensing the situation escalating, he swiftly signaled several bouncers from the tavern. The bouncers surged forward, unleashing their spiritual pressure. All were skilled in the Golden Core stage, and it would be a simple matter to subdue this woman with minimal effort. In an instant, the air was filled with the crackle of thunder and flashes of lightning, as if countless bolts of lightning were dancing in the sky, sending shivers through the onlookers. The tavern was engulfed in a tempest of electric fury. The bouncers were jolted back by the woman's lightning prowess, their hearts racing with terror. The woman let out a cold laugh and released her spiritual energy. In an instant, a pressure of nascent soul level enveloped the entire tavern, causing the bouncers to shudder. This woman, seemingly ordinary, was actually a formidable nascent soul master. Her icy gaze swept over the crowd, and the massive blade behind her quivered slightly, emitting a low hum as she stepped closer to the steward. Slamming her coin pouch onto the table, since I am here, I have no intention of leaving empty-handed. Either arrange for my lodging, or I shall dismantle this Jinyu Tavern. No one shall reside here. What a joke! After flying all the way to Xiaoling Island on her sword, nearly exhausted, she faced such myriad regulations just to find a place to stay. They say cultivators are the most hypocritical, and it appears to be true. Outside, Shen Linlin was urging the group to hurry along, complaining about the vastness of Xiaoling Island and the pain in her feet from all the walking, while pointing towards the Jinyu Tavern, emphasizing that their destination was near. The properties of the Jinyu Immortal Sect were widespread across the cultivation world, including numerous locations on Xiaoling Island. Prior to this trip for the Immortal Gate Conference, Shui Jingzhou had meticulously planned the journey's logistics, also asking Chu Ling to facilitate an arrangement for Shen Linlin, ensuring that the Qingwan sect could stay in the Jinyu Immortal Sect's properties. After all, If they were paying for accommodation, it was better to benefit their own people than outsiders. Shun Linlin was delighted and promptly communicated this to Xin Yu through a paper crane, who readily agreed, reserving excellent accommodations for the Qingwan sect and providing them with a free celestial boat for their use. The Jinyu Tavern stood resplendently amidst the bustling streets of Xiaoling Island. The 10-story structure, primarily made of dark wood, exuded an air of stability and grandeur. Each floor featured soaring eaves and interlocking brackets, creating a magnificent sight that ascended progressively, with dozens of luminous pearls adorning the top. As Qin Liao and her companions arrived at the entrance, they were met with the sounds of a fierce battle. A woman, charged with lightning and wielding a massive black gold blade, unleashed a barrage of sword winds towards another woman playing the guqin. Si Miao's eyes flickered with a hint of recognition. He was acquainted with both women from a previous life. The sword-wielding woman, named Duanyu, was a free-spirited rogue cultivator, with her origins shrouded in mystery. All that was known was her eccentric temperament and formidable strength, bolstered by a rare affinity for lightning. The other woman, named Jing Lu, hailed from the Hanzhuang sect and was a musician cultivator. Though she appeared delicate as a willow, her resolve was as unyielding as steel. She excelled at launching surprise attacks through the melodies of her guqin. Currently, both were mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, their confrontation creating a tremendous spectacle. What in the world is happening? Xin Linlin was momentarily stunned by the chaos within the tavern. Observing the commotion, the steward scurried out from a corner, and upon realizing the newcomers were the young master, he swallowed hard and nervously began to explain the situation. It turned out that he had initially intended to accommodate the lightning root cultivator, Duanyu, to avoid further complications. However, when it came time for payment, it became apparent that she lacked sufficient funds. What a laughable predicament! How could one expect to stay without enough money? The steward, newly emboldened, firmly informed her that payment was required for lodging, his words laced with veiled mockery. Duanyu, not expecting to be short on funds for even a single night, was taken aback. She contemplated leaving in silence, but at that moment, Jing Lu stepped forward. Casting a glance at Duanyu, she coldly remarked, "How noisy! What manner of individuals are allowed in the Jinyu Tavern?" The mere utterance of these words ignited Duanyu's ire, and she pointed a finger at Jing Lu, ready to argue. With a scoff, Jing Lu swiftly drew her weapon and launched an attack, her guqin's melody soaring with intensity, akin to a raging storm. Duanyu was caught off guard by Jing Lu's ferocity. Suffering a direct hit, enraged, Duanyu unleashed her full nascent soul aura, brandishing her massive black gold blade for a head-on confrontation. Thus commenced the spectacle they now beheld. So, it was you who looked down upon others, refusing to serve those without affiliations? Xin Linlin swiftly grasped the crux of the matter, casting a sharp glance at the steward. The steward, taken aback by the young master's sudden scrutiny, became flustered and stammered an explanation. Shun Linlin, uninterested in his justifications, declared, "The Jinyu Immortal sect cannot afford to accommodate your lofty presence. Seek your lodging elsewhere." Her family had always been engaged in business, instilling in their staff the importance of sincere service. It was unacceptable to treat others with disdain, and some individuals, bolstered by the Jinyu Immortal sect's name, had become overly self-important. Not wishing to engage further with the steward, Xin Linlin bypassed him. Intent on intervening in the brawl, however, she was caught off guard when someone else spoke first. "Ladies, please cease hostilities." A steady voice resonated amidst the turmoil. Si Miao stepped forward, addressing both Duanyu and Jing Lu. "I trust you both have traveled far to attend this grand Immortal Gate conference." He paused, his gaze unwavering. "Should you continue to cause a disturbance, not only would it contravene the spirit of the conference, but it could also be detrimental to your own standings. According to the conference regulations, any disturbances during this period may result in disqualification." Si Miao believed his words were both courteous and measured, not overly abrupt. Upon seeing Duanyu and Jing Lu, an idea had sprung to mind. In this life, he lacked capable allies and reliable subordinates. If he could leave a favorable impression on them, it might lead to future opportunities for collaboration. In his past life, the two had quarreled upon meeting, and he had been unable to interject or foster any camaraderie. Perhaps this was a chance. And a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. "Huh? And you are?" Duanyu ceased her assault and turned to glance at Si Miao. Such a trifling creature, how laughable. When did the Foundation establishment stage gain the audacity to disturb a confrontation between Yuanian cultivators? Casually, Duan Yu unleashed a bolt of lightning, which struck precisely at Si Miao's feet. Si Miao, taken aback by the direct attack, stumbled and fell to the ground. He was incredulous, unable to fathom the blatant disrespect shown by his adversary. Yet, at that very moment, as Duan Yu aimed her attack at Si Miao, Jing Lu, who had been lurking behind, suddenly made her move. With a flick of her fingers, dozens of sound-based lethal attacks erupted, shooting toward Duan Yu's back like arrows released from a bow. These sound attacks, formless yet imbued with a fierce killing intent, caught Duan Yu completely off guard as she was preoccupied with Si Miao and his companions. Unprepared, she was struck in the back, as if hit by a heavy hammer, her body jolting violently before collapsing to the ground. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned as Duan Yu lay motionless. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Oh dear, how rude of me, Jing Lu remarked with a smile, approaching the crowd while putting away her zither. She moved with a grace akin to willow branches swaying in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Her beauty was ethereal, with brows like a crescent moon and eyes resembling autumn waters, complemented by a delicate nose and softly tinted lips. Her skin was as fair as jade, radiating a cool demeanor that harmonized perfectly with her name, Jing Lu. Clad in a flowing light blue gown that billowed gently with her steps, resembling rippling water, her attire was embroidered with exquisite patterns of ice and snow, cinched at the waist with a silver badge of the Hanzhuang sect. "Are you disciples of the Qinghuan sect?" Jing Lu inquired, noticing their badges, her joy evident. "Ah, the Qinghuan sect has arrived. Has your esteemed master Lin Song come as well?" Upon hearing the reference to his master, Qin Leo quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Senior, indeed my master has arrived." In an instant, Jing Lu's face lit up with surprise as she leaned closer to Qin Leo, exclaiming, "Oh, you are his disciple. Is he the wolf demon? How peculiar that he bears no trace of demonic aura." Qin Leo felt a flush of embarrassment under her gaze, his posture straightening involuntarily. He quietly asked, "May I inquire what business you have with my master?" "I can convey your message. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I was merely inquiring," Jing Lu replied lightly, not intending to linger. She turned to leave. Yet, suddenly recalling something, she turned back to Shin Linlin and said, "Young master, today's incident was unintentional. I shall compensate for all the damages incurred. Once the compensation list is prepared, please forward it to the Hanzhuang sect." Chapter 23. Wealth brings impunity. After Jing Lu departed gracefully, the onlookers stood before the ruined establishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The Jinyu Tavern had suffered an undeserved calamity at the hands of two Yuanian cultivators, leaving the grand hall in ruins. Meanwhile, several tavern servants were cautiously clearing the wreckage, picking up shattered wine jars, tables, and debris. Qin Leo was the first to react, noticing Si Miao's grim expression. He inquired with concern. That lightning root senior was rather forceful. "Are you injured?" "No, I am unharmed," Si Miao replied, his voice hoarse, betraying no emotion. Although the lightning strike did not directly hit him, its power was formidable, and the group glanced at the charred pit on the ground. Feeling a shiver of unease, Si Miao's expression fluctuated, leading the others to assume he was merely shaken. Having their tavern wrecked, Shun Linlin also wore a dark expression, yet since the senior had expressed intent to compensate, she refrained from lashing out. Moreover, the four of them combined were no match for Jing Lu. Sensing the tension, Chu Ling swiftly interjected, "Since it's inconvenient to check in right now, shall we take a stroll outside?" The group readily agreed to this suggestion. Before they departed, Shun Linlin instructed a servant to escort the unconscious Duan Yu back to her room, as she had been rendered insensible by Jing Lu's sound attack and could not be roused despite attempts. Once they stepped onto the bustling street, Shun Linlin's irritation dissipated considerably. After all, she was still a teenager and soon regained her vitality. "Shall we visit the auction house? Follow me. This young master will show you the world." Upon hearing the mention of the auction house, a flicker of intrigue passed through Si Miao's eyes, though it was fleeting and barely noticeable. The entrance to the auction house was abuzz with activity, flanked by two massive stone lions that seemed to scrutinize passers-by with intense gazes. 6 colossal stone pillars adorned with golden dragons twisted around them, appearing almost lifelike. The golden dragons' bodies coiled and arched, their heads held high, mouths agape in a roar, scales gleaming with golden light, as if poised to ascend to the heavens at any moment. A queue stretched in front of the entrance, where guests were required to present invitations for entry, while several attendants scrutinized the qualifications of those wishing to enter. The Jinyu sect is extravagantly affluent, Chu Ling remarked in awe. During her time in the Qingyuan sect, Shun Linlin had never flaunted her family's wealth and power, and the others had almost forgotten her identity as the young master of the Jinyu sect. Now that they were out, they discovered the numerous assets belonging to the Jinyu sect around them. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up," Shun Linlin called out, noticing her companions lagging behind. "Don't we need to wait in line?" Chu Ling blinked, as if awakening from a dream. Shun Linlin replied with a hint of amusement. "Do you possess an invitation? Just follow my lead." She exchanged a few words with the attendant at the door, who, upon hearing her, immediately displayed a look of reverence and promptly arranged for them to enter the auction house. The first thing that caught their eyes was the spacious and well-lit foyer. Various rare auction items were displayed throughout the hall, from precious spiritual herbs and rare artifacts to ancient books and mysterious materials, all radiating alluring glimmers. The walls were adorned with illustrious records of past auctions, showcasing the Jinyu sect's prominent status in the auction industry. The service was exceptionally attentive, with servers dressed in uniform attire, conducting themselves with grace and smiling as they guided guests to their seats. At the very back of the auction house lay a lavishly decorated auction hall, the heart of the establishment, equipped with specialized seating and VIP areas, ensuring that every participant could comfortably observe the auction proceedings. In the foyer, there are generally some ordinary auction items. If you are interested, feel free to take a look. One of the servers informed Qin Liu and the others as they walked forward. The auction hall is just ahead. Each day, there are significant events here, with an array of rare items appearing. Please be sure to pay attention so as not to miss anything you desire. Qin Liu's gaze had already fixated on the ancient books and paintings in the foyer, pondering, "Surely these items would please my master. Perhaps I should purchase some to bring back." However, he hesitated, recalling that his master seemed to prefer reading stories. During a recent cleaning of his master's room, he had stumbled upon several storybooks tucked beneath Jiang Yinyan's bed. Some even marked with bookmarks, clearly indicating they had been read. Although Jiang Yinyan had never admitted it, Qin Liu knew that, compared to obscure and complex texts, his master favored storybooks, especially those with illustrations. At that very moment, the story-loving Jiang Yinyan sat in the main hall of the Tianzhou sect, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Since arriving at Xiaoling Island, he had yet to rest for a moment, constantly engaged in social obligations since disembarking. The disciples of the Tianzhou sect, having learned of their arrival, promptly whisked away the four esteemed masters of the Qingyuan sect, citing a desire to reminisce. Jiang Yinyan held no particular feelings toward the Tianzhou sect, nor did he harbor any affection for them. In the realm of cultivation, the Tianzhou sect boasted the largest number of disciples among all sects, as their training emphasized physical agility and martial arts, allowing even ordinary individuals without spiritual roots to practice. However, to put it bluntly, the Tianzhou sect acted as an interloper in the cultivation world, with most high-ranking members of the Immortal Alliance being Tianzhou sect disciples, who, while claiming to be righteous, often acted with great arrogance. So, have you all heard about the recent incident involving the Jingxian iron? The speaker was Heng Yuan, the second master of the Tianzhou sect, who sat upright, teacup in hand, addressing Jiang Yinyan and the others. Jiang Yinyan recognized Heng Yuan as a stubborn yet fair-minded individual, known for his impartiality and reliance on facts and principles in his judgments and decisions. This unyielding sense of justice had earned him high regard and respect within the cultivation community. The previous sect master had intended for Heng Yuan to take over the sect, but Heng Yuan had declined, believing himself too young and inexperienced compared to his senior, Heng Mian, preferring to serve as the second master. "I have heard some rumors," Shui Jingzhou replied. Jingxian iron is a rare and uniquely composed metal, an exceptional material for forging artifacts. However, the reserves of refined mysterious iron are exceedingly scarce, and its extraction is profoundly arduous, resulting in exorbitant prices and limited availability. Within the realm of cultivation, it is essentially a commodity that exists more in value than in market presence. Whenever it does appear, it is subject to a frenzied scramble. Heng Yuan nodded thoughtfully and continued, "The location of the refined mysterious iron mines is currently highly confidential. Refined mysterious iron is an essential material for forging divine artifacts. It is exceedingly rare throughout the cultivation world. It is not that my Tianzhao sect is deliberately concealing this. Rather, during the Celestial Sect Conference, there are numerous idle individuals on Xiaoling Island. We have chosen to withhold this information solely to protect the refined mysterious iron. Oh, so it means that the Tianzhao sect intends to monopolize this matter and does not plan to consult with other sects? Shui inquired, blinking curiously. Even I do not know where the mine is located. Hung Yuan replied. This matter is entirely under the jurisdiction of our sect leader. That remark did not seem like a lie. Zhang Yinian felt Hung Yuan was likely unaware of the truth. Since refined mysterious iron is a treasure of heaven and earth, what will the Tianzhao sect do with the mine or once extraction is complete? Shui Jingzhou asked further. Naturally, it will be entrusted to the Celestial Alliance for safekeeping. Hung Yuan responded. Xian Yun chuckled inexplicably, prompting Hung Yuan to gaze at him and inquire, Brother Xian Yun, do you find anything amiss with this matter? Of course not, Xian Yun said nonchalantly while toying with the tassels of his sword. It is just that everyone knows over half of the Celestial Alliance's personnel hail from the Tianzhao sect. Hung Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke deliberately. The Tianzhao sect will harbor no ulterior motives. Listening from the side, Zhang Yinian couldn't help but chuckle. Hung Yuan was indeed a just and reasonable individual, but his senior brother Hung Mian was not necessarily the same. Moreover, considering the hierarchy within the Tianzhao sect, it seemed implausible that every individual could act devoid of selfish intent. Seeing that everyone had their own opinions, Hung Yuan took another sip of tea and slowly began, as a form of compensation. I shall share another piece of news with you all. The rewards for this Celestial Sect Conference include refined mysterious iron. This statement raised the eyebrows of the three individuals present. Excluding Zhang Yinian already possessed the Falling Light Sword, and Qin Liao had the Moonlit Blade. Thus, the two of them had little need for divine artifacts. However, the others present were keen on procuring superior weapons for their disciples. If they were to obtain refined mysterious iron, it would grant them the opportunity to forge divine artifacts. So, has the mine remained undiscovered for all these years on Xiaoling Island, only to suddenly surface recently? Shui asked, somewhat skeptical. Hung Yuan could only nod helplessly. Yes, indeed, that is the case. The original work did not provide detailed information regarding refined mysterious iron, possibly deeming it an inconsequential plot point, which Zhang Yinian did not fully comprehend. However, it currently appeared to be noteworthy information. Zhang Yinian, protective by nature, believed that even if he did not require it, it was still beneficial for his peers to acquire valuable resources. I see that everyone is weary. Perhaps we should return to rest. If time permits later, you are always welcome to visit the Tianzhao sect, he suggested. With the second sect leader having already seen them off, the members of Qinghuan sect had no reason to linger. Upon exiting the gates of the Tianzhao sect, Xian Yun took to drinking alone while holding his sword, and Shui insisted on dragging Shui Jingzhou out for shopping. Before he could regain his composure, Zhang Yinian found himself left behind. He had business to attend to, and as the others departed, it presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. Zhang Yinian silently chanted a spell, and soon after, an ordinary-looking cultivator emerged from the wall. Barely discernible in terms of cultivation, appearing quite unremarkable. The striking appearance of Lian Song Xinzuan was too conspicuous. It was better to maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary troubles. Inside the auction house, a prelude was unfolding. Several showcased items gleamed under the spiritual light, captivating the attention of all in attendance. Sai Miao suppressed his excitement. He knew this moment had finally arrived, in his previous life. It was at this very auction that he unexpectedly acquired a treasured tome known as the Scarlet Flame Manual. On the surface, this tome appeared to be merely an internal cultivation method suitable for foundational cultivators, rendering it rather ordinary amidst the myriad of rare and extraordinary treasures present. However, Si Miao knew that hidden within this manual lay a tremendous secret. Within one of its pages was a fragment of a treasure map leading to the soul-devouring grass, a rare herb in the celestial realm, the effects of which had yet to be discovered in his past life. Although Si Miao had chanced upon several treasure maps, he had never managed to collect all the fragments to unravel the mystery of the soul-devouring grass, leaving him with a significant regret. Given that the heavens had granted him a second chance, he was determined to gather the complete treasure map and secure the soul-devouring grass this time around. Esteemed guests, next, I shall present to you a rather unique collection. The auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. He gently unveiled the silk cloth covering the display case, revealing a tome. This was the Scarlet Flame Manual, an invaluable internal cultivation method for foundational cultivators. The auctioneer introduced it with a hint of excitement in his tone. This manual not only assists cultivators in rapidly enhancing their internal energy, but also possesses unique training methods that significantly benefit those with fire elemental roots. As the auctioneer continued his presentation, each of his words felt meticulously crafted, casting ripples in the hearts of the attending cultivators. With the auctioneer's introduction, the atmosphere within the hall gradually heated up. Cultivators began to murmur among themselves, some displaying interest while others calculated their financial capabilities to determine if they could bid on this precious manual. Such methods aimed at foundational cultivators were not particularly rare. And Si Miao remained confident in his ability to secure at 300 low-grade spirit stones. Someone immediately called out from the auction floor 600 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 800 low-grade spirit stones, Si Miao declared confidently. For an entry-level manual, 800 low-grade spirit stones was already a considerable sum. Upon hearing the price rise to 800, many cultivators who had initially shown interest now appeared disheartened. The auctioneer surveyed the bidding floor before decisively raising the auction hammer. 800 once. Twice 2 high-grade spirit stones. A steady voice interrupted the auctioneer's flow. The room erupted in uproar. Whispers filled the air. It's just a foundational cultivation manual. How can it reach 2 high-grade spirit stones? Perhaps it's meant for a young disciple of some powerful figure. IDS not worth it. Truly not worth it. The value of 1 high-grade spirit stone equated to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, making this price astronomical for a foundational manual. Si Miao's brow furrowed, and a wave of intense displeasure washed over him. Why would anyone contest him for this basic manual and offer such an unreasonable price? In his plans, the Scarlet Flame Manual was supposed to be his to claim, and now such an unexpected complication had arisen. The auctioneer, visibly elated, rushed to finalize the bid before the high-grade spirit stone bidder could retract. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinian, disguised as an ordinary cultivator, watched the unfolding drama with a smirk. The one who had just announced that absurdly high bid was none other than him in the original narrative. Si Miao had fortuitously obtained the legendary fragment of the soul-devouring grass treasure map here, seizing a significant opportunity. However, Zhang Yinian had no intention of allowing that to happen to Si Miao. He aimed to reserve this fortune for his own disciple. Indeed, what Zhang Yinian sought to accomplish was precisely this. 2 high-grade spirit stones, plus 300 low-grade spirit stones, Si Miao ground out through clenched teeth. The auctioneer's eyes sparkled with fervor as he promptly announced, 2 high-grade spirit stones, plus 300 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? This is a prime opportunity. Chu Ling observed the resolute expression on Si Miao's face and couldn't help but feel perplexed, interrupting, seriously, brother, this manual seems quite ordinary. Even if it benefits fire elemental roots, is it really necessary to spend such a hefty sum to seize it? In Chu Ling's view, it was merely an entry-level manual, and he believed Si Miao had lost his senses. Yes, let us perhaps consider other options. There may be better choices, Qin Liu suggested. However, Si Miao scoffed internally. He was acutely aware that the significance of this manual extended far beyond its superficial appearance. The secrets hidden within were beyond the comprehension of these unseasoned individuals. Yet, this price had reached his limit. Should the competitor refuse to yield, Zhang Yinian clicked his tongue in annoyance at how persistent this dragon-like figure was. 3 high-grade spirit stones, Zhang Yinian casually called out. Lian Song Mountain, wealth allows for indulgence. In the end, the Scarlet Flame Manual was secured by Zhang Yinian for the price of 3 high-grade spirit stones. The subsequent items auctioned were merely various secret treasures, magical instruments, and spiritual herbs, each fetching a price to varying degrees, resulting in a somewhat mundane auction process. Throughout the auction of the remaining items, Si Miao's expression remained grim, his usual composure faltering as he fixated on Zhang Yinian's seat, seemingly willing his gaze to bore a hole through him. Next came the highlight of today's auction. The auctioneer's voice echoed within the hall, deliberately building suspense, igniting curiosity and anticipation among the crowd. He slowly walked a circle around the front of the stage, his gaze sweeping across the faces of every cultivator in the audience. As if searching for the most eager eyes, with each step of the auctioneer, the atmosphere in the venue gradually intensified. The cultivators buzzed with speculation, wondering what the heavyweight auction item would be. Finally, the auctioneer came to a halt, took a deep breath, and announced in a booming voice, "Refined mysterious iron." The moment those 3 words left his lips, a chorus of gasps erupted in the hall. At that instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The crowd at the auction table displayed expressions of excitement. Some began to calculate their finances, preparing to splurge, while others conferred with companions, hoping to join forces to claim the precious refined mysterious iron. "Heavens, it's actually refined mysterious iron!" Chu Ling exclaimed involuntarily. Following Chu Ling's gaze, Qin Liu also looked ahead. There, on the auction platform, lay the refined mysterious iron, quietly exuding a deep, pure black luster, as if it could draw one in, compelling them to approach. "What is this?" Qin Liu asked, puzzled. "It is a material for crafting divine artifacts." Chu Ling scoffed. "Not everyone can receive a divine artifact as a gift upon becoming a disciple. Liu Yu, to be honest, I am truly envious of you. However, once this item appears, it will certainly be snatched up at an astronomical price. We can merely observe," Shun Linlin remarked casually. The moment the refined mysterious iron was revealed, a clamor erupted in the auction hall, a veritable uproar. Everyone yearned to compete for this treasure capable of crafting divine artifacts. Yet at that moment, Qin Liu pressed the pause button on his thoughts, suddenly realizing just how benevolent his master was towards him. Divine artifacts were sought by all in the cultivation world, yet he had only just become his master's disciple when he was bestowed such a significant gift. Reflecting on his master's calm demeanor at that time, it seemed everything was so natural in the master's eyes. That feeling was akin to someone telling him that he deserved the finest things in the world. Before this, he had lived like livestock, never experiencing even a hint of favoritism. His master rarely spoke, yet managed everything, smoothing out all the rough and muddy paths into a smooth pebble road for him to traverse. Over the years, Qin Liu had tirelessly cultivated, yearning for his master to feel that his efforts were worthwhile, even if only a little. He wondered what his master was doing now. He longed to revert to his original form and have his master groom him. The moon-reflecting blade at his waist trembled slightly, as if sensing its master's emotions. Subsequently, the refined mysterious iron was auctioned off for the staggering price of 100 top-grade spirit stones, purchased by a powerful transformation stage expert from the Tianzhou sect, who was extravagantly generous. Upon announcing this price, no one dared to compete further. With the refined mysterious iron claimed, the entire auction event drew to a close. Qin Liu followed Shun Linlin and others out of the auction house, where Shun Linlin and Chu Ling fervently discussed various details of the intense competition for the refined mysterious iron. Earlier, when the bidding reached a fever pitch, someone had even released a surge of spiritual pressure in an attempt to intimidate others, but this violated the auction rules, and the individual was promptly escorted out. There were those who had failed to secure the refined mysterious iron, bursting into tears on the spot, while others threw tantrums and caused a scene. In summary, the absurdity of it all allowed the newcomers to the cultivation world to witness the frenzy surrounding divine artifacts. Qin Liu silently listened to the two discuss, unable to suppress a smile. "Oh dear, this young man. You have passed by my stall for the 3rd time today. Fate has brought us together. Would you care to engage in a dual cultivation session with me?" The voice was enchanting and mellifluous, like a wisp of smoke wafting into Qin Liu's ears. In the next moment, he felt a soft touch on his arm, followed by a warm breath near his ear, accompanied by the words, "Is that agreeable?" Qin Liu's body tensed with caution, but before he could shake off the sensation, a sharp ice crystal struck the woman, eliciting a startled cry of ouch as she released her grip. Jiang Yinian, upon exiting the auction house, initially felt pleased to have outbid Long Outyin, but upon looking up, he saw someone flirting with his disciple, nearly causing him to jump in shock, with her hand so close and her face nearly pressed against his. What in the world was happening? Acting before his thoughts could catch up, Jiang Yinian intervened, breaking the woman's advance, then swiftly positioned himself in front of his disciple, only to freeze in place. What was he doing? He was still disguised as another person, and to act in such a manner was utterly bewildering. Qin Liu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was enveloped by a familiar scent of bamboo. "Master?" The figure before him was plain in appearance, with weak spiritual energy, and did not resemble his master at all. Yet Qin Liu was a wolf, recognizing individuals by scent rather than appearance. Thus, in mere seconds, he confirmed that the person before him was Jiang Yinian. But why was his master disguised in such a manner? A closer inspection revealed a resemblance to someone he had seen earlier, the one who had just purchased the Qi Ju. Was that indeed his master? Master! Qin Liu almost instinctively called out, but before he could finish, Jiang Yinian shot him a fierce glare. Nothing could escape this little dog's nose. Jiang Yinian cursed inwardly. Although he was aware of the keen sense of smell among wolves, he had not anticipated being recognized so swiftly. Had he lost all sense of dignity as a master? Understanding Jiang Yinian's expression, Qin Liu could only continue to play along. What does this mean, gentlemen? You exchange glances while leaving Meng Dai out in the cold. The woman, undeterred by Jiang Yinian's obstruction, continued to speak in that spine-chilling voice. Dear Taoist, speaking such things in broad daylight on the street is rather inappropriate. Jiang Yinian cleared his throat, speaking with righteous gravity. The woman, unyielding, shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Yinian, pointing at Qin Liu and saying sweetly, I am looking for this young man. Why are you meddling? Only then did Qin Liu take a closer look at the woman. Dressed in a white gown and veiled in white gauze. Wasn't she the young lady from the book stall this morning? Earlier, he had not paid attention to Zhuang Mingdai due to their distance. But now he perceived a faint demonic aura around her. She was, in fact, a painting demon. Painting demons were rare, emerging from a wisp of spirit from paintings, belonging to a harmless race that did not attack humans. However, the legend spoke of painting demons as graceful and gentle, while the woman before him was somewhat hard to look at. No, in truth, the individual before him was not even female. The painting demon species had only one gender, male. Zhuang Gongzi, please do not jest with your junior, Qin Liu said helplessly. Seeing that Qin Liu had not only seen through her disguise but had also directly revealed her identity, Zhuang Mingdai felt utterly bored inside. I did wish to tease you, but you are quite dull, little one. After saying this, the painting demon slipped something into Qin Liu's hand before gracefully departing. The others exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on the suddenly emerging Jiang Yinian. Ahem, I shall take my leave as well. Jiang Yinian, noticing Qin Liu's unwavering attention on him, felt extremely awkward and sought an opportunity to slip away. Qin Liu had no intention of letting Jiang Yinian escape, immediately grasping his sleeve with a bright smile. This noble Taoist, with your gallant heart, has saved me from peril, and I am truly grateful. Might I have the opportunity to express my gratitude properly? Jiang Yinian was taken aback by Qin Liu's sudden enthusiasm. His gaze seemed to pierce through him, and he inwardly wondered. What is he up to? However, Qin Liu appeared oblivious to Jiang Yinian's confusion, smiling brightly at his master. Moments later, they found themselves in a small tavern near the auction house. The tavern was sunlit, filled with the aroma of food and drink, evoking a feeling of relaxation. Jiang Yinian sat at the table, appearing somewhat restless. Beside him, Qin Liu nestled closely, presenting an intimate demeanor. Jiang Yinian silently lamented, caught in a predicament, unable to stand or sit comfortably. Chu Ling and the others felt puzzled. They knew Qin Liu was not one to readily approach others, yet at this moment, he was exceptionally amiable towards this unfamiliar Taoist, which was quite strange. This Taoist possessed weak spiritual energy and an unremarkable appearance, making it difficult to discern anything special. May I ask how this Taoist is addressed? Qin Liu inquired as he washed the dishes for Jiang Yinian and handed him a cup of tea. His voice soft as if it could coax water from stone. Jiang Yinian accepted the teacup, taking a light sip, unsure of what his disciple was up to, and thus, he answered vaguely, I am Qin Lang, a mere wandering cultivator. Qin Lang, Qin Wolf? Jiang Yinian was effectively mocking himself, Qin Liu mused. Though he was reprimanded by Jiang Yinian, Qin Liu felt no discontent. Instead, he was in high spirits. Meanwhile, Si Miao observed from the side, calculating how to seize this opportunity to reclaim the Qi Ju. With a single glance, he recognized the individual before him. Qin Lang was none other than the cultivator who had just seized an item from him at the auction. Thus, he composed himself and donned a polite smile. Fellow Taoist Qin, I see you two have emerged from the auction hall. I wonder, did you acquire anything of note during the proceedings? Si Miao inquired with courteous banter. Long Ao Tian intended to snatch something. Did he? Jiang Yinian suppressed a chuckle within, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he vaguely replied, "Oh, I merely bid on a few trivial items, nothing worth mentioning." Shun Linlin and Chu Ling, being astute individuals, perceived Si Miao's intentions but chose not to elaborate further. It was Qin Layo, however, who subtly furrowed his brow in concern. Si Miao spoke again, his tone tinged with urgency. "Indeed, fellow Taoist is quite carefree. I noticed earlier that you seem to have secured a particular heart technique that is of utmost importance to me. Might you be willing to part with it? I am prepared to offer a generous price." Zhang Yinyan, fully aware of Si Miao's ulterior motives, feigned ignorance, responding ambiguously, "Ah, you mean that heart technique? Indeed, I did acquire it, but it is merely an ordinary one. Nothing special, I was merely bidding for sport." With that, Zhang Yinyan swiftly retrieved the Qi Yin Ju from his Qinkuan pouch and placed it upon the table. "If you fancy it, I would be glad to give it to you," he stated nonchalantly. This unexpected gesture left several individuals bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been fervently competing for it, yet now he expressed disinterest, truly a peculiar character. Si Miao, taken aback by Zhang Yinyan's ease in presenting the heart technique, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At this moment, Zhang Yinyan's demeanor left him puzzled. Although internally questioning, he maintained a facade of composure to avoid revealing any cracks. He scrutinized the heart technique on the table, attempting to glean some insight from Zhang Yinyan's expression. However, Zhang Yinyan appeared utterly nonchalant, as if genuinely disinterested in the technique. In truth, Zhang Yinyan had already extracted the page containing the treasure map. The heart technique held no value for him, and gifting it to Long Ao Tian was inconsequential. "I shall step out for a moment," Zhang Yinyan announced, signaling to the others. Upon noticing someone leaving, Qin Layo promptly followed suit. "I shall accompany you." In a secluded corner beneath the tavern, the master and disciple exchanged glances, each silent as they held their ground. Qin Layo positioned Zhang Yinyan within the shadows before him, preventing any chance of escape, and inquired softly, "Master, what are you up to?" Zhang Yinyan, feeling somewhat guilty, steeled himself to respond, "I have my own matters to attend to." "What matters? Is it something even your disciple cannot know?" Qin Layo retorted, a hint of displeasure evident. Ever since Zhang Yinyan had nonchalantly gifted the heart technique to Si Miao, Qin Layo felt a pang of bitterness rise within him, as if something stifling were about to surface. His master's pretense of extravagance at the auction could not possibly be solely for the purpose of acquiring that heart technique for Si Miao. The Qi Yin Ju, being a heart technique exclusive to fire element spiritual roots, could only be of interest to Si Miao, who possessed a single fire spiritual root. Thus, it must have been intended for Si Miao, as it was of no use to his master. He was taken aback by his master's apparent concern for another's disciple. Qin Layo could not quite articulate the emotions swelling within him. The mere thought of his master being so attentive to someone other than himself was instinctively unsettling. Unbeknownst to him, his expression altered as these thoughts took root. Zhang Yinyan observed the fluctuating emotions on his young disciple's face and surmised that he was likely musing on his spending habits, perhaps regarding him as extravagant and unthrifty. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Yinyan reflected, "The Qi Yin Ju contains a fragment of a rare treasure map, which was my true objective. Having acquired the fragment, the heart technique is naturally of no use to me. Thus I offered it without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Qin Layo gently lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon his handsome visage. He brushed aside a stray lock of hair from his ear. Seemingly contemplating Zhang Yinyan's words, "Is that truly the case?" he asked, his voice soft. "Indeed, it is." For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Yinyan felt a sense of regained composure, the authoritative presence of a master returning. I certainly did not squander my funds. Every coin spent was for a righteous cause." Though, he did admit to a slight pretension in raising the bid. Chapter 25. A tug of war. Zhang Yinyan then briefly explained the matter of the treasure map to Qin Layo, mentioning that he had inadvertently learned of the whereabouts of the soul-devouring grass, albeit uncertain of its success, emphasizing the value of participation. Qin Layo expressed understanding, since discovering that his master's acquisition of the heart technique was not for Si Miao's benefit. The cloud of frustration that had loomed over him dissipated. Now, whatever his master said was accepted without question, and he radiated an uplifting brightness. If his master desired the soul-devouring grass, then he would assist in procuring it. The two returned to their usual roles as respectful disciples within their sect, their demeanor warm and courteous, as if the earlier tumult of emotions had never occurred. Suddenly, Jiang Yinyan recalled another matter. Stepping forward to pinch one side of the little wolf's cheek, exclaiming, "And what of you?" Not practicing diligently, but rather engaging in playful banter with female cultivators on the streets. The child, so young yet already aware of such matters, what would become of him as he grew? Jiang Yinyan envisioned a scene of Simiao establishing a harem and promptly shook his head, resolute that his carefully nurtured little wolf could not turn out that way. He had long planned to find an equally exceptional female cultivator for his disciple once he matured, so they could complement each other and lead a simple yet fulfilling life. A delightful prospect within the realm of cultivation. In this lifetime, he would not allow Qin Liu to become a demon lord. All he wished was for him to grow up happily under his protection. Should Qin Liu aspire to achieve something great, he, as a master, would naturally support him. Once his disciple married, he envisioned a life of tending to flowers, enjoying retirement and indulging in the occasional tale. Qin Liu felt extremely aggrieved. His lips pursed as he protested, "Master, I have not done anything." He truly had not engaged in any frivolous antics with female cultivators. It was merely a moment of carelessness that had led to a playful grasp, and moreover, the painting demoness was not even a woman. Jiang Yinyan, well aware that Qin Liu had not merely sought to tease him. The master and disciple engaged in playful banter, with Jiang Yinyan pinching the young boy's cheek, causing it to redden, all while Qin Liu felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. He intended to voice something, yet upon seeing Jiang Yinyan's triumphant expression, he decided against it, not wishing to be the subject of further ridicule. Amused by his disciple's reactions, Jiang Yinyan's fingers transitioned from pinching to gently kneading, as if molding a piece of dough. Startled by the suddenness of the gesture, Qin Liu lost his balance and toppled into Jiang Yinyan's embrace. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, Jiang Yinyan having caught him effortlessly. The familiar scent of bamboo wafted from Jiang Yinyan, evoking a sense of comfort in Qin Liu, who found himself reluctant to part from the embrace. He raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yinyan's face, mere inches away, and was momentarily taken aback. The moment their eyes locked, an awkward tension enveloped them. Slowly, Qin Liu extricated himself from Jiang Yinyan. His voice devoid of emotion, "Master, I apologize for the intrusion. It was my misstep." Jiang Yinyan, unfazed by the incident, regarded it as a mere triviality. His disciple had simply stumbled and fallen. Maintaining his usual demeanor, he replied, "No matter," and extended his hand to assist Qin Liu. This straightforward response left Qin Liu momentarily choked up, the sensation indescribable, compelling him to suppress the myriad of thoughts swirling within. He chose to gloss over the incident. That white-clad woman was a painting demoness. She likely sensed a kindred spirit in me, hence her approach, Qin Liu explained. The painting demoness race consists solely of males, with no females, yet they can alter their appearance at will. At this point, Qin Liu recalled the dual cultivation technique discussed that morning, feeling a tad uneasy as he pursed his lips. Jiang Yinyan found this unremarkable. Since childhood, Qin Liu had possessed a physique that attracted demonic creatures, with all manner of spirits from their sect gravitating toward him, even the kitchen's rice demons serving him extra portions. However, it seems that the painting demoness bestowed something upon you before departing? Jiang Yinyan inquired at a tea that moment. Qin Liu recalled that before the painting demoness, Zhuang Mengdai, had taken her leave, she had indeed tucked something into his robes. He promptly rummaged through his sleeves and produced the object. Both examined it, revealing a slip of paper. "Wait, this?" Jiang Yinyan's eyes brightened as he retrieved the fragment he had extracted from the Qi Yanju, comparing it to the slip in Qin Liu's possession. "This is a fragment of the treasure map." After a meticulous examination, Jiang Yinyan discovered that the two pieces of paper indeed bore a connection. Their edges could seamlessly align to form a small pattern. To his astonishment, he had acquired a fragment so effortlessly, and a wave of exhilaration surged within Jiang Yinyan. He gazed at Qin Liu, excitement glimmering in his eyes, and mockingly mused. If acquiring fragments were that simple, it seems that this lad has been taken lightly a few times without consequence. Unbeknownst to Qin Liu, his master's thoughts were far from benign. He instinctively sensed that Zhang Yinian's fervent demeanor was not a good omen. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yinian casually remarked that he would return to study the matter further and swaggered away. With no choice left, Qin Liu returned to the tavern, needing to smooth things over for Zhang Yinian. He proceeded to explain Zhang Yinian's departure to the others, stating merely that this Taoist Qin Lang was somewhat reserved and not adept at socializing, expressing gratitude for everyone's kindness before taking his leave. Hoping not to disrupt their enjoyment, Shen Linlin and Chu Ling had no objections to this, while Simiao, who had just received a fire-based cultivation technique from Zhang Yinian, appeared in particularly good spirits. Continuing to discuss the selection of teams for the Immortal Sect conference with the others, they dined and exchanged insights and strategies intermittently. After satisfying their appetites, they descended the stairs, intending to return to the Golden Jade Tavern for some rest, only to overhear patrons below animatedly discussing the auction house's affairs. "Did you hear about that exquisite Xin iron from the auction just now? Xin iron? Wasn't it purchased by a powerful figure? I recall it fetching an unprecedented price of 100 top-tier spirit stones. I've never seen so much money in my life." "Indeed, but it seems something occurred just now. There was a commotion at the auction house." "What? Please elaborate." "That Xin iron, being of considerable worth, was cautiously examined by the buyer, who even invited a highly esteemed monk from the Wanxiang sect to assist. However, upon inspection, the monk claimed that the Xin iron bore traces of blood and was not a pure item." "Blood traces? What does that mean?" "Literally, it means that the Xin iron is stained with blood. The quality of the items at the auction house is suspect." "Surely not. I've never heard of such a grave error occurring at the auction house." Hearing this, Shen Linlin approached to inquire further. "Esteemed friends, may I ask where this information originated?" "Oh, I just happened to pass by the auction house and saw the commotion. I gathered the news from there." As they made their way back, the group couldn't help but discuss the matter, their curiosity piqued, especially since it involved the auction house of the Golden Jade Immortal Sect. However, Shen Linlin remained indifferent, shrugging her shoulders, asserting that such a trivial mistake would surely be rectified by the auction house. This was merely gossip without concrete understanding. It was not their concern, and they could only treat it as casual banter before moving on. The journey back was uneventful, and after a long day of wandering, the group felt fatigued and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Upon returning to his quarters, Simiao promptly retrieved the cultivation technique he had acquired from Zhang Yinian. He swiftly perused each page, his face alight with excitement. Despite the trials he faced, the technique had ultimately returned to him. Yet, no matter how many times he flipped through it, he could not locate the missing fragment. Unwilling to accept defeat, Simiao turned the entire book upside down and shook it, but despite employing every possible method, the treasure map fragment remained elusive. Thud. Overcome with rage, Simiao hurled the entire tome across the room, where it crashed onto the desk opposite with a dull thud. Dark fury churned in his obsidian eyes, the ominous emotions creeping inch by inch across his visage. Where could the treasure map have vanished to? Could it truly be the doing of the unremarkable Qin Lang? A wave of intense unease surged within Simiao, his thoughts entangled like a chaotic mass. Images of that nondescript figure flickered through his mind as he desperately searched his memories from his past life. But no matter how hard he tried, he could recall nothing about Qin Lang. Another variable. Simiao felt as though unseen hands were manipulating his fate from the shadows, persistently obstructing his path to success. Even attempting to push him into a deep abyss, he stood in the light, while those hands lurked in darkness, as if he were ensnared in an incomprehensible game of chess. He had to find Qin Lang swiftly and uncover the truth of the matter. Thus, without hesitation, Simiao rose and hurried towards the auction house. Inside the auction house, throngs of people bustled about, diverse individuals coming and going. Simiao paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. His gaze scanned the crowd, honing in on the manager who was pacing at the entrance. However, the staff had only granted him a modicum of courtesy due to the presence of the young master, and now that Shen Linlin was absent, they naturally did not recognize Simiao. Approaching a middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge, Simiao endeavored to maintain a calm and polite tone. "Excuse me, do you know the whereabouts of the cultivator who purchased the Qianju?" The middle-aged man, frazzled and overwhelmed, glanced at Simiao. Noting his youth and foundation-building stage cultivation, he dismissed him as merely a curious onlooker interested in the Xin iron incident. The auction house was already in disarray due to the Xin iron issue. And he had neither the time nor inclination to deal with such trivialities. I don't know. Unclear, the manager replied curtly, eager to brush off the interruption, as he was preoccupied with the chaos surrounding the Shin Iron. Si Miao struggled to rein in his emotions, gripping the manager's sleeve, pressing for answers. Please, think carefully. He is very important to me. The manager scoffed as if finding the situation amusing, shaking off Si Miao's hand without uttering a word, and vanished from his sight in a swift motion. Si Miao clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain, taking a deep breath in his current state of insignificance. This approach was futile. 3 days later, the Immortal Sect Conference was set to commence as scheduled. Above, 5-colored auspicious clouds swirled, rays of dawn illuminating the venue below, resembling a celestial realm descending upon the earth. Within the venue, the crowd was bustling, animated with excitement. The registration desk for participants. Staff members were explaining the procedures of the Immortal Sect Conference, which comprised 3 rounds: team competition, individual competition, and secret realm challenges. Contestants could only register for one of the 2 competitions, with the top 20 teams and top 20 individual participants being selected from the thousands of disciples who registered. Ultimately, the victorious teams and individuals would gain entry into the secluded forest's secret realm. To ensure fairness in the Immortal Sect Conference, the organizers had meticulously established a rule: the cultivation levels of participants would be uniformly suppressed. The standard would be set according to the lowest cultivation level among the participants, ensuring that both seasoned veterans and fledgling newcomers would start on equal footing. This rule eliminated disparities in cultivation, rendering the Immortal Sect Conference a truly equitable platform for competition. Thus, with the removal of cultivation inequality, the Immortal Sect Conference was undoubtedly impartial, offering everyone a chance to claim the top spot. At this moment, Qin Liu and his companions were registering for the team competition. He, along with Si Miao, Shen Linlin, and Chu Ling, had formed their team early on, and the staff were diligently filling out their Group S roster. Qin Liu, Late Stage Foundation Building; Si Miao, Late Stage Foundation Building; Shen Linlin, Late Stage Foundation Building; and Chu Ling, Mid Stage Foundation Building. Is that correct? Qin Liu nodded in affirmation. The staff glanced at the puppet, Chu Yi, beside Chu Ling, gestured, and added, "A team can only register 4 members. He cannot participate." Chu Ling, accustomed to being asked this question, cheerfully interlocked her hands behind her head, responding, "He is my puppet, a weapon, and does not occupy a participant slot." The staff, likely having never encountered such a lifelike puppet, was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Chewie closely before ultimately waving them off, signaling that their registration was successful and they could proceed. With the team registration completed, Shen Linlin eagerly led the group to observe the individual registration point. A considerable crowd had gathered there, and as Shen Linlin and her companions squeezed into the throng, they saw a long table at the front, behind which several staff members were seated. A closer inspection revealed that the cultivators participating in the individual competition generally possessed higher cultivation levels, including some renowned experts. They were either elite disciples from various immortal sects or distinguished solitary cultivators, which was not surprising. Typically, those confident enough to register for the individual competition were assured of their strength. "Oh, a familiar face." Chu Ling peered curiously into the crowd and exclaimed, pointing. There, Li Jiangxing was seated before the staff, completing his registration and politely expressing his gratitude afterward. The staff, a young girl, was clearly smitten, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Jiangxing. "Senior brotherly over here." Upon hearing his name, Li Jiangxing turned to see Qin Liu and the others, his face lighting up with a smile as he leisurely made his way over. It was then that they noticed a figure beside Li Jiangxing, Huaijue, the senior sister from Xinming Mountain, now at the late stage of golden core cultivation, her already formidable strength further augmented, making her one of the prominent figures of the younger generation. "Senior brotherly, are you here to register for the individual competition?" Qin Liu inquired. "Indeed, I made a wager with Huaijue. Should I manage to place within the top 20, upon our return to Qingwan sect, she shall serve as my alchemist for a month." Li Jiangxing, with a voice as soothing as jade, spoke words that bore a hint of menace. "Humph." Beside them, Huaijue, exhibiting a sense of ennui, remarked, "If you fail to make it to the top 20, you owe me 100 bottles of Supreme Cultivation Replenishment Pills." "Oh, the camaraderie between senior brothers and sisters remains as strong as ever." Chu Ling commented. Shen Linlin, somewhat at a loss for words, refrained from making any sarcastic remarks, sensing that doing so would equate to conceding defeat. However, Senior Brotherly, if I recall correctly, you are a healer. Might you find combat somewhat challenging? Is that all right? Si Miao interjected. Li Jiangxing nonchalantly replied. What of being a healer? Healers possess their own combat prowess. With that, he raised a hand, and a shimmering array of silver needles briefly flashed before him, only to vanish from sight with a flick of his wrist. The onlookers instinctively shuddered, for during their years at Qingluan sect, they had often found themselves pursued and pricked by Li Jiangxing. Chapter 26. The inexperienced and the feeble as the group engaged in playful banter. A figure emerged from the solo registration area. The individual was Duan Yu, the unruly rogue from a few days prior at the Jinyu Tavern, still maintaining a somewhat disheveled appearance. Ever since being knocked unconscious by Jing Lu, he had not graced their presence again. Duan Yu stealthily exited the registration area as though attempting to evade someone. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged from the crowd, Jing Lu, the sound cultivator who had fought Duan Yu that day. Jing Lu appeared unperturbed, yet was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. The crowd quickly understood. Duan Yu was likely hiding from Jing Liu.at that moment. Duan Yu was in utter despair. Upon waking that morning, she discovered to her horror that she owed a considerable sum of money, specifically, the lodging fees accrued during her unconscious days at the Jinyu Tavern. The wretched establishment charged 500 inferior spirit stones per day, while she possessed only 300 in total. Even if her life were at stake, she could not repay the debt. Upon learning of this predicament, her immediate reaction was to flee, but Jing Lu had anticipated her escape. Already stationed at the entrance to intercept her, that madwoman with the zither had inexplicably covered her expenses, cheerfully declaring that if she couldn't repay the debt, she would henceforth serve her as a rural sword cultivator. Duan Yu was oblivious to the cunning of city dwellers, feeling as though she were ensnared, with her very life under Jing Lu's control, leaving her utterly terrified. Come forth to collect your competition tokens, a staff member announced from the elevated platform. After completing their registration, participants of the Immortal Gate Conference would receive a competition token, which would be linked to their identity, primarily serving to locate participants within the secret realm, ensuring swift responses in case of emergencies. Since one token could only be bound to one individual, it also functioned to prevent cheating. I shall retrieve the tokens for everyone, Qinliu volunteered, pointing towards the platform. Meanwhile, the matchups for the team competition were announced. As Shan Linlin and the others awaited Qinliu's return. They perused the competition list for their names. At last, Shan Linlin spotted their group's name in the densely packed list, exclaiming with excitement, "Our first match is against the Tianzhao sect." Just then, an incongruous voice floated over, soft yet laced with sarcasm. What a disappointment. I expected to face formidable opponents, yet we are pitted against that bunch of useless individuals from Qingluan sect. The tone was decidedly rude, unmistakably provocative. Si Miao's lips curled into a knowing smile as he remarked, loud enough for those nearby to hear. Defeating members of the Tianzhao sect on their own turf sounds rather amusing. The group, initially engrossed in the matchup list, changed their expressions upon hearing Si Miao's words. The leader of the group, clad in a brownish-yellow outfit that exuded an air of authority, glared at Si Miao. Seething with anger, "Which sect do you belong to, speaking so brazenly?" Si Miao cast a dismissive glance at them, his eyes betraying clear disdain. "Qingluan sect, Si Miao," he replied nonchalantly. The group had not anticipated inadvertently confronting the main party, and their expressions shifted to a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Clearly taken aback by Si Miao's directness and the overt contempt within his tone, the leader's complexion darkened, and he bellowed, "How audacious! Do you think Tianzhao sect is without its champions? Are you seeking to oppose us entirely?" Si Miao smirked coldly, as if he had heard something ludicrous. "I am well aware of Tianzhao sect. But do you truly believe that mere numbers like yours can represent your sect?" Incensed by Si Miao's words, the leader roared and charged at him, seemingly intent on teaching him a lesson. However, Si Miao merely chuckled, evading the attack with ease. Is that all you can muster? A mere chicken trying to represent the mighty Tianzhao sect? Truly laughable. Hey, what do you Tianzhao sect aim to achieve? The competition hasn't even begun, and you already wish to warm up against us? Chu Ling, protective of her companions, interjected. Let it be known, we do not offer such services. Seek others if you desire." With that, she disdainfully waved her hand. Seeing that the individuals before them were no trifles, the leader was further enraged, pointing at Si Miao and shouting, "I am Hung Duoshi, the young lord of Tianzhou's sect. Remember this!" He stormed off in a huff. Shun Linlin couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Wiping away tears of mirth, she remarked to Si Miao, "You truly have no regard for his dignity. Hung Duoshi is so furious he is practically bouncing away. You've certainly made an enemy of him now." Regrettably, her voice was not quiet, and Hung Duoshi paused momentarily, as if he had heard her. Chu Ling, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, "Though we do not seek trouble, we shall not be bullied by others." Si Miao's retort should not be considered a violation of sect rules, as Si Miao shrugged. Non-committal, Hung Duoshi, the young lord of Tianzhou sect, was the archetype of a privileged child, raised in a protective bubble, shielded from the harsh realities of the world. Having never faced adversity, he relied on heavenly materials and treasures to ease his cultivation woes. And when bested, he resorted to superior artifacts. Being the son of the sect leader Hung Mian, no one in Tianzhou sect dared to speak harshly to him. At that moment, Qin Liu had just returned with the tokens and, noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, asked, "What's the matter?" Suppressing laughter, Chu Ling patted Qin Liu's shoulder, saying, "Nothing much. We just encountered some members of Tianzhou's sect." After the opening ceremony of the Immortal Gate Conference concluded, the core figures of various sects took their seats. At this juncture, Jiang Yinian reflected on the events of that morning. Upon rising early, he had heard a faint knocking at the door. Opening it, he found the surroundings eerily empty, prompting him to frown. Just as he was about to close the door, he felt something stirring at his feet. Looking down, he was astonished to see the juvenile form of Qin Liu at his feet, curled up into a tiny ball, gazing up at him with longing eyes. The sight was utterly adorable, reminiscent of a puppy eagerly awaiting its owner's return home, its ears drooping in a pitiful manner. It seemed as though it would not dare to step inside unless invited, displaying remarkable politeness. Since Qin Liu's arrival at Xiaoling Island, his original form had become rather scruffy, resembling a dandelion with its fluffy, soft fur. This reminded Jiang Yinian of a Samoyed from his original world, though the latter was entirely white, while Qin Liu was predominantly black, save for the white collar around his neck. Nevertheless, the dark fluffiness was equally endearing. Qin Liu was decidedly displeased. He was slated to participate in the competition today, yet his master showed no sign of encouragement or support. Jiang Yinian's lips twitched. He knew the child was beginning to act out again. Since the last time his disguise was exposed, Jiang Yinian had been somewhat distant, focusing on studying fragments of a treasure map. Whenever he neglected Qin Liu, the latter would revert to this adorable demeanor, seeking attention. Ultimately, Jiang Yinian found himself petting the fluffy creature, and Qin Liu, in turn, received the affection he desired, much to Jiang Yinian's chagrin. How absurd, Jiang Yinian thought to himself. His disciple had become increasingly clingy with age. While he once bore a somewhat subdued and pitiful demeanor, akin to a puppy anxious about abandonment, he now exuded a somewhat insufferable charm, adept at manipulating Jiang Yinian's affections. As the aloof master, Jiang Yinian found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composed facade in the face of Qin Liu's antics. Perhaps this is the essence of adolescence. As Jiang Yinian relinquished his contemplations, it may be that Qin Liu's profound reliance on him stems from his orphan status. Indeed, it must be so. Playing the roles of both father and mother, as well as that of a master, is indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Qin Liu did not linger for long before departing, claiming he was soon to set off for the Celestial Gate Conference, merely stopping by to see his master before he left. Such a grand event as the Celestial Gate Conference serves primarily as an opportunity for new disciples to make their debut. If one can dazzle the audience at this moment, they might just receive an invitation from the Celestial Alliance. The thought of the Celestial Alliance made Jiang Yinian furrow his brow. In the original narrative, the Alliance was far from a paragon of integrity, with its upper echelons forever maintaining an air of hidden mastery. This was particularly true in later stages when Si Miao's overwhelming prowess prompted the Alliance to attempt to suppress him. Yet by then, the disparity in strength had already become pronounced, leading to Long Outyan's dominance over the entire Celestial Alliance. From that point onward, the realm of cultivation became a mere plaything for Long Outyan. However, in this lifetime, the plot had shifted, and one must tread carefully. Speaking of which, why had the system not made an appearance for so long? He found himself somewhat nostalgic for the incessant chatter in his ear. Master Lin Song, you have arrived as well, a familiar voice interrupted Jiang Yinyan's reverie. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Hung Yuan, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Hung Yuan maintained his meticulous demeanor, accompanied by another man dressed in similar attire, who appeared somewhat older. This man, sporting a slight beard and a rugged visage, was Hung Mian, the leader of the Tianzhao sect. Hung Mian, noticing Jiang Yinyan's attention, clasped his hands in greeting and politely addressed him, Master Lin Song. This exchange constituted a form of acknowledgement, and Jiang Yinyan nodded in return to both men. He had assumed that a mere pleasantry would suffice. Yet to his surprise, the two remained standing, their expressions betraying a desire for conversation. Please be informed, a new task has been issued. Current task: incite animosity towards the Tianzhao sect, rendering them unable to retreat. Jiang Yinyan nearly spewed his tea. The system had chosen an inopportune moment to resurface. He felt compelled to retract his earlier thoughts. Very well, since the task had been presented, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Inciting animosity was precisely Jiang Yinyan's forte. Thus, with a composed smile, he remarked, I have heard that the two sect leaders have put considerable thought into the arrangements for this Celestial Gate conference. Upon witnessing it today, I find it to be true. Hung Mian, taking Jiang Yinyan's words as commendation, felt a swell of pride and promptly seated himself beside Jiang Yinyan, smiling as he replied, I am unworthy of such praise. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, it is merely our duty to fulfill our responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Hung Yuan furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing the impropriety of the statement. Indeed, one could say that the Tianzhao sect stands as the pinnacle among the three sects. Jiang Yinyan remarked with a smile that lacked warmth. In comparison, the Qingyuan sect seems nearly subterranean. The remark, though peculiar, went unnoticed by Hung Mian, who misinterpreted it as an expression of loyalty, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, Oh? If Master Lin Song wishes to join the Tianzhao sect, I would extend a warm welcome. At this moment, Hung Yuan could no longer contain himself and attempted to interject. Sect leader, that sentiment is misplaced. Jiang Yinyan seized the opportunity to pivot the conversation, asking, by the way, the rewards for this Celestial Gate conference were prepared by the Tianzhao sect, were they not? Naturally, Hung Mian replied with a smile. I have heard that the rewards are quite generous, even including refined Xian iron. Hung Mian's eyes gleamed with pride, clearly relishing the lavish offerings prepared by the Tianzhao sect. Indeed, the refined Xian iron is sourced directly from our Tianzhao sect. He confirmed. So, the refined Xian iron is indeed a product of your Tianzhao sect. Jiang Yinyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he casually inquired of Hung Yuan. Wouldn't you agree, sect leader? Hung Yuan's heart raced at the scrutiny. He recognized that Hung Mian had misspoken in his moment of pride, and he interjected, Master Lin Song. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The refined Xian iron rightfully belongs to the entire realm of cultivation and bears no sect's name. Hung Mian, lacking in discernment, failed to grasp why his junior brother was steering the conversation away from the opportunity to recruit Jiang Yinyan, who possessed formidable strength and a rare ice affinity. This was a golden opportunity, especially as Jiang Yinyan had recently begun accepting disciples. Furthermore, the Tianzhao sect had no shortage of refined Xian iron. Thus, Hung Mian hastily added, of course, if Master Lin Song is interested in refined Xian iron, I would be glad to offer it. Not necessary, Jiang Yinyan replied coldly, continuing with a tone laced with disdain and contempt. I already possess the falling bright sword, and my disciple Qin Leo wields the divine blade. Reflecting moon. Such rudimentary refining materials are trivial to me. If I were to liken it to a meal, the refined Xian iron would be akin to plain rice. While essential, it cannot stand alone and must be complemented by other materials to forge a true artifact. Both Hung Mian and Hung Yuan's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Jiang Yinyan's extravagant display, especially when even the Tianzhao sect's own heir, Hung Duoshi, had yet to acquire a personal artifact. It was not that the Tianzhao sect was unwilling, but rather that the creation of artifacts was an intricate process reliant on fortunate circumstances. Jiang Yinyan cast a sidelong glance at Hung Mian, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. With a slight smirk, he sarcastically remarked, the Tianzhao sect is so generous. I would not dare to hoard such bounty for myself. Why not allow everyone present to partake in this spectacle? He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that all the surrounding sect elders could hear. As expected, his words incited a stir among the crowd. Other sects, already displeased over the matter of the refined Xian iron mine, began to murmur discontentedly about the Tianzhou sect's actions. Hong Mian's countenance darkened to a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated Jiang Yinian's mercilessness, truly a case of inviting disaster. Just as he was about to respond, Hong Yuan forcefully restrained his wrist, shaking his head gravely. The two turned to leave, but before departing, Hong Mian shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yinian. Task completed. Reward, 5 life points. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 27. Withered grass flourishes at that moment. The first round of battles for the Qingwan sect and their allies commenced. This marked Qin Leio's debut before the cultivators of the realm, and as the first disciple of Master Lien Song over the years, he had generated considerable attention and discussion in the outside world. Rumors abounded that his talent was extraordinary, his progress rapid, and his character exemplary, truly a paragon of youthful brilliance. Now, as Qin Leio stood upon the square arena, the spectators finally beheld the youth's grandeur. Accompanying him in battle were Shan Linlin, Si Miao, and Chu Ling, each possessing their own merits. Particularly, Si Miao, one of the dual prodigies of Qingwan, showcased remarkable talent. However, today, Qin Leio's radiance eclipsed all, leaving even Si Miao's brilliance in the shadows. Amidst the crowd, many elders and high-ranking members of prominent sects whispered among themselves. Speculating on the unfolding events, Jiang Yinian watched from the stands, filled with pride, exclaiming internally, "Behold, behold! This is the disciple I have nurtured. Finally, he can be showcased to the world." The current Celestial Gate Conference was no longer the domain of Long Outyin alone. Since you deemed him mere withered grass, Jiang Yinian was determined to make that grass bloom into vibrant flowers. The square arena was adorned with intricate magical seals, providing a protective barrier for the audience below. Ensuring that the battles above would not disrupt those watching, on the left side of the arena stood the team comprised of Qin Leio, Shen Linlin, Si Miao, and Chu Ling on the right side. For representatives from the Tianzhou sect stood ready, with Hong Duosher at the forefront, chest out and brimming with confidence, adorned in glimmering defensive artifacts. Humph, what a farce. Hong Duosher cast a disdainful glance at Qin Leio and his companions. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I shall ensure that you remember the consequences of provoking the Tianzhou sect with your very bodies." Though his words carried weight, the infantile roundness of his face rendered them somewhat comical. Hong Duosher's gaze lingered on Qin Leio for a moment before he smirked and remarked, "Is this your leader? He doesn't seem all that impressive." Qin Leio remained unfazed, interpreting Hong Duosher's words as a mere provocation, choosing not to engage further. Chu Ling, however, quickly seized the moment to fan the flames. "Brother, it was this fellow who just claimed your master is lacking in ability." Knowing his comrades well, he understood that while insults could be directed at them, disparaging their master was unacceptable. The more good-natured a person like Qin Leio was, the more perilous it became to provoke him. Having just been absent while retrieving his token, Qin Leio had missed Hong Duosher's earlier slander. The implication that all disciples of Qingwan Mountain were worthless essentially insulted the 4 esteemed masters, and by extension, Jiang Yinian. Chu Ling was keenly aware of this and sought to use it against them. Hong Duosher hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he had indeed said such a thing. Yet feeling the essence of his words was similar, he brazenly replied, "So what if I did?" In an instant, the atmosphere within the square arena chilled several degrees. "Enough chatter, let the battle commence." Qin Leio coldly remarked, his voice imbued with an inexplicable aura of danger. As the competition commenced, both sides swiftly found their rhythm. Hong Duosher was the first to launch an attack, his long sword slicing through the air with a fierce radiance, aimed directly at Qin Leio. Rather than retreating, Qin Leio advanced, brandishing his moonlit blade, its edge glimmering with a chilling light. The clash between the sword's brilliance and the blade emitted a piercing metallic clang, momentarily erupting in flashes of lightning. With a resounding crash, the blade met the sword, resulting in an ear-splitting din. In an instant, sparks flew, illuminating the arena as brightly as day. The sheer force of the impact sent Hong Duosher staggering back several steps, his form wavering. Yet Qin Leio stood firm, his gaze fixated on his opponent like a wolf stalking its prey. Hung Duosher, clearly taken aback by Qin Liu's ferocity from the outset, felt a flicker of fear at the intensity of his opponent's stare. This individual, who had just moments ago appeared as gentle as jade, now resembled a tiger poised to pounce, Hung Duosher mused. Meanwhile, Shen Linlin began to make her move, unfurling her spirit-light jade talisman scroll. The charms danced through the air, transforming into bolts of lightning that surged towards the disciples of the Tianzhao sect. Shen Linlin's aim was clear. She was not in haste to confront the main force of the opposing side, but instead directed her attention towards the healer situated behind the throng. The healer, engrossed in channeling spiritual energy to prepare supportive spells for his comrades, was wholly unprepared for Shen Linlin's sudden onslaught. Caught off guard, he scrambled to activate a defensive formation, desperately striving to protect himself. Without the healer's assistance, the remaining disciples of the Tianzhao sect found themselves in disarray. Chu Ling, strike that stunned pighead San, Shen Linlin shouted. All right, Chu Ling replied, a sly smile gracing her lips as she swiftly retrieved a massive spirit crossbow from her robe. With one hand manipulating the puppet Chu Yi and the other deftly operating the crossbow, they executed their actions in perfect synchrony. Chu Yi, agile and swift as a ghost, lunged towards the rear of a Tianzhao sect disciple. The disciple remained blissfully unaware of Chu Yi's approach, moving through the crowd like a leopard hunting in the jungle, silently closing in on its prey. In an instant, Chu Yi's fists, infused with powerful spiritual energy, struck forcefully against the disciple's back. The attack came with such swiftness and ferocity that the disciple had no time to react, exerting all his strength merely to evade. With a whoosh, the shot from the massive spirit crossbow tore through the air, aimed directly at the bewildered Tianzhao disciple. Clearly unprepared for Chu Ling's sudden ambush, the disciple looked up in shock, but it was too late to dodge. The bolt found its mark, striking his chest and erupting in a dazzling display of spiritual light. With a pained scream, the disciple was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Due to the constraints of the magical seals, the audience below could not fully discern the exchanges taking place on the arena. Jiang Yinian observed with delight as Shen Linlin and Chu Ling coordinated their efforts against the Tianzhao sect. And this is just the beginning. Merely 3 minutes in, and one has already fallen. Another incapacitated. The elders of the Tianzhao sect exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They pondered, how can a contest between disciples of the same foundational level lead to such a one-sided rout? Could it be that our disciples are simply too weak? It was not that the Tianzhao disciples were lacking in strength. Rather, the disciples of the Qingluan sect were exceptionally formidable. Chapter 28. The individual before us. The Qingluan sect prided itself on practical combat, and Shen Linlin and her companions were among the most elite disciples, their experiences forged through rigorous encounters. The Tianzhao disciples, by contrast, appeared to lack any real combat experience, likely having spent their time merely striking wooden dummies, rendering their training ineffective. Jiang Yinian's gaze swept across the arena. He felt reassured by Qin Liu's steadfastness, yet he pondered why Long Outyan remained stationary, seemingly inactive. Sime Yao had indeed no intention of engaging immediately. His initial strategy was to wait until the battle reached a critical point before making his move to seize Hung Duosher, thereby marking a flawless debut in the realm of cultivation. At that moment, Qin Liu's eyes gleamed coldly, and he offered Hung Duosher no respite. With a swift motion, he transformed the moonlit blade into a silvery comet, slicing towards Hung Duosher's neck. Danger! Hung Mian in the audience could not help but shout. The other spectators held their breath, sensing an atmosphere of life-and-death confrontation in what was supposed to be a contest among foundational disciples. Hung Duosher's pupils constricted as he perceived a potent wave of death approaching. He hastily raised his sword to defend himself, but Qin Liu's strikes were too rapid. He could barely fend off the assault. The edge of the moonlit blade left a deep gash on Hung Duosher's sword, sparks flying in all directions. Soon after, Hung Duosher caught a whiff of blood and, upon touching his neck, found a shallow wound marring his skin. Fear gripped Hung Duosher's heart as he realized he was up against a mad dog. He could no longer afford to be complacent. Channeling every ounce of spiritual energy within him, he summoned a brilliant light from his long sword, attempting to shield himself from Qin Liu's relentless onslaught. "Is that still Senior Brother Qin? I can barely recognize him," whispered a disciple of the Qingluan sect. "Did you notice too? I saw it as well. What has gotten into senior brother Qin? He seems genuinely angry. At that moment, the disciples of the Qingyuan sect began to comprehend the nature of Qin Liu's seemingly playful sparring sessions with them. What about that disciple in black? Why is he standing there? Motionless? That must be Simiao, one of the Qingyuan sect's dual prodigies. I can't quite decipher his thoughts. Perhaps he is unwell? Could he be waiting to take advantage of the chaos? Perhaps it is a unique tactic of the Qingyuan sect. But have you seen that disciple wielding the electric blade? His strength is not to be underestimated. Indeed, the Tianzhao sect's young second-generation heir looks on the verge of tears. Ha ha ha, Hung Mian must be heartbroken. Hung Mian was indeed distressed. His son had been raised with a silver spoon, and never before had he suffered such humiliation. Were it not for the ongoing Immortal Gate Conference, where he was one of the hosts, he would have charged onto the arena to deliver a blow to Qin Liu himself. Yet with so many eyes upon him, he could only hope that Hung Duosher would concede quickly. Victory or defeat mattered little, as long as his precious son remained unscathed. Hung Duosher was nearing his limit. The 3 Tianzhao disciples beside him had already fallen one after another, and defeat was all but certain. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of Qin Liu. Once more, he surged forward, and this collision was even more intense than the last, producing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the arena. Hung Duosher felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, sending him flying several meters back to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found his spiritual energy in disarray. As though it had been siphoned from his body, rendering him immobile, he lifted his gaze to Qin Liu, who remained firmly planted on the arena, seemingly unaffected by the fierce battle that had just transpired. Stop, stop, I concede. I concede. Hung Duosher cried out from the ground, waving his hands in desperation. Upon hearing the concession, Qin Liu sheathed his moonlit blade and stood with an expression of indifference, his dark gaze penetrating Hung Duosher. Do not let me hear any more disrespectful words about the Qingyuan sect or the revered Lien Congxian Zun. I won't. I truly won't. Hung Duosher murmured, almost delirious. Simiao, stationed at one corner of the arena, had originally intended to launch a surprise attack during the heated clash between Qin Liu and Hung Duosher, aiming to claim victory for himself. He had not anticipated Hung Duosher's sudden concession at such a critical moment, causing his meticulously crafted plan to collapse in an instant. What a waste! Simiao seethed inwardly. He had assumed Hung Duosher would at least be able to stall Qin Liu for a while, creating an opportunity for himself, but he was taken aback by the latter's overwhelming strength. Now, the disruption of his plans meant he had lost the chance to make a grand entrance, marking him as the only one who had failed to seize the moment. He overheard whispers from the audience below, their mocking comments piercing his pride. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Simiao had never endured such derision and felt a blazing anger rising within him. However, he knew that the realm of cultivation was one where the strong preyed upon the weak. Today was not the day for him to unleash his frustration. At that moment, the referee announced the results of the match with a booming voice. The competition has concluded, and the victors are the Qingyuan sect team. The audience fell silent for a brief moment, as if time itself had frozen. Then, a wave of applause erupted like a torrential flood, overwhelming the arena and reverberating through every corner. The cheers rose and fell in a cacophony, as if to fill the entire space with their fervor. As the opening battle of the Immortal Gate Conference, it was nothing short of exhilarating, a feast for the eyes. Qin Liu and his companions secured an undisputed victory, igniting a fervent sense of collective pride among the other disciples of the Qingyuan sect, who rose to their feet, waving their sect's flags. The Qingyuan sect reigned supreme. Amidst the throng, Jiang Yinian wore a look of satisfaction. He had long been acquainted with Qin Liu's prowess, yet witnessing his disciples' remarkable performance in the arena filled him with exhilaration. However, he had sensed something amiss in Qin Liu's gaze during their earlier battle. There seemed to be an underlying emotion that warranted further inquiry. At this moment, Qin Liu was enveloped by cheers. He lifted his head, scanning the crowd with a sense of urgency and anticipation in his eyes. As if searching for something to last, his gaze settled upon a familiar figure. He saw Jiang Yinian watching him, and a warm current surged within him, as though he had found his true home. Had his master been observing him all along? In that instant, Qin Liu regained his composure, transforming back into the epitome of a refined and perfect disciple. Facing Jiang Yinian, he could not help but display a gentle smile. He formed the words with his lips, saying, "Master, I have one." Chapter 29. A heart and secret admiration. Such a scene caused many female disciples present to blush. Who was that young man in the blue attire? He was simply splendid. It must be Qin Liu from Qingyuan sect. I shall inquire more about him later. That is our senior brother Qin. He is truly remarkable, gentle and amiable, an idol within our Qingyuan sect. Just moments ago, I thought he seemed a bit fierce, yet now he appears so gentle. Jiang Yinian felt the intense gaze of Qin Liu piercing through the crowd, as if it were a burning flame directed at him, causing him to feel a sudden urge to look away. Yet, he quickly chastised himself for such a reaction. Why should he shy away from a gaze filled with admiration? After all, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Jiang Yinian found himself at a loss. Why did his disciple look at him with such intensity when he ought to be gazing at the female practitioners? Truly, a lack of awareness. The members of Tianzhou sect assisted one another as they departed, and in an instant, several medical practitioners from Tianzhou rushed forth, fervently administering treatment. The vibrant green wood-type spiritual energy flickered about, reminiscent of a grand spectacle, exaggerated beyond reason. Though Hong Duosher had suffered greatly, he dared not retaliate, nor even steal another glance at Qin Liu, fearing he might provoke further conflict. Conversely, the members of Qingyuan sect emerged unscathed. Chu Ling joyfully took Qin Liu's arm, reveling in the satisfaction of their victory while simultaneously dampening the arrogance of Tianzhou sect. Qin Liu, however, expressed concern for Si Miao's situation. The battle concluded too swiftly, and I failed to provide you with an opportunity to showcase your skills. I apologize for my impulsiveness. He believed Si Miao remained still out of disappointment for having been overshadowed, and felt a pang of guilt. It's all right. It was my own issue. I was too nervous during my first appearance, Si Miao replied in a calm tone. That is what one might call conserving strength. Our fighting styles and weapons have been observed by others, but your true capabilities remain inscrutable to them, which is advantageous, Chu Ling remarked. The matter of Si Miao's inactivity did not trouble the three of them. Nearby, Shun Linlin was pleasantly surprised by the swift resolution of the first match and excitedly declared her intention to treat everyone to a grand meal, announcing that young Master Shun would be footing the bill. Upon hearing that young Master Shun was treating, Chu Ling immediately lauded him. Young Master Shin, you are truly brilliant. Today is a day of indulgence. I am craving roast chicken. Without hesitation, Shun Linlin instructed the tavern keeper to serve up all the popular dishes in the establishment. Soon, an array of delicacies adorned the table, and the group, having just experienced a thrilling battle, found their appetites insatiable. After several rounds of hearty feasting, they reached a point of discomfort, several dishes remaining untouched. The others had long since set down their chopsticks, yet the server continued to bring forth more dishes. Qin Liu could hardly bear it any longer, managing to say, I truly cannot eat another bite. Please, continue without me. The others felt similarly overwhelmed, fearing their stomachs might burst from excess. Burp. Shun Linlin, thoroughly stuffed, leaned back in her chair, assuming a relaxed position. As she did so, she caught sight of several individuals entering through the tavern door. Bai Su, come quickly, you are truly my savior. Upon recognizing Bai Su among the newcomers, Shun Linlin waved enthusiastically. Chu Ling, having lost interest in eating, called out with great enthusiasm. Are you here to dine? Hurry, hurry. We haven't even touched these dishes, they're all untouched. I will ask the tavern keeper to bring over some extra seats and utensils for you. Please, join us. At that moment, Bai Su, accompanied by two of her friends, approached with curiosity upon hearing Shun Linlin's call. The two young women beside Bai Su wore light blue garments, adorned with talismans, indicating their affiliation with the Tianzhou sect. Sister Linlin, what are you all up to? Bai Su blinked, resembling a curious little rabbit. In a conspiratorial whisper, Shun Linlin beckoned. We are inviting you to share our meal. Bring your friends along. The two young women, while similarly clad in elegant blue, possessed distinct qualities. This is Qingyang and Yuehe, both disciples of the Tianzhou sect, Bai Su cheerfully introduced. The Tianzhou sect hails from the distant north, predominantly consisting of talisman practitioners akin to Shun Linlin. Besides talismans, they also possess significant expertise in formations and array techniques. The defensive array for this celestial gathering was provided by the Tianzhou sect. Upon hearing Bai Su mention herself, the two Tianzhou sect disciples immediately reacted. Yueha, with her naturally delicate and innocent demeanor, greeted each person warmly. Meanwhile, Qingyang, exhibiting a composed and indifferent air, merely nodded at the group. Sai Miao glanced up. Recognizing Yu Dai in a previous celestial gathering, they had shared a fleeting yet enchanting connection. Yueha's gaze flickered uncertainly. She was likely seeking him out. Si Miao mused. Sure enough, once seated, Yueha's attention drifted, her eyes wandering near Si Miao, her cheeks betraying a hint of color. Si Miao felt a surge of pride. Not everyone was as oblivious as Shen Linlin in this lifetime. Shen Linlin seemed bewitched, initially indifferent to him, only to later develop a fraternal bond. Si Miao did not perceive any fault in himself. Rather, he believed Shen Linlin had lost her senses this time around. Yueha's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she mustered the courage to softly address Qin Layo. Senior brother Qin, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. From the onset of the competition, she had taken note of Qin Layo, having already heard of the renowned Qingwan dual wonders. Now, in person, he was even more dazzling. If only she could engage him in conversation for a few moments. Si Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he have misinterpreted the situation? Qin Layo, holding a dessert that had just been served, intended to take it home for his master, wishing to share it before it cooled. Upon hearing Yueha's greeting, he maintained his usual polite demeanor and replied, We are of the same generation. There is no need for such formality. Then, with an apologetic expression, Qin Layo stood up, saying, Please? Enjoy your meal. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he hurriedly departed, carrying the food container. Yueha was taken aback, feeling somewhat flustered. Did I offend senior brother Qin? What just happened? Chu Ling quickly reassured her. No. No. You misunderstood. He truly has something to attend to. He has gone to find his master, Shen Linlin added with a sigh of resignation. They had long since grown accustomed to Qin Layo's behavior, understanding that he was likely off to seek out his master. His life revolved around eating, sleeping, and attending to his master. While some prioritized romantic entanglements over friendships, others revered their masters above all. Yet, it was evident to any discerning eye that Yueha harbored feelings for Qin Layo, a sentiment that he remained blissfully unaware of as he departed, leaving one to wonder if Yueha would misconstrue his actions. Chapter 30. A twist of fate. The group maintained a detached stance regarding their friends' romantic dilemmas over the years. Countless disciples within Qingwan sect had harbored secret affections for Qin Layo. Yet he, with his upright character, had consistently declined with polite respect, never discussing the matter privately. They would occasionally speculate upon encountering one another, but never delved too deeply. Upon returning to Jinyu Tavern, Qin Layo immediately made his way to the floor where Jiang Yinian resided. Having achieved a resounding victory today, he was certain that his master must feel proud of him. In this moment, Qin Layo felt akin to a child yearning for praise, realizing how silly he must appear. With the food container firmly in hand, he hurried to Jiang Yinian's door. However, he noticed someone slumped against the wall in a daze, seemingly dozing off. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Duanyu. What is Duanyu doing here? Qin Layo pondered, yet still inquired. Senior Duan, are you here to visit Immortal Yinsong? Duanyu, upon hearing someone address him, lifted his sleep-laden eyelids and gestured towards the room of Jiang Yinian, saying, They are discussing matters inside. I am merely waiting outside. He then cast a lingering glance at Qin Layo, which instantly invigorated him. A sudden thought struck Qin Layo, recalling that Jing Lu had inquired about her master's whereabouts a few days prior. With Duanyu stationed at the door, the individual conversing with the master within must be the enigmatic Jing Liud. It was indeed bold of the master to be so unconcerned about appearances, confining himself with a lone female in a private discussion. The very thought made Qin Layo feel awkward. Furthermore, 3 days prior, Jing Lu's ambiguous gaze when mentioning Jiang Yinian indicated that their acquaintance must have predated even his own relationship with the master. Possibly even longer. I remember you. Do you possess the divine sword Yue? Duanyu suddenly inquired. His thoughts interrupted, Qin Layo snapped back to attention and nodded in a daze. Yes. Duanyu remarked thoughtfully that Yue's sword is a divine artifact of the lightning element. Could it be that you are of the lightning spiritual root? No, I am not. I possess the dual spiritual roots of gold and water. I see, Duanyu murmured. That sword was gifted to you by your master. Correct? He seems to have gone to great lengths for you. It appears he is gambling on probabilities. Gambling on probabilities? Qin Liu was puzzled. Individuals like myself, with a mutated lightning root, can either be born with it or evolve from the dual roots of gold and water. Duan Yu continued, propping his head on his hand with an air of disinterest. If you were to have the fortune of evolving into a lightning root, I could offer you some guidance. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Your master likely only entertained the notion without pressing the matter. Divine artifacts recognize their masters. Unless the master perishes, the Yingyue sword shall remain bound to you, so there is no need to fear it being taken from you. With Qin Liu's cultivation advancing, the Yingyue sword had recently begun to exhibit a semblance of sentience, reacting to his words and now radiating a gentle warmth against him. Jiang Yinian, you ungrateful scoundrel. A sudden, piercing cry erupted from within the room, filled with both anger and distress, causing both men outside to startle. Jiang Yinian felt overwhelmed. As soon as Jing Lu entered, she demanded the return of items she claimed were left with him years ago due to a gambling debt. He was oblivious to the past interactions between her and the original owner of his body, and he was left to navigate this convoluted situation without a grasp of the underlying narrative. Jing Lu leaned against the edge of the bed, feigning weakness as she dabbed at her eyes, lamenting that Yingyue's sword was originally my collateral. I never imagined you would not wait for my return and would simply give it to another. Jiang Yinian, how could you be so heartless? Have you forgotten our past affections? Jiang Yinian felt his face twitch at the absurdity of her claims. The Yingyue sword was acquired through a system exchange, not a collateral arrangement with Jing Lu. He surmised that the original owner may have indeed possessed the sword, but since his arrival, the narrative had shifted, and he had no personal belongings of the original host. Leading the system to reclaim it, system, I owe you my gratitude. It was originally the property of the original host, yet you demand a life exchange for it. Do not rush, Jiang Yinian replied helplessly. I am agitated. How could you, the esteemed Xian Zun of Lian Song, bully a frail woman like me? Now that I have lost the Yingyue sword, what do you propose we do? Jing Lu cried more loudly, collapsing onto the bed in despair. Outside, Qin Liu listened intently, his expression darkening inexplicably. The words he discerned, such as ungrateful scoundrel, past affections, and bullying, combined with the knowledge that Jing Lu was indeed a woman, filled him with a sense of foreboding. What secrets were being exchanged within those walls? He yearned to burst through the door and uncover the truth, yet an innate sense of propriety held him back. What business did he, as a disciple, have in meddling with his master's affairs? Moreover, with his current lack of strength, he felt unqualified to interject. The earlier joy of victory felt as if doused in cold water. Qin Liu regretted his decision to seek out his master, pondering if he might have avoided witnessing this scene altogether. He recognized that such thoughts were mere self-deception, yet he clung to them for solace. Longing only to escape, Duan Yu, observing the sudden shift in Qin Liu's demeanor from exuberance to despondency, felt perplexed. Within the room, Jing Lu had carelessly tossed a pillow to the floor, leaving Jiang Yinian to silently retrieve it. Standing awkwardly by the bedside in a fit of frustration, Jing Lu kicked out her legs, abandoning her usual demeanor of a refined lady, throwing a tantrum until she inadvertently struck Jiang Yinian, who was bent over to pick up the pillow. Ow! Ow! The kick landed in an unfortunate location. I owe you a divine artifact, and yet you would have me suffer such a fate. Jiang Yinian winced in agony, striving to maintain his composure, but as he attempted to evade the incoming pillow, he stumbled and nearly fell onto the very position occupied by Jing Lu. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he managed to brace himself, keeping a distance between them. Jing Lu, startled by the sudden proximity, had not intended to kick Jiang Yinian. Their closeness now elicited a startled scream from her. Outside, the two men heard the commotion, assuming that danger had befallen the pair within, and simultaneously kicked open the door. Bursting into the room, what followed was an extended silence, for pairs of eyes exchanging glances laden with unspoken questions. Jiang Yinian and Jing Lu maintained an ambiguous posture that, from Qin Liu's perspective, appeared as if Jiang Yinian had forcefully pinned a delicate woman onto the bed. He caught sight of Qin Liu's sullen expression, his eyes darkened like impenetrable ink, while a food container lay forgotten at their feet. This was the first time Jiang Yinian had witnessed such emotions on the face of his disciple. The situation was dire. A mental string seemed to snap within Jiang Yinian's mind. Chapter 31. The cry of the wronged master, Senior Jing Lu. What on earth has transpired? The scene before Qin Liu rendered him momentarily disoriented, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. Was it as he feared? Or was he simply overthinking? Could someone as noble as his master possibly? Yet the vividness of the moment felt too tangible to dismiss, and the weight of it bore down on him. Quickening his breath, he had never felt such an urge to flee. Seeing his disciple's pallor, Jiang Yinian recognized at once that Qin Liu had misconstrued the situation. A wave of intense unease surged within him. He forced himself to suppress the pain coursing through him, striving to maintain a calm facade as he distanced himself from Jing Lu, brushing off his sleeves. Liu, what is the meaning of this? That his master would even question him about the situation was bewildering. An indescribable tumult of emotions surged within Qin Liu, a mixture of bitterness and pain constricting his chest, rendering him breathless. A sudden, reckless thought crossed his mind. To disregard everything and seize his master, pinning those delicate hands down just as Jiang Yinian had done with Jing Lu, demanding answers and refusing to release him until he received a satisfactory explanation. But in an instant, Qin Liu was startled by his own thoughts. What was he contemplating? Did he truly wish to interfere in his master's private matters? Their relationship was one of mentor and disciple. Jiang Yinian was the most respected figure in his life, a fact that would never change. He only wished to follow in his master's footsteps, to engage in endeavors that brought significance to his master's life. To bring him joy, he genuinely regarded Jiang Yinian as his most esteemed elder. Taking a deep breath, Qin Liu endeavored to present a neutral expression, forcing out the words, I overheard a commotion from within and feared something had befallen my master. Thus, I may have overstepped. For reasons unknown, the more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his eyes beginning to glisten. Jiang Yinian's heart raced with alarm. This state of Qin Liu's bore a striking resemblance to the darkened demeanor of the original protagonist. Was this what they called red-eye literature? At that moment, he noticed the faint traces of bloodshot in Qin Liu's eyes. How could it be an overstep? It is only natural for a disciple to be concerned for his master. Jiang Yinian replied with feigned calmness, while internally sounding alarms, noting how increasingly red Qin Liu's eyes had become, a sign that something was amiss. Had they not been on the same page? Did Qin Liu secretly wish for him to contradict him? A submissive masochist? A glimmer of light flickered in Qin Liu's gaze. Was his master truly considering his feelings? Even in such a situation, Jiang Yinian had prioritized comforting him. Surely this indicated that he still cared about his feelings. Alas, Qin Liu could only engage in self-mockery, realizing he could not alter what had already transpired. With the room in such disarray, it seemed evident that Jiang Yinian had indeed shared something untoward with Senior Jing Lu. The atmosphere fell into another silence. Jiang Yinian hesitated, unsure whether to speak, fearing he might say the wrong thing, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Jing Lu, observing the back and forth between the master and disciple while feeling utterly ignored, could only express her exasperation. It's all a misunderstanding. I merely came to collect a debt. With a swift motion, she flipped herself off the bed, brushing off her clothes with an air of disdain. Do not mistake me for someone involved with your master. If that were the case, I would surely lose my appetite for dinner tonight. Jing Lu approached Qin Liu with a slight bow, saying, Since your master has bestowed upon you what I desire, it falls upon you to assist your master in repaying a debt. Qin Liu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the full implication of Jing Lu's words. Jiang Yinian, ever the protective figure, interjected, No, if there is anything you require, you may come to me. Jing Lu thought to herself, quite the protective one. As she had anticipated Jiang Yinian's response, she promptly replied, That works splendidly. Remember, from this moment forth, you owe me a favor, and you must assist me. With her arms crossed and a finger resting thoughtfully against her cheek, she mused, however, I have yet to decide what that favor will entail. So let us leave it for now, and I shall seek you out when the need arises. Jiang Yinian felt a sense of dread and retorted, No, I will not assist you in any perilous endeavors. He could not afford to take risks, as he needed to keep a watchful eye on Long Aotian and ensure that Simiao did not cause any trouble. Moreover, he had to monitor Qin Liu, lest the boy succumb to darkness at the slightest provocation. I want to ask you for anything dangerous, just a small favor. Jing Lu waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor relaxed as she turned to leave. Let us go, Duan Yu, having been utterly stunned, had yet to regain his composure before he found Jing Lu standing before him. Come on, don't dawdle, Jing Lu said lightly, grabbing his arm and attempting to pull him along. Hey, wait, I can walk by myself. Don't manhandle me. As Jing Lu's laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, echoed, the two of them strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Qin Liu, listening in, felt his face flush. He realized he had misinterpreted the situation. How could he have thought his master was bullying Jing Lu? Was his mind truly failing him? It was the disciple who had misunderstood. Embarrassed, Qin Liu rubbed the back of his head, his expression easing as his tone unconsciously took on a hint of submission. Jiang Yinyan, noticing his apprentice returning to his usual self, understood the crisis had passed and replied, no harm done. What was it that you and Senior Jing Lu were discussing? After much hesitation, Qin Liu finally inquired. Jiang Yinyan paused imperceptibly, contemplating whether to divulge the matter to Qin Liu. His disciple was sensitive, and Jiang Yinyan feared that knowledge of the origins of the Yingyu Dao would upset him. However, to withhold the truth would prove difficult to explain. He could hardly confess to possessing a system and that the Yingyu Dao was legitimately acquired and given to Qin Liu. Thus, with a sigh, Jiang Yinyan stated, she wishes to reclaim the Yingyu Dao. Upon hearing this, the Yingyu Dao at Qin Liyu's waist could no longer contain itself, soaring forth to land on the table beside him. Exuding an air of defiance, a question mark seemed to materialize on Qin Liyu's face. Many years ago, Jing Lu and I made a wager. She lost and, unable to pay her debt, left the Yingyu Dao with me as collateral. Jiang Yinyan observed Qin Liyu's expression as he continued, however. So much time has passed that I believed she had no further interest in reclaiming it. Then you arrived and I transferred the Yingyu to you. This was a matter long settled. Now that she wishes to redeem the Yingyu Dao, it is understandable, yet regrettably, that Blade has already recognized its master and cannot be returned. Her request, however, I find acceptable. After a brief pause, he added, do not feel pressured. That blade rightfully belongs to you. Qin Liu, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His master had argued with Jing Lu over matters concerning him. While he had only considered trivialities, he felt he had squandered his master's kindness. As these thoughts swirled within him, tears began to well in his eyes, his emotions surging uncontrollably. This startled Jiang Yinyan, who was taken aback by the sudden display of tears. How could they be discussing matters so calmly, and yet Qin Liu was crying? Was he on the verge of succumbing to darkness again? Despite enduring training sessions under Xian Yun's relentless tutelage without shedding a tear, or breaking his arm 4 years prior while climbing the divine tree at Bai Lu Zhou without a whimper, Qin Liu now appeared on the brink of tears. Jiang Yinyan was utterly perplexed, having never blamed his disciple, in a flurry of concern. Jiang Yinyan patted Qin Liyu's back. Noticing the boy's head lowered, tears dripping onto the wooden table, leaving several circular stains. The more Jiang Yinyan attempted to console him, the more Qin Liyu's tears flowed, giving the impression that he had been wronged. Master, I am so sorry. I thought I could alleviate your burdens, yet instead, I have only caused you more worry. Qin Liu cried, repeating the words master and I'm sorry like a broken record. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yinyan pulled Qin Liu into his embrace, hoping this would provide the solace he needed. Surely this would suffice, he thought. Enveloped in warmth, Qin Liu finally ceased his tears. At that moment, Shu Yi was leisurely wandering down the corridor, contemplating gathering allies to confront the Demon Lord. They had been preparing for the Immortal Gate conference for several days, and she was itching for a fight. She decided to summon Jiang Yinyan, who often had little to occupy himself with. With Qing Luan's sect celebrating their first phase victory, it was the perfect opportunity to revel in their triumph against the Demon Lord. However, upon reaching Jiang Yinyan's door, she found it ajar and, peering inside, was taken aback to see the master and disciple locked in a tight embrace. Startled, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Upon closer inspection, she was horrified to see Qin Liu weeping. One was crying, while the other held him tightly, obscuring his expression. What on earth was happening? Shu Yi, shielding her eyes, glanced through a gap to survey the chaotic scene within. The room was in disarray, with items strewn across the floor, leading her to wonder what kind of intense situation had unfolded. Most alarming was the sight of the bed, which was in utter disarray. The pillow lay on the ground, and the blanket was a tangled mess at the foot of the bed. What in the world? Jiang Yinyan, what have you done to your disciple? Shui felt an overwhelming urge to scream and flee. Hastily using her cloud-ascending step to escape, she dashed down the stairs, pounding on Shui Jingzhou's door. Jingzhou? There's trouble. Jiang Yinyan has finally lost his mind. Chapter 32. A whispered intimacy. It was only after Jiang Yinyan embraced Qin Liu that the latter's emotions settled. The scent emanating from his master was truly comforting, instilling a sense of tranquility. Over the years in Qing Luan sect, Qin Liu had shared close proximity with fellow disciples, particularly with those like Chu Ling who were fond of physical affection. Yet none bore the unique fragrance that Jiang Yinyan possessed. It was akin to fresh bamboo, mingled with the crispness of frost-kissed mint leaves, an indescribable aroma that belonged solely to his master. One that only he could perceive. A subtle sense of curiosity stirred within Qin Liu. Could it be that his heightened senses as a wolf demon rendered him more attuned to such nuances? Driven by an inexplicable impulse, his hands seemed to move of their own accord, gliding through the air until they found their place at Jiang Yinyan's waist. His warm, strong palms gently cradled Jiang Yinyan's lower back, leaving the latter with no retreat in this entangled posture. It was as though Qin Liu had taken the lead, holding Jiang Yinyan firmly in his embrace. Jiang Yinyan, feeling a surge of urgency, had intended to offer a comforting hug, yet was unprepared for how tightly Qin Liu clung to him, showing no signs of letting go. Should he push him away? But what if he cried again? Thoughts raced through Jiang Yinyan's mind as Qin Liu buried his head into Jiang Yinyan's neck, inhaling deeply the calming scent, occasionally rubbing his face against it. Lowering his head, he pressed his entire face into Jiang Yinyan's neck, seemingly in search of a familiar, reassuring aroma. The strands of hair framing the youth's face brushed against Jiang Yinyan's neck, and the warm breath wafted against him, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Yinyan found the suffocating embrace increasingly unbearable, attempting to gently push Qin Liu away, only to be met with a fierce gaze that glimmered like a wolf spotting its prey. Jiang Yinyan had never seen such an expression before, and it filled him with apprehension. He contemplated whether he should conjure an ice spike to jolt Qin Liu back to his senses. Yet, Qin Liu had no intention of releasing him. Having just wept, he craved the comfort of this reassuring hold and would gladly remain in it, thinking of nothing else. You see, I was right all along. Wasn't I? You just wouldn't believe me. At that moment, an inappropriate whispering interrupted from the doorway. Shui, it's improper to spy like this. This isn't spying. I'm merely proving that I wasn't speaking nonsense, MNPH. Don't cover my mouth. The prolonged ambience within the room was abruptly shattered by the faint sound of a quarrel emanating from the doorway. Simultaneously, Qin Liu withdrew his hand, standing there in a daze. Jiang Yinyan, in a moment of panic, turned and dashed towards the entrance. There, he beheld Shui Jingzhou, and Xian Yun, all huddled behind the door, their faces displaying a mixture of astonishment. Upon seeing Jiang Yinyan approach, Shui promptly plopped down onto the floor. Junior brother, we were merely passing by and, we didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue, Shui stammered. Continue what? Jiang Yinyan felt as though his entire face had been steamed like a dumpling, heat practically radiating from his skin. Were there truly no sane individuals among the four celestial masters? How could his senior brothers and sisters be so scandalously inquisitive? Eavesdropping by the door? Equally disconcerted was Qin Liu, who had stepped forward from behind, suddenly realizing the impropriety of his previous actions. How could he have embraced his master, his arms draped around the master's neck? He glanced at Jiang Yinyan's shoulder, which was now flushed from their contact, and the lingering scent of his master still clung to the tip of his nose. A blend of embarrassment and an inexplicable joy welled up within him. Yet the current circumstances were entirely inappropriate. He had to provide an explanation. Therefore, Qin Liu mustered his composure, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached Shui and the others. Uncle Master, you have misunderstood. I was simply feeling unwell, and my master was comforting me. At this, not only Shui but even Shui Jingzhou's expression turned peculiar. Comforting? Just moments ago, Qin Liu had basked in glory at the Immortal Gate Conference. And now he was feeling unwell. Such a swift shift in emotions seemed implausible. Yet, with the redness at the corners of Qin Liu's eyes, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld him. Meanwhile, Xian Yun's face darkened. He had been dragged against his will to witness this spectacle, uninterested in such matters. Yet here he was, eavesdropping. Jiang Yinian immediately interjected. Indeed, I cannot fathom why I should feel guilty. What harm is there in two innocent men embracing? Besides, once a disciple, always a father figure. It is entirely natural for a master to console a weeping apprentice. Oh, we harbor no misconceptions. We merely sought to discuss the matter of the demon sovereign with Yinian. Shui Jingzhou replied, half covering her mouth, her thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, Jiang Yinian longed for an excuse to swiftly vacate this realm of chaos. Upon hearing demon sovereign, he recognized an opportunity had presented itself. He promptly waved his sleeves and declared with righteous fervor, the demon sovereign is of utmost importance. There is no need for my senior brothers and sisters to be so reserved. Let us depart immediately. His demeanor resembled that of someone preparing to storm the demon realm and capture the demon sovereign on the spot. Are you certain? Your master truly did not mistreat you? Shui inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Qin Liu instantly recalled the events that had just transpired. Rather than his master having bullied him, it was he who had overstepped his bounds, having become overly bold and committed an act that defied decorum. In the next moment, a suspicious flush crept onto his cheeks. Shu Yi and the others fell silent, unwilling to delve further into the matter, for if they continued to explore, their dinner might be rendered inedible. Ultimately, Jiang Yinian hastily dragged Shu Yi away to discuss the demon sovereign, leaving Qin Liu amidst the tumult of the room. Qin Liu stood in a daze, as though he had yet to emerge from the previous atmosphere. Feeling somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a food box that had fallen to the ground, its contents having grown cold, as if reminding him that everything that had just transpired had indeed been real. The embrace. The scent, those feelings had all existed. Abruptly, Qin Liu covered his face and sank down to the floor. What should he do? It seemed he was becoming increasingly perplexed about his own thoughts. Chapter 33. Cherishing the Fragile. The following day marked the commencement of the second day's proceedings of the team competition. In this match, Qinghuan sect faced off against the Tianshi sect, with two of their opponents being Yu Yuehe and Wang Qingyang, whom they had encountered at the tavern the day prior. Upon locking eyes with Qin Liu, Yu Yuehe's face instantly flushed crimson. Believing she was unwell, Qin Liu softly inquired, "Miss Yu, you appear to be flushed. Are you feeling feverish? Should we pause the competition to have a healer take a look?" This inquiry, rather than alleviating her discomfort, only caused Yu Yuehe's face to turn an even deeper shade of red as she stammered, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Qin. Thank you for your concern? Why doesn't senior brother Qin show some concern for little Chu Ling?" interjected Chu Ling sarcastically from the side. Qin Liu frowned, attempting to restrain the fidgeting Chu Ling, responding sternly, "Do not tease Miss Yu like that. It is inappropriate." Sai Miao, standing nearby, seethed with jealousy. After Qin Liu's departure the previous day, he had tried multiple times to engage Yu Yuehe in conversation, only to receive polite yet indifferent replies, as if she were intentionally keeping her distance. What is this? Wasn't this woman infatuated with me in her past life, even coming to my room uninvited? Why is it that upon seeing Qin Liu today, she turns red and flustered? Am I not as good as him? Jiang Yinian, seated below, could not help but chuckle at the scene. He recognized Yu Yuehe from the original narrative, where Si Miao had claimed her as his concubine during the Immortal Gate conference. Yet in this life, she seemed entirely disinterested in Si Miao, frequently glancing in Qin Liu's direction instead. It appeared that his disciple held no particular feelings for Yu Yuehe, and Jiang Yinian preferred not to meddle in Qin Liu's romantic affairs. Matters of the heart should unfold naturally. He had no desire to be a meddlesome master. However, witnessing Si Miao's discomfiture brought him a sense of satisfaction, for nothing was more delightful than snatching away something from the hands of Long Outyen. The battle concluded swiftly, with Si Miao unleashing his powers from the outset, catching the opposing team off guard. The disciples of the Tianshi sect had not anticipated such ruthless aggression, forcing them into an uneven confrontation. Long Outyen's mercilessness was fully displayed in this battle. His fire-attributed talent afforded him a decisive advantage, and as soon as his spirit sword took flight, It ignited the entire battlefield, leaving the opponents utterly bewildered. In the realm of cultivation, one's worth was ultimately proven through strength. Since Yu Yueha showed no interest in him, Sima Yao thought, he need not show any pity. From the audience, the master of the Tianzhou sect, Hung Mian, observed Sima Yao with keen interest, stroking his chin as he remarked, "This young man in black is intriguing. He either refrains from striking or ensures that no one else has the opportunity to act." Hung Mian found himself somewhat admiring Sima Yao. He appreciated individuals who possessed both character and strength. However, the second master, Hung Yuan, countered, "Team competitions should involve cooperation. Such a solitary approach is inappropriate." Hung Mian clicked his tongue, shaking his head. His junior brother was perennially stubborn, lacking adaptability, preferring to proceed methodically. Were it not for Hung Yuan's overly righteous disposition, this grand scheme could have included him. "Brother, you do not understand. Only by acting thus can one avoid becoming indistinguishable from the masses. This iteration of the Immortal Gate Conference boasts countless talented youths. Seizing the opportunity to stand out is the only correct approach." Hung Mian mused as his admiration for Sima Yao grew. Sima Yao's demeanor and the Qingyuan sect's ideals did not align. He lacked the pretense of false propriety. Were he a disciple of the Tianzhou sect, he would undoubtedly become Hung Mian's right-hand man. A fervent glimmer flickered in Hung Mian's eyes, as if he were determined to claim Sima Yao for himself. Hung Yuan said nothing further, merely closing his eyes and frowning. Recently, he had sensed something amiss with Hung Mian, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. The confrontation between Qingyuan sect and Tianshi sect ultimately concluded with a resounding victory for Qingyuan sect. Although the battle on stage had come to an end, Sima Yao remained unsatisfied. He felt that his emotions had yet to be fully released and yearned to continue his one-sided assault. His gaze fell upon Wang Qingyang, another remarkable female cultivator from the Tianshi sect. At that moment, Wang Qingyang's condition was far from favorable. She had sustained significant injuries from Sima Yao's relentless attacks and had now reached her limit. Yet, she steadfastly positioned herself in front of Yu Yueha, gripping a talisman, her face alight with fury as she glared at Sima Yao, as though she aimed to bore a hole through him with her gaze. Such a look was blinding to Sima Yao. He detested such provocation and defiance. Thus, he slowly raised his hand, the spiritual energy within him surging, coalescing into a blazing fireball. The flames danced within his grasp, radiating intense heat as if they sought to devour everything in their path. "Sima Yao, enough. The competition has concluded," Qin Liu interjected, his voice low and firm as he noted Sima Yao's unwillingness to cease his actions. From the start of the match, Qin Liu had sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding Sima Yao, one that bordered on the edge of madness. Just as Sima Yao prepared to continue his onslaught, a blade shimmering with blinding lightning, the Yingyue blade, suddenly appeared before him. The blade glinted menacingly, poised to strike at any moment. Sima Yao narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze, yet he understood that this was not the moment for confrontation. He could not let a moment of impulsiveness undo all his efforts. Consequently, he swiftly readjusted his emotions, redirecting the fireball intended for Wang Qingyang toward another direction. The fireball arced through the air, leaving a searing trail, ultimately landing on the distant ground with a resounding crash. At that moment, Sima Yao spread his hands, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he addressed Qin Liu. "Liu, you misunderstand. There was a bee over there, and I feared it might sting Miss Wang, which is why I intervened." The tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated, and upon hearing this, Qin Liu turned to see a charred bee lying on the ground, evidently the result of the fireball's descent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bee's corpse, Wang Qingyang exhaled in relief, the sense of impending doom finally lifting. She recognized that the terrifying atmosphere moments ago had not been an illusion. Sima Yao might indeed have been willing to resort to violence. Wang Qingyang nodded gratefully at Qin Liu. When Qin Liu turned back, he found Sima Yao's expression calm and composed as he walked down with Chu Ling and Shen Linlin, as if he had been entirely misunderstood. Qin Liu stood rooted to the spot, an inexplicable unease swelling within him. Since arriving at Xiaoling Island, he had sensed Sima Yao's behavior becoming increasingly peculiar. Although he was reluctant to doubt a friend of many years, an instinct deep within whispered that he might need to pay closer attention to Sima Yao's actions in the future. Chapter 34. The Herbalist with Graceful Hands. "Miss Nia, you have arrived. Quickly, come and see Yueha." She has sustained severe injuries and remains unconscious. The battle had inflicted varying degrees of injury upon the disciples of the Celestial Master Sect, but none were as grievously wounded as Yu Yueha. Struck in the back by Si Miao's devastating sword infused with flames, she now lay in a deep coma, oblivious to the world around her. Though Wang Qingyang had also been injured, her wounds were comparatively lighter. Yet, she seemed unconcerned about her own condition, anxiously calling for the nearby healers to expedite their treatment of Yu Yueha. Her eyes brimmed with worry and urgency, as if her own injuries paled in significance against the peril facing Yu Yueha. Qingyang, do not fret. She is merely unconscious. A voice, as melodious and soothing as a babbling brook, resonated, flowing into the hearts of those present. It is Miss Nie from Green Vine Valley. Make way, let her examine the patient. A nearby healer, upon recognizing Nie Wenhan's arrival, immediately cleared a path. Emerging from the crowd was a woman of extraordinary presence. Donning a face-covering hat and dressed in a flowing white veil, a green sachet hung at her waist, its tassels swaying gently with her movements. A gust of wind lifted the white cloth from her hat, revealing a strikingly ethereal visage, skin as porcelain, brows like willow leaves, ruby lips upon a jade-like face, reminiscent of the Tianshan snow lotus atop the icy peaks, compelling one to avert their gaze. Is this the legendary herbalist with graceful hands? Nie Wenhan? What brings her to the Immortal Sect Conference? Aren't the people of Green Vine Valley reclusive? Murmured several onlookers. In the realm of cultivation, the name Green Vine Valley was renowned, its reputation echoing throughout. This mysterious place seemed to exist apart from the mortal realm, its herbalists rarely mingling with the outside world. Yet, these reclusive healers possessed miraculous medical skills capable of reviving the dead. Legends spoke of their ability to harness the essence of heaven and earth, using rare medicinal herbs to perform healing beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. Those fortunate enough to seek aid from Green Vine Valley found a glimmer of hope for life anew under the skilled hands of these healers. It was said that Nie Wenhan, both beautiful and talented, remained aloof to the disputes of the cultivation world. Yet her compassionate heart led her to disguise herself among mortals, healing the afflicted. Nie Wenhan knelt beside Yu Yueha, extending her hand to sweep over her, releasing a pure and refreshing wood-based spiritual energy. The moment she made contact, even the onlookers felt a gentle breeze, a refreshing sensation washing over them. The herbalist with graceful hands truly excels. They thought in silent admiration. This is a remarkably pure fire-based spiritual attack. How could the Qingyuan sect have acted so ruthlessly? Nie Wenhan furrowed her brows, turning to Wang Qingyang for clarification. No, it does not involve the entire Qingyuan sect. It was merely the actions of one disciple. Wang Qingyang recalled how Qin Liu had stood up to protect them, aware that the surrounding spectators were listening intently to their exchange and unwilling to implicate the entire sect. Nie Wenhan did not press further. Seeing Yu Yueha's breathing gradually stabilize, she turned to her friend, her tone softening. I see. Qingyang, you too have sustained injuries. Allow me to examine your condition. Wang Qingyang nodded, permitting Nie Wenhan to assess her injuries. Below, Jiang Yinian also witnessed this scene, his heart sinking in shock. Is that Nie Wenhan? Why is the herbalist with graceful hands appearing at this moment? This plot has unfolded far too early. Nie Wenhan was the most significant figure in Si Miao's harem within the original narrative, a linchpin of the entire entourage, renowned for her exceptional medical skills and virtuous character, and the biological granddaughter of the venerable matriarch of Green Vine Valley. With Nie Wenhan's affection, Si Miao effectively acquired a living blood reservoir, capable of reviving him regardless of the severity of his injuries. Was this a shift in the timeline? Such a pivotal character emerging at this juncture was unexpected. Jiang Yinian was determined not to allow Nie Wenhan to fall into the hands of Long Outyin. The herbalist with graceful hands was noble and not of ordinary ilk. It would be a shame for her to accompany Si Miao merely as a mobile blood reservoir. Such a woman deserved a better life and greater respect. If only his disciple could befriend Nie Wenhan, he would feel a sense of security, knowing that should any uncontrollable events arise in the future, a miraculous healer would be available for aid. There was one thought Jiang Yinian dared not voice. In his eyes, the most suitable female cultivator for his disciple was indeed Nie Wenhan. However, such matters were beyond his control. He could only silently concoct a match between them, which he deemed not too excessive. As Jiang Yinian contemplated how to draw closer to Nie Wenhan, He knew he had to act naturally without being overly forceful or abrupt. "What are you looking at, master?" Qin Liu suddenly inquired. Jiang Yinian, distracted, replied nonchalantly, "Just observing Miss Nia." The competitions of Qingyuan sect had concluded for the day. After triumphing over the Celestial Master sect, Qin Liu had rushed to the audience area and seated himself beside Jiang Yinian. Several elders from other sects attempted to engage him in conversation, but he politely declined, eager to find his master. He had yet to accompany his master to witness the matches, and this was an excellent opportunity to observe the battles of other teams and glean some insights. After all, the upcoming confrontations would not be as straightforward as the previous two. Many teams that had suffered 2 consecutive defeats had been eliminated, leaving only the more formidable contenders in the arena. However, in his hasty arrival, he found Jiang Yinian absent-minded, neither focused on the matches nor on him, his gaze fixed intently on Nia Wenhan in the distance, not even blinking. "Is she beautiful?" "Yes, indeed." Jiang Yinian suddenly realized he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Falling silent for a moment as he noticed Qin Liu gazing at him with a hint of reproach in his eyes. "I meant that the purity of the herbalist's wood-based spiritual energy is remarkable. And her healing techniques are worth studying," he quickly added, fearing Qin Liu's melancholic gaze. Following Jiang Yinian's line of sight, Qin Liu observed that where the wood-based spiritual energy was vibrant, Nia Wenhan truly possessed exceptional medical skills. While most ordinary healers could only treat one patient at a time, unable to divide their focus, Nia Wenhan was different. She could simultaneously apply her healing techniques to all present without any detriment to her effectiveness. The herbalist with graceful hands, indeed, Qin Liu mused. To be fair, Nia Wenhan was a breathtaking beauty, her every gesture exuding elegance and poise, her cold demeanor somewhat reminiscent of Jiang Yinian's icy aura. A sense of discomfort stirred within Qin Liu. He had never realized how interested his master was in women. Since arriving at Xiaoling Island, Jiang Yinian had revealed a side of himself previously unseen, first reconnecting with the elder Jinglu, and now fixating on the herbalist from Green Vine Valley. At this rate, he might find a new mistress for himself soon. Qin Liu recognized that he should not harbor such thoughts. His master was free to pursue his interests, and he had no authority to interfere. Yet he could not quell the unsettling feelings that arose within him. It was much better when they were at Qingyuan sect, when his master had eyes only for him, undistracted by others. If Jiang Yinian knew what Qin Liu was thinking, he would likely leap up to clarify. "I merely seek to find you a teammate. You think I covet the lady. What a grave misunderstanding." Chapter 35. Just take it. After Si Miao concluded his match, he bid farewell to Shen Linlin and the others, needing some solitude to clear his mind. Now that he had lost Jiang Yinian's support, along with Shen Linlin, he recognized that to stand out during the Immortal Sect conference, he must seize this opportunity wisely. Remaining enveloped in anger and dissatisfaction would not yield any change. What he required was assistance. Indeed, he was in dire need of both allies and subordinates. The disciples of Qingyuan sect had never been considered in his plans. These individuals were mostly naive and carefree, lacking ambition in his quest to expand his influence. He understood the necessity of discreetly maneuvering within the shadows of the Qingyuan sect. Neither Duan Yu nor Jing Lu were suitable allies. In their previous life, they failed to serve his interests, remaining aloof from the affairs of the cultivation world, seldom intervening. Thus, who might possess greater utility now? A flicker of insight crossed Si Miao's eyes, and almost instinctively, he thought of the Demon Clan. His impressions of them in the last life had been relatively favorable, largely due to the loyalty of their leader, Qi Luo. However, he had yet to establish relations with the Demon Clan in this life, and if he wished to cultivate that connection, he would need to bide his time. Among the 3 sects and 3 schools, Qingyuan sect and Jinyu Xianzong were swiftly dismissed. The Tianzhao sect, recently entangled with the matter of Jingxian Iron, seemed to align with his intentions. Having just offended the Tianchi sect and considering the Wanxiang sect, composed of pious monks, was hardly appealing, he was left contemplating the Xingsu sect, which left a faint impression and was not worth considering. As for the 3 schools, they were even less worthy of attention, their power too insignificant to wield influence. Thus, he was left with the Tianzhao sect and the Xianming as viable options. The Xianming was undoubtedly the optimal choice, holding significant sway and privileges within the cultivation realm. Forging a connection with them would mean entering the innermost circle of the cultivation community. For someone like him, a nameless junior, To gain direct entry into the Xianming was akin to scaling a treacherous mountain. Opting for the Tianzhao sect was a reasonable alternative. The Tianzhao sect maintained a close relationship with the Xianming, and its leader, Hung Mian, was not particularly astute. Not to mention, Hung Mian's son, Hung Duoshi, had provoked Simiao during the last life at the Xianmin conference, only to be dealt with quietly before the second round commenced. Unfortunately, this time around, there was the added complication of Qin Liu, making it difficult to act freely. However, if he could find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate Hung Yuan, infiltrating the Tianzhao sect would not pose a challenge. Moreover, with numerous disciples in the Tianzhao sect, there was no shortage of potential allies. Once he considered the Tianzhao sect, Simiao felt the path ahead widen, yet he required an additional ally, one that must remain distanced from the cultivation world, capable of serving as a secret base when necessary. El Luo Valley. The woman he had admired most in his past life hailed from El Luo Valley, Niawancan. Her medical prowess was legendary, capable of reviving the dead, and her unwavering loyalty to him was commendable. On several occasions, she had risked her life to pull him back from the brink of death. Simiao held a genuine affection for her. Furthermore, El Luo Valley's seclusion meant a lack of awareness regarding external affairs, rendering it a situation he could exploit. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, he could once again encounter Niawancan, just as in his previous life, and smoothly acquire the qualifications to enter El Luo Valley. He recalled that in his past life, he had saved Niawancan in a destitute fishing village by the sea. The woman had a penchant for aiding the common folk. Yet the villagers were treacherous, daring to entertain delusions of grandeur regarding a celestial being like her. They had attempted to coerce her into marrying the village chief's son and producing offspring, demanding her to magically conjure gold to support their village. It was almost laughable how naive Niawancan had been, genuinely feeling threatened by the lives of those children. Although she could never marry the chief's son, she had inexplicably lingered in the village, hesitating to leave, despite the villagers being entirely unrelated to her. At that time, Simiao had been wanted by the Xianming and, gravely injured, passed through the village where Niawancan came to his aid. In gratitude, he had annihilated the village that very night, sparing no one. Elderly, children, women, or Men. Simiao vividly remembered the look in Niawancan's eyes. She had said nothing, merely staring at him in shock. He interpreted that gaze as joy. Why wouldn't she be delighted? She had not sullied her hands but remained a benevolent healer. Meanwhile, he had effortlessly rid her of those troublesome villagers. Niawancan was admirable in every sense, yet she was prone to becoming entangled in lingering attachments. The villagers were mere passers-by in life, unworthy of being shackled by a couple of children. Subsequently, when he proposed to take her away, she did not refuse, seemingly entranced, following him without hesitation. Later, Simiao suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head. Recalling fragments of events from his previous life that eluded him as he pondered while walking, he inadvertently found himself at the doorstep of Jiang Yinian. His thoughts paused, surfacing memories he had long sought to suppress. During the previous life's Xianmin conference, he had visited this door more than once, entering the bedroom to be with Jiang Yinian. In this life, he had exerted every effort to avoid that individual. Since Jiang Yinian had not taken him as a disciple, there was no need for further interaction. Yet, this remained the deepest and most unwelcome emotion within Simiao. He had witnessed the close bond between Qin Liu and Jiang Yinian on multiple occasions. Their connection seemingly impenetrable by outsiders and truth, evoking a smile from the revered Lian Song was no easy feat. In his past life, he had gone to great lengths to garner Jiang Yinian's favor. Yet Qin Liu seemed to achieve it effortlessly, earning a place as a disciple, acquiring a divine artifact, rising as a new star of Qinghuan sect. All came effortlessly to Qin Liu, capturing Jiang Yinian's attention with ease. All along, Simiao had been reluctant to confront this matter. Jiang Yinian's departure had impacted him more profoundly than Shun Linlin's betrayal, and he was unwilling to delve into why Jiang Yinian had not accepted him as a disciple or engaged in more than superficial exchanges, only to receive fleeting glances in return. Standing before Jiang Yinian's door, Simiao called out in a voice only he could hear, almost as if lamenting. His master was no longer his master. Yet he still instinctively addressed Jiang Yinian as such. Could it be that loss truly incites regret? Simiao found this thought amusing. When had he begun to harbor such attachments? Obsessive feelings were utterly pointless. He had always taken what he desired by force. If he wanted something, why not simply seize it? Chapter 36. Fingers intertwined. With his plans firmly established, Xi Miao commenced his actions without delay. He first paid a visit to the Tianzhao sect. A mutual endeavor. The leader, Hung Mian, held a strong impression of Xi Miao, making the visit remarkably smooth, with both parties engaged in delightful conversation. Ah, my child, I sensed your boundless potential during our earlier encounter. We truly have a connection. If I had a daughter, I would certainly introduce her to you. Hung Mian laughed heartily while serving himself food. Please, do not jest, esteemed leader. I am but a humble grassroots cultivator. Unworthy of such aspirations, Xi Miao humbly replied, refilling Hung Mian's cup with wine. To his surprise, the visit to the Tianzhao sect had gone exceedingly well, exceeding his expectations. Upon arrival, he had introduced himself to the front disciples. Stating his intent to meet with Hung Mian to his astonishment, Hung Mian had already taken note of him, leading to a shared meal. However, Hung Mian's expression shifted. Are you here on behalf of the Qinghuan sect? Or is this your own intention? Although Hung Mian was a robust figure, his position as leader was not without astuteness. If Xi Miao sought to pledge loyalty, he would be welcomed, but if he was merely there to gather intelligence for the Qinghuan sect, the circumstances would differ. Noting Hung Mian's suspicion, Xi Miao promptly placed down his wine jug, straightened his posture, and replied earnestly, "This is unrelated to others. I merely admire your esteemed self. Under your leadership, the Tianzhao sect flourishes, evoking envy in others." Hung Mian was exceedingly proud. Prior to his ascension, many had doubted his capabilities compared to his junior, Hung Yuan, making him particularly sensitive to such matters. Xi Miao's praise of his leadership validated Hung Mian's authority as a sect leader. Striking the right chord, though? Pray tell, in what ways does the sect flourish? Hung Mian inquired, his face lighting up with delight. A glimmer of opportunity sparkled in Xi Miao's eyes. He knew it was time to broach the subject at hand. Senior Hung, you truly possess a fortuitous disposition. Since your ascension as leader, has not the Tianzhao sect experienced an array of fortuitous events? The bond with the Xianming has strengthened, not to mention the discovery of Jingxian iron. Xi Miao spoke slowly. Upon hearing the mention of Jingxian iron, Hung Mian's expression turned wary, casting a curious glance at Xi Miao. Where did you hear about Jingxian iron? Unfazed, Xi Miao casually picked up his chopsticks. Selecting vibrant vegetables for himself before setting them down, locking eyes with Hung Mian as he replied nonchalantly, I did not seek this information. It is merely what everyone has been discussing. This explanation was somewhat vague yet not erroneous, leaving Hung Mian unable to find fault. Currently, aside from matters related to the Xianmen conference, the topic of Jingxian iron was the most frequently mentioned, and Xi Miao had been on Hualing Island for several days. So it was not surprising that he had heard such rumors. Hung Mian relaxed considerably, having essentially concluded that Xi Miao had come in pursuit of Jingxian iron. Those who can be swayed by material means are the simplest to deal with. If one can procure the exquisite mysterious iron to buy off one of the twin peaks of Qinghuan, it would indeed be the most profitable transaction. Xi Miao observed the emotional shifts in Hung Mian. This person was truly foolish, with thoughts plainly written across his countenance. The exquisite mysterious iron is not particularly rare within my sect. I sense a remarkable affinity with you, young one. Let us meet more often in the future. Sincerity is paramount in human interactions. Once we establish a relationship of mutual trust, I shall elucidate the benefits of the Tianzhao sect to you. At this moment, Hung Mian comprehended Xi Miao's intentions and ceased to be courteous, directly extending an olive branch. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your recognition. I am most willing to oblige. Xi Miao's face lit up with joy, as if he had just received the most delightful news in the world. In Hung Mian's eyes, this expression was a clear indication of his eagerness for the advantages the Tianzhao sect could offer, which filled Hung Mian with a sense of pride. Should you require any information from me, do not hesitate to share. After all, one does not reach the position of sect leader without ensuring personal benefits. Naturally, Xi Miao replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the competition, Jiang Yinian dared not to be distracted and attentively accompanied Qin Laiyo throughout the event. With so many spectators present, if Qin Laiyo were to suddenly revert to his original form out of displeasure, transforming into a wolf demon before the eyes of the crowd, it would likely prompt even the staff to intervene, resulting in dire consequences. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down Jiang Yinyan's spine. Unaware of Jiang Yinyan's tumultuous thoughts, Qin Liu noticed his master shuddering beside him and inquired curiously, "Master, are you cold? Have you caught a chill?" Oddly enough, the temperature in the venue was not low either. It's nothing. Luo Ming was just being mischievous and froze me a bit with his sword, Jiang Yinyan fabricated. Luo Ming, the sword in question, expressed his displeasure at being blamed, darting out from Jiang Yinyan's side and twisting like a pretzel before pitifully burrowing into Qin Liu's sleeve. "Luo Ming, stop it, that tickles," Qin Liu whispered with a soft chuckle. "Master, please take control of it." The youthful voice was deep and gentle, akin to stepping upon fresh snow in winter. Jiang Yinyan, without much thought, reached into Qin Liu's sleeve in an attempt to extract Luo Ming, only to feel the icy touch of his hand against the boy's warm skin. In the next moment, Qin Liu unexpectedly clasped Jiang Yinyan's hand that was intruding into his sleeve, their fingers entwined intimately. The warmth radiating from Qin Liu's palm contrasted sharply with Jiang Yinyan's coldness, amplifying his sensations several-fold. "You said you weren't cold," came a muffled voice from across. Qin Liu frowned slightly, noting how exceptionally cold his master's hand was. It was evident that without his constant supervision, Jiang Yinyan might act carelessly. During their days on Xiaoling Island, he had provided far less care than he did at Qingyuan sect. Although he understood Jiang Yinyan's temperature was perpetually lower than that of ordinary people due to his ice spiritual root. Then, Jiang Yinyan felt the grip on his hand tighten, warmth flowing from Qin Liu's fingers as if he had resolved to warm him up entirely. Qin Liu's sleeves were ample, ensuring that no one noticed the clasped hands beneath. Jiang Yinyan felt somewhat at a loss. He considered that his hand couldn't be that cold, and just as he attempted to withdraw it, he was gently pressed back down. Qin Liu remained unfazed, propping his cheek with one hand while his gaze remained fixed on the competition stage, exuding an air of tranquility and naturalness. "I assure you, master, I am perfectly fine. Let us continue to watch the competition. Once I feel you are warm enough, I shall release your hand." Chapter 37. Earning money to redeem oneself. The team competition lasted a full 6 days, and due to the overwhelming number of participating teams, the Qingyuan sect only had the opportunity to compete 3 times during this span. In their third match, Qin Liu and his companions faced a group from a minor sect and effortlessly secured victory, achieving a commendable 3 consecutive wins. The competition scoreboard had now been displayed, revealing 4 teams tied for first place, including the Qingyuan sect team, 2 teams from the Wanxiang sect, and 1 from the Hanzhuang sect. Looking further down the rankings, the number of teams tied for second place was even more substantial, with 2 teams from the Tianzhou sect among them, one of which was led by Hung Duosher. Since experiencing setbacks at the Qingyuan sect, Hung Duosher had managed to secure victories in the remaining 2 matches. Other teams from the Qingyuan sect, including the Tianzhou sect team led by Yu Yuehe, and 2 teams from the Xingqiu sect, were also in the fray. Currently, the competition points were tightly contested, and with the teams ranked lower having just 1 victory or a series of defeats. Those without at least 2 wins would be eliminated in this round. Thus, there were approximately 35 teams still in contention. To enter the mysterious realm of Duyo Forest, one must be within the top 20 ranks. The 3 teams currently tied for first place had already secured their spots, but to ensure a solid footing, they still needed to win another match. From this point forward, teams would no longer be randomly matched. Instead, they would compete against teams of equal rank based on their points, so the likelihood of encountering the Wanxiang sect is quite high. Chu Ling mused, hands clasped behind her back as she gazed up at the scoreboard. "Yes, the possibility of intra-sect matches is minimal. We will likely face the Hanzhuang sect or the Wanxiang sect," Qin Liu responded. The Wanxiang sect typically operated with discretion, their disciples devoted to Buddhist practices and meditation. They were akin to wandering monks in the realm of cultivation, rarely intervening in sect affairs. Their participation in this Celestial Gate assembly was likely merely for the purpose of spiritual cultivation. The Wanxiang sect is quite formidable, having 2 teams in the top ranks. You think we can truly best them?" Shen Linlin pondered aloud. By the way, why is the Jinyu Xian sect not listed? Did your family not send representatives to this celestial assembly? Chu Ling scanned the list, unable to locate the Jinyu Xian sect among the top 3. "Oh, they came. Quite a few, in fact," Shen Linlin replied with a hint of resignation. "However, none managed to break into the top 3, which is why we haven't encountered them. Their purpose in attending the assembly was not to enter the Duyo Forest, so they are indifferent to rankings. What purpose? Qin Liu queried, intrigued. In the past few months, Xiaoling Island has gathered cultivators from all corners of the world. The Celestial Assembly serves as an excellent venue for promotion. Many from the Jinyu Xian sect came to showcase their newly developed magical artifacts. Shen Linlin explained, massaging her temples. After demonstrating the full capabilities of their artifacts, they would promptly concede and exit the stage. For them, securing more orders outweighs the importance of victory. Following this, they would either display their products in shops affiliated with the Jinyu Xian sect on Xiaoling Island or set up stalls on the streets. If fortune smiled upon them, some affluent sects might place substantial orders in one go. They would not pass up this opportunity to promote their products, as such gatherings of potential customers are rare. Chu Ling grimaced, no wonder I find myself short on funds. It's not that I lack money, but rather, I am simply out of luck when it comes to earning it. Even Si Miao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It was indeed news to him that the Jinyu Xian sect was marketing their magical artifacts at the Celestial Assembly, information he had not encountered in his previous life. However, Qin Liu pondered for a moment before asking, is it lucrative to produce magical artifacts? Shen Linlin and Chu Ling turned to him in unison, staring intently as if he had uttered something profound. You wouldn't be considering. Qin Liu indeed felt a flicker of interest. If he could earn spirit stones to compensate for Senior Jinglu, then his master would not owe any favors or have to work for Jinglu anymore. The mere thought of his master being beholden to Jinglu made Qin Liu feel uneasy. Though he could not articulate why I was merely inquiring, Qin Liu said with a light-hearted smile. Creating magical artifacts is no simple endeavor, although he had learned the basics at the Qinghuan sect. He only possessed the skills to craft low-tier artifacts, which are not particularly valuable and serve merely for personal use. What kind of magical artifacts could fetch a high price? Perhaps he should find some time to study and learn more. The idea of earning money to redeem his master from Jinglu sounded rather appealing. Observing Qin Liu lost in his thoughts, Shen Linlin and Chu Ling could only wipe the sweat off their brows. Casually? They could tell from his expression that it was anything but casual. The silence that followed only deepened their suspicions that Qin Liu had meticulously plotted everything, merely feigning indifference to them. Before long, the match list was posted, and they indeed matched against disciples from the Wanxiang sect. Upon arriving at the sparring stage, they were surprised to discover that the Wanxiang disciples were astonishingly youthful. The opponents they faced bore an unexpectedly youthful appearance, exuding an endearing charm, their heads smooth as eggshells and clad in the uniform robes of the Wanxiang sect. Although their heights varied, overall, they seemed to be 2 heads shorter than the members of the Qinghuan sect. Chu Ling nearly voiced her astonishment. The Wanxiang sect actually sent a group of children to participate in the Celestial Assembly? Even more incredulous was the fact that this group of youngsters had secured 3 consecutive victories, undeniably ranking first on the competition scoreboard. With an untroubled demeanor, Qin Liu performed a respectful greeting and said, Young abbot, I humbly accept your challenge. In recent days, Qin Liu has frequently accompanied Jiang Yinian to observe the contests of other competitors. After witnessing several peculiar matches, he has developed a profound impression of the young monks from the Wanxiang sect. Though they are still in their youth, their prowess is not to be underestimated. Many complacent teams have found themselves outmatched by these few young monks. The remarkable aspect of this team lies in their Golden Bell formation, a unique array devised by the Wanxiang sect. This formation is particularly intricate, requiring 4 individuals to collaborate with utmost sincerity, share a mutual understanding, and maintain a clear mind to activate it successfully. Once the quartet establishes the formation, they can quickly create an impregnable absolute defense, shielding themselves from all external harm. However, the true might of the Golden Bell formation extends beyond mere defense. Upon its activation, the 4 participants enter a second phase of energy manipulation. In this phase, they begin to channel their inner strength, continuously infusing their spiritual energy into the formation. As this energy accumulates, the formation's true power gradually reveals itself. During the second phase, a colossal spiritual bell will slowly materialize between the 4. This bell, formed from pure spiritual energy, will resonate with each participant's strike, unleashing a spirit explosion. With each toll of the bell, the intensity of the explosion will incrementally increase. Upon the 4th strike, the bell will unleash its full offensive potential, transforming into a massive powder keg that releases an overwhelming explosion in an instant, obliterating everything in its path like a tempestuous storm. Chapter 38. Moving for you, Jiang Inian had previously elucidated the intricacies of the Golden Bell formation to Qin Liu, including its countermeasures. As he stated, any formation can be unraveled. The Golden Bell formation may seem flawless, but successfully executing it and completing the fourth strike is exceedingly challenging. The opponents who encounter the Wanxiang sect typically underestimate their capabilities and, upon witnessing the initial defensive phase, are often at a loss for how to proceed. The first phase possesses a deceptive quality as it absorbs incoming attacks. The more one attacks, the more the formation can assimilate that energy, ultimately strengthening the subsequent spirit explosions. In truth, once in the second phase, the practitioners become remarkably vulnerable, lacking any defensive array and unable to attend to their adversaries, thus rendering them passive. However, should one of them be eliminated, the amassed power within the formation would be fully unleashed, resulting in a colossal spirit explosion that leaves no room for survival. Therefore, the four of you must endure until the second phase and find an opportunity to eliminate all four opponents at once to successfully dismantle the formation. However, this may not be so straightforward, as the Wanxiang sect is undoubtedly aware of this vulnerability and may have devised countermeasures. The damage from the first 3 spirit explosions is relatively low, but the fourth could result in severe injuries. Should you fail to resolve the situation before the fourth explosion, surrender is your only option. Jiang Inian fixed his gaze, emphasizing, "I do not wish for you to be harmed." Qin Liu absorbed these words, but each time he recalled his master's admonition, the only phrase that echoed in his mind was, "I do not wish for you to be harmed." As the battle roster was announced, Qin Liu immediately explained the principles of the formation to Shen Linlin and the others. This time, their victory depended on teamwork. Relying solely on any individual would not suffice. Thus, they remained vigilant, not allowing the opponent's youth to lull them into complacency. Merely observing with mild curiosity, the match commenced. As the gongs and drums sounded, several young monks from the Wanxiang sect swiftly adjusted their positions and began channeling their energy to initiate the formation. A radiant light enveloped the arena as golden spiritual energy ascended from the 4 young monks, resembling 4 magnificent golden dragons soaring through the air. With their palms pressed together, they closed their eyes in concentration, chanting incantations. Before anyone could react, the formation was activated. As their powers flowed into it, the golden spiritual energy gradually coalesced into a massive sphere of light, encasing the 4 of them in an impenetrable barrier. In stark contrast, Qin Liu and his companions settled down in a leisurely manner. Chu Ling produced a gourd from somewhere and began sipping water, while Shen Linlin fiddled with her jade pendant. Si Miao and Qin Liu entered a meditative state. This left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Was Qingwan's sect giving up? Were they abandoning their efforts without a fight? Surely not. They had performed admirably in previous battles. Perhaps employing some strategy, their current score was sufficient to advance to the solitary, so even if they wished to forfeit, it wouldn't matter. "Oh, they haven't forfeited. Just watch the match properly," someone murmured. From the sidelines, Jiang Inian set down his book, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Qin Liu and the others' unconventional approach, a faint smile gracing his lips. His disciple indeed understood the importance of his words. They seemed to have developed their own strategy. On the 4-sided arena, the Golden Bell formation, while radiant, appeared somewhat lackluster. Its power had not reached its peak due to the lack of absorbed attacks. The young monks, sensing this, grew anxious. They understood that if they did not swiftly unleash the formation's true potential, they risked defeat in this contest. Resolutely, they decided to intensify their input of spiritual energy to hasten the formation's transition into the second phase. While tension filled the air on one side, the atmosphere on the other was rather absurd. On the right side of the arena, Qin Liu and Si Miao had finished their meditation and were gathered together. Whispering amongst themselves, Si Miao conjured a flicker of flame in his hand, which danced like a sprite. With a slight gesture, he sent the flames soaring towards the audience. With a resounding crack, the spectators turned their gaze skyward, witnessing a small firework burst into bloom. Initially a mere point of light, it quickly expanded into a dazzling flower composed of countless tiny specks of spiritual energy, swirling and shimmering before fading gently away. Chu Ling clapped enthusiastically from the side, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Boredom had driven Si Miao to entertain himself, wanting to draw more attention to himself rather than because he had noticed Jiang Inian smiling in the audience. Given Jiang Inian's stern demeanor, he would likely deem Si Miao's antics as frivolous, which only fueled his desire to provoke him further. Startled by the sound of the fireworks, Jiang Yinian glanced up. Feeling speechless, Sima Miao was indeed a flamboyant peacock, perpetually exuding charisma. Several young girls in the audience watched, their eyes sparkling. Sima Miao was not only handsome but also tall and imposing, particularly with the striking crimson mark by his brow, which accentuated his wild and untamed charm, setting him apart from the typically serene demeanor of cultivators. At that moment, Qin Liu was also observing Jiang Yinian, noting how his master was captivated by Sima Miao's fireworks. Unable to shift his gaze for a while, which made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Was it really that captivating? Rising from his seat, Qin Liu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he began to channel the water spirit root within him. As his spiritual energy flowed, ethereal waves materialized before him, billowing like delicate veils, forming a curtain of water in the air. Upon opening his eyes, he gripped the moonlit blade tightly, which instantly radiated brilliant lightning. As if thunder itself surged within, bolts of lightning shot forth from the blade's tip, striking the water curtain with precision. As the lightning made contact, the curtain rippled as if imbued with life, the electrified surface erupting in a cascade of golden light. His movements were swift and precise, akin to a sword dance or a painter's brushwork, gradually revealing vibrant scenes upon the water curtain. Majestic mountains, flowing waters, and creatures in flight, each image rendered with exquisite detail. With a snap of his fingers, the water curtain vanished abruptly, leaving the audience in stunned silence, as if time itself had frozen. Wow, so handsome! Chu Ling was the first to react, clapping vigorously, her palms turning red. Soon, many in the audience joined in applause. Compared to the tense and thrilling match, they seemed more eager to witness such a display of skill. What was that? Absolutely stunning. Ah, senior brother Qin. You're flawless. How had Qin Liu transformed so dramatically? Huaiju furrowed his brow in disapproval. Beside him, Li Jiangxing looked up with a smile, observing that Qin Liu appeared less composed than usual, displaying a hint of awkwardness and tension. Isn't it wonderful? That child always seems so tense, as if someone were chasing him with a whip. It's rare to see him so relaxed. Li Jiangxing remarked, if he doesn't win this match, such behavior will be a source of ridicule. Qin Liu finally realized what he had just done. How could he let a moment of impulsiveness lead him to behave so ostentatiously? It was utterly inappropriate for him, the esteemed senior brother of the Ling Tsongshan sect. Yet, the gaze of the master had already shifted toward him, had it not? His objective had been accomplished. Would the master scold him? Or would he find his performance commendable? That recent display had been an endeavor he had privately devised to showcase to Jiang Yinian, yet it unexpectedly proved useful at this moment. Surely, the master would reprimand him. He despised such flamboyant displays. He truly had merely succumbed to a fleeting impulse, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. Sima Miao maintained a composed expression, joining the others in praising the performance. While inwardly he speculated about Qin Liu's intentions, uncertain whether he was competing with him or merely seeking to enliven the atmosphere. Regardless of the reason, it was peculiar. Had Qin Liu undergone a transformation? How could he engage in such attention-grabbing antics? Chu Ling, still not satiated, continued to rally. Young Master Shen, you should join in too. Shen Linlin had no desire to partake in the commotion. She felt utterly bewildered by the antics of these two, not understanding what they were competing over. What had begun as a proper contest had devolved into an impromptu performance, leaving her thoroughly exasperated. Surely, the Qinghuan sect would not be perceived as fools by others. The people of the Wanxiang sect were about to enter the second phase. Enough of this frivolity. Shen Linlin, unwilling to join in their folly, stood up and silently walked away. Chapter 39. The Golden Bell Formation. After the farce concluded, the Golden Bell Formation indeed progressed to its second phase. Fortunately, the young abbot had closed his eyes while operating the formation, unaware of the external happenings. Otherwise, he would have been utterly astonished. Here he was, diligently managing the formation, while the others on the field indulged in performances. What a disgrace! Suddenly, several young monks opened their eyes, golden light gleaming within them. With a simultaneous exclamation, a colossal spiritual bell materialized in the center of the formation. Qin Liu's pupils constricted sharply. The bell was about to toll. The spiritual energy surrounding the bell began to stir restlessly, akin to a colossal beast awakening, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated, echoing like an ancient deity's chant, long and weighty. The bell's toll reverberated across the arena, quickening the heartbeat of every onlooker. With the sound, a powerful spiritual explosion erupted from the bell, surging outward in all directions. It roared and rushed forth, as fierce as a tempest. Wherever the spiritual explosion passed, dust was swept up, forming a thick cloud of debris. At that moment, Shen Linlin leaped forward like a delicate butterfly, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Liuyou and the others. Right before her, a dazzling light burst forth from the bell, instantly engulfing the entire arena. This radiance contained boundless destructive power, rendering everything in its path to nothingness. The ground of the arena cracked slightly under the impact of this wave of attack. Witnessing such a violent upheaval, the audience outside the arena was thrown into disarray. What just happened? The Qinghuan sect is surely doomed. Heavens! Even the arena is cracking. This is dire. That girl charged forward to shield them. Such a reckless approach could shatter her. At that moment, Jiang Yinyan's expression altered. Something was amiss with the bell. Previously, he and Qin Liuyou had observed several matches of the Wanxiang sect, and in the prior 3 contests, they had never witnessed an initial spiritual explosion with such ferocity. What exactly was wrong? His brows furrowed, a sense of unease rising within him. A massive cloud of dust surged within the arena, obscuring everyone's vision, leaving the spectators below unable to discern the events unfolding above. Cough, cough, this dust is excessive. When that brilliant light struck Shen Linlin, it produced a deafening roar. However, astonishingly, that light was halted by a barrier, preventing it from spreading further as the smoke gradually dissipated. The figures of Shen Linlin and the others were revealed. As the dust settled, the audience gaped in disbelief, for Shen Linlin stood unharmed, not a single hair out of place, while those behind her remained perfectly safe, as if the earlier chaos had been nothing but an illusion. However, the jade pendant at Shen Linlin's chest had dulled, resembling an ordinary ornament hanging before her. It turned out they had long since devised a strategy for this encounter. Given that the bell's first toll initiated the second phase instantaneously, they could not prevent the initial strike and thus opted for defense. Shen Linlin's jade pendant was a heavenly-grade defensive artifact, and prior to the match, she had volunteered to absorb the first attack. Yet, this pendant could not be used repeatedly. It could only provide one opportunity for the group. Thank you. Qin Liuyou was the first to rush forward, having been poised for this moment. Chu Ling and Si Miao followed suit, aware of the urgency and the need to seize the opportunity. They dashed toward the direction of the bell, knowing that each pause between strikes was fleeting, and they had to make the most of this time. Shen Linlin followed closely, her movements light, keeping pace with the others. Although the previous spiritual explosion had been formidable, under the protection of the pendant, the 4 of them had sustained no injuries. They swiftly approached several disciples of the Wanxiang sect, who were preparing for the next strike. The young monks were focused and coordinated, their spiritual energies flowing seamlessly among them. Unfortunately, just as the Qinghuan sect members drew near, the second wave of strikes came crashing down once more. Bang! This attack was even more ferocious than the last, as if it aimed to overturn the entire arena. This time, they had no assistance from the pendant and had to endure the spiritual explosion head-on. The impact was tremendous. A powerful force surged toward Qin Liuyou's dantian. He felt an indescribable power ravaging within him, as if it aimed to shatter his very organs. In an instant, he coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Chu Ling and Si Miao were also affected to varying degrees. Chu Ling staggered several times before barely stabilizing herself, while Si Miao let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to fall. Shen Linlin, standing the farthest back, experienced a relatively minor impact, yet her situation was also precarious. She felt a powerful force battering against her body, as if trying to hurl her away. Qin Liuyou quickly wiped the blood from his lips, taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within him. This was disastrous. A sense of dread washed over him. He would surely face reprimand. The master had warned him not to sustain injuries, and now he had caused the master further worry. Oh, not give them the chance to strike a third time. We advance. The Mingyue blade suddenly unsheathed with a thunderous sound, its blade shimmering with brilliant lightning. Qin Liu gripped the hilt tightly, channeling his energy into a slash, directing the lightning toward the young monks within the formation. Instantly, the arena crackled with electric light, the clash between the power of lightning and the defenses of the bell formation resonating with deafening noise. Qin Liu's eyes flickered. Indeed, they had further defensive measures in place. The golden light of the bell formation shimmered even more brilliantly, forming an indomitable shield that repelled the lightning entirely. Though the young monks bore strained expressions, they steadfastly held their positions within the formation, denying Qin Liu any opportunity. A chill ran through Qin Liu's heart, realizing that this attack had not succeeded. He quickly adjusted his breathing and stance, preparing to launch another assault. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Chu Ling, Si Miao, and Shun Linlin, signaling them to prepare for his coordinated action. Although the Golden Bell formation could not unleash overwhelming force, it still possessed a thin layer of defense. If they could breach this layer, they could seize control of the formation's operators. They had prepared an additional layer of defense, one that was not particularly sturdy and could be broken. Chu Ling and Si Miao immediately grasped the situation. Chu Ling swiftly maneuvered Chui closer to the Golden Bell formation, aiming for its core. Si Miao reacted even more swiftly, conjuring a spiritual sword to pierce into the formation. The sword emitted a clear, resonant sound, akin to the roar of a dragon, captivating the audience's hearts. Shun Linlin was not idle either. As she summoned her spiritual talismans, thousands of them danced in her hands. With remarkable speed, she cast the talismans into the air, each transforming into a streak of light as they flew toward one of the young monks. The talismans burst forth in a dazzling display, intertwining and colliding, releasing powerful waves of spiritual energy. The ethereal fluctuations resonated with the assaults of the other three members of the Qingyuan sect, coalescing into a formidable force that relentlessly pressed toward the heart of the Spirit Bell formation. With a resounding crack, the protective measures of the Golden Bell formation shattered. The four young acolytes, previously composed, now displayed expressions of sheer panic. In Chapter 40, the Black Giant Wolf, Jiang Yinian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him from the audience below. He had miscalculated. It was not merely the fourth spirit explosion they had to fear, but he doubted whether Qin Liu and the others could withstand even the third. The acolytes within the formation were visibly distressed. Realizing that something was amiss, the damage from the formation had more than doubled. Jiang Yinian suspected foul play, although he believed that the disciples of the Wanxiang sect would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. He turned his gaze towards the southern section of the audience, where a cluster of Wanxiang monks sat, some appearing quite aged, their expressions grave. The monks of Wanxiang sect must have sensed the anomaly as well. Yet, like Jiang Yinian, they remained baffled by the underlying issue. He had just witnessed his disciple spitting blood, hastily wiping it away as if fearing exposure, displaying a surprising amount of pride. He wondered from whom he inherited such traits. Several individuals on the stage had endured 2 spirit explosions and bore varying degrees of external injuries. While external wounds were of little concern, internal injuries posed a grave threat, potentially damaging one's spiritual roots. Jiang Yinian's heart raced with desperation. He longed to rush forward and surrender on Qin Liu's behalf. However, the rules of the Immortal Sect Conference forbade an outsider from surrendering for a competitor. With Qin Liu positioned perilously close to the impending spirit explosion, he dreaded that the foolish dog would disregard his counsel and refuse to concede. This kind of formation attack was utterly against the rules. He cursed inwardly on the 4 corners of the arena. Victory or defeat hinged upon this moment. The disciples of Qingyuan sect recognized the opportunity and swiftly channeled their energy, racing towards the acolytes within the formation. The acolytes, now in disarray and stripped of their defenses, found themselves utterly powerless, not due to the imminent assault from Qin Liu and his companions, but because the Golden Bell formation was spiraling out of control. They wished to warn the Qingyuan disciples against approaching, but the formation offered them no chance to speak. Though they had not struck, they could feel the formation initiating a third spirit explosion autonomously. Clang! At that unexpected moment, the Golden Bell formation resonated with a third tolling, and in an instant, the spirit explosion erupted like a colossal star, its power surpassing the wildest imaginations of all present. As the thunderous clang reverberated, a tempestuous force surged forth from the Golden Bell, instantly engulfing the entire arena. This energy swept through like a tempest, sending sand and stones flying, uprooting vegetation. Even the acolytes within the formation were swept away by this force. Akin to boats caught in a raging sea, propelled several meters into the air. Their garments billowed violently under the explosion's impact, their faces ashen, clearly suffering from severe injuries. The medical practitioners below were alarmed. Poised to rush onto the arena to render aid, the audience, shaken by the force of this energy, instinctively bowed their bodies, their eyes wide with astonishment, many covering their mouths in fear of an involuntary gasp. The scene unfolded like an apocalyptic vision, exceeding all expectations. Not only Jiang Yinian, but even the elders of Wanxiang's sect stood in disbelief. Moments before the spirit explosion erupted, Qin Liu stood at the center of the arena. Thud, thud, thud. He heard the slowing rhythm of his own heartbeat. The spiritual pressure bore down upon him, and an ominous premonition seeped into his heart. In that instant, his perception slowed, allowing him to grasp the sheer magnitude of this spirit explosion. Far more potent than the previous two, it was a force capable of tearing the arena asunder. With the combined strength of himself and his companions, survival amidst this explosion seemed utterly impossible. His usually agile mind faltered, overwhelmed by the impending sense of death. Thoughts raced through Qin Liu's mind. What should I do? Did my master see this? He must be worried sick. Master always said not to let myself get hurt. I must. As the explosion drew near, Shun Linlin and Chu Ling simultaneously shielded their eyes, while even Si Miao displayed a face of fear, the situation surpassing his expectations in Chu Ling's mind. A single thought echoed. This is it. I'm done for. I'll be carried off the arena and spend the rest of the competition in the medical room. Boom. A resounding blast reverberated across the arena. Clouds of dust swirling. The anticipated pain did not strike Chu Ling. Instead, he was propelled backward by the spirit explosion, yet remained unscathed. What is this? I'm fine. Confused, Chu Ling lifted his gaze, and before him appeared a magnificent figure materializing from thin air. Standing protectively in front of him, the ground beneath the arena cracked, the sound of sizzling lightning filled the air, and the crowd's gasps echoed around them. Yet, all Chu Ling could see was the figure blocking his path. The figure materialized where Qin Liu had just stood, a massive black wolf. Its fur resembled the most radiant stars woven from the night sky, shimmering with profound luster. Its eyes gleamed like golden daggers, sharp and piercing. The giant wolf was imposing and robust, its limbs long and powerful, every muscle honed to perfection, exuding vibrant vitality. Yet, it was unlike any ordinary beast, its presence formidable and awe-inspiring, akin to an unassailable mountain. The giant wolf held the moon-reflecting blade in its jaws, the blade radiating an icy brilliance. The golden lunar patterns on its surface, flashing with piercing spiritual light. It was the original form of Qin Liu. At the moment the spirit explosion descended, Qin Liu felt an unprecedented surge of demonic energy coursing through him, a power urging him to embrace and yield to it. He had hoped to transform into his demonic form to withstand the explosion, but found that he was unable to manifest that form, as if bound by an unseen force. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to revert to his normal form, bracing himself to absorb the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the moon-reflecting blade absorbed most of the damage, and he survived. His master would not be saddened. The next moment, a tidal wave of pain washed over him, and Qin Liu lost consciousness. In the audience, all eyes were drawn to the center of the arena, where the suddenly materialized giant wolf was enveloped in a radiant spiritual light, lifting into the air, surrounded by a gentle breeze. Its form gradually shrinking before everyone's eyes until it was no larger than a pair of hands. As the spiritual light dissipated, the small figure lost its support and plummeted toward the ground. A swift azure blur darted toward the arena like lightning, deftly catching the small wolf as it fell from the sky. Jiang Yinian rushed onto the arena in an instant, witnessing Qin Liu descend like a rag doll. His heart filled with panic and terror, as if the entire world had crumbled in that fleeting moment. Cradling the small wolf securely, Jiang Yinian's hands trembled uncontrollably. He looked down at Qin Liu, whose face had turned a ghastly white. His heart thundered in his chest, tumultuous with fear. He couldn't suppress his anxiety, tentatively checking for Qin Liu's breath with shaking hands. Thank heavens, there is still a breath. Relief and gratitude surged within him. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such profound unease. Though Qin Liu had lost consciousness, the familiar sense stirred him, prompting him to burrow closer into Jiang Yinyan's embrace. He emitted a soft whimper, the violent impact having left him in agony. Even this slight motion provoked intense pain, yet he still instinctively sought solace in Jiang Yinyan's arms, as if that embrace was his sole sanctuary in the world. Seeing his disciple in such a state, Jiang Yinyan felt his eyes moisten. He had but one disciple, and his heart ached for him. He did not wish for Qin Liu to become the champion of the Immortal Sect Conference, nor for him to sacrifice himself to save anyone. He only hoped for the safety and well-being of the disciple he had raised. Who, then, had resorted to foul play during the battle? At that moment, he yearned to seize the instigator and make them experience the pain Qin Liu now endured. Yet at that moment, a trembling voice pierced the silence from the audience. "He is a monster! He is a monster!" A sharp, piercing cry shattered the tension in the air. Almost immediately, a crisp sneeze rang out, breaking the frozen atmosphere. An inexplicable chill surged through the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. As everyone looked around, they noticed that the already fractured arena had quietly become coated with a thin layer of frost. The frost, as if imbued with a life of its own, crept outward at an astonishing speed, and in a mere moment, it had completely encased the entire square arena in ice. The frost sparkled with a crystalline clarity, shimmering with a ghostly cold light, transforming the arena into a world sculpted from ice and jade. The midday sun blazed fiercely, its rays striking the arena, yet they failed to melt even a fraction of the frost. It was only now that those at the ascension stage, possessing ice spiritual roots, realized that the ethereal azure figure was none other than him, the legendary first sword cultivator of the immortal realm. The revered Lien Congxian Zun, Jiang Yinyan stood upon the arena, his gaze sharp and frigid as it swept over the crowd. His countenance was dark and brooding, as if shrouded in a layer of frost, and his eyes were colder than the chill he exuded. The sole warmth within the entire venue emanated from the embrace of Qin Liu, who was struggling to breathe, his body frail and weak. Jiang Yinyan longed to transfer all warmth to him. He descended step by step from the square arena, perhaps still reeling from the recent shock, yet his thoughts were remarkably calm. Not far off, a group of medical cultivators from the Tianzhou sect trembled in fear, evidently intimidated by Jiang Yinyan's approach. Jiang Yinyan found their fear ironic. He had never intended to entrust Qin Liu to these unreliable healers. Thus, he bypassed the group and made his way directly to the woman behind them. Though she too appeared unsettled, she showed no signs of fear at Jiang Yinyan's arrival, remaining seated as if she understood what was about to transpire. Finally, Jiang Yinyan approached the woman, speaking in a low voice. "Miss Nye, I am aware of your exceptional medical skills and your kind heart to my disciple, Qin Liu, though a member of the demon race, has never committed any heinous acts. I implore you to aid in his healing. Only in your hands can I feel assured." His tone remained icy, yet softened slightly. Upon hearing Jiang Yinyan's words, the trembling medical cultivators nearby looked as if they had been struck across the face. Nye Wenghen initially expressed surprise, but quickly regained her composure. She had witnessed the entire incident from the sidelines. Qin Liu revealed his true nature only to save others. In other words, had it not been for Qin Liu, those on the arena would have perished. Setting aside the rift between humans and demons, she had her own sense of right and wrong regarding Qin Liu's actions. Although she had long secluded herself in the tranquil green Loquat Valley and rarely engaged with the outside world, she had heard of Lien Congxian Zun's formidable reputation. In that fleeting moment of Jiang Yinyan's anger, she discerned qualities in him that resonated with her own. She, too, was an individual of restrained emotion, seldom revealing her feelings, and witnessing Jiang Yinyan's devotion to his disciple stirred something within her. Thus, she nodded and firmly replied, "Very well." With the assurance from the renowned healer, Jiang Yinyan no longer hesitated and promptly handed over the now youthful wolf form of Qin Liu. Though still unconscious, Qin Liu emitted a dissatisfied whimper due to the loss of warmth. This sight softened the hearts of both Jiang Yinyan and Nye Wenghen. Nye Wenghen gently took the small wolf into her arms. In an instant, rich wood-type, spiritual energy surged forth as she began to examine Qin Liu's frail body. Having traveled across the three realms and treated demons before, she knew that, fundamentally, there was no significant difference in the physical forms of humans. Demons and spirits, to a healer, all beings across the realms were essentially the same. After a thorough examination, Nia Wenghen cast a reassuring glance at Jiang Yinian, signaling that she could heal Qin Laiyo. Relieved to know his disciple would be safe, Jiang Yinian exhaled a sigh of relief, though a lingering tension remained due to his anger over the betrayal his disciple had faced. Moreover, with Qin Laiyo's identity as a demon now exposed, it was only a matter of time before the Celestial Alliance came to confront him. As expected, just moments later, Jiang Yinian sensed several presences approaching from behind. Lian Songxianzun, we request your presence in the council chamber. Came the voice of Hung Yuan, the second sect master of Tianzhou. Accompanying him were several members of the Celestial Alliance, who appeared far less courteous than Hung Yuan, their faces filled with hostility as they glared at Nia Wenghen and Qin Laiyo. Clearly displeased that the healer would take measures to aid a demon, Jiang Yinian felt a cold laugh rise within him. Their arrival was, in fact, quite timely. However, he did not wish to grant these Celestial Alliance members an easy time, as it was their lack of oversight that had allowed for such an affront to the Immortal Sect Conference. Thus, maintaining an expression of indifference, he simply replied, remaining rooted in place with his back turned to Hung Yuan and the others. The group held their ground for a few seconds before the impatient members of the Celestial Alliance urged, Lian Songxianzun, did you not hear what Sect Master Hung Yuan said? We request your presence in the council chamber to discuss the matter concerning the wolf demon, Qin Laiyo. Jiang Yinian could tolerate Hung Yuan to some extent, but he had no desire to engage with these Celestial Alliance individuals. Seeing him completely disregard their urgency, the members of the Celestial Alliance darkened their expressions. They were not from Qinghuan sect and were not afraid of Lian Songxianzun, especially with the formidable backing of the Celestial Alliance. They were accustomed to receiving recognition wherever they went and had never encountered such blatant disregard. Lian Songxianzun, do not blame us. If we delay the meeting, we shall also face punishment, one of them declared, brazenly preparing to take action. Hung Yuan frowned, disliking such a domineering approach. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed that the Celestial Alliance members had become frozen in place. Unable to move after their proclamation, Jiang Yinian acted with lightning speed, not even glancing back, as he transformed the Celestial Alliance members into ice sculptures. Already in a foul mood, he found their intrusion utterly vexatious. Upon closer inspection, Hung Yuan discovered that they were enveloped in a barely perceptible layer of ice, crystalline and transparent, almost invisible to the naked eye. Let us go. I have urgent matters to address with the Celestial Alliance, Jiang Yinian stated, casting a glance at Nia Wenghen. Upon meeting her gaze, she nodded in silent agreement, promising to remain by Qin Laiyo's side. The task assigned by the system aligned perfectly with his intentions. If the Celestial Alliance wished to interrogate him, he was eager to see who would dare to threaten Qin Laiyo in his presence. Chapter 42. Domino Bones. Is it any wonder that Qin Laiyo, once engaged in combat, appeared as if possessed? It turns out he is merely a demon infiltrating our cultivation world. No wonder it is difficult for him to change his true nature, Hung Duosher exclaimed loudly. Standing upon a high platform by the water's edge at the center of the Immortal Sect Conference, unabashedly voicing his thoughts, eager for all passers-by to hear and gather around. Surrounding him were various onlookers, with a few of Hung Duosher's teammates from the team competition at the innermost circle, fervently supporting his statements and stirring the atmosphere with their words. Having regained his confidence, the earlier feelings of inferiority he felt upon learning from his father Hung Mian that Qin Laiyo was a demon had vanished entirely. Even the pain from his injuries had subsided. He felt justified in believing that as a human, he naturally was not inferior to demons in terms of spiritual prowess. It was no shame to be unable to defeat Qin Laiyo. He was indeed the strongest. Therefore, upon hearing the news of Qin Laiyo's predicament, he rushed out to boast, seeking to vindicate himself. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. Most had not witnessed the match but had been paying attention to Qin Laiyo's recent performances. Their curiosity piqued. What? You mean you do not know what has transpired? Hung Duosher crouched down dramatically, gesturing near his ear, and proclaimed loudly, it was Qin Laiyo from Qinghuan's sect. During the competition, he lost control of the demon energy within him, transforming back into his original form mid-match. It was utterly terrifying. He nearly fell into madness. Many onlookers found it hard to believe, for Qin Laiyo had not exhibited any demon energy, aside from the disciples of Qinghuan sect. Only a few were aware of Qin Liu's true nature. In today's cultivation world, opinions on demons varied. Some held low acceptance for them. Although the Celestial Alliance had formally ended hostilities towards demons a century ago, this was merely a facade of goodwill and did not instantly change everyone's perception. Qingyuan sect was a unique sect within the cultivation world, having fostered a friendly and accepting stance towards demons for over a century, providing a sanctuary and opportunities for many non-aggressive lesser demons. Qin Liu, the blue-clad youth from Qingyuan sect, he is a wolf demon, but I haven't sensed any demon energy from him, a passerby questioned. Bewildered. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hung Duosher clucked his tongue, his gesturing hands never ceasing, as he turned to point at the inquisitive onlooker. Well, he must be hiding it well. Perhaps the entire Qingyuan sect is conspiring to conceal this truth. But he saved someone, didn't he? In a moment of crisis, he transformed back to his original form to save others. Some defended Qin Liu. A human is a human. A demon is a demon. You can't make excuses for a demon. Are you implying that you are a demon too? Hung Duosher retorted sharply, attacking the individual who countered him. You? Standing apart from the crowd, Chu Ling was nearly beside himself with rage, his teeth almost grinding to dust. Were it not for Shun Linlin holding him back, he would have charged forth to deliver a sound, thrashing to Hung Duosher at that very moment. Don't go. We cannot recklessly rush in to strike him. It would only exacerbate Liu's current predicament, Shun Linlin advised, suppressing her own temper. Hung Duosher had previously engaged in a contest with them and was familiar with their appearances and characteristics. Should they act impulsively, they could find themselves entangled in unforeseen consequences. Sai Miao stood silently to the side, offering no comment. To him, the current situation was an unexpected boon. With Qin Liu in trouble, the entire Qingyuan sect was in a state of agitation, which he found quite agreeable. All he needed to do was watch the developments unfold. Perhaps, at an opportune moment, he could lend a subtle nudge. Meanwhile, Hung Duosher continued to rant from atop the stone platform, his fervor intensifying with each word. The onlookers were drawn to him, and the crowd swelled. The more people gathered, the more exhilarated he became, almost longing to soar above them on his sword, performing a 360-degree aerial display. At that moment, as if colliding with an unseen force, Hung Duosher let out a cry and fell backward. Given his somewhat pudgy physique and significant weight, his tumble sent several disciples of the Tianzhao sect, who had been fanning the flames of his rhetoric, toppling like dominoes into the nearby water pool. The splashes echoed with a series of dull thuds. Ah! The pool was not shallow. Though they would not be injured, they would emerge thoroughly drenched. Hung Duosher finally managed to raise his head above the water, completely soaked, his body laden with talismans that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Pulling him down as he flailed about in the water like a drowned rat, cursing loudly, "Damn it, who the hell pushed me?" The Tianzhao sect disciples beside him, unaccustomed to water, panicked and instinctively clung to Hung Duosher as if he were a lifeline, attempting to scramble towards the shore, which only resulted in him swallowing more water. A strikingly handsome man, exuding a gentle and harmless demeanor, stood on a sword nearby, appearing utterly flustered, making no effort to assist. Instead, he helplessly remarked, "Oh dear, my apologies, fellow cultivators. Do you happen to know where the individual competition is being held? I was flying by on my sword and thought to take a shortcut since this area is usually deserted. However, with the recent heat, a dip in the water is quite refreshing and can help dispel the toxins and bad luck. Ah, I must be off to the competition now. By the way, I'm a healer. So if you catch a chill later, feel free to find me for some free acupuncture." Though he offered apologies, there was an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Standing beside him was a woman clad in black, who appeared utterly unconcerned as she nonchalantly remarked, "What people? You must have seen wrong. All I heard was barking." She then glanced at the apologetic man and urged, "Hurry up, the individual competition is about to start." Thus, the two departed as swiftly as the wind, leaving behind a stunned crowd and the Tianzhao sect disciples still floundering in the water. In the distance, Shun Linlin and Chu Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling significantly lighter, they immediately recognized the two who had intentionally pushed Hung Duosher into the water as Huai Ju and Li Jiangxing. From the moment they emerged, their eyes sparkled with mischief. Struggling to contain their smiles, The entire event unfolded in a whirlwind, resembling a sudden and unexpected accident, leaving no room for criticism. Yet those from the Qing Luan sect understood all too well that this was no accident. It was a deliberate act by the two senior disciples, avenging Qin Liu and the sect. Given their familiarity with the pair, they surmised that this devious scheme was likely concocted by Li Jiangxing. With Huaizhu playing the role of accomplice, observing Heng Duosher's floundering struggle in the water, they felt a surge of satisfaction. Just moments ago, Heng Duosher had been arrogant and domineering. Now, he could only cling to the shore. Unable to utter a coherent word. Chapter 43. The Celestial Alliance inquiry. The incident involving the Demon Clan had stirred a considerable uproar at the Celestial Sect Conference, prompting the Celestial Alliance to convene an urgent meeting of senior members from various sects to discuss how to handle the matter. In truth, there was little to deliberate, as the rules of the Celestial Sect Conference did not explicitly prohibit the participation of the Demon Clan. However, those with ulterior motives had keenly seized the opportunity to undermine the achievements of Qin Liu and his companions. Influenced by the original plot, Jiang Yinian had always harbored a distaste for the Celestial Alliance, and at this moment, he personally experienced the hypocrisy of certain individuals within the cultivation world. Regardless of the matter's significance, they would first insert themselves to assert their status, only to later occupy the moral high ground and pontificate. Standing outside the conference hall, Jiang Yinian gazed at the mahogany doors. Even the heavy doors could not muffle the heated arguments emanating from within. I represent the Tianzhao sect in protesting this matter. The points of the Wolf Demon team must be nullified. If this issue is not handled properly, the entire fairness of the Celestial Sect Conference will be called into question. Shao Alliance leader, we must have a resolution today. Ah, there we go. The schemers have arrived. Without waiting for Heng Yuan beside him to prompt, Jiang Yinian pushed open the door and entered. The conference hall was spacious, dominated by a massive jade round table at its center. From Jiang Yinian's perspective, the person seated at the table's heart was none other than Xiao Yu, the third highest authority within the Celestial Alliance. Jiang Yinian remembered him. He was not the most formidable opponent within the Alliance. It seemed the matter had not escalated too dramatically. The Alliance members did not intend to focus heavily on it, as this meeting was merely to appease the participating sects. As the youngest high-ranking member of the Celestial Alliance, Xiao Yu appeared youthful, adept at navigating complex situations, and possessed a personality that was both versatile and charming, earning him the moniker of Jade-Faced Fox among the martial world. Seated beside Xiao Yu were the elders and senior members from various sects, the table now filled except for one vacant seat reserved for Jiang Yinian. He took his place at the table, his expression calm as water, his strikingly handsome face revealing no hint of emotion, leaving those who gazed upon him feeling as if they had been swept by a winter's chill. A thin layer of frost lingering in the air. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Yu squinted and smiled amiably, saying, Liang Tsang Xianzuan has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for quite a while. His smile was as sly as his title suggested. Resembling a fox in nature, Jiang Yinian nodded slightly. He was willing to grant a modicum of respect to the members of the Celestial Alliance, though he felt no such obligation towards others. Heng Mian, observing the courteous exchange between the two, grew increasingly impatient. He already harbored resentment over Jiang Yinian's previous sarcastic remarks. The fact that Liang Tsang Xianzuan was publicly sparing him embarrassment only fueled his anger. As he hoped to escalate the situation and bring disgrace to the entire Qing Luan sect, at that moment, Heng Mian was the loudest voice in the room. Humph, I am a straightforward man. So let us skip the pleasantries. Everyone's time is precious. Now that we are assembled, I shall reiterate my previous point. Shao Alliance leader, my stance remains unchanged. The wolf demons concealed their identities to compete, and their scores should not count, Heng Mian declared bluntly. His words cut straight to the heart of the matter, silencing the room as everyone's gazes shifted between Heng Mian and Jiang Yinian. Currently, Qin Liu's team held the top score. Should their points be invalidated, the likelihood of lower-ranked teams entering the secluded realm would increase. This was advantageous for the other sects present, yet no one dared to provoke Jiang Yinian, as many high-ranking members still held a degree of trepidation towards the title of Liang Tsang Xianzuan, especially since Qin Liu was his only direct disciple. Views on the Demon Clan varied widely within the cultivation world, but officially, they maintained a nominally amicable relationship. Whether the Demon Clan's presence at the Celestial Sect Conference constituted a violation depended on Xiao Yu's perspective that day. Jiang Yinian remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance at Hung Mian. Entirely disregarding his existence, the hall fell silent once more. Hung Mian, growing anxious and furious at Jiang Yinian's indifference, directly began to name names. Zhao sect leader, Pu Xin master, what are your thoughts on this matter? The two individuals Hung Mian called upon were the leaders of the Tianshi sect and the Wanxiang sect, both of whom had previously competed against the Qingwan sect. Among those present, they held the most authority to speak on the matter. Zhao Huqin, the leader of the Tianshi sect, shifted his gaze. Having witnessed the match involving Yu Yueli's group, where several of his disciples had been severely injured, he was already discontented and seized the opportunity to voice his displeasure. I do not wish to intervene in other matters, but Qin Liyu's identity as a demon has even evaded the defensive formations of the Tianshi sect. I would like to hear Liang Cong Xinzuan's explanation. Seeing support from others, Hung Mian felt triumphant. I told you, that wolf demon. Silence. Jiang Yinian coldly interrupted Hung Mian. Ceaselessly calling him a wolf demon is tiresome. This Hung Mian's pettiness was beyond measure. Such small-mindedness, once empowered, reveals its true nature, which is utterly laughable. His disciple has a name. His name is Qin Liyu, not wolf demon. Jiang Yinian's sudden assertion seemed to stun everyone into silence. Even Zhao Huqin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I did not mean you. Please, continue. Jiang Yinian cast a glance at Zhao Huqin. Zhao had just finished articulating his thoughts. To his surprise, Zhao Huqin realized that he had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Yinian, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his mind. Zhao Huqin was a clever man. He recognized that even if Hung Mian clung to the notion of the wolf demon identity, the Immortal Alliance could hardly render a definitive judgment. Over a century ago, the relationship between the cultivation world and the demon clan had already softened, as evidenced by the amicable treaty publicly declared by the Immortal Alliance. After all, the Immortal Assembly had never stated that the demon clan could not participate. Rather than becoming entangled in this matter, it would be more prudent to first convict Jiang Yinian. Since no one had discerned that Qin Liu was a wolf demon, it could only mean that someone had deliberately concealed it. While identity alone could not constitute a crime, concealment could certainly stir up some ripples. Qin Liu, being merely in the Foundation establishment stage, could not have achieved such subterfuge without the assistance of a formidable individual, which pointed directly to his master, the immortal venerable Yin Song. Jiang Yinian smirked inwardly, finding the leader of the Heavenly Master sect far more astute than the foolish Hung Mian. Knowing precisely where to strike, the assembly awaited a reasonable explanation from Jiang Yinian when suddenly, he furrowed his brow and declared sternly, "It is only today that I realize the defensive array provided by the Heavenly Master sect is a complete and utter failure." Chapter 44. A battle of wits. The topic shifted with remarkable speed, leaving the attendees momentarily puzzled before they grasped Jiang Yinian's meaning. The defensive array of the Immortal Assembly, supplied by the Heavenly Master sect, was designed to prevent infiltrations by hostile forces during the assembly, inherently equipped with the ability to detect fiends and demons. Had Qin Liu harbored demonic energy, he would have been detected the moment he set foot on Xiaoling Island, let alone during the competition. This statement struck Zhao Huqin like a resounding slap to the face. He was momentarily stunned before retorting with indignation, "Immortal Venerable, what do you mean by this? It is true that the defensive array was provided by my Heavenly Master sect. But if someone concealed Qin Liu's identity and covertly interfered, the entire situation would be drastically different. If that were the case, how would Immortal Venerable Yin Song explain himself?" Jiang Yinian found amusement in Zhao Huqin's urgency. Explain? What was there to explain? The Heavenly Master sect had effectively admitted that their array was utterly inept. According to their line of reasoning, henceforth, any demon spy wishing to infiltrate the Immortal Assembly need only exert a modicum of effort to conceal their identity. As this subpar array possessed such feeble defensive capabilities that it could not detect their true nature. Are you suggesting that the inadequacy of the Heavenly Master sect's defensive array falls upon my shoulders? Jiang Yinian retorted sharply, having discerned Zhao Huqin's intent to cast aspersions upon him. The focus of the meeting had now shifted from Qin Liu's identity to the suspicion that he himself had concealed Qin Liu's demonic nature. Zhao Huqin's countenance grew increasingly ashen. He was resolute in believing that Jiang Yinian had deliberately concealed the truth, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his claims. Instead of dragging Jiang Yinian down with him, he had inadvertently tarnished the reputation of the Heavenly Master sect's array. Defeated, Zhao Huchun fell silent. Jiang Yinian, still unsatisfied, pressed further, taunting, Alliance leader Xiao, our Qinghuan sect's defensive array is quite commendable as well. Perhaps you could consider us for the next Immortal Assembly, where we would at least avoid such foolish errors. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow discreetly, suppressing a laugh. At that moment, someone murmured, indeed, if he were truly a demon, the Immortal Assembly's array would have detected him first. Hung Mian, a bit flustered, interjected, Qin Liu must be a demon. Have you all forgotten he revealed his true form before everyone? This is indisputable. His son, Hung Duosher, had just lost a match, and now the opportunity to enter the Duyo forest seemed even more remote. For Hung Duosher's sake, Qin Liu had to be disqualified. The urgency in his tone drew the attention of the crowd. They thought Hung Mian was rather impatient and uncomposed compared to the calm demeanor of the second sect leader. Hung Yuan. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up, esteemed friends, you have all interacted with Qin Liu to some extent. Have any of you sensed demonic energy from him? This question was posed directly, and the attendees exchanged glances, each one hesitating to respond. All present were experts among experts, possessing considerable cultivation. Their sensitivity to demonic and fiendish energies surpassed that of ordinary folk, yet none had ever sensed demonic energy emanating from Qin Liu. The higher the cultivation level, the broader the range of perception for unusual auras. Even without direct conversation, one could sense the presence of demons within a crowd. For them, the complete absence of demonic energy was exceedingly rare. Logically, demonic energy was akin to human negative emotions, nearly omnipresent. Even the most benign and friendly lesser demons would emit trace amounts of demonic energy. Such energy was an intrinsic part of their existence and difficult to fully conceal. However, there were scenarios in which demonic energy might go undetected. Firstly, the individual might possess a unique ability or assistance from another, allowing them to shield or ignore the presence of demonic energy. Alternatively, it could be that the demon in question truly bore no trace of demonic energy whatsoever. Jiang Yinian did not keep them in suspense, stating plainly, my disciple is indeed of the demon clan. Yet he bears no demonic energy. Upon uttering these words, an uproar ensued among the various sect members present. The possibility of a demon lacking demonic energy was exceedingly low. In the cultivation world, it was almost a legend, at least. No such case had ever been documented. Thus, no demonic energy? How is that possible? One person exclaimed in disbelief. Is there any evidence to support this unprecedented claim? Where could there be evidence? Hung Mian interjected maliciously, his tone dripping with scorn. If immortal venerable Lien Song has indeed cast a spell to conceal it, why not just admit it instead of going around in circles? The disqualification of results is inconsequential. Surely your Qinghuan sect can bear such a loss. Jiang Yinian inwardly derided Hung Mian, thinking how he still dared to call himself a sect leader, speaking as though in a fit of rage like a giant infant. Unprecedented does not equate to impossible. I have no need to lie, and whether there is deliberate concealment can be readily investigated. Master Puxuan, you are highly esteemed. I did not wish to involve you in this matter. Yet some individuals are relentless. Today, I earnestly request your presence to advocate for my disciple, Qin Liu, and restore his honor. Jiang Yinian's words were resolute as he directed the inquiry toward Master Puxuan, the leader of the Wanxiang sect, who had remained silent since the meeting commenced. Master Puxuan opened his tightly shut eyes. His cultivation level was nearing the tribulation stage, granting him the most formidable strength among those present. His thick, long brows framed a face lined with wrinkles, contrasting with the youthful visages of other cultivators, resembling an elder. Yet, his tall and upright stature resembled that of an ancient pine tree, steadfast despite the ravages of time and weather. As a sect devoted to meditation, Wanxiang sect had long upheld a singular faith in Buddhism, dedicating itself to the pursuit of inner peace and wisdom. Master Puxuan was a paragon within the sect. After years of cultivation, he not only mastered profound Buddhist teachings, but also possessed the extraordinary ability of the eye of dispelling illusions, capable of penetrating all forms of sorcery and unveiling the truth of matters. Regarding whether Qin Liu had been subjected to any concealment spells, Master Puxuan undoubtedly held the most authoritative voice. Umitba, Jiang benefactor, you overstate matters, Master Puxuan said, his hands joined in prayer, his expression kind yet solemn. His voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of tranquility and harmony. The root of this incident lies with my disciples at the Wanxiang sect, who, through negligence, allowed a flaw in the Golden Bell formation. Granting the Demon Clan an opportunity, I sincerely express my remorse for this. Furthermore, young benefactor Qin Liu's timely intervention preserved the lives of 4 of my sect's disciples. I hope to personally express my gratitude to him once he awakens. Master Puxuan's words were sincere and heartfelt, revealing deep appreciation for Qin Liu. Upon hearing Master Puxuan's statement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. Chapter 45. Collusion with the Demon Clan. Under Master Puxuan's detailed account, the attendees finally grasped the true sequence of events. It turned out that, considering the cultivation levels of the few young monks from Wanxiang sect, while the Golden Bell formation possessed commendable power, it was insufficient to cause such catastrophic destruction. Even if Qin Liu and his companions had indeed endured 4 attacks, the outcome would have merely resulted in fainting and minor injuries, and could never have led to the extreme scenario of the 4 platforms exploding. After the competition concluded, Master Puxuan immediately conducted a thorough examination of the young monks. To his astonishment, he discovered traces of demonic energy on them. These young monks, being of decent talent and personally instructed by Master Puxuan, were pure of heart and diligent in their cultivation. There was no way they could have succumbed to demonic corruption while concealing it. Thus, the demonic energy must have originated from an external source. Someone had tampered with the Golden Bell formation and the young monks, deliberately triggering an explosion far exceeding its original power, intending to severely injure Qin Liu and his companions. Such tactics were not only insidious but also exceedingly perilous. Should they spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. I have thoroughly examined the personal belongings of several disciples and indeed detected demonic energy on one of the items. Master Puxuan continued, casting a grave glance at those present. Xiao Yu pressed on. What was that item? Master Puxuan sighed heavily, stating, it was the participation token. As Master Puxuan's words echoed through the hall, an ominous silence enveloped the assembly. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying utter disbelief. The competition token, a credential issued for participants in the Celestial Gate Conference, was possessed by each contestant. This token served numerous purposes, as it was intrinsically linked to the participants' information. The moment the demonic realm was implicated, the entire nature of the incident underwent a fundamental transformation, rendering Qin Liu's identity dilemma trivial by comparison. The matter escalated to an entirely different level. Hung Mian, the organizer of the Celestial Gate Conference, appeared as though struck by lightning, abruptly rising from his seat. He emphatically slammed his hands against the jade table before him, his face a mask of horror, repeatedly denying, impossible, impossible. The competition token cannot possibly be flawed. His voice echoed throughout the assembly hall, laden with agitation and anxiety. Xiao Alliance leader, you know that Tianzhao sect could never collude with the demonic realm. Xiao Yu averted her gaze, refusing to meet the astonished eyes of Hung Mian. Zhao Alliance leader, I trust that your formation is flawless. It must be that Qin Liu has engaged in some foul play. He is the one associated with the demons. Indeed, he is. Zhao Haqin, too, found himself in a precarious position. Already agitated by the earlier incident, he was reluctant to engage with the nonsensical ramblings of Hung Mian. Jiang Yinian, it is you? Yes, it must be you. What have you done? Hung Mian's eyes were bloodshot as he began to lash out indiscriminately. Jiang Yinian furrowed his brow, realizing that such accusations should not be made lightly. Hung Mian seemed to have lost his sanity. Before Jiang Yinian could defend himself, Xiao Yu's smile faltered, her demeanor turning icy as she interjected. Hung Alliance leader, I implore you to exercise caution in your words and actions. With no one paying heed, Hung Mian's eyes bulged with fury. He had convened this meeting, and though various sects had rallied to support him, even the Celestial Alliance had previously endorsed him. Why was it that no one was now speaking on his behalf? Master Puxuan had not explicitly named Tianzhao sect, yet by referencing the token, he had insinuated that demons may have infiltrated the sect, a blatant affront to Hung Mian and Tianzhao sect, leaving them humiliated before all. Jiang Yinian sat quietly to the side, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had merely intended for Master Puxuan to clear Qin Liu's name and had not anticipated the involvement of demons. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense as everyone awaited Master Puxuan's next words. Taking a deep breath, Master Puxuan spoke slowly, this matter is of utmost gravity. I urge Alliance leader Xiao to dispatch individuals to Tianzhao sect immediately to investigate. Concurrently, our disciples from Wanxiang sect will assist in the inquiry to ensure that no demonic spies have infiltrated. Xiao Yu nodded gravely, stating, at present, it is unclear whether the actions were perpetrated by members of Tianzhao sect. All sects must conduct internal investigations to swiftly apprehend any demonic infiltrators. Hung Mian, having suffered a tremendous blow, realized he had come to this meeting expecting triumph, only to find himself utterly humiliated. Suddenly, he recalled that the matter concerning Qin Liu had yet to be resolved, and he exclaimed, "What of the wolf demon? Will the concealment of identity simply be overlooked? Were it not for Jiang Yinyan's need to maintain his aloof persona, he would have felt compelled to stand atop the table and berate Hung Mian for his obstinacy. As for Qin Liu, Master Puxuan's expression softened somewhat, continuing, he has not been subjected to any spells. Initially, I too was astonished to discover that there exists a demon devoid of any trace of demonic aura. At this moment, the tide of the council had turned. Hung Mian, who had vociferously demanded the annulment of Qin Liu's achievements, was now implicated with the demons, while the target of everyone's ire, Qin Liu, though a demon, was pure of heart, untainted by any impurities. The outcome of this meeting was clear-cut, requiring no further elaboration from Xiao Yu. Jiang Yinyan's tense heart finally eased somewhat. He had not only vindicated his disciple but had also uncovered the truth behind the unusual occurrences during the competition. Hung Mian's anxiety dissipated as he realized he would now face endless investigations, and Tianzhao sect would find no peace in the near future. However, Jiang Yinyan wished to stir the pot further. Having already offended Tianzhao sect, he saw no reason to refrain from antagonizing the Celestial Alliance as well. He was not a man of lofty principles, nor did he care for the intricacies of human relations. Moreover, Lingsong Xianzuan was a formidable figure, one who did not require repeated displays of deference. The foremost swordsman of the cultivation world was not one to be trifled with lightly. This misunderstanding had severely tarnished the reputation of Qinghuan's sect. Would the Celestial Alliance not offer an explanation? Placing his hand upon the table, Jiang Yinyan lightly tapped the jade surface. Xiao Yu's smile faltered for a brief moment. He had intended to let the matter pass, but Jiang Yinyan was not one to be easily dismissed. He then smiled again. Rest assured, Lingsong Xianzuan, the Celestial Alliance will publicly announce the results of this investigation and will certainly ensure justice for Qin Liu. Following this, Xiao Yu's smile cooled slightly as he turned to Zhao Huchen, the leader of the Tianshi sect, stating, simultaneously, the Celestial Alliance will enhance the fortifications of the defensive formations. Jiang Yinyan scoffed inwardly. Was this all? He regarded Xiao Yu with a steely gaze, declaring, my disciple has endured considerable slander. I require the Celestial Alliance to personally apologize to him. Jiang Yinyan was resolute in withholding any leniency from the Celestial Alliance. He did not believe they were unaware of the multitude of prying eyes fixated on Qin Liu, eagerly awaiting the fall of such a promising young talent. Should the Celestial Alliance fail to adopt a clear stance, the public would only draw further misguided conclusions. He was protective, determined to ensure that his disciple's future would shine brightly in the light of day. I shall visit Qin Liu on behalf of the Celestial Alliance shortly. Xiao Yu, being a perceptive individual, recognized that this was not a matter that could easily be brushed aside, and thus he acquiesced. Thank you, Jiang Yinyan replied coldly, and I hope that Alliance leader Xiao will lead by example, upholding the friendly treaty between the cultivation realm and the demon race, to prevent further misunderstandings in the future. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao Yu had seemingly played the role of an impartial observer, refraining from directly advocating for either side. Yet, it was precisely this neutrality that afforded Hung Mian and others the opportunity to sow discord. Casting doubt upon the Celestial Alliance's sincerity and resolve regarding the treaty with the demon race, I take my leave. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yinyan disregarded the assembly, offering a deep bow to Master Puxuan before departing with an air of nonchalance. Stop, Jiang Yinyan. What is the meaning of this? You must stay and clarify. The shouting of Hung Mian echoed behind him. A defeated dog was lashing out in rage, and Jiang Yinyan felt a surge of satisfaction. As he exited the council hall, he mused, thank goodness Master Puxuan lent a helping hand. Had it not been for the integrity of Wanxiang sect, this meeting could have dragged on indefinitely. The more he reflected on this, the greater his fondness for Wanxiang sect grew. Task completed. Reward. Health points 30. Hidden task. Demonic lineage storyline unlocked. Reward. Health points 30. New items available in the exchange store. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. At this juncture, the system's notification chimed in, and for the first time, Jiang Yinian found the cold mechanical voice to be music to his ears. The system was not entirely unhelpful, and he was thoroughly satisfied with this task. However, a hidden task? This was a first for him. The health points awarded were substantial, and as he was already investigating the demonic lineage matter, he figured he might as well tackle it concurrently. Yet, for now, these matters paled in significance. He needed to check on his disciple, as he had already squandered too much time in the council hall, and was uncertain whether his disciple had awakened. Little wolf cub, your master has avenged you. In this realm of cultivation, no one could cause his disciple Jiang Yinian to suffer indignities. Chapter 46. Inarticulate. Jiang Yinian hurriedly returned to seek out Nie Wencan and Qin Liu, only to discover that they were no longer in their original location. Momentarily at a loss, he began to feel a twinge of panic. After a frantic search, he finally learned from the other medical practitioners present that Qin Liu had been taken to the medical chamber by Nie Wencan. Jiang Yinian breathed a sigh of relief. The medical chamber was certainly preferable, with hygienic conditions far superior to the outdoors, complete with beds for resting and blankets for warmth. Nie Wencan had thought of everything, truly. She was his favorite character in his heart. A large crowd of Qinghuan sect disciples had already gathered outside the medical chamber, each having heard of Qin Liu's predicament, their hearts filled with concern as they rushed to ascertain the well-being of their senior brother. With so many people present, the entrance to the medical chamber became congested. In truth, the gathering was not originally so large, but news travels swiftly in the cultivation world. As word spread, many learned of Qin Liu's transformation into a wolf demon during the Celestial Gate Conference and flocked to witness the spectacle. The disciples of Qinghuan sect were fiercely protective. Qin Liu held significant status among them, and many had received his care since joining the sect, often trailing behind him daily. As the crowd swelled, the disciples grew anxious, fearing the commotion might disrupt the rest of those inside, and thus they encircled the medical chamber, preventing outsiders from peering in. The disciples stationed at the entrance, upon spotting a familiar azure figure, straightened their spines, recognizing it was Lingcong Xianzian. Do not crowd. Stand tall. Lingcong Xianzuan is here. Quickly, make way for the Xianzuan. Senior brother Qin, your master has come to see you. The disciples of the Qinghuan sect quickly parted to create a pathway, their eager gazes urging Jiang Yinian to pass through their midst. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Yinian felt a notable easing of his previously tense heart. Truly, as disciples raised by Qin Liu, they resembled little puppies, demonstrating a reliability characteristic of one's own kin. Jiang Yinian nodded gently in appreciation, acknowledging their guardianship over his disciple. Inside the medical chamber, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. Nie Wenjin was diligently tending to a small stove nearby, brewing medicine. The steam and heat wafted from the stove, and she appeared engrossed in her task, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her brow. Jiang Yinian felt a stirring of gratitude at her earnest dedication to his request. He released a small amount of frost energy, hoping to alleviate the heat she was enduring. Sensing the chill of the ice magic, Nie Wenjin instinctively looked up and, upon seeing Jiang Yinian's return, nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "He has awakened and is resting in the adjoining chamber." Jiang Yinian offered her a faint smile before stepping into the adjoining space. That fleeting smile was so rare that it left Nie Wenjin momentarily mesmerized. It was her first encounter with the gentle expression of the revered Zongxian. The medical chamber, designated as a resting place for participants during the Celestial Sect competition, was quite spacious, capable of accommodating several individuals standing. Jiang Yinian quickly spotted Qin Liu reclining against the bedside, now returned to his human form, engaged in conversation with Shun Linlin and Chu Lingd. At the foot of the bed, a pair of tables and chairs bore an assortment of snacks, where Shu Yi and Shui Jingzhou were seated, enjoying tea. Though Qin Liu's complexion had regained some color, he still appeared as pale as parchment, exhaustion and frailty evident upon his handsome visage, which now also bore a hint of vulnerability. His clothing hung loosely upon him, revealing numerous bandages wrapped around his body, with faint traces of blood seeping through. The familiar fragrance of bamboo wafted into the room, prompting Qin Liu to lift his gaze toward the entrance. Although his movements were somewhat sluggish, he smiled warmly at Jiang Yinian's arrival, his voice hoarse as he greeted, "Master, you have come." Seeing Qin Liu in such a state ignited a subtle anger within Jiang Yinian. At that moment, he finally comprehended why, as a child, when he fell and hurt himself, his parents' first reaction was not to express sympathy but rather to scold him in frustration. Genuine concern often breeds chaos. Witnessing another's suffering elicits anxiety and anger. Noticing Jiang Yinian's darkened expression, Chu Ling and Shun Linlin exchanged glances and, after politely bowing to Jiang Yinian, discreetly exited the room. Recognizing the arrival of his master, Shui Jingzhou also intended to depart with Shu Yi, but as he passed by Jiang Yinian, he couldn't help but inquire with concern, "Yinian, what did the Celestial Alliance say?" Earlier, an urgent meeting had convened within the Celestial Alliance, and Shui Jingzhou had planned to accompany Jiang Yinian, but upon reaching the entrance, he found the meeting already in progress. The doorman, Heng Yuan, had subtly suggested that he leave, prompting him to retreat and check on Qin Liu's condition instead. "Do not worry, senior sister. I have already handled it. After your conversation, please come find me to discuss the details," Jiang Yinian reassured her. Understanding his concern for his disciple, Shui Jingzhou chose not to linger. Departing with Shu Yi, the once lively chamber now felt desolate, leaving only Jiang Yinian and Qin Liu, who exchanged quiet glances. "Master?" Qin Liu gently inquired, sensing Jiang Yinian's prolonged silence. In truth, Jiang Yinian was furious. Not only with Qin Liu but also with himself for failing to recognize the demon clan's plot sooner, which had led to such unwarranted suffering for his disciple. Though Qin Liu had heroically saved everyone, he found himself embroiled in public controversy, all due to the mere fact of his demon heritage. "Indeed," Jiang Yinian replied, and a softness flickered in Qin Liu's eyes, for he understood that his master cared for him deeply. He had learned from Chu Ling about the events that transpired after his unconsciousness, recalling how Jiang Yinian had recklessly dashed onto the arena to catch him, unleashing his fury before all in attendance, freezing the entire platform in a display of protectiveness. Yet, he couldn't shake the emptiness he felt upon awakening to find Jiang Yinian absent from his side. Had he not been summoned away by the Celestial Alliance? Surely his master would have remained by him. Jiang Yinian took a seat beside Qin Liu, his gaze meticulously tracing the contours of his disciple's figure. Just that morning, they had met, and Qin Liu had been vibrant and radiant. Yet, now, merely hours later, he had been reduced to this state. Jiang Yinian sighed, addressing the pressing matter at hand. The Golden Bell Formation exhibited anomalies. Elder Puxuan from the Wanxiang sect noticed it as well. "This incident is connected to the Demon Clan, but thus far, we have limited information. The competition tokens of those little novices have been tampered with. The Demon Clan. Are the staff members of this Celestial Sect Conference infiltrators from the Demon Clan?" Qin Liu queried sharply. "Indeed, the Celestial Alliance shares this suspicion and will conduct an internal investigation into the Tianzhao sect in the coming days. It is no wonder the Demon Clan targeted the Tianzhao sect. Their criteria for recruiting disciples are quite lax, making it the sect with the largest number of disciples. It would not be difficult for someone with ill intentions to infiltrate. What about my identity?" Qin Liu bit his lip, hesitant to voice his concern. He feared that his heritage would jeopardize the Qingwan sect and bring undue trouble to Jiang Yinian. Noticing his unease, Jiang Yinian reassured him softly. "Your identity poses no issue. As a demon, you need not harbor any feelings of inferiority. The absurdity of this situation itself is astonishing. The Celestial Alliance has long governed poorly, reaping the consequences of their negligence, thus providing opportunities for others to take advantage. I have always believed that there is no distinction between humans and demons. Even among demons, there are those who are virtuous and those who are malevolent. It is unjust to judge solely based on one's lineage." Upon concluding his thoughts, Jiang Yinian recalled Heng Mian and Zhao Huchen's faces, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. "The Tianzhao sect's formation failed to detect your demonic energy merely because your demonic essence is pure and untainted. Without any other complications. Rest assured, Master Puxuan has already vouched for you." He then produced a special analgesic pill he had exchanged for on his journey, having scoured the system's marketplace to find this practical remedy, which was reasonably priced at only 10 life points. The pill had a cool sensation as Jiang Yinian placed it in Qin Liu's mouth, who instinctively swallowed it without hesitation. He had unwavering faith in anything provided by his master. As the pain throughout his body vanished in an instant, Qin Liu's pupils dilated in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Yinian before him, It dawned on him that, at some point, the once frosty demeanor of his master had transformed into something vibrant and alive. When they first met, Jiang Yinian always presented himself with a calm and composed exterior, as if his emotions had been weathered to leave only a hardened shell. Yet, throughout these years, Qin Liu had witnessed the full spectrum of emotions upon Jiang Yinian's face. Could some of his master's transformation be attributed to him? Qin Liu gently bit his lip, warmth flooding his heart. He lifted his gaze to catch another glimpse of Jiang Yinian, only to find him wearing an unpleased expression. "Master, are you angry?" Jiang Yinian could only sigh in response. "I am angry with you, and I am angry with those from the Celestial Alliance. I am upset that you did not heed my advice, and I am frustrated that they failed to recognize your merits." Chapter 47. Just a hug. Qin Liu's tender voice, capable of drawing tears, replied, "Master, please do not be angry. Your disciple understands, and your reprimands are warranted." Jiang Yinian felt that Qin Liu had grasped none of the essence. This boy had always been like this, enduring scoldings in silence, without a hint of complaint, his thoughts a mystery. What could he possibly understand? That battle did not require Qin Liu alone to shoulder the burden of protecting everyone. There were staff members from the Celestial Alliance and Tianzhou sect present who could have intervened. Even in the worst-case scenario, everyone would merely be injured and unconscious. Even if the third spirit explosion had been devastating, it would not have claimed the lives of all present. Jiang Yinian had to admit that Qin Liu's actions had been reckless. Had it not been for his demon bloodline providing protection, the consequences of absorbing all that damage could have been fatal. While kindness is not a fault, Qin Liu should not take on any burdens beyond his capacity. It was far too perilous. A sense of restlessness stirred within Jiang Yinian, and though he struggled to articulate his thoughts, they ultimately coalesced into a sigh, fearing that the sensitive Qin Liu might misinterpret his intentions. "I do not wish for you to feel constrained by excessive pressure and responsibility. Your life is not solely your own. The entire Qingluan Mountain cares for you, and you must learn to value yourself more." As Jiang Yinian continued, he grew increasingly aware of the awkwardness of his words. They sounded off in some inexplicable way, yet the sentiment he wished to convey was undeniably true. Had he truly become so inept at expressing himself after playing the role of the Zongxian for so long? But before he could dwell on this, Qin Liu's actions interrupted his thoughts as he enveloped Jiang Yinian in a gentle embrace, his hands soothingly patting his back. "It is my fault for causing my master concern and for overestimating my own abilities. If the master is still angry, the disciple will accept any punishment or criticism, but please, master, do not let your anger harm yourself." Qin Liu gently patted Jiang Yinian's back and whispered in his ear, "Please scold me a few times, and your mood will surely improve." Upon witnessing his pitiable state, Jiang Yinian, not having a heart of stone, found it impossible to utter a reprimand. The distance between the two suddenly diminished, causing Jiang Yinian's body to tense involuntarily. He feared that pushing Qin Liu away might reopen his wounds. At present, their proximity was just right, not quite a full embrace. However, Qin Liu had just taken the pain medication Jiang Yinian provided, and now felt no pain at all, his spirits considerably lifted. Earlier, it was the first time Qin Liu had seen a vulnerable expression on the master's face, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him, reminding him of the times the master had comforted him with a similar gentle pat on the back. In truth, he had no intention of sacrificing himself to save everyone. At that moment, a surge of demonic energy coursed through him, instinctively urging him to submit and accept. This sensation was unprecedented in his life, and he was uncertain of its true nature. Yet, he recognized that he had genuinely caused the master concern this time. He lamented his excessive indulgence, still clinging to the master like a child despite being grown. Their whispered exchanges mingled with shared breaths, somehow stimulating Jiang Yinian's ears. The warmth against his earlobe felt damp and ticklish, making him acutely sensitive. Observing the master's tense demeanor, worried about his injuries, a mischievous thought crossed Jiang Yinian's mind, prompting him to deliberately draw his breath closer to Qin Liu's ear. At that moment, Qin Liu continued to pat Jiang Yinian's back as one would comfort a child, leaving Jiang Yinian feeling somewhat awkward as his master seemed both angry and anxious. He gently pushed Qin Liu away, saying, "Let us focus on serious matters. Please, do not be so playful." This push unexpectedly caused Qin Liu to wince in pain, leaning further onto Jiang Yinian. thus closing the gap even more. Master, my injuries are quite painful. This position would be more comfortable if I could hold you for just a moment, just a moment. Qin Liu felt he had truly become wicked, lying to his master. His deception was so clumsy that the master would surely see through it at a glance. Jiang Yinian found himself at a loss, with his disciple lamenting pain. If he were to forcibly push him away now, it would undoubtedly aggravate Qin Liu's wounds. Thus, he reluctantly allowed his disciple to hold him gently. He even completely forgot that Qin Liu had just taken pain medication. Jiang Yinian pondered whether this child had become sentimental with age. It seemed that since arriving at Xiaoling Island, Qin Liu had increased his physical contact with him. Yet, he could not discern what exactly felt amiss. Lacking any prior experience with disciples, he wondered if such interactions were customary between a master and disciple. Imagining the daily embraces between Xian Yun and Si Miao sent a shiver down his spine. The thought of them playfully tugging at each other, cooing and holding hands, was utterly shocking. Jiang Yinian did not wish to dwell on it, feeling as though unclean thoughts had invaded his mind, necessitating a cleansing. Realizing that he and Qin Liu were now in such a disconcerting scenario, he knew he must intervene. After all, his disciple would eventually seek a female cultivator for romantic companionship. Leaning against Qin Liu, he contemplated how to subtly increase the distance between them. He resolved that after returning from the upcoming celestial conference, he would no longer allow Qin Liu to come to his room every morning to wake him. Moreover, he could not continue to help him comb his hair. Changing clothes was also out of the question, though having someone to assist was undeniably convenient. Perhaps he would find another way to create some space. Unbeknownst to the poor Qin Liu, who was completely unaware of Jiang Yinian's thoughts, he inhaled the fragrance of green bamboo wafting from Jiang Yinian's hair, finding a moment of tranquility, blissfully ignorant of the fact that his master was already planning to distance himself for the sake of his healthy growth. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Your medicine is ready. I've placed it here. I will return shortly. Niao Wenhan had just finished preparing the medicine and was taken aback by the scene before her. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, she quickly set the bowl of medicine on the nearby table and hurriedly exited. Once outside, she felt a twinge of confusion. It was only natural for a master to offer a comforting embrace to a disciple who had been grievously injured. So why did she feel so flustered? Yet, she sensed that the atmosphere within was indeed peculiar, though she could not articulate why. Ultimately, Niao Wenhan dismissed her feelings as her own shyness, reasoning that she would grow accustomed to such sights with time. Though she was uncertain if there would be more opportunities to witness them. Niao Wenhan's hasty departure left Jiang Yinian looking more serious than ever. Disregarding his own pain, he immediately pushed Qin Liu away. This was serious. Even Niao Wenhan had been startled by them, indicating that the situation was indeed alarming. Moreover, he hoped to pair Niao Wenhan with his disciple. It was imperative to intervene and maintain some distance immediately. The following day, Xiaoyu visited the medical pavilion. Likely due to the unresolved issues with the demon clan, Xiaoyu appeared rather displeased. However, in an effort to soothe Qin Liu and Jiang Yinian, he maintained a cordial demeanor. Tio expressed the sincerity of the Celestial Alliance's apologies. He brought a plethora of precious spiritual herbs and supplements, lavishly displaying them on the table. Jiang Yinian was indifferent to the authenticity of his apologies. All he desired was for Xiaoyu to be present, allowing everyone to see that Qin Liu was innocent. Jiang Yinian naturally did not play the host. He merely nodded at Xiaoyu before returning to his book, while Qin Liu, ever respectful, attempted to rise from his bed to greet Xiaoyu. With Jiang Yinian sitting nearby, Xiaoyu did not dare allow a patient to host him and hurriedly assisted him back down. The alliance leader has come specifically to visit, but the junior is currently unable to rise. He will express his gratitude to the Celestial Alliance in person once he has fully recovered. Qin Liu graciously expressed his thanks to Xiaoyu, leaving no room for criticism. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoyu mentioned that he needed to continue addressing matters concerning the demon clan, thus excusing himself from lingering. The abundance of spiritual herbs and supplements Xiaoyu delivered was truly overwhelming, with many medicinal properties unknown to Jiang Yinian in gratitude for Niao Wenhan's care over the past few days. Jiang Yinian retained only a fraction of what Qin Liu could utilize, gifting the remainder to Niao Wenhan. Chapter 48. Wound recovery. In the days that followed, Jiang Yinian visited Qin Liu daily. Having little else to attend to, sometimes he would sit for an entire afternoon in the medical pavilion. He would lean by the window reading, while Qin Liu occupied himself with crafting magical implements by the bedside. Although they occupied the same room, their interactions were minimal, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Jiang Yinian observed that Qin Liu was returning to normal and no longer craved physical contact as he once had, which eased his mind considerably. He had come to realize that his disciple's earlier need for affection stemmed from his injuries and vulnerability, requiring the care of an elder. Unaware of his master's thoughts, Qin Liu, confined to his bed for several days, suddenly recalled his earlier plan to forge a magical tool to redeem Jiang Yinian. With time on his hands, he decided to attempt learning to create high-level magical implements. The process required complete immersion and focus, often consuming an entire afternoon. Each time he glanced up, he found his master by his side, and the sense of security that came with having someone watch over him was comforting. Eventually, likely due to the influence of his demon lineage, Qin Liu's injuries healed rapidly, allowing him to rise and walk. Nia Wanhan checked his pulse and joyfully proclaimed, "Daoist Qin, your internal injuries are nearly healed. With a few more days of rest, you will be as good as new." This was splendid news. At this rate, he would be able to participate in the secret realm of Duyo Forest. Just then, a boisterous voice was heard from outside the door. Bro, are you awake? Hurry, let us go see the excitement." Qin Liu, having just donned his clothing, had been feeling rather lazy after his days of confinement. Today marked his first attempt at tidying himself up. Chu Ling burst into the room, colliding directly with Qin Liu, who had just decided to step outside. The two crashed together with a thud, and Chu Ling rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Your physical resilience is remarkable. You've recovered so well in just 5 days. Thanks to Miss Nia and my master's care." Qin Liu replied with a smile and a nod. This statement left Chu Ling speechless. Having visited Qin Liu daily, he could honestly say that while Miss Nia's attentiveness was indeed meticulous, it seemed as though the revered Jiang Yinian had contributed little. Just yesterday, when he had come to chat with Qin Liu, he had seen him lying in bed, resolute despite his condition, diligently peeling oranges for his master. He didn't know how long he had been at it, but the plate was filled with glistening orange segments, set beside Jiang Yinian. On another occasion, he had entered to find Jiang Yinian fast asleep at Qin Liu's bedside. His honest and earnest brother had remained silent, even when his legs had gone numb from the pressure, signaling to Chu Ling to exit quietly so as not to disturb his master's slumber. However, the relationship between the master and disciple was always quite peculiar, and Chu Ling had grown accustomed to it. He replied perfunctorily, Yes, very good, very good. What was it you mentioned about going to see some excitement?" Suddenly recalling, Chu Ling slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, the Four Direction Arena has erupted again. One's own revelry pales in comparison to the spectacle of others. It is the latter that truly embodies the essence of celebration." A throng of spectators congregated around the square arena, forming a vast circle, brimming with excitement. In recent days, the team competitions of the Celestial Gate Conference had concluded, and now the individual matches were underway. While the individual contests may lack the grandeur of the team events, they nonetheless offered a rare opportunity to witness renowned cultivators engaging in combat up close, a feast for the eyes indeed. As for the match that had taken an unexpected turn, both Qin Liu and the small monk from the Wanxiang sect ended up with identical scores, thereby maintaining their status as co-champions of the team competition, a compensation of sorts from the Celestial Alliance. Moreover, with everyone keen to avoid provoking Jiang Yinian further, there were no objections raised against this decision. As Qin Liu accompanied Chu Ling, he listened intently to Chu Ling's animated account. "Do you recall the female cultivator with the Thunder Spirit root, Duan Yu? She and the one from the Han Frost sect, Jing Lu, are at odds. Both of them signed up for the individual matches, only to be pitted against each other. It seems Jing Lu even coerced Duan Yu into becoming her lackey. I've seen them together several times." But Duan Yu's expression was rather unpleasant. Perhaps she was reluctant. Chu Ling continued, his excitement palpable. Qin Liu nodded, aware of the situation. "What does this have to do with the square arena?" Chu Ling, akin to a storyteller, clapped his hands and elaborated. Initially, they were engaged in a fair spar, but during the match, Jing Lu must have said something to provoke Duan Yu. In an instant, Duan Yu was enraged, her power doubling. The arena was engulfed in a tempest of energy, with lightning crackling everywhere, leaving the ground of the square arena utterly devastated. Upon finishing his tale, Chu Ling pointed ahead, and Qin Leo followed his gaze to see a swarm of staff members anxiously surrounding the square arena, sweating profusely as they used spiritual energy to mend the damaged platform. The poor square arena had barely been repaired when it was once again ravaged by spiritual explosions and frozen by ice, now further struck by lightning. What exactly did Jing Lu say? Qin Leo inquired, blinking with curiosity. I have no idea. If only I knew. I've been racking my brain for ages. Perhaps it was a taunt? An insult? Or a flirtation? No, that can't be right. Their relationship is too tense for that. It must have been a taunt. Chu Ling scratched his head, adding, the arena had a defensive silence array in place. And I only saw Jing Lu smiling when she said that. Duan Yu's face turned crimson in an instant, her spiritual power erupted, and after destroying the arena, she flew off without looking back. After Duan Yu left, Jing Lu remained unscathed. Despite Duan Yu's destruction of the square arena, she didn't harm Jing Lu in the slightest, so the match concluded with Duan Yu's forfeit and Jing Lu declared the victor. For reasons unknown, Qin Leo felt that Jing Lu would not resort to taunting or humiliating Duan Yu during the competition. He recalled their previous encounter in his Master S abode. Duan Yu clearly struggled to cope with Jing Lu, and there was even a possibility of some playful banter. Little did they know, from this edition of the Celestial Gate Conference onward, every subsequent conference would witness participants striving to demolish the square arena. After all, having learned from this year's experience, shattering the arena became the latest trend. The one who could break the arena would be hailed as a true expert. Ordinary victories no longer sufficed for the competitors. They sought victories that dazzled the senses, however. That was a matter for another time. In truth, during the midpoint of their battle, Jing Lu had indeed said something to Duan Yu that moment, while Duan Yu was bracing herself against a sound attack with her black gold giant blade. She was taken by surprise as Jing Lu suddenly appeared at her side. Duan Yu felt a chill run down her spine as Jing Lu leaned in close, whispering in an ambiguous tone. Your old name sounds far more melodious, Duan Xiaohua. Chapter 49. A foreboding, since the team and individual competitions of the Celestial Gate Conference concluded amidst a cacophony, and today marked the day of the opening of the secret realm of the Lonely Ghost Forest. A total of 20 teams successfully advanced, including Qin Leo and his companions, the small monks from the Wanxiang sect, as well as the team from the Tianzhao sect led by Hang Duoshi. Additionally, 20 individuals advanced in the individual matches. The prowess of Duan Yu and Jing Lu went without saying, and to everyone's astonishment, the medical cultivator Li Jiangxing also managed to progress, much to the dismay of Huaiju, who felt his vision darken. As the only medical cultivator among the 20, Li Jiangxing was undoubtedly a focal point of attention. It was said that he was terrifying in the arena, initially presenting himself as a pitiful figure, only to suddenly unleash a barrage of poison needles upon his opponents. The poison he concocted was not particularly lethal, but it rendered its victims temporarily weak and unable to utilize their spiritual energy. One prick and they were finished. Ironically, after his victories, he would even tend to his opponent's injuries. One could only wonder how those treated felt. One moment they were victims of his treachery, and the next, they received gentle care, akin to a form of last rites. The remainder of the competitors comprised disciples from prominent sects and nameless rogue cultivators. Notably, there was Wang Qingyang from the Tianzhao sect, who had previously teamed up Yu Yuehe. After their teams suffered a defeat, Wang Qingyang independently registered for the individual matches, thus securing her chance to enter the Lonely Ghost Forest. Half an hour prior, Jiang Yinian and Shui Jingzhou, among others, were invited by Heng Yuan to the guest chamber of the Tianzhao sect, where they engaged in idle chit-chat over tea while observing the happenings within the secret realm of the Lonely Ghost Forest. The secret realm would remain open for 6 days, yet time within the realm flowed differently from that of the outside world. A single day within the realm equated to merely half an hour in reality. Thus, as long as Jiang Yinian and his companions waited outside for 3 hours, Qin Leo and the others would emerge from the realm. Their every action within the realm could be projected for those outside to witness. What are you pondering? Shui inquired, noting Jiang Yinian's distracted demeanor. Today, they shall venture into the Lonely Ghost Forest in search of treasures. Are you worried? I'm still contemplating matters regarding the demon clan, Jiang Yinian replied, a sense of foreboding having settled upon him since early morning, though he could not pinpoint the cause, leaving it to linger in his heart. Shui Jingzhou interjected. The dangers within the Lonely Ghost Forest are minimal. There has never been a problem in the past, so there is no cause for concern. Jiang Yinian felt those words were akin to a portent of misfortune. After all, their journey to Xiaoling Island had been fraught with issues. First, the celestial vessel had been attacked by the demon clan, and then during the competition, nefarious actions had been taken against them. At this rate, he would not be surprised if further troubles arose. Goodness! Jiang Yinian mentally berated himself, fearful that his own ill omens might come to fruition, leaving Qin Leyou and the others to bear the brunt of any ensuing calamity. Returning to the conversation, Shu Yi leaned in with a mischievous grin. Jiang Yinian, knowing faces but not hearts, who would have thought you would actually take action against your disciple? I heard that you've been nursing Qin Leyou back to health these past few days. How has your relationship developed? Jiang Yinian nearly spat out his tea in shock. What nonsense! How could you harbor such misconceptions? I am merely maintaining my aloof and unyielding image as a celestial master. Shu Yi, his senior sister, was utterly audacious in her remarks. What is your senior sister talking about? I fail to comprehend, Jiang Yinian replied, unflinching. Before Shu Yi could respond further, Shui Jingzhou quickly intervened, knowing her penchant for teasing Jiang Yinian. For as long as she could remember, Shu Yi had relished the opportunity to playfully provoke him, though Jiang Yinian had always maintained a facade of icy indifference, which rendered their exchanges rather dull. However, over the past few years, Jiang Yinian's demeanor had softened considerably. Ever since he took on Qin Leyou as his disciple, he had gradually shed his dispassionate exterior, perhaps having been influenced by his student. Following the eavesdropping incident, Jiang Yinian had earnestly explained the circumstances surrounding the matter, and it was their first time learning of the origins of the Yingyue blade. Moreover, since Duan Yu and Jing Lu resided at the Jinyu Tavern, Jiang Yinian's words held considerable weight, and they accepted his account without question. Yet, since that incident, Shu Yi had taken to teasing Jiang Yinian about it from time to time, much to his chagrin. Is Qin Leyou's injury fully healed? Xian Yun inquired. To Jiang Yinian's surprise, Xian Yun displayed concern for Qin Leyou's condition. Yes, thanks to the assistance of Su Shou, the medicinal sage, he has fully recovered. Jiang Yinian replied, he is a demon. Injuries heal swiftly, Shu Yi remarked nonchalantly, twirling her hair. Suddenly, Jiang Yinian recalled something and promptly asked, by the way, what has Si Miao been up to these past few days? It had been a long time since Long Outyin had made an appearance, and whenever he vanished, it was always a cause for concern. After all, his original self had perished in the narrative surrounding the secret realm of the Lonely Ghost Forest due to Si Miao's machinations. Since early morning, a sense of foreboding had gripped him. Could this be related to those events? A chill ran down his spine. He needed to inquire about Long Outyen's whereabouts. Xian Yun furrowed his brow. Since the incident of the spiritual explosion, I have not seen Si Miao for several days. After that day, I visited him once, and at that time, the medical cultivator from Qingjun Peak was attending to him. Later, he claimed he needed to enter seclusion, stating he had caught a glimpse of the Golden Core stage, and he hasn't emerged since. Jiang Yinian felt a wave of dread wash over him. In the original narrative, Si Miao had nearly faltered while striving to break through to the Golden Core stage within the secret realm of the Lonely Ghost Forest, only to be saved at the cost of the life of the revered Immortal Song. However, regarding this segment of the plot, the original text, that rather dreadful book, failed to provide any detailed content. The author remains oblivious to what transpired in the Silent Woods, which led to the demise of a distinguished cultivator at the transformation stage, falling victim to the tribulations of a mere Golden Core practitioner, Si Miao. What a foolish author! If you cannot conceive a storyline, then refrain from writing. Jiang Yinian silently cursed. Yet, the current Jiang Yinian is no longer the naive and innocent celestial master of compassion he once was. He could not possibly venture into the Silent Woods to shield Si Miao from any tribulations. He merely wished to savor tea and engage in leisurely conversation. Should Si Miao indeed perish in the Silent Woods due to the tribulations, he feared he might pop open a bottle of champagne in celebration. Nevertheless, this is ultimately Si Miao's tale. He is the protagonist, and the heavenly Tao would not permit his demise here. Jiang Yinian could only harbor such thoughts in the depths of his mind. Please take note, host, a new mission has been issued. Current task: assist the protagonist in completing the plot related to the Silent Woods. Puffed. At this moment, Jiang Yinian could no longer contain himself, spitting out his tea. What nonsense! Could you repeat what you just said? System, have you finally dropped the pretense? Are you truly planning to bring about my demise? Chapter 50. Servant number 6. The entrance to the Silent Woods slowly opened, and in an instant, the space twisted. The next moment, Qin Liu found himself in a new location. The scenery within the secret realm was not vastly different from the outside world. Stretching out before him was a broad and expansive valley, filled with the melodious calls of birds. Amongst the lush grass and verdant foliage, life thrived, mirroring the mountains and forests of the outside world. Qin Liu surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other individuals nearby. The dizziness from the teleportation had yet to fade, and as he stepped upon the ground, he noticed the air was slightly humid, perhaps due to a recent rain, and the soil beneath his feet was soft and pliable. It was rumored that the Silent Woods contained an abundance of celestial materials and treasures, and should one be fortunate, they might encounter a suitable contract beast, a tremendous temptation for those just embarking on the path of cultivation. Qin Liu had come to the secret realm primarily to fulfill 2 tasks assigned by his master the previous day. First, to locate the fragments of the treasure map hidden within the realm. According to the information provided by his master, the 3rd fragment of the soul-biting grass treasure map lay within the Silent Woods. Second, his master wished for him to try his luck and see if he might chance upon a contract beast suitable for him. Qin Liu felt confident in his ability to locate the treasure map fragment for his master, planning to devote the next 6 days to a meticulous search. However, regarding the contract beast, he could only endeavor to do his best. Additionally, there was one matter he wished to pursue himself, seeking materials for crafting magical artifacts. The Silent Woods was considered a relatively safe and beginner-friendly secret realm, abundant in spiritual energy, and rich in materials of not insignificant value. Recently, he had become enamored with artifact crafting, depleting a considerable amount of spirit stones, so this was an opportune moment to replenish his supply. Qin Liu produced the participation token, infusing it with a modicum of spiritual energy. The token shimmered briefly, projecting a map from above. The map marked various locations in different colors, with the hues ranging from light to dark indicating levels of danger. The deeper the color, the higher the difficulty of exploration. But correspondingly, the rewards would also be greater. This was a built-in feature of the token. Due to the vastness of the secret realm, the participation token would serve as a navigation tool, saving participants precious time in their explorations. With his goal now set, Qin Liu wasted no time and headed straight south. On the map, that particular area bore a deep hue, suggesting a higher likelihood of concealing the treasure map. He was unwilling to squander his precious time elsewhere and resolutely made his way in that direction. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Yinian and the others were also observing the situation within. Your disciple has gone directly to the most perilous location, Shui remarked, pointing at the screen. Zhang Yinian was well aware that Qin Liu would take such action. He had already disclosed the whereabouts of the 3rd fragment of the treasure map to him and hinted that he should seek it out promptly to avoid having it snatched away. Yes, quite commendable. Not wasting time, Zhang Yinian mused, feeling a sense of pride at the thought of his disciple seizing something from the arrogant Long Outyan, who would surely be infuriated yet again at that moment. Shui Jingzhou interjected, "Oh, Si Miao is heading in that direction as well." On the screen, a dark figure moved swiftly toward a certain direction. Si Miao was no stranger to the Silent Woods and possessed a greater understanding of its environment than most. He recalled that in his previous life, he had found a fragment of a treasure map there. In his past life, he had inadvertently wandered into a vast forest, only to be pursued by a millennia-old spirit beast. He could only remember that when he finally escaped to the shores of a lake, for reasons unknown, the spirit beast had ceased its pursuit, allowing him to escape. Fortuitously, he had discovered a treasure map fragment by that lake. This time, he intended to make a beeline for the lake, unwilling to waste time elsewhere. The one who had stolen his fragment, Qin Lang, had yet to be found, and he was determined not to miss any trace of the fragments again. Following the incident of the spirit explosion, Si Miao had devoted himself to self-cultivation, hastening his progress toward the golden core threshold faster than in his previous life. He approached this advancement with utmost caution. For this time, there would be no one to cushion his fall. The memory of the tribulation he faced in his previous life loomed vividly in his mind. That tempestuous storm was far more ferocious than any golden core tribulation should be. Had it not been for Zhang Yinian's protection, he too would have perished. Si Miao bit his lip, forcibly suppressing a flicker of disappointment within. He understood that this time, no one would come to his aid. He had to be thoroughly prepared to withstand the tribulation. Beyond the matters of advancement and treasure maps, He faced another troublesome task during his expedition to the Silent Woods. Prior to entering the secret realm, Hung Mian had approached Si Miao privately, implying that Si Miao should protect Hung Duosher within the realm, striving to act alongside him, as long as he could ensure the safety of Heng Sun. Hung Mian would reward him with exquisite profound iron upon their return. On the surface, it seemed a simple exchange, and Si Miao had readily accepted, for he was in need of that profound iron. Yet, the thought of it stirred a sense of annoyance within him. Hung Duosher was notoriously difficult to command and prone to causing trouble. Were it not for the allure of the profound iron, he would have preferred to avoid entanglements with those from the Tianzhou sect altogether. As if summoned by fate, Si Miao suddenly caught sight of a figure that irked him. "You lot, carry my magical artifact. And you, come here. I'm thirsty, bring me some water. I'm tired. Let's take a break before we set off again." Having not seen Hung Duosher for a few days, Si Miao noted that he appeared considerably more gaunt. It was said that after falling into the water, he had caught a severe cold and had been bedridden for 7 days, leaving him looking quite emaciated. However, at this moment, he seemed to be in high spirits. Directing others with great gusto, Si Miao let out a slow breath, composing himself before addressing Hung Duosher. "Hung Daoyu, it's good to see you well." Hung Duosher was surrounded by a group of disciples from the Tianzhou sect, who, upon recognizing Si Miao, encircled Hung Duosher protectively, wary of the tense relations between the Qinghuan sect and the Tianzhou sect. Hung Duosher felt a surge of irritation at the mere thought of associating with the Qinghuan sect, as if such connections would bring him misfortune, especially in the presence of Si Miao, who had recently mocked him. Now he dared to approach him with a greeting, which Hung Duosher suspected was a provocation. Thus, Hung Duosher peered out from the crowd, glaring at Si Miao with barely concealed anger. "What do you want?" While Si Miao entertained thoughts of throttling him, he maintained a smile, striving to respond in a calm manner. "I mean no harm, Hung Daoyu. Our encounter in the secret realm is serendipitous. Why not join forces? We could assist each other." Hung Duosher's expression darkened instantly. Seeing Si Miao's peculiar smile only deepened his conviction that the other harbored ill intentions. The people of the Qinghuan sect were utterly detestable, and his ire flared even more at the sight of Si Miao. "Get lost? I find your presence irritating. Stay away from me," Hung Duosher harshly rebuked. "Should I just strangle him?" Si Miao contemplated. "Hung Daoyu, please hear me out." Ultimately, Si Miao summoned his utmost sincerity, striving to communicate his intentions with reason and emotion, which finally led Hung Duosher to believe him, if only slightly.